Little blue, 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 blue. Allah, 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 Allah. Blah, blah, blah. Bismillah, bismillah, bismillah. Wow. Wow. Ow, ow, ow. Wow. Wow. Oh, 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 oh. Mm-hmm. It's not on videos, it's on lives. Correct? I'm out. Okay. After dark. Uh-huh. And I'm out. I'm out. The outfits. Oh, it's funny. It's so funny. Cope, seethe, cope. Cope, seethe, and cope. Cope, seethe, and cope. Cope and seethe, and cope, seethe. Seethe and cope. Lord have mercy, I've never seen a person down bad like this in a while. This is that new that only comes around once in a while, boys and girls. Oh, damn, fuck me. It's kind of hard to get the context all at once. I gotta find every single bit. Men's careers. No, not that one. This is the disingenuous hit piece from 37, I suppose. I'm looking for the breakdown of the whole thing, though. And I will not be looking at Brittany Simon, because oh my god, why is that video 5 fucking hours long? All the details didn't come out 5 days ago. Why is it 5 hours long? Alright. It's ministry. Cavils. What is, of course, blowbacks. I was looking for the one that had the wrap up. This is from that same stream. Okay. Ah, lovely. Vaush and the hypocrisy of Ethan Klein. Oh, how lovely. True. Keffels. True. The hypocrisy of it. It's the hypocrisy after you inserted yourself into somebody else's scandal. True. The hypocrisy, bitch. The hypocrisy. You will never hear us ringing in the air, 'cause there is no cock like horse cock. It should be in here somewhere. I guess it's not, actually. Gay. Ew. Nearly 3 hours. Ew. Oh. Okay, this was done 7 days ago. So, 22, 3, 2, 6, 9.
So the political... So in the previous videos, I talked about how Ethan Klein of the H3... So last night...
So this would go right about here. This is 9, then 7, then 6. Then 2, then 3, then 22, then 8, then 6, then 4, then 1. I believe that's in the correct order. Okay. Alright. Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone. It's ya boy! And as I said it like I was going to last night. Children, what do I have some content for you today? Do I got some content for you today? I told you I was going to do it. However, some people need some time. Take a breath, take a load off, take a seat down, get a drink. I certainly don't have one. I have to make one. You are going to want to be sitting down for this shit. You are definitely going to want to be sitting down for this shit. Ooh, wait, is this a doozy? I return with the drink. Alright, boys and girls. It's gonna be a savage one. Go ahead and lock yourself in. Get you a drink if you did not make one immediately like I did myself. Because you were wanting to sit down and see for this one. And like I did promise a person that I commented to last night asking about Power World, I will be playing Power World while we do this. Where do we begin? Where does one begin with this shit? I think the smartest place to begin is realistically, is there a person in the audience that is not British Knight who knows who Vaush is? Anyone? Raise your hands. Show of hands. Who knows? Who cares? Who gives a shit? Don't all raise them all at once, boys and girls. Done me all the time when she done me round. Sitting on her ground, cause she's sitting on the ground. Done it on it in that time. John knows who Vaush is. Alright. Good, that was a mistake. The first mistake was not showing up to Carl's stream one time. I'm joking. I'm joshing you. My voice hasn't fully recovered, but I've regained at least some nominal sense of motor and volume control. So, for those who watch this video uninitiated, in Irish Laddie 342 / Vaush Kunczynski is an internet lolcow. He had a start in Destiny's audience. And he grew to a meteoric size because of the fact he expressed the same policy and the same viewpoint as every leftist, which is backstab and deny. He is a sophist and the highest tent of the word, but realistically, he is what we call a concluder. He doesn't wait for knowledge, he doesn't wait for evidence, he just hears what he has to hear, and he concludes based on that and that alone. He does not do research, but when he does do research, he does not use it in debates. He's supposed to be known as one of the prime demon debate lords, but realistically, he is not good at debates. He's incapable of actually having discussions. He uses that research that he very sparingly does as a cover to make it seem as though he is smart, but he is not. He is very good at obfuscating, and he is often the person who's running the Special Defense Force for whatever topic he chooses to get on top of. And ironically enough, that is exactly what he was doing when it came to this situation. I'm not going to give you every single exact scritch and scrap and scrape, because I'm pretty sure Chud Logic has already delivered that. But what I will do for you is I will give you a full breakdown along the way of how we got here. And to do that, for those of you who have no idea what Vaush is actually like, you need to see his behavior. So that when we get into the news segments of breaking down how we got here, and the segments involving the people involved, Destiny himself, well, not Destiny, excuse me, Vaush himself, I confuse him sometimes, Vaush himself, and Tipster, and Keffels, and the reactions from H3H3 the entire way through, you need to see those things so that you have the context to know exactly how fucking crazy these people are. Absolutely right. You're getting in right into the news with your boy 3 Dog. Ow! See, that's fucked up because I should not be able to hit that octave, but I can. But no, it's your real boy 3 Carl. Guess which one is the third? But no, we're getting right into the news on this one. We're making it out the hood with this one. We're making it about the suburbs with this one. We're making it out Beverly Hills with this one. We're buying a $3 million mansion with this one, boys. However, before we begin, please do remember, Carl likes money. And if you want Carl to have money, please consider giving Carl money by donating, subscribing, sharing out the link, talking about the link, and getting into the deep shit. And should you like what you have to find here, please consider becoming a channel member or leaving a healthy donation inside of my Ko-fi box. Because I would like to help my wife pay for the car note so that we do not lose her car because she needs that shit for work. Link is posted and pinned inside of my chat. Pay with your conscience. Etc, 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 etc. Anyways. I have several pieces of information. We're coming to YouTube sanctuaries. True! But yes. To begin everything else, I will show you a piece of content in full from a content creator known as Doomer Media. All links that I've used on this will be posted in the VOD, because I have a file here on the side. Starting off with this piece of content from Doomer Media is Vaush is unironically evil. Let me just get it queued up on the screen here.
Send me an email at vaushvideo.com with your perspective.
There we go. Yeah. I appreciate. Well, you've already told me, but again, I appreciate it. Callum, I appreciate it a lot.
Send me an email at vaushvideo.com with your perspective on the issue, with the intent of being critical, because I don't learn from praise. I guess I learn a little from praise, but I learn more from not praise, okay?
If you randomly stumbled into this video without a background in online politics, Vaush is one of the biggest online political figures at the moment. He advocates for anti-capitalist, left-wing political positions, and currently holds a great degree of influence in online political discourse. In this video, I'm making the argument that Vaush is a genuinely evil person, and I understand that may sound like clickbait, but if you stick with me, I intend to fully defend the position. Timestamps in the description if you'd like to jump to a specific section, although the later sections do rely on claims made in earlier sections. In the description, you can find a link to the script, which has copious citations for every clip used and every claim made. Obviously, you don't need to read it, but do know I come bearing copious receipts.
Winning a debate and winning the audience are not necessarily always the same things. Whether or not they overlap depends pretty much exclusively with how good faith the conversation is held in. In a very bad faith conversation, there can often be a really severe disconnect between the technical procession of arguments throughout the course of the events of the debate and who's believed to have won at the end.
When you're having a conversation, whether you're trying to find the truth, persuade someone, or persuade an audience, you'll be exchanging ideas, and in order for that to proceed smoothly, you'll need something called good faith. Good faith implies a number of things: sincerity, honesty, openness, and charity. This basically means you'll be playing by the rules. You aren't trying to win the conversation through duplicitous means, and the outcome of the conversation is reflective of the quality of ideas exchanged. One of these ideas merits special attention: charity. Being charitable is attempting to interpret your opponent's statements in the best manner possible, and you may have heard this referred to as steelmanning. This is the opposite of strawmanning, a duplicitous tactic where you purposefully attack a weaker version of your opponent's argument than what they actually presented. Most of Vaush's debates are blood sports with enemies, and it's honestly incredible how bad faith and uncharitable some of these conversations can be. While it may be obvious to the casual observer that something is wrong, to fully understand how bad they really are, you would need to watch the conversation several times while taking notes. A good example is debating white supremacy with Count Dankula. This debate happened because Vaush accused Dankula of being a white supremacist, Dankula disagreed, so Vaush challenged him to a debate. Already, this is insanely bad faith. Vaush is refusing to take him at his word, and his only evidence in this debate is a couple of edgy tweets and jokes, knowing full well that Dankula is an edgy comedian. Telling edgy jokes is literally his job, and Vaush of all people should understand this because Vaush is also an edgy comedian.
I think in regards to it, I think when it comes to comedy, you can joke about absolutely anything and everything.
I just want to say, I've joked. Oh, sorry, please.
No, go ahead.
I joke about different groups of people all the time on my stream. I've joked about transgender people, I've joked about black people, I've joked about Jews. Oh boy, have I done all of those things. I think that we should be able to make jokes about anything, literally anything. I would defend that to my dying breath. And I hate that there are some lefties who are legitimately like humorless fucking bad words.
For almost everything Dankula says, there are two available explanations. The good faith explanation is that this is an edgy comedian telling edgy jokes, while the bad faith explanation is that these are proof of racism. So, arguing that Dankula is a white supremacist because he told edgy jokes is, in the strictest literal sense, Vaush being bad faith and attempting to burn a straw man. Good faith isn't even possible here, but it's made all the more amusing by something we'll learn later in the debate. Dankula is not a white supremacist. This is the worst I've ever seen Vaush lose a debate, and to the best of my knowledge, Dankula doesn't even do debates. This never needed to happen, and it's a great example of how rhetoric can't save you if you are hilariously and totally wrong. The debate begins with the moderator asking both parties to define white supremacy.
Just to clarify the term first. Sure, yeah. So, generally speaking, when I say white supremacist, I'm referring to a person who believes that there is A, some sort of fundamental distinction between the races, and B, one who believes that either the white race is superior in some empirical sense, or B, that we need to engage in policies or other social actions to prioritize that group of people.
A person who feels that white people are superior to all other races and all other races are, are or should be subservient to whites and things should be done only for the benefit of whites.
When they give their responses, they agree almost entirely, and they both basically give the Google definition. Both of these definitions are functional, so now that we agree on definitions, we can proceed in good faith, right?
Vaush, do you have any issues with that definition? Yeah, that's not the actual definition at all. It's a highly unacademic definition of white supremacy. What that does is it sets the bar so high that there's no way to ever prove that anyone is a white supremacist because they would have to buy into a fuck ton of positions before they would actually fit that qualification.
Do you see where this is going? After giving almost identical definitions that match the Google definition, Vaush denigrates Dankula's definition as being highly unacademic, and tries to shift to a definition so vague it could reasonably apply to anyone. What Vaush is doing here is attacking anything and everything Dankula says, even if Vaush said the exact same thing a minute earlier. So less than 2 minutes in, and this is already a shit show. Here are some examples of bad faith engagement just from the first 6 minutes of this conversation.
Okay, cool. Well, hey, listen, believe it or not, I don't like the fact that there are white supremacists in the world. I doubt you do either.
Now, think about this for a second. Wouldn't a white supremacist want more white supremacists in the world? This is an admission that Dankula is not a white supremacist, but Vaush continues to argue that Dankula is a white supremacist for the next 2 hours anyway.
So instead, what I think would be more interesting is if I proceed under the assumption of good faith.
This is a Vaush classic, a false claim of good faith while being incredibly bad faith. We'll be seeing this over and over again. Take note when Vaush claims to be doing a good thing, because he's probably about to do the opposite.
Yeah, I have to inductively reason it, but I think for the purposes of the discussion, it's better to walk through my thought process as I come to discover your content and the way that you talk and engage with stuff, rather than presumptively making the accusation and then like post hoc.
James, I'm not gonna answer random questions that don't seem to be on topic with the subject matter at hand, simply because sometimes you do ask questions that I want to answer, but in this situation, it's more important that everybody pay attention to what is being presented, because I will chime in at some points with random pieces of information that will seem random, but will tie in later, because it's a mystery magical tool for you to learn. But I honestly do not know what you would like me to say about Chris Hansen calling out Vaush. Do you have a clip of this? If anything, I will say it's probably funny, but I'm going to need a clip of this.
Going over all the assumed evidence.
Did you catch that? Presumptively making the accusation and then post hoc going over all the assumed evidence is exactly what Vaush did, and is currently doing.
Read from the screen. I have no inductive reason. I have to inductively reason it, but I can assume for the purposes of discussion, it's better to walk through my thought process as I come to discover your content and the way that you talk and engage with stuff, rather than presumptively making the accusation and then post hoc going over all the assumed evidence. Vaush literally accused him of being a Nazi, and then with this debate that was being had, that was being moderated by Faraday Speaks, chose to be the most disingenuous shitheel, who then showed his ass afterwards, hoping that he had done enough to impress Vaush, Marcus's audience to try and glean people off of him. He was lying through his ass this entire time when this happened.
That's why this conversation happened, and this is what Vaush typically does when he accuses people of being fascists or Nazis.
You're going to say the term, it's just a joke, do you know what the joke is, mate? Or I'm a fucking comedian about 80 times over the course of this discussion. We're not going to have any way of actually reasoning out anyone's positions, and it will end up being a complete waste of time. So we're going to see how that goes.
Are we going head first in and saying that it's just a joke, I'm a comedian, are completely invalid arguments?
No, I just want to see how many times you say them. They're totally valid arguments, and I've made them in the past.
Okay, then, so basically you're probably going to ask me a lot about jokes I've made, and the actual arguments that explain these jokes, you're trying to preemptively discredit those arguments by going, if I tell him this, he's probably going to say that's when what I'm going to say is a valid argument.
The fact that you are preemptively defending the it's just a joke defense is very telling for the kind of conversation that we're about to have.
This exchange is unbelievable. Vaush poisons the well by saying Dankula will try and use the it's just a joke defense, then concedes that this defense is valid. Then he poisons the well again and attacks Dankula further for using a defense that he conceded is valid less than 20 seconds earlier. Also, let this be made as clear as possible. Vaush has allowed the it's just a joke defense, which means winning the debate is now impossible, as Vaush has no arguments outside of what could be reasonably explained as an edgy comedian making edgy jokes. It's also worth pointing out that when Vaush says the conversation will be a complete waste of time, he's trying to discredit a debate that he very likely knows he cannot win. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. And this is all in the first 6 minutes of the conversation, by the way. This much bullshit was crammed into 6 minutes. Later in the conversation, Vaush concedes that Dankula's YouTube videos didn't seem that bad. Vaush says that Dankula's not an anti-Semite. Vaush says that Dankula isn't malicious or nefarious. Dankula and Vaush agree on immigration. We learn that Dankula's anti-colonialism. They agree on censorship, Antifa, and tankies. And Dankula expresses without prompting that people have a responsibility to keep racists out of their communities. Let's see how this debate ends.
I have no idea why these people hate trans people so much. I mean, they suck the best deck. I'm telling you, man.
Thank you for turning a sincere advocacy into a joke.
It's true, though. It's true. My audience is great with you, though.
Like no other. Like honestly, women treat your dick like it's a chore. Transsexual women treat your dick like it's their god.
And let's just take a look at Vaush's chat. Yeah, that's about as well as this can go. Vaush actually concedes, although he does so in a very roundabout way so as to save face. But there isn't any mistake. This was an extremely bad faith conversation from Vaush, and he can't even plainly admit that he's wrong without making a bunch of statements to optically hedge his defeat. Did he learn a lesson about falsely accusing people of being white supremacists? Did he grow as a person? What was he concerned with at the end of the conversation? Let's see.
Oh God. All right. That was the most difficult fucking optical juggle I've ever done in my life.
This is almost certainly an admission that, 1, Vaush is almost entirely concerned with optics, not the truth, and 2, he knows he was acting in bad faith. This is further cemented by the thumbnail. You'd think after admitting that Dankula isn't a white supremacist, he would be happy to absolve him, right? No. There's no ambiguity here. This is just horrendous, and as bad as this conversation was, the prime case fascism shit show was much worse. I was going to cover some other conversations to drive the point home, but I have an even better idea. What if Vaush plainly admitted to behaving in bad faith? Hunter Avalon was a conservative YouTuber who switched to being a centrist sockdem over the course of 2020, partially due to conversations with Vaush, and has become one of Vaush's closer friends in the YouTube space. Let's hear Vaush's recollection of these events.
Yeah, reminder, by the way, the only reason that I ever tried to talk to Hunter Avalon the way that I did was because I talked to Shuan Head beforehand. I thought that Hunter Avalon was just another, like, dumb fuck, no principles conservative. Shuan Head messaged me and said, like, hey, I've, like, met Hunter Avalon before. I think that he's, like, an authentic guy. Like, I think he actually cares about the stuff that he believes in. And that's the only reason everything following with me and Hunter Avalon happened.
Vaush is just straight up admitting that he would have treated Hunter the way he treats every other conservative, admitting that he does not treat them in good faith. Now, ask yourself, given that Vaush treated Hunter in good faith, and given that Vaush helped Hunter change his political views, what good could have been done if Vaush just treated conservatives like people?
My goal when watching this is going to be pointing out any bad arguments or any instances where I feel these people are acting in bad faith. That is my goal. One of the benefits of the type of content that I do is that you never have to worry about me taking stuff out of context.
When Vaush watches a video and pauses it constantly, it can be incredibly misleading. You may get
the biggest lie possible, by the way. Those of you who have heard me ever say the phrase, pause Andy, that's what pause Andying is. Sometimes streamers are intentionally, for the purposes of making sure that we're not about to get trolled and show something that will get our streams banned on air, will pre-watch a bit of the content for the purposes of providing context and preparing what we will then label as a stream segment to then break down into its own video as the purposes of its own react and its own watch, which you could say the entirety of this stream serves as a purpose of. Since the entire stream itself is the content, it does not need to be clipped away from any other game being had in the background, since I'm focusing on specifically what's being presented here, while also consuming this with you. Technically, I've already seen this, but the other parts I have not, with you, for you to be able to understand. Performing a pause, Andy, basically means knowing that someone's going to say something, or attempting to stop somebody from saying something, for the purposes of predicting what they will say, and then prerequisitely getting upset, or claiming you knew it beforehand. One could say, for example, when Jay and I were looking at and actively live reacting to our first view of the Monique interview from Club Shay Shay, that our reactions to Shannon Sharp and Monique were pause Andys. There isn't really a female version of the pause Andy word because it's another way of saying anon, because it's Twitch logic and Twitch words, but effectively, doing what Vaush does, pausing, stopping somebody from speaking, and then continuing to speak, is a form of pause ending. Hello. Hi, Ebony. So, most of the time, pause ending is looked down on, because if you're going to talk over somebody's content, you usually want to do so for the purposes of laying out whatever context it is you're trying to provide. It's very important to do that. Because sometimes you need to preface what you're doing, and you need to break down the explanation for why you're saying it. But usually, pause ending is actually somebody stopping the video before they finish saying something, getting angry, and then the thing that they're being angry about being addressed in the video, and acting as though they did not just flip their shit about what they're doing. The problem with Vaush and how he pause Andys is that he does an insidious form of pause Andy, which is pause buffering. He will stop somebody in the middle of their sentence, accuse them, or say something that is obviously, if they were to continue watching the clip, demonstrates that it is not so to the worldview or to the principle or the belief or the philosophy that he just excited, and will continue forward as though the opinion they started with when they first paused is true for the clip in whole. So let's say I have a video of myself saying, I like apples and waffles, but I also will eat pancakes if you put them in front of me. Somebody takes a video of me saying, I like apples and waffles, and they pause on the breath before I say, and I will eat pancakes if they're put in front of me. They'll say, oh, so you like apples and waffles? What the fuck you got against pancakes, bitch? You don't like circles, but you want to square that circle, huh? Yeah, you want to square that circle, don't you, Carl? And then they click on the video, and they continue to, and I like pancakes, and I will eat them if they're put in front of me. They then need to square that circle of their accusation by acting as though I did not just say something that would be contrary to the view they just said about me. Let's use an example of a real case matter. Let's say I give a take about police stats. A well-known police stat, black on black violence, is higher per capita against every other marketed group, even in the case of blacks on white. But they hear me say that sentence I just said, black on black crime is higher per capita against every other measurement, even including the measurement of black on white crime. And they hear me say, black on black crime is higher per capita. Click! Oh my god, we're gonna hear another take from one of those fucking losers. Another fucking idiot who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Break out the DOJ statistics. Break out the DOJ statistics. It's time to conclude. That's being a pause Andy. It's inherently disingenuous in and of itself. This happens a lot more in the streamer world than it does in the debate world, because people like to give full context and full claims for these things. They just go off randomly, assuming and knowing and concluding. But some people do. Vaush is one of those.
The impression that you've absorbed the content because you technically watched it, and if you were to go back and watch the video Vaush covered on its own, you'd likely feel you were experiencing it for the first time. We're going to be looking at one of Vaush's videos that responds to a podcast by Sam Harris. Vaush only watches 6 minutes of Sam Harris's 113-minute podcast, or roughly 5% of the content, so 95% of the context is missing. Keep this in the back of your mind, because nearly all of Vaush's claims about Harris can be refuted with context from the other 107 minutes. It's also worth pointing out that Vaush is responsible for what he does with his platform. Vaush could have either listened to the whole podcast beforehand to address things with context, or gone over the whole thing, or not covered it at all. If it is the case that Vaush cherry-picked a small segment and misrepresented Harris's arguments, there's no excuse for that. Vaush chose to cover it on stream, and Vaush chose to post the video, so any misrepresentations are Vaush's responsibility. There's one thing to clear up before we get into the content: the distinction between interpersonal and systemic racism.
Well, sure, but systemic racism doesn't even need racist people at the helm. Systemic racism perpetuates itself through, like, systemic inequality. If you have a society where absolutely nobody is racially biased, but black people start off with less, the way economics works ensures that they'll continue to have less, at least for a very long time.
This is a topic Vaush discusses frequently, so he should not be confused by the distinction. On screen now are various quotes from the podcast Vaush is responding to that demonstrate irrefutably that Harris acknowledges the existence of systemic racism. One in particular should drive the point home.
As I've already acknowledged, there is a legacy of racism in the United States that we're still struggling to outgrow. That is obvious. There are real racists out there. And there are ways in which racism became institutionalized a long time ago. Many will remember that during the crack epidemic, the penalties for crack and powder cocaine were quite different. And this led black drug offenders to be locked up for much longer than white ones. Now, whether the motivation for that policy was consciously racist or not, I don't know. But it was effectively racist.
And how about another?
How much of this inequality is due to the legacy of slavery? And how much of it is due to the ensuing century of racist policies? I'm prepared to think quite a lot. And it strikes me as totally legitimate to think about paying reparations as a possible remedy here. Of course, one will then need to talk about reparations for the Native Americans.
Harris absolutely affirms the existence of systemic racism. What Harris questions in the podcast is the degree to which interpersonal racism plays a part in police use of force. This is crucially important because, as you can see from the video title, Vaush's main argument against Harris is that he denies the existence of systemic racism, which is demonstrably untrue. Let's see how this video begins.
I'm going to make an effort to be as charitable as possible to the arguments that I hear.
Remember what happens when Vaush claims to be doing a good thing. So how does Vaush present Harris's argument? We're going to quickly cover every single thing Harris says and every single time Vaush pauses. I will summarize these to move through quickly, but feel free to pause or check the script for sources if you're interested. Vaush begins by agreeing with Harris's claim and then vaguely gesturing at systemic racism, implying that Harris would disagree. But as we've already demonstrated, Harris enthusiastically affirms the existence of systemic racism. It uses this pattern of Vaush agreeing with Harris's claim and then vaguely gesturing at Harris denying systemic racism, because that's almost the entire video. Then Vaush implies Harris believes in scientific racism and implies that Harris would deny the existence of systemic racism. Harris doesn't. Then Vaush responds to Harris misquoting statistics, and Vaush would be correct, but he has to throw in misinformation at the end. This should be the easiest win for Vaush in the world, but he has to insist that these numbers only apply to arrests and not incarcerations. This would imply that the state is less likely to imprison black people for violent crimes, when Vaush repeatedly argues the opposite, and the data shows the opposite. This is an example of a frequent trend. Even when Vaush says things that are true, he often exaggerates them to the point of falsehood. Then Vaush implies that Harris is attempting to justify racist policies, which he clearly isn't. Again, Harris proposed paying reparations in this podcast. Then Harris makes the most controversial statement of the podcast, and Vaush disagrees with it. Also, can someone please explain to me what low-level murder is? Honestly, I want an explanation. What is low-level murder? Then Vaush pauses to agree with Harris again, while trying to put words in Harris's mouth. Then Vaush implies once again that Harris denies the existence of systemic racism, and yada yada yada, you get the picture. Then Vaush says that Harris is strawmanning Black Lives Matter into only being about police reform, which Harris never said, and in fact Harris specifically called out systemic injustice in our legal system beyond simply the police. It's also worth pointing out that Harris explicitly made an argument for defunding the police in this podcast. And then Vaush does this.
So let's give him a chance to respond.
I don't even know what to say to this. Vaush has been ranting for 6 minutes at this point, and 20 minutes into his video, he's only played roughly 2 minutes of Harris talking. Harris doesn't get a chance to respond, my dude. Then Vaush accuses Harris of misdirection while misdirecting. Harris is not a conservative. He takes every available opportunity to trash Trump, and while some people may point out that Vaush is only implying Harris is a conservative here, Vaush will go on to directly state that later, so the intention to communicate this idea is quite clear. Then Vaush accuses Harris of supporting militarized policing, when Harris explicitly condemned this in this podcast. Then Vaush just agrees with Harris on police brutality. Then Vaush starts to get incredibly bad faith. Remember how Vaush has been grilling Harris for denying systemic racism for this entire video? What Harris is laying out here is an explicit case for systemic racism. Does Vaush realize his mistake and give Harris credit? No, Vaush interrupts Harris to insult him, so his audience will forget what Harris is saying.
25% more likely to use pepper spray or baton.
I will give Sam Harris credit for one thing, if nothing else. He has the perfect cadence and vocal tone for a pseudo-intellectual.
Up until this point, you may have been able to make a case that Vaush was just irresponsible, but this isn't just irresponsible. This is malicious. And now Vaush is strawmanning Harris. Harris is quoting several studies, including the Johnson study, which has a conclusion that controls for proximity. Again, this is where the interpersonal racism and systemic racism distinction becomes important. Harris is arguing against the idea that interpersonal racism among police is responsible for these issues, and arguing instead that systemic racism is what we should be focusing on. Vaush agrees with this argument elsewhere. He's simply refusing to acknowledge that this is what Harris is actually saying. Then Vaush proceeds to misunderstand Harris's argument while also calling Harris's argument dumb. Again, Harris is arguing against interpersonal racism and for systemic racism. And then Vaush plays the last Harris quote, takes Harris out of context, misrepresents Harris's argument, calls Harris an anti-intellectual, calls Harris a conservative, and once again asserts that Harris denies the existence of systemic racism. Vaush consistently misrepresents Harris's argument and slings ad homs, and even when Vaush is correct, he undermines his own argument by exaggerating things to the point of falsehood. How does Vaush feel about this?
I think I'm comfortable from the section of this podcast that I've listened to in understanding Sam Harris's approach. In essence, he is very comfortable invoking the black rate of criminality without providing any explanation. He will dismiss evidence which does not favor his point, and then he will assign to these studies a correlative data point which was not backed by the researchers, which actually once more places the blame on black people.
Which is basically what Vaush does on every single instance that he's ever seen in general.
This is a blatant lie. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad if Vaush were merely misunderstanding an argument, but I think it's considerably worse.
Which actually once more places the blame on black people. Because that is what people like Sam Harris want to do. But I do know that his narrative here is one which perfectly suits the mentality of the American racist. It's every lazy, ad hoc, biased dismissal of the overwhelming evidence in favor of systemic racism, in favor of an explanation which is at once non-explanatory and also very deeply suggestive of a biological problem with black people. They're rather fond of that, aren't they? I don't think I've argued with a conservative once who wasn't willing to at least suggest or imply a genetic explanation for black criminality. Okay, why is their culture the way it is? And they'll go, I don't know. Why is their culture the way it is? And without falling back on sociological explanations for that question, the only remaining answer is one which they know they can substantiate in academia, so they do not directly state: a genetic explanation. Anyway, I don't want to appear uncharitable to Sam Harris.
Yeah. Watch out for any time Vaush claims to be doing a good thing. Watching 5% of a video, lying to your audience about its arguments, and then calling the person you're responding to a racist is not good faith engagement.
Do you think that's the end of the quote right there? When you see a video like this, and a quote is provided, and it begins and ends mid-sentence, do you think that's an accurate representation? Trust me, speaking as Vaush, it's pretty easy to cut people out of context. Aggressively easy, one might say.
Equivocation is the weaponization of ambiguous language by assigning a single idea multiple meanings, then switching between them as needed. As it just so happens, I happen to have caught a great example of this on Twitter. Now, I'm not trying to be mean to Viv, I'm going to say nice things about her later, but this exchange was a perfect example of equivocation. First, Viv says that arbitrary means a system without rational justification. Then in her next tweet says that arbitrary can mean anything you like, because meaning is subjective. These are mutually exclusive, so which is it? If she's allowed to establish both meanings, she can switch between the definitions of arbitrary based on whatever best suits her needs at the time. This is the essence of equivocation, an unreasonable willingness to shift the meaning of words around based on whatever happens to be convenient. Vaush equivocates constantly, but in particular I'd like to discuss his insistence on calling the people he disagrees with Nazis. Now, imagine a scale of Nazism. On the far end, you have a person who's willing to violently establish an ethno-state. Lower than that, you might have attending Nazi rallies or saying things like, the Holocaust didn't happen, but I wish it did. Below that, you might have someone who clearly questions the traditional Holocaust narrative but isn't committed to a rejection, or someone who clearly harbors racist feelings but isn't willing to do anything about them. Then way down at the bottom, you might have an insensitive boomer comment like, there sure are a lot of black people on this beach. These are clearly not the same thing. The last is an insensitive statement that might belie racism, or ignorance, or cultural differences, or any other number of things. It clearly doesn't demonstrate that someone is a racist, but it might be a behavior indicative of Nazi beliefs, so it's included as the very smallest possible hint of this belief structure. There's a reasonable discussion to be had about where the line should be drawn for someone to be considered a Nazi, but it's not reasonable to use the same term for all of these different behaviors. Now, I'm sure you can see where this is going. Vaush equivocates all of these behaviors into the single label Nazi, and will freely apply to people who don't even reasonably meet the lowest qualification. A good example is PewDiePie, who we'll call Felix, one of the biggest YouTubers with over 100 million subscribers. Vaush made 4 videos where he directly states or strongly implies that Felix is a Nazi more than 20 times.
And I also think that PewDiePie is a member of the alt-right. Some kind of reactionary fascist neo-Nazi, maybe.
Calling someone a Nazi is a serious claim, so Vaush would need a lot of evidence to justify it, especially over the Occam's razor explanation that Felix is just an edgy gamer bro. Here are all the arguments Vaush makes to justify calling Felix a Nazi in those 4 videos. Now, this might seem like a good case, right? Nope. First, Felix has 100 million subscribers. Of course he's going to have some number of Nazis in his audience. Anyone with that many fans would. That doesn't mean anything, nor does the fact that some Nazis like him. The band Depeche Mode and Taylor Swift were both repeatedly endorsed by white supremacists and leaders of supremacist organizations, and these musicians all disavowed these supremacist groups in public statements. Are we going to assume that Tay-Tay is a Nazi now? Of course not. Felix also publicly denounced white supremacist and white supremacist groups repeatedly. Felix makes edgy jokes because that is his job, which Vaush should understand, as he is also an edgy comedian. These 3 are ludicrous accusations that never should have been made, and while I understand that some people are particularly sensitive to jokes involving dressing up as a Nazi, this is historically very common. I can understand why you would be uncomfortable with this, but this is simply not evidence that Charlie Chaplin, Sarah Silverman, or Charlie Day are Nazis. Next, Felix withdrew a donation to the ADL, a Jewish organization. Now, that could be interpreted as a symptom of Nazi beliefs, but then you would have to wonder why would he donate to them in the first place. There's a much better explanation. Felix donated to them to try and do something nice, then realized they had publicly slandered him and withdrew his support as he didn't want to donate to an organization which slandered him in the past. For the record, Felix actually defended the ADL during this, while Vaush denigrated them.
I don't think the charity is as bad as everyone says, but at the same time, it just didn't make sense for me to donate it to it.
Hey guys, it's true. The ADL is actually like hot garbage. Not joking. It's real fucking bad. Now, I'll be honest with you. I hate the ADL.
Now, what does it even mean that Felix didn't denounce the Nazis in his community enthusiastically enough? Who is to judge? Vaush? Felix made apology video after apology video during this period, and took other efforts to try and make it plainly clear that he does not support Nazis. At one point, Vaush details the kind of apology video he wished Felix had made, while responding to an apology video from Felix that met his suggestions. This is the second time Vaush has made a video responding to Felix apologizing for this. The evidence seems to suggest that Vaush would not accept any form of apology from Felix, so why would we allow Vaush to judge the sincerity of Felix's apologies? The Christchurch allegation is particularly silly, given that he released an almost 90-page manifesto and Felix is mentioned 0 times. He was not motivated by Felix. He was a deeply mentally ill and racist person trying to instigate a race war. As for the hoodie, Vaush admits that Felix is not wearing a Nazi symbol, even though he repeatedly tries to equivocate it as such.
And was that a Georgian cross? Yes, yes it is. I didn't believe at any point that he like ordered it, like, haha, bros, this is going to be so good. For the Jew video, I wear this and they would think it's the Iron Cross. I never believed that.
Okay, so don't bring it up then. As for ER, the worst you could say is that Felix didn't do enough research before shouting him out, which Felix acknowledged and apologized for. Now, following people on Twitter isn't an endorsement of their views. In fact, following someone on Twitter doesn't even imply you necessarily know who they are. Okay, so we have a person with roughly 5,000 hours of content online, and the argument we're making for him being a Nazi is that he worked with Ben Shapiro, a Jewish person. Do I need to explain how irresponsible this is? This wasn't a one-off thing. Vaush made 4 videos about this, repeatedly accusing Felix of being a Nazi.
Is that just looking at it on its own? This could just be from like a gaming channel that has edgy moments.
There doesn't seem to be a single piece of evidence to call Felix a Nazi instead of an edgy gamer bro, and Vaush made 4 videos about this. If the word Nazi applies to both Hitler and Felix, it ceases to carry any meaning.
The thing that me... Oh, damn it. I have to remember that happens. Can't release ammunition like that. But the thing to remember, when it comes to the context of that particular event in question, you need to remember that people assume, because of ER making the jokes that he does, that he's inherently hateful and bigoted against Jewish people. I don't believe that. Nobody believes that. Nobody sees that. He just likes making the jokes because it gets a reaction. That is it. Keep that in mind when we start to see the kind of jokes that Vaush makes down the line.
accusing people that aren't white supremacists of being white supremacists, you are helping white supremacists.
I have Vaush calling Ben Shapiro, Felix, Sagar and Jetty, Sam Harris, James Lindsay, and Jordan Peterson Nazis, or implying it so strongly that the accusation is unmistakable. And similarly, apparently Ben Shapiro, Felix, Antonin Scalia, George W. Bush, Thomas Sowell, Sagar and Jetty, Burgess Owens, James Lindsay, and Jordan Peterson are all apparently fascists, and I didn't even look for these specifically. I'm sure there are many more. This goes beyond an innocent misuse of language. Vaush purposefully equivocates these things to try and lambast his opponents as much as possible, and even in the most charitable reading, this is straightforwardly dishonest.
Don't go crazy hyperbole calling everyone who ever does this a neo-Nazi.
To be as good faith as possible, let's find the single video on Vaush's channel which would be least likely to contain misinformation. Vaush claims the most expertise in criminal justice, specifically corrections and supervision, and there is a video about precisely this topic where Vaush claims expertise, and where Vaush claims to have nailed the video in the description. This video is a response to a PragerU video titled, Why Are So Many Americans in Prison? If any video on Vaush's channel is going to be trustworthy, it should be this one.
This was put forward under the pretense of academic legitimacy. If you put all of this forward out of ignorance, I also think that's malicious. Actually, ooh, I did my baccalaureate thesis, months of research, and dozens of pages of writing on the potential economic benefits of prison vocational programs.
Let it first be known that I'm not defending PragerU or whoever this clown is. The premise of this video is disgusting, and nearly all of its contents are misleading. However, I only count 3 outright falsehoods in this video from the PragerU clown, and I also count 3 outright falsehoods from Vaush. The first falsehood Vaush presents is a condemnation of violent and serious offenders. Either that it would be necessarily bad or ineffective to provide rehabilitative services for these people, or that letting them out early would be necessarily bad, presumably because they would be more likely to reoffend. None of this is true. Violent and sexual offenses actually have some of the most effective rehabilitation methods, and these offenders have some of the lowest rates of recidivism when compared to other kinds of criminals. Furthermore, violent and sexual offenders get the worst.
There's a reason why they have such high forms of recidivism. Would anybody like to take a guess in the audience why rapists and abusers of women have the highest rates of recidivism? And, or technically, higher rates of recidivism amongst the black community, but lower overall success rates of reintegration in society. Can anyone guess what those reasons might be? No points for the first 3 guesses. Yes, I'm playing Power World. Would anyone like to take a guess? Would anyone at all like to take a guess why? I promise you, the thought that comes to mind may not necessarily be wrong, but the first 3 tries don't get a gold star. I said several words. Which one are you talking about? Recidivism? Recidivism just means going back to jail constantly. Lower rates of recidivism in general with higher success rates, but a higher rate of recidivism inside the black community. Can anyone guess the reasons why that might be the case? Anyone? Anyone at all? Take your guesses. Yes, repeat offenders. Are you sure? There should be a very simple reason why people will change their attitude about the things they did that put them into prison so they never go back to prison again. Would anyone like to guess? I'll be sad if nobody guesses it because everybody's scared they're going to get the answer wrong. Sex offender registry is technically an answer. Shunned by society is technically an answer. Guilt's a good answer. Regret's a good answer. Social stigma's a good answer. But ding, 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 Galaxy Dragon! People in jail don't like rapists! And will actively hurt them themselves and take the extra years for getting them out of the legal system. So the incentivization, if you didn't know, is that if you go into jail and somebody reads your papers and their papers come back dirty, they're going to have a conversation with you. Either telling you to die under a rock, or if they even hear about you getting out, or hear about you doing something in prison, even close to what you went in for, they're going to fuck you up. So what Vaush said has literally no sense to it. But let's watch it again. Just make sure it layers in.
The premise of this video is disgusting, and nearly all of its contents are misleading. However, I only count 3 outright falsehoods in this video from the PragerU clown, and I also count 3 outright falsehoods from Vaush. The first falsehood Vaush presents is a condemnation of violent and serious offenders. Either that it would be necessarily bad or ineffective to provide rehabilitative services for these people, or that letting them out early would be necessarily bad, presumably because they would be more likely to reoffend. No.
Letting people out of jail and providing services to keep them from being criminals and reintegrate them into society after they pay their dues to society in prison is bad because ... Now make it black.
None of this is true. Violent and sexual offenses actually have some of the most effective rehabilitation methods, and these offenders have some of the lowest rates of recidivism when compared to other kinds of criminals. Furthermore, violent and sexual offenders get the worst treatment when going through parole and being assigned terms of supervision, so they could easily be the group that is most in need of help, given the premise that our justice system is too punitive and not focused enough on rehabilitation. Every component of Vaush's claim runs contrary to the facts here.
There's a reason why conservatives, like that kid, and the people who give him his money, are so interested in maintaining the status quo. And the reason for that is because felons can't vote.
The second falsehood Vaush presents is that felons can vote. Again, this is not true. In the vast majority of the country, felons can either vote upon completion of their sentence, or everyone outside of prison can vote. In the stripey states, some felons are permanently disenfranchised, but only in 2 states, Kentucky and Virginia, are all felons permanently disenfranchised. In some cases, felons may need to go through a process to have their voting rights restored, but it is still a blatant falsehood to say that felons can't vote, even in the region that Vaush is talking about.
Keeping felons from voting is a deliberate effort to keep black and brown people from contributing their votes.
Then Vaush goes off the deep end and claims felons can't vote because the state hates black people. Yikers. First of all, it's difficult to ascribe any motivation to an institution, as institutions are made up of an incredible number of different people and policies, etc. And this is particularly true for the US correction system, where most prisoners are in state prisons and jails, and each state has their own, sometimes wildly different standards for handling corrections and supervision. To ascribe motivation to the system as a whole is stupid on its face, but then to say the motivation is racism is just blatantly wrong. Now that Vaush knows about the vast restoration of voting rights, do you think he would admit that the state loves black people? I doubt it. That's 3 blatant falsehoods in the video on Vaush's channel, where he should have the greatest degree of expertise, and in which he claims to have done a great job. Most of his other claims are at least partially wrong as well, but I'm more concerned with claims that he absolutely wouldn't make with a genuine expertise in criminal justice. So, let's look at a few more.
Our prison population is higher both per capita and in total numbers than any other fucking country on earth. How? Well, the real answer how is because of private prisons and because lobbying from those private prisons to increase both the number of crimes and the sentencing length of those crimes because they profit from it. It's to make people money. That's the actual reason why, by the way. It's not just because we hate black people. It's because we hate black people and we want to make a lot of fucking money off their suffering.
Here, Vaush claims that mass incarceration resulted from lobbying from private prisons. No. Private prisons do not drive correctional policy. Private prisons account for less than 9% of prisoners, and an incredibly small amount of money is spent by private prisons on lobbying. In 2020, only $4 million was spent in an $80 billion industry. That is 1/200%. And if you go back a few years to 2014, the amount spent is under $500,000. This is particularly relevant because mass incarceration resulted from policy changes that happened in the 70s and 90s, long before private prisons had even the meager influence they carry today. Private prisons didn't cause mass incarceration. They leech off of it. This is a conspiracy theory that you could only peddle if you knew nothing about the substantive facts of the matter.
Almost like they created a problem that they knew would disproportionately affect like black communities, and then introduced mass incarceration, which they could conveniently extract slave labor from.
Then Vaush claims that the state has an incentive to lock people up for slave labor. The idea that prisoners are a profitable labor force for the state is demonstrably untrue, as the cost of incarceration dwarfs the labor value of an inmate. The state has no incentive to lock people up for slave labor, but you don't need to take my word for it because Vaush admits this in another video. Next, let's look at some other criminal justice misinformation, this time about the police. And oh boy, where do we even begin? Vaush has a huge problem with spreading misinformation about the police. Let's begin with a few entire videos that are factually incorrect. First up is a video about Aaron Danielson and Michael Reinl. Reinl stalked Danielson and shot him in the back. The video of this was available on social media within hours of the events, and Reinl was identified by authorities, but Portland police didn't apprehend Reinl. This led Trump to send in the US Marshals, which resulted in Reinl's death under circumstances which are disputed. Vaush begins the video claiming that his handling of the situation was incredibly responsible.
What I wanted to do was say, this was an extrajudicial killing, this was a lynching, this was a hit put out by the government because he killed a member of Patriot Prayer, a far-right group, and the government backs the far-right. But I didn't want to be hyperbolic. The reason for that...
Remember, chat, the government backing the alt-right is when they are actively infested with people in places like Portland, unwilling to adhere to the limits of what they're told, and are relatively and willingly destroying their state. Backing the far right is J6 and other such bullshit.
That is because I'm not a fucking dumbass. I try to be responsible for the most part, and I waited.
So again, this should be a video where Vaush is at his best. Criminal justice is his area of expertise, and he was apparently extra careful to be sure he was delivering this information responsibly. Unfortunately, nearly every single detail of this video is wrong. First of all, Vaush states or implies 5 times that Reinl was acting in self-defense and shooting Danielson. This is a blatant lie. Reinl stalked Danielson and shot him in the back. This isn't misleading his audience about a small detail. This is perhaps the most important piece of information in the entire video, and Vaush lies about it 5 times, despite his earlier claims about being responsible. Remember what happens when Vaush claims to be doing a good thing. The rest of the video contains so many falsehoods I don't even have time to mention all of them. Misrepresenting the legal authority and role of police, misrepresenting the legal concept of innocence, misrepresenting the existence of retributive justice under the law, misrepresenting the details of the shooting of Reinl, misrepresenting Trump's statements about Reinl, consistently framing the killing of Reinl as a hit put out by Trump, etc. Almost every individual statement in this video is either misinformation, gross hyperbole, or blatant fearmongering.
At points like this, when he says stuff like that, I don't know if he expects his audience to know that he's lying. I genuinely don't know. When people watch that, do they think he actually fact-checked it, or do they think he's making a joke? I genuinely do not know.
Then we can look at Vaush's video in the wake of the shooting of Jacob Blake. The video begins with a blatant falsehood. Vaush claims Shapiro is invoking the he was no angel argument, but Shapiro isn't. He's discussing why police were there in the first place.
It doesn't matter if Jacob Blake had just finished raping millions of people. Impressive, if nothing else. It doesn't matter.
Then Vaush spreads misinformation about Blake being unarmed, continuing to misrepresent the role of police and the legal concept of innocence, and misrepresenting other basic facts about the case. This is a video about Blake and Shapiro's response to the shooting of Blake, and Vaush totally misrepresents both of them. It's also worth pointing out that Vaush has another video about Blake, released right after the footage went public, and it is way worse. Then we can look at Vaush's video about the 2019 Miramar shootout. Vaush claimed police cars are bulletproof when they aren't, repeatedly claimed that all victims were shot by police when this still isn't known today, and Vaush additionally claimed that UPS refused to compensate the victim who was kidnapped and murdered, despite showing evidence that UPS did compensate the family of the victim 3 different times during the video. And these are just the direct falsehoods, not to mention downplaying the seriousness of the original incident by insisting that no one was killed in the jewelry store when someone was shot, and spending most of the video running defense for the people who robbed the store, shot an employee, and kidnapped Frank Ordonez as an excuse to place all of the blame on police. What about insisting the umbrella guy was an undercover cop when he wasn't?
This guy. So we've got a person here who is essentially unidentifiable, at least by appearance, by way of the full black garb and the gas mask and everything else. Here's the thing that I know for a fact is happening. Undercover cops. There is nothing on earth that can tell me that motherfucker in the black getup with the umbrella smashing those AutoZone windows at the beginning of the protest wasn't a fucking cop.
Or spreading misinformation about Amy Klobuchar and Derek Chauvin.
Amy Klobuchar was one of the people who declined to bring charges against the officers who killed George Floyd.
Or spreading misinformation about Kyle Rittenhouse.
He was literally laying on his ass, firing shots at people 20 feet away who weren't even moving towards him.
Or spreading misinformation about the Twitter cop planting evidence.
Why did I retweet this? I'm such a fucking idiot, dude. I trusted the fucking headline again.
Are you getting the picture? And keep in mind, this is only misinformation about his greatest area of expertise. If you aren't capable of covering breaking news without spreading misinformation, then don't cover breaking news.
See, I'm not a news outlet. I don't do breaking news, you know? I'm not a journalist. I don't really have the training or the contacts necessary to update, get live information and verify it on the scene and then update. And I generally don't want to...
It's called you wait for corroborating evidence and you compare between everyone reporting it. Anyone can do it. It's what I did in preparation of this stream, Vaush.
Propaganda misinformation. Speaking of which...
If you aren't capable of talking about the police without spreading misinformation, then don't talk about the police. Is this really so complicated? Also, you may be wondering why Vaush is so consistently wrong about the police.
The police don't want to protect American citizens. The police don't want to uphold the law. If they wanted to do either of those things, they wouldn't be behaving the way they're behaving now. What police want is limitless power. That is what the police want. That is the only thing they want. The police as an institution want to be able to drive into the low-income districts of whatever city they happen to squat in, like an occupying force, and just murder people. I hate the police as an institution. I despise it.
And we haven't even gotten to the other misinformation yet, which will now float by on screen. I have 15 pages of notes purely on Vaush's falsehoods. And keep in mind, these are only the verifiable falsehoods, and not including gross hyperbole or implying false information.
To read some of these out for you as they're floating by. Because the text is very small, and it's very hard for you to see this. Sure this is the same? Yep, correct. Right. Let us, chat, read these as they scroll by together.
The police as an institution. I despise it.
And we haven't even gotten to the other misinformation.
Let us read, chat. I'll even slow it down for everybody, and I will mute the audio, and then we'll replay the section from 4508. You need to see this with your own eyes. Because it is that bad. It is that bad. It is literally this bad. This is how frequent... Wrong side, Carl. This is how frequent. This is how constant. Every time he opens his mouth. It's every single time he opens his mouth. Every single time he opens his fucking mouth. There are more examples like this. There are more cases like this. There are more streams like this. There are more clips like this. These are just the ones collected by Doomer Media at the time in which he published this content. It is that fucking bad. You shouldn't need to squint. We're on the screen where you can see it on top of recording screen. It's this bad. It's this bad. His lies are this constant. His constant push forward of his content and his viewpoints are this bad. It's shameful.
police want. That is the only thing they want. The police as an institution want to be able to drive into the low-income districts of whatever city they happen to squat in, like an occupying force, and just murder people. I hate the police as an institution. I despise it.
And we haven't even gotten to the other misinformation yet, which will now float by on the screen. I have 15 pages of notes purely on Vaush's falsehoods. And keep in mind, these are only the verifiable falsehoods. I'm not including gross hyperbole or implying false information or telling half-truths, etc. How do I even cover all of this? Also keep in mind, I didn't watch all of his videos. Only about 80 of the over 1,000 videos on his main channel. I didn't troll through Vaush's Twitter, or his second channel, or the various clip channels, or his streams, etc. It's not an exaggeration to say that his content is riddled with falsehoods, and that nothing he says should ever be trusted without Googling it first. I could spend the next hour going through all of this, but instead, let's see what Vaush thinks about the ethics of lying.
Okay, I said that. I personally said that we're comfortable accepting a level of intellectual dishonesty. Okay. Sometimes, if intellectual honesty is the cost of a successful improvement of the state of humanity, then sometimes that just has to be made. I'm very flexible, I guess, with means or methods. As long as it leads people in a good direction, I think it's generally pretty defensible.
People just report things that are just actually not true. That's my issue.
Sure, they do that. But
Vaush has been defending lying for a political gain for almost 10 years, and it shows in his behavior. As we'll learn later on, this is also fully justified by his personal philosophy. Now, you don't need to take my word for it. You can check the script and my sources to verify all of this for yourself. So just beware that you can never take anything Vaush says at face value.
at this point, when we're in a position where so many people are so willing to lie so flagrantly, if they say one thing, if they make a single argument that I could disprove with a single Google search, then what does that say about the rest of the information they have for you? In all likelihood, it means that everything they're saying is horseshit. They're just cobbling together as many stories as they can, and that disproving one of them is enough to dispel the credibility of the rest of you. There is not a good base of conservatives in this country. These people are no different from the Ku Klux Klan. They are no different from the fucking white nationalists who ran terror campaigns in the South back during the 1920s, 30s, 40s. They are absolutely no different from the frothing at the mouth, screaming fucking pasty mayo people who are throwing rocks at black folk going to integrated schools. There is no difference. I completely reject this idea. I completely reject this idea that there has been some sort of noble transition of the conservative base in this country, because it hasn't happened, people. It's still there. They're exactly the same. Nothing has changed. If you have a conservative family member, I'm sorry, they're part of the problem. If you have a conservative friend, I'm sorry, they're part of the problem.
Now we arrive at the part of the video where I need to start making controversial statements, and it's incredibly embarrassing to me that this will be taken as controversial. There are perfectly decent reasons to be a conservative that have nothing to do with racism. Rather than play a bunch of clips of Vaush dehumanizing these people, I'm just going to let his comments scroll by on screen while I talk. The people who agree with Vaush argue through the lens of historical materialism, and it is precisely through this lens that we see the most common reason people become conservatives. They perceive paying taxes to be against their class interests. This should be the most obvious thing in the world. It's literally a foundational principle for Vaush's worldview. This is also reflected in polls of policymaking for conservatives. A good chunk of conservatives are single-issue voters on reducing taxation, and I've spoken with several people who voted for Trump who said he disgusted them, and they were second to do it. Does that sound familiar? I heard the same thing from people who voted for Hillary. Voting for someone is not an endorsement of all their views. Obviously, Vaush doesn't agree with Biden on much. He just sees Biden as being preferable to Trump.
Now, what a lot of people on the left fail to realize is that Democrats like Biden. I'm not saying you have to, because I don't.
Now, really quickly, we need to talk about Trump. I hate Trump. Don't take this as a defense of Trump or his behavior. It's indefensible. But while I'm not willing to defend Trump, I am willing, to some degree, to defend the people who voted for Trump, especially against reckless hyperbole coming from people like Vaush. The main reason people accuse Trump voters of being racist are immigration policy, the border wall, and the travel ban. Now, before we get into the data of what Trump voters actually think on these issues, let's realize that strict views on immigration don't make a person racist. Do you think Denmark is racist? Denmark's immigration policies are much more strict than the United States. From what I can tell, the current Republican sentiment on immigration was bipartisan in the US until after 2012, and these views are still somewhat common abroad. That doesn't make them racists. And if you actually do have data on your side, you're gonna have a much easier time changing their mind by saying you're wrong about the facts, then you're a terrible racist piece of shit. And keep in mind, you only need to convert about 10% of the Republican base for them to never win a national election again. If you care about political efficacy, you should be very concerned with maximizing your appeal to that 10%, rather than focusing on how bad the worst 10% of the party is. Another thing to point out is that lots of people who voted for Trump probably don't care about immigration at all. Between 55 and 65% of Republicans think immigration should be a priority, meaning that at least 1 in 3 simply don't care. In list of policy priority, it's usually around 4th, sometimes as low as 9th, and is always getting completely crushed by the economy. This is a strong indication that Republicans care way more about things like taxes than immigration. When looking at issue-by-issue polling, things get way more complicated. Roughly 80% of Republicans favor the travel bans, but so do roughly 50% of independents and 10 to 35% of Democrats. That doesn't mean 10 to 35% of Democrats are racist. The travel bans might be taken as a hatred of Muslims, but when asked if Christians should be given priority in immigration, 90% of Americans said religion shouldn't matter. There was between 65 to 80% support for the border wall among Republicans, but 40 to 50% of Republicans supported Dreamers. 55% of Trump supporters think illegal immigrants are as honest and hardworking as American citizens. And you'll see up to 60% support among Republicans of allowing illegal immigrants to stay if they meet certain conditions. Clearly, this is a bit more complicated than Republicans just hating Hispanic people. Then there were some other interesting findings, like 50% of Republicans saying black Americans faced a lot of discrimination, 45% of Republicans supporting Biden's infrastructure plan that was basically a small version of the Green New Deal, 50% of Republican voters supporting UBI, 45% of Republicans supporting public option, and 50% of Republicans saying they wish Trump was more presidential and less of a man-child on Twitter. I'm sorry, but this doesn't look like a party of hard-bitten racists. What it looks like to me is a party of people who are collectively vulnerable to fear-mongering about immigration and want to be safe. If you want to get rid of these people, the best way to do that isn't to call them racists. If you accuse someone who isn't racist of being a racist, they are likely to write you off entirely. You don't get to complain about conservatives fixating on the culture war if you're in the trenches yourselves. The accusations of Republicans being fascists are honestly so hilarious, I'm not even going to bother finding sources. Perhaps the single greatest aim of the GOP is to dismantle the government, which is the opposite of what a fascist would want. Not to mention, Trump stacked the judiciary, which proceeded to unanimously rule against him, and his comical efforts to overturn the election. If these people are fascists, then they're very fucking bad at it. Now, you might think Republicans are rubes for allowing themselves to be consumed by fear-mongering, but this is hardly restricted to Republicans.
Fear-mongering is a derogatory term for a type of behavior
Am I being shot
exhibited
from?
in a lot of political figures online, especially conservatives, where you try to present information in a way that warrants an unnecessary or exaggerated fear response from your audience.
This is from the Rhino video. Now that you know pretty much every piece of information in this video is false, watch these clips and tell me what you think Vaush's goal with this video was.
What I wanted to do was say, this was an extrajudicial killing, this was a lynching,
Is that being shot by him?
because he killed a member of Patriot Prayer, a far-right group, and the government backs the far-right. This was a hit. This was a hit on a political opponent. It could happen to any one of you. You realize that, right? And they will fucking kill you. They will roll up on your house like they are a rival gang, and they will perforate the front of your house while civilians flee to get their 8-year-olds out of the line of fire. It is impossible for me to describe the degree to which our society faces oblivion. We face oblivion. Yeehaw, boys. Here's your silver badge. Let's go do a lynching. Now you gotta wonder, every day of your life, are they gonna deputize a bunch of fucking white nationalists to gun me down in front of my house? Are they going to kill me without even announcing themselves? Are they going to kill my family? We face the greatest conceivable threat to our well-being imaginable right now as activists and left-leaning people.
So you tell me, viewer, how did that make you feel? Are you vulnerable to fear-mongering? If you're willing to concede that you are, maybe Republican voters are a bit more sympathetic than you thought. And last, let's look at a few more hopeful clips. First, this was Bill O'Reilly's reaction to the murder of Eric Garner.
However, I will say that upon seeing the video that you just saw and hearing Mr. Gardner say he could not breathe, I was extremely troubled. I would have loosened my grip. I desperately wish the officer would have done that. Eric Gardner was obese. He had asthma. He was in no condition to absorb what befell him. Yes, he should not have resisted. But all Americans, every one of us, should pity Mr. Gardner and his family. He did not deserve what happened to him. And I think Officer Pantaleo and every other American police officer, every one, would agree with me. He didn't deserve that.
O'Reilly was basically Tucker Carlson 1.0, and in this video, he's pretty close to calling the killing a lynching. O'Reilly unambiguously sided with Garner's family and against the police.
There is no black man who could die at the hands of the police, whose treatment they would not then defend or laud.
What was Fox News' initial reaction to the murder of George Floyd?
Where's the training of these guys? How do you not know the neck is that sensitive?
And Sean, where is the officers that are standing near this guy who are willing to stand up and stop him? But the protesters are looking at what the local police have done, and they haven't arrested anybody. If you or I were caught on tape choking someone to death, I would assume that we'd be in prison by now. Why do you think the people on the ground feel like there has not been justice, and what is the White House going to do about that?
Yeah, Mark, I can tell you, take the uniform off of that police officer, just have a man with his knee on another man's neck, they're already being arrested. And I don't need to wait on the feds. This is a violation of Minnesota state law. This is murder.
And does anyone remember when Bernie Sanders had a town hall with an audience from Fox?
Is raising a starvation minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, which has not been raised in 10 years, to $15 an hour, a living wage, a radical idea? Is making public colleges and universities tuition free so that all of our people have the opportunity to get a higher education in a competitive global economy? Is that a radical idea? Is doing what every other major country on earth does, guaranteeing healthcare to all as a right. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. This is not a communist society up there in Montreal. They guarantee healthcare to all. They spend 50% of what we spend. Is passing a Medicare for all single-payer system a radical idea?
And let's remind ourselves, what does Vaush have to say about all this?
All of conservatism is built upon the exact same social principles that are perpetuated today by neo-Nazis. I understand this may sound a little bit facetious, but I assure you I'm being entirely serious when I say this. American conservatives are fascists. Now, I have been accused of being hyperbolic in this respect before, but I'm not being. There is a large contingent of conservatives in this country, not all of them, but a large number of them, who just like it when black people are killed. And I think the first thing that we should learn from this story, I mean, what's the first thing we should learn here? Conservatives are evil? Great, easy, wow. And Republicans want to do that because Republicans are racist. I don't think neoconservatism and fascism are two really, really distinct things. A lot of people in the Republican Party probably do just want to say the N-word and like throw rocks at black people.
Ah, yes. Nuance. It's fine to not like conservatives, but it is not acceptable to act like everyone who votes Republican is a Nazi. Doing so is politically destructive, demonstrably untrue, and deeply counterproductive to progressive goals. We can talk to these people, we can work with these people, but that's never going to happen if we think that half of the country are literally Nazis.
And I think that passion requires a lot of introspection because there are a lot of people out there who think they're making the world a better place, when in reality they're making a horrible place to live.
This section needs some disclaimers. I am not an expert in philosophy. However, I did consult with a number of people who are, so I should do a reasonable job of explaining these ideas. And second, I made a serious effort to charitably assess Vaush's moral system, but there simply isn't any way to account for all the contradictory things he said. From my vantage point, Vaush's moral system is just whatever is needed at the time to justify what he wants to do or say. That being said, I was able to synthesize his most common moral statements to come up with two primary positions he may be defending. The first position Vaush seems to support is direct, actual consequentialism. Consequentialism means that the moral worth of an action is determined by the consequences of that action. Most consequentialist positions consider intentions or expected outcomes, because human agents don't have access to the future. But with Vaush, we have a problem. Vaush only takes intentions or expected outcomes into consideration for people he likes. This is very much an intentions for me, outcomes for thee kind of situation. This inconsistency undermines any claim Vaush may have to being a genuine consequentialist. To have a genuine position, he would either need to consider intentions for his opposition, or not consider intentions for his allies. The second position Vaush expresses is metanormative nihilism. You would think I was lying if I described this myself, so I'll let Vaush explain it to you.
You're in a state of complete nihilism about the world.
No,
one's
I
position
care
is more
about things.
justified than another.
Inherently, no. Correct. It's not a matter of absurdity. It's how the world works. I think it's a fact of the world. I don't think you can empirically justify any of this. All of history and all of thought is just power grabs between people who can decide subjectively whether or not their position is better.
Power grabs.
Unironically,
Wow.
In some cases,
The
yes.
truth of whether the Holocaust happened? A power grab.
Yes.
Wow. Okay,
Yes.
well, with that, I'm going to peace out.
There is no good and evil. There is only power. And those too weak to seek it.
Metanormative nihilism is the position that there is no truth and there is no morality. A natural consequence of this is a belief that the world is nothing but a power game, which Vaush seems to fully embrace. In practice, this is the position that Vaush acts out far more than the first position, but it's hard to believe he actually understands it, because the position of metanormative nihilism is beyond absurd. When I explained Vaush's positions to a professor of ethics and political philosophy, he responded that Vaush wasn't advocating for socialism, he's advocating for Syria. And this is because something like the Syrian state in the middle of a civil war is exactly what things would look like were everyone to adopt metanormative nihilism. It's just a power game. There are no right or wrong actions. In fact, there's no truth at all. Just do whatever you can do to get ahead. In this worldview, there was nothing wrong with slavery before 1863, and in fact, there's nothing wrong with slavery at all in a moral sense. It's only wrong in a legal sense. The law is the only basis you have for judging people's actions, which gives some insight into why Vaush becomes so concerned with the law in situations where people might normally discuss morality. The Kyle Rittenhouse situation comes to mind. If Vaush was to adopt this position seriously, he would have no cause to complain on moral grounds about anything anyone ever did. You could torture him, kill his entire family, and cannibalize them, and Vaush would have no good reason to object on moral grounds. It seems very unlikely for anyone to actually see the world this way. In practice, Vaush's position is that of a moral freerider. It justifies any actions Vaush may like to take, while Vaush can hide behind the cloak of common moral sentiment, knowing that no one will take him up on his bargain. He even admits as such.
No, I don't want to get punched in the face, but I want other people to get punched in the face. So I've had to develop and pardon me for sounding pretentious, I've had to develop a set of principles and of ways in which those principles could be practically enacted, which allow for the punching of Nazis and don't allow for the punching of me in my soft jaw.
Now you, viewer, are free to adopt whatever normative position you like, but I strongly suggest you don't adopt one similar to this that makes you look like a fucking lunatic. Instead of trying to disentangle all this nonsense, I'll instead recap some parts of the Platonic dialogue Gorgias, as it covers most of the relevant themes to address Vaush's behavior. Gorgias is a dialogue between Socrates and a group of sophists, including the titular Gorgias, a rhetorician, and his students. We begin with Gorgias identifying himself as a rhetorician, which is particularly relevant because Vaush is also chiefly concerned with rhetoric, persuasion, and optics.
I think the impact of rhetoric, as in the position we're in, is always going to be greater than the impact of policy.
Then they clarify that the use of rhetoric produces conviction but not knowledge. In plain English, they're saying that someone can be persuasive while also being clueless.
Oh yeah, wait, didn't Bush literally steal the 2000 election? I'm sorry, somebody in chat just mentioned that. But yeah, the 2000 election was shady as shit. I completely forgot. With Bush and the governor of Florida and the butterfly out, I completely forgot that. He got away with it, actually. He got away with stealing that election.
Then they discuss the obvious implication. Rhetoric would be a horrible tool to be wielded by an amoral person. Gorgias affirms that only a just person should wield rhetoric.
I don't believe morals are a fact of the world.
In response to this, Socrates criticizes rhetoric as being immoral. To Socrates, with the use of rhetoric, the concepts of right and wrong become perverted into whatever can help one gain power. And rhetoric goes hand in hand with manipulativeness.
I care about my truth in the world.
Then, Gorgias' student Polus gets ass mad that Gorgias is losing the debate and decides to jump in, telling Socrates that it's ridiculous to expect someone to admit that they are an immoral person. Socrates then explains, at considerable length, that he sees rhetoric as a form of ornamental flattery. He explains that sophistry and rhetoric merely impersonate the legislative process and the administration of justice. This establishes a full critique of rhetoric. Number 1, rhetoric produces conviction, not knowledge. Number 2, rhetoric is a dangerous tool to be wielded by an immoral person. And number 3, rhetoric merely impersonates the greater arts of law and ethics. Furthermore, Polus' previous statement is particularly troublesome, because we can't expect someone wielding rhetoric to know whether or not they are just, meaning rhetoricians have the tools to enact evil without knowing whether or not they are evil. Vaush will always claim to have a resolute moral compass, but when pressed, he'll admit that he doesn't even think morals exist, and the world is merely a theater for power games. Such a person wielding rhetoric is a dangerous thing indeed. Socrates then begins to compare rhetoricians to tyrants, and begins to argue that rhetoric is self-defeating, because utilizing rhetoric to stir conviction without wisdom leads one to act against their own self-interest. This is the beginning of a long conversation about the nature of justice, which continues when Callicles jumps into the conversation. Callicles begins making an immoralist argument that is critical of philosophy itself, which is similar to the arguments made by Glaucon and Thrasymachus in other works of Plato. Callicles' position is very similar to Vaush's position, rejecting morality and embracing a might makes right mentality. While Vaush claims to be a socialist, he avoids ethical arguments for socialism, and now we can see why. The metanormative landscape that Vaush acts out is one of authoritarianism, or extremely exploitative capitalism, not socialism. The moral systems that exist in philosophy that are most similar to Vaush's position all seem to support authoritarianism, down to the criticism of philosophy itself.
I have no respect for snobby moral realists.
Socrates and Gorgias warned the danger posed by rhetoric in the hands of an immoral person. Looking at Vaush's behavior, it's not hard to understand why.
But I would probably argue that was because you have limited capacities in terms of philosophy. It's probably because you have a sociology degree, right?
What is fascism? What is absolute fascism in abstract?
We're going to get a definition from Vaush.
Well, generally it's considered to be like an ultra right-wing, ultra nationalistic form of usually like an ethno-nationalist political identity. I prefer Umberto Eco's 14 points, but it's like really in the weeds. I don't think that fascism is always super consistent with the definition. The reason that I like Umberto Eco's definition so much, the reason why I simp for it so goddamn hard, is because it's very, very sociological. That's the thing that I like about it. Isn't it too broad though? Serious question, no troll. It's only like too broad if you look at it as like if you trigger like one flag, then you're a fascist, which isn't true. It's like diagnostic criteria for mental disorders. Yes.
The problem with what Vaush just said is that the DSM does have a threshold you need to cross for a diagnosis, so it's not applicable to how Vaush uses Eco's definition. It's very convenient that Eco's definition can't be used to make definitive judgments, but you should at the very least be able to get an idea of how fascist something is by looking at these points. So, how much of a fascist is Vaush?
Power grabs. Unironically, wow. In some cases, yes. Whether the Holocaust happened.
I'll read the titles of these because these are also, again, very small and requires us to be on the other screen.
For a diagnosis, but you should at the very least be able to get an idea of how fascist something is by looking at these points.
Power grabs.
How much of a fascist?
Ironically, wow. In some cases, yes.
Eco 2, rejection of modernism. The Enlightenment, the age of reason, is seen as the beginning of modern depravity. In this sense, fascism can be defined as irrationalism.
Holocaust happened? A power grab. Yes. Wow. Yes. And I'm going to make every conceivable effort to be.
Eco 4, disagreement is treason. The critical spirit makes distinctions and distinguishes from aside modernism. Fascism devalues intellectual discourse and critical reasoning as a barrier to action, as well as out of fear that such analysis will expose the contradictions embodied in syncretistic faith.
Charitable. The Republican Party is literally mostly voted on by fascists.
Take yes for an answer when somebody agrees with you, dude.
But they don't agree with me. I've never met a Republican who agrees with me on anything. I have never met a self-described conservative who shared a single goal with me. The average Republican would support it. 100%. Yeah, that's the easiest call in my life. I believe that the property rights of the will.
Appeal to the social frustration. One of the typical features of historical fascism was the appeal to a frustrated middle class, a class suffering from an economic crisis or failing of political humiliation, and frightened by the pressures of other social groups.
They should not be respected. I feel that their assets should be seized from them and that many of them should be executed for crimes against the workers of this country.
The obsession with a plot. Thus, at the root of their fascist psychology, there is the obsession with a plot, a possibly international one. The followers must feel besieged. Making sure that it's capturing my game in the side window here. There we go.
Fascists in America have been trying to destroy this country and turn it into an autocracy, well, more of one, for generations. They are a burgeoning movement of youth. They're funded by billions.
How did he get so popular to have so many people willingly listen to him? Because it sounded good enough. Because he was a big figure and had a big number behind his name, it meant that people believed him and listened to him when he spoke. So clearly the reaction we should have, Chad, is we need to make sure I have that big number. So when I speak, we can have people no longer make that problem. So I can tell them how dumb they are. Anyways.
Billionaires. They're funded by bankers and oil moguls. They're funded by politicians whose dads and their dads' dads were politicians. There have literally been studies.
The enemy is both weak and strong. Man, what a common call-out from Carl. I wonder why I constantly call this. By a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak.
Some of the authoritarian brain tend to be lower IQ, more fearful, more impressionable. We are going to see a resurgence of global fascism sometime over the next 20 years. We know what we're doing is right.
Selective populism. The people conceive monolithically of a common will, distinct and from and superior to the viewpoint of any individual. The leader holds himself out as the interpreter of the popular will. Fascists use this concept to delegitimize democratic institutions they accuse of no longer representing the voice of the people.
We will improve society, whether society likes it or not. Donald Trump.
You could rewrite this as cultism, cult-like beliefs, but realistically, this is not always explicit of the cult-like beliefs of people. It's more explicit of the cult-like beliefs of a particular group of people. That's why they focus on one person.
Legislators of the Republican Party are fascists because they almost to a man back pretty much everything that he does. Do you really think it's that unlikely that the third branch of government would also, with judges appointed by the way by a fascist, might also have leanings in that direction?
Have you ever read the book 1984?
1984 is literally my favorite.
I have to go back really quick because that is unfortunately very fast.
Okay, so it's actually
in that direction.
Fascism speaks newspeak. All the Nazi-fascist school books make use of an impoverished vocabulary and an elemental syntax in order to limit the instruments for complex and critical reasoning. Probably the biggest reason why this is done is for the same reasons we see this happen in every single news story that comes up recently within the last, days of our lives at this point. Every single week, technically at this point. The same words that they use to define themselves somehow have a different context and a different turn in their words versus our words. Because when we speak about it, we're not using the correct words to identify it within the cult. When they do it, it's exactly right. And even if you use the exact words and the exact explanation that they just used back to you, they will say that you are wrong.
Have you ever read the book 1984?
1984 is literally my favorite.
Okay, so it's a really, really good point, because the way that they alter the minds of the people in
right,
Europia...
Newspeak.
Yeah, is it Europia or Utopia? What do they call it? Neuropia?
They call it Oceania.
Oceania, oh fuck me. Sorry. So the way that one of their leading ways of changing the minds of people in Oceania isn't by indoctrinating them, but by depriving them of the words to express any thought that's counterproductive to what the party wants them to think, you know?
Exactly,
so,
it's a beautiful book.
But that's not beautiful, like, that's fucked up. You're essentially saying that people are too stupid and too immature and blah, 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 so what we need to do is we need to dictate to them by giving them no other choice but to think certain things based on, like, vocabulary and...
Steven,
what?
That's politics, and you agree with me.
No, whoa. It's not, but it's kind of along the same ideas to where, like, well, we're just gonna kind of get people to think what we want to think by just making all the words mean this. Like, it's kind of the same thing. It's not the exact same thing, but it's kind of the same,
Steven,
same way.
The difference is that we're doing what we're doing because we genuinely believe that there is a large group of people out there who are suffering because we haven't done this fast enough. Okay? That's why we do it. Now, I understand that from an objective standpoint, this might sound like fucking dictatorial language 101, but what do you have to fear from us? Well, I've shifted a fair degree away from authoritarianism over the past couple of years.
Just to be clear, my point isn't to prove that Vaush is a fascist. He clearly isn't. However, this is not a functional definition of fascism. There's far too much ambiguity to simply call anyone you dislike a fascist. And for the record, Vaush does meet more of these criteria than almost anyone he calls fascist, which is amusing, but it doesn't mean much beyond Vaush should stop calling everyone fascists. Vivian gave a much more salient definition, and the prime case fascism should show.
So fascism, very, very simply, I think it is perfectly reasonable, colloquially, right, to define fascism as ultranationalism with a desire to purify the vocal people based on their immutable characteristics, or of behaviours deemed degenerate through religious means. That's it. That'll do.
Good definition. It also rules out nearly everyone Vaush calls a fascist, and Vivian agrees.
And for the love of fucking God, Keith, stop fucking lumping me in with George when I'm quite clearly saying that I think he's being irresponsible in his rhetoric. I disagree with this idea that, like, George Bush is a fascist, okay? Like, people will say to me, right, well, you just call everybody fascist, right? And I would really love to be sitting here right next to Vaush as Destiny comes in and says, this is fucking inappropriate, this is what all the fucking lefties do, like, fascism's lost all fucking meaning, or, like, that was the general gist of, like, what he was saying as he came in. I would love to be able to fucking sit here and go, oh, that's fucking bollocks, Destiny, actually, shut the fuck up. But I can't do that when I've got a dude next to me fucking sitting there going, well, actually, like, I think it's perfectly reasonable to just jump in and call like, Bush a fascist, right?
Even Vivian, someone who is almost totally aligned with Vaush, finds these empty accusations of fascism tedious and irritating. While Vaush certainly isn't a fascist, it is worth mentioning that he has far more authoritarian tendencies than he lets on. What does Vaush think he should do if people disagree with him past a certain point?
Yeah, of course, that's subjective morals. The only thing you can really do if people disagree with you at that point is kill them. If a person disagreed with that, I would have to kill them. I'm going to keep going back to that argument a few times, so I hope you don't mind hearing it. And
so anyone who disagrees with you ethics should die.
How many times do I have to repeat this? If they have huge presuppositional differences with me on ethics and what is and is not good, then yeah, that's how history has worked.
Does Vaush have any self-doubt about his behavior?
We know what we're doing is right. I know my positions are sound. I know the things that I do here on my platform are good, or at least I don't really care if you would argue that they're not.
Yikes. Look, I'm not saying Vaush wants to be a dictator, but what I am saying is that there's enough troubling material here to merit genuine concern.
Maybe I should stop calling people fascists if my audience can't handle it, okay?
Stochastic terrorism is when the distribution of propaganda via mass media meaningfully increases the likelihood of violent events taking place, particularly with a political motivation. The stochastic terrorist is someone who contributes to a political environment where violence is more likely to happen, but the violence itself can never be directly linked back to the stochastic terrorist. If you want to see a good breakdown of the concept, check out this Booksmarts video on Trump's speech before the January 6th Capitol insurrection. This is a video about Vaush, though, so we can let Vaush explain.
There's a term called stochastic terrorism. Has anyone ever heard the stories of back when environmental terrorism was a little bit more popular than it is today? Funny, because if there was ever a time for it to be popular, it would be today. If the chainsaw ever hit that stake, the belt of the chainsaw is designed to cut through wood, not steel. The belt would break, meaning that the chainsaw, spinning very, very quickly, would send a belt laced with razor-sharp spikes flying out in any direction, damaging equipment, and if there was a person nearby, very likely them. People were injured and sometimes killed from this practice. I'm not taking a stance on this right now. I am personally not in favor of the idea of stochastic terrorism against them, like loggers or whatever. I don't think that's a particularly effective way of making the world a better place. Though I can't really blame the motive.
Imagine explaining stochastic terrorism to your audience, and then pausing your explanation to engage in stochastic terrorism. Twice. Vaush both implicitly and explicitly endorses environmental terrorism here, which increases the likelihood of environmental terrorism taking place, although it could never be linked directly back to him. Quite incredible, but this is only the tip of the iceberg. Trump never directly called for violence on January 6th, but he didn't need to. What Trump was trying to do was convince his audience that their country was being stolen from them, and they need to take it back. The speech was meant to build a sense of unity and care in his audience, and it ends with this. We are going to the Capitol. We're going to try and give the weak Republicans the kind of pride and boldness they need to take back our country. Is this a direct call for violence? No. However, you would be lying if you said this didn't increase the chance of violence taking place. That's what stochastic terrorism is. However, Trump's speech has a cloak of plausible deniability. For one, Trump never justifies or calls for political violence. Violence is a logical outcome of what he's saying, but there's a natural defense that fear-mongering and getting people riled up is simply what politicians do. However, most people on the left still accept this speech as a clear instance of stochastic terrorism and make no qualms about holding Trump partially responsible for the events of January 6th. And I would agree. To what degree he's responsible, it's hard to say, but at the very least, this rhetoric is incendiary and irresponsible. We already played the clip where Vaush unironically called for the genocide of the wealthy, but maybe you think he was being hyperbolic. What is Vaush's position on political violence?
You know that whole joke I do with political violence is wrong, always wrong, never do it, not even in Minecraft, it's immoral to hurt people thing? And it's always with a wink and a nod, and everyone knows my real position. You guys know I do that, right?
Yeah. I have like 30 clips of this going back a decade. Vaush is an open advocate for political violence. This is the first major reason Vaush engages in stochastic terrorism. By openly advocating for political violence, he is clearly increasing the probability that his audience will engage in political violence. Then we have Vaush's open advocacy for violent revolution, including comments that imply anyone in favor of capitalism is a fair target for violence. Vaush explicitly mentions social democracy here, saying social democracy may be the biggest obstacle to his desired political system. For those of you who don't know, social democracy is as far left as you can go economically without being a socialist, so Vaush is in favor of murdering anyone who isn't a socialist if that is what it takes. This would all be bad enough, but we haven't even gotten to the main point. Vaush's spreading of misinformation about and inciting hostility towards the police.
You don't do like, oh yeah, we're rolling through the hood. Oh, hey, watch out, watch out, watch out. So when police officers kill somebody, as they often do here in America, this is the police! And the police fucking kill like one robber and like 7 employees. The police think of your rights as an obstacle in between them and the sick John Wick movie scenes they want to enact on you in your living room, okay? Your human rights and your legal rights are nothing but a bureaucratic impediment to them getting to do their sick kickflip into headshotting you from 2 houses down the road, the bullet passing through a 5-year-old and a dog on the way, okay? It's just an inconvenience to them. Quick, now bring me the ID! I didn't say Simon Says.
First, let's look at the scale of officer-involved shootings in the United States. According to the Washington Post database, which seems to be the best source since it started in 2015, there are less than 1,000 officer-involved shootings a year, from something like 65 million police interactions. Compare this to 435,000 deaths from cigarette smoking, 112,000 from obesity, 85,000 from alcohol, 43,000 from traffic accidents, and 16,000 from Advil overdoses.
Nope, I can't do math. Never mind. Listen, I'm a sociology major, okay? Listen, I didn't pay attention to stats. Just whatever.
Of the 1,000 people killed per year by police, roughly 64 are unarmed. But this is still misleading because almost all of these unarmed people were actively resisting arrest. When you narrow these statistics down to people who are unarmed and aren't resisting arrest, you are dealing with less than 5 people a year.
Do you think that one individual anecdote is more meaningful than the plurality of evidence?
No. There is no serious argument that officer-involved shootings constitute a pressing health risk, an epidemic, or even a systemic problem. Officer-involved shootings are incredibly rare, and you are 8 times more likely to be struck by lightning than to be killed by police when you aren't resisting arrest. This is relevant because Vaush clearly implies that the police enjoy killing people, and do so for no good reason, which simply doesn't happen. On the other hand, police have a greater than 10% chance per person per year to be the victims of violence, and there were more than 1.2 million violent crimes in the US in 2019, for a roughly 1 in 272 chance of being victimized per person per year. This means that while being unjustly killed by police is not a rational worry, being the victim of violence in the United States is, and this is especially true if you are a police officer. And last, and this was incredibly surprising to me, there isn't any strong evidence to suggest that police-involved shootings are racially racially motivated. I'm not just talking about the Fryer study, which was much publicized and discussed. I spent a day looking up meta-analyses and systematic reviews of officer-involved shootings, and didn't find a single paper that unambiguously made a connection between the victim's race and the chance of a police shooting. I expected the segment to be talking about effect sizes and putting the scope of police racism in context, but every single review I found suggested a weak or non-existent connection. In Kalam's 2010 review, only 2 of 17 studies suggested a positive correlation between victim race and police use of force, while 8 studies suggested no correlation. Harris's 2009 review states, the seriousness of the offense and the behavior of the suspect appear to have a substantially large impact on how the police behave in comparison to an officer's personal beliefs and characteristics or their organizational environment. Bolger's 2015 analysis states, the increased likelihood of force for these groups were 1.064 minority suspects, but goes on to say that of the variables that were correlated with use of force, 4 lost significance when adjustments for publication bias were made: offense seriousness, number of officers, suspect race, and suspect demeanor. Again, this was shocking to me. I expected to be putting evidence of police racism in context, but I spent the day trying to find and understand as much as I could, and found no credible evidence that the victim's race has anything to do with officer-involved shootings. That isn't to say that there is no demonstrable racism in police use of force generally, but these findings are far more nuanced than what Vaush presents. And you might be wondering, if that is the case, why don't we hear about white unarmed innocent people being killed by police? I don't know, but they definitely exist. I'm not willing to go into the anecdotal details because that's how we got here in the first place, but just know that there are actually more cases of unarmed white people who aren't resisting being killed by police than people of color.
From a propagandistic standpoint, if you're watching content like this, and the arguments that are being made seem to be formed from cherry-picking rather than, like, data, then there's probably not much merit to the claims that are being made. I don't actually mind discussing, like, what would be conservative policy. I just wish it was more fact-based.
Then beyond the rampant misinformation, Vaush also engages in performative cruelty and dehumanization of police. This video is responding to a video of a police officer having a nervous breakdown, and Vaush does admit this.
And I agree, this does seem to be one person having a nervous breakdown.
Okay, so let's recap. This cop is having a nervous breakdown, posts a video to TikTok, then the video blows up, so now this cop is in the national news and is the center of attention for what might be the worst day of her life. Let's see how Vaush handles this.
The thing she was going to say at the end was, all I want are my lynchings back. But even this woman, even this highly upsettable human being, it's pretty obvious nothing happened, but this woman is freaking out about it anyway. Which brings me to the actual issue with this, because I don't particularly care if one of the, 700,000 cops in this country is kind of wonky. I don't particularly care that much. You know what I do care about? The fragility. I think that this woman and the support that she is seeing on social media is deeply frightening. So I hope, and I encourage all of you to get on this, that we all make fun of her as aggressively as possible.
Legitimately sickening. If you didn't know what performative cruelty was before, now you know. Vaush is calling on his community to harass a woman who is in the national spotlight for having a nervous breakdown. And what's worse, his audience seems to have no empathy for this situation at all.
The goal here is to inspire contempt for the person that you don't like.
This situation has nothing to do with the police. This is just the worst day of one woman's life, who happens to be a police officer. We have no idea what happened. She may have just been shot at, she may have just had a miscarriage, or maybe nothing happened, but it doesn't matter. This behavior from Vaush is absolutely disgusting, and the response from chat makes it abundantly clear that his audience is not capable of empathizing with police officers. Alright, so Vaush is an open advocate for political violence, spreads an incredible amount of misinformation about the police, and has successfully dehumanized his audience to the police. How might this amount to stochastic terrorism? On August 23rd, 2020, Jacob Blake was shot 7 times by police officers in Kenosha, Wisconsin. This immediately led to civil unrest around the United States, including a riot in Kenosha. At this riot, 2 people were fatally shot, and a 3rd was badly injured. Vaush is usually concerned with the sociological causes of events, not the individuals involved. So what were the sociological causes of the Kenosha riots? That much is clear. The incredible amount of anti-police sentiment in the zeitgeist. The shooting of Jacob Blake was immediately seen as a lynching and taken as further evidence of brutal police misconduct across the United States. But here's the problem. That's not what happened at all. Jacob Blake was in the process of stealing a car and kidnapping children from someone whom he was previously alleged to have sexually assaulted, and Blake had a felony warrant out for his arrest for that incident. Officers at the scene both tackled Blake and deployed tasers. Neither of those stopped him. Blake was armed with a knife. It wasn't in his car, he already had it. Blake wasn't just resisting arrest, he was flagrantly ignoring officers' orders while in the act of committing multiple felonies, including kidnapping children. Officers fired on Blake when there was literally no other choice, aside from allowing him to steal a car and presumably start a car chase that may impact innocent civilians. If ever in history there was a justifiable police shooting, it was this one.
And they should do that. If there's a murderer, or a rapist, or somebody running amok, if there's somebody with a gun in a building holding a hostage, I want the police there.
So why did people respond as though this was a lynching? Because of people like Vaush. There's an incredible amount of misinformation and misunderstanding surrounding police in the United States, as I explained previously. These ideas floating around in the zeitgeist that police are an insurgent force of white supremacists who just want to kill black people is the reason the Kenosha riots happened. Vaush is always fixated on the sociological causes of events, so this can't be ignored. Now, ask yourself, where may people have gotten these ideas?
They're trained, they're taught from day one at the academy that they are these warrior kings, these aggressors whose job it is to walk amongst the peasantry, to keep order, this killology philosophy. And it makes them angry, it makes them defensive, it makes them paranoid. I want you to really take a moment to consider the fucking black hole that cop has instead of a heart. Yeah, cops do think civilians are subhuman, by the way. 100%. They do. They 100% do. Cops don't give a fuck about lawful protest, okay? I soft talk this shit pretty often. There are some good cops, but I want to be perfectly clear about this. As an institution, the police think of your rights as an obstacle in between them and the sick John Wick movie scenes they want to enact on you in your living room, okay? Yeehaw, boys. Here's your silver badge. Let's go do a lynching. Then the dipshit fucking 85 who go get a job as a cop because they want to beat up all the people who they think took Stacy away from them before prom. Cops are such fucking pussies, bro. Every interaction with a cop is like a fucking you're playing Russian roulette, except somebody else is holding a gun. Because the police, as we all know, are a gang. What I think privately, and I do believe this by the way, I think oftentimes these cops just think of themselves as like rogue warriors against the degeneracy of society. And a lot of them, because cops overwhelmingly voted for Trump, probably just think that the world would be better if there were fewer non-white people in the country. The government has decided it is okay for police to just fucking kill you. I mean, the average cop is, let's be frank, a low IQ high school bully, former wannabe football pro, who can't make it with any intellectual skills.
And it is the fucking mafia. This is mafia. The cops are a gang. They're a gang in the commission of the state, but they are a gang nonetheless. They operate identically to a mafia. Identically. And they will fucking kill you. They will roll up on your house like they are a rival gang, and they will perforate the front of your house while civilians flee to get their 8-year-olds out of the line of fire. It is impossible for me to describe the degree to which our society faces oblivion. We face oblivion.
Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines and pulled the trigger. But tell me, Vaush, if we care about the sociological and cultural causes of these events, who was responsible? So now we return to the title of the video. Is Vaush evil? Well, according to his moral system, all that matters are outcomes. He has engaged in a horrendous level of bad faith engagement, spread an incredible amount of misinformation, contributed to the dehumanization of half the population, promulgated an incoherent and amoral philosophy, behaved as a reckless authoritarian, and engaged in a serious level of sarcastic terrorism. And keep in mind, this video is exclusively focused on Vaush's arguments and actions as a public figure. If we were to dig into his personal life, there are some obvious events that jump to mind that would help support my conclusion. What is the measure of a man-child? You're free to come to your own conclusions, but I feel I've adequately supported mine.
And that is the end of that. Which, if that gave no other pressure for anybody else looking at it, the basic rundown you can have after seeing this, with full case example, Vaush is extremely fucking evil. And is knowledgeable on why he's evil. No, I'm not just playing Power World. I specifically was doing that as a presser for everybody. Now, this brings us to the Kex. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Boblex.
And an explosive drama broke out between Ethan Klein of the H3 podcast and political YouTube streamer Vaush. And Vaush looked so bad in this that Keemstar, the guy who has vehemently hated Ethan and Ethan has vehemently hated back for the last 7 years, came out in support of Ethan. This all started when Drama Alert tweeted out this clip with the caption, "Influencer Vaush labeled pedo after he accidentally opens Cartoon CP while streaming. This is gross."
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
There was also allegedly horse porn too, according to multiple social media users. Decisive Content responds by saying, "Everyone knows that guy and the rest of his degenerate left-wing streamer pals are pedos." Lucky says, "Okay, so we can have him arrested, right?" Exalt Abyss shows the leak, which I am not going to show in this video, and captions it by saying, "Where's the CP?" Frost Pyro responds, "Lolly hentai is considered CP in multiple countries." Exalt Abyss responds, "Can't argue with that." Hakuno no Tism tweets out this clip of Vaush and says, "So Vaush tried to defend his porn stash. He unironically uses the 'she was 3,000 years old' defense. The exact thing he said was a pedophile deflection."
Anyway, one of the two images just flatly didn't look like Lolly. I don't give a shit. Like coke, diamond, I just don't care. Like disingenuous shit, you know? The other one is like a threesome with 2 chicks and a guy. And in retrospect, looking at it, knowing now that that artist is a lolicon, yeah, I can see it. When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography. But you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right? That was the vibe that I got because in the image, the girl that's shown has super thick legs and has like tits and a belly. So that's just the vibe I got. But now knowing that the artist is a lolicon, which I have been roundly reminded of, obviously knowing that it was intended to be a lolly. So like that's how it is, right? It's a drawing. You get it without context. I know that when I save them because both the drawings have like a meaty dick in it and I'm a huge size queen. So like you look at it in retrospect and it's like, okay, well now with a broader context, I can understand how it comes off that way. Even if initially or like at first glance the vibe would be more thick short stack.
Naywin responds by saying, "I love that his approach is to justify the individual images that happen to be shown. Not only does he do a terrible job of it after his condemnations of others, but his defense is meaningless when we all know he has hordes of stuff saved on his computer that we didn't see." J Jab says, "Vaush has said multiple times in the past that he was for lowering or even abolishing the age of consent and that CP isn't inherently wrong. Yet none of these people ever said a word about that, but now it's just hentai of all things. That's what gets them to call him a pedo?" JF Garipe responds to all this Vaush stuff by saying, "Vaush took the bold approach and stands by his bestiality horse porn. Says he wants to be the horse. This is a Chinky Uber moment on crack." The CJ Brownlee shares a shorter clip of Vaush defending himself with the caption, "Apparently it's a big mix-up. Vaush didn't realize it was lolicon. Apparently he thought it was goblin porn. If you were whacking off to goblins, you've gone too far." Frenchie responds to CJ by saying, "Dude coping hard. Please tell me this neckbeard career is finally done. I thought the gecko drama would, but it didn't somehow." CJ responds, "His fans are all like this, so they don't care." Richie Blue says, "I would have just owned up to it at this point. That or roll over and die." CJ responds, "Really, what else can he do? Kinda out of options." Dev responds to CJ's clip by saying, "Dude, just say you were into lolly. Yeah, it's fucking weird, but it's less embarrassing than this song and dance." Lilith Lovett says, "You guys act like you wouldn't sling a goblin girl over and use her as a sleeve if she had big titties and wide hips. Liars, all of you." Hunchback the Mighty says, "Listen, I like goblins as much as the next man. That wasn't what was seen in his porn folder." Zorich says, "Where are the goblins though? None are in those pics." Lilith responds, "He's using goblins as an example of the short stack body type. OP was the one attacking gobble lovers." Uncle Abby responds to CJ's clip by showing an image of the character Vaush had porn of that got leaked and captions it by saying, "This is the hardest scope lie I ever seen. Goblin, no pointy ears, no green or colored skin, normal anime hair, normal anime eyes, for multiple images in full body. Literally no one believes this. Not Vaush or any of you. It's just damage control." M Black CYN responds, "That's a child." And then Uncle Abby responds, "Nah, it's just an anime anime character, which, if you look at the small portion of the image that I'm allowing you to see in this video, yeah, that is not an adult. So even people that are in denial of the image Vaush leaked being lolly are still saying he's coping with the goblin excuse. Anyways, Exalted Abyss shares the clip CJ posted and says, "This is Vaush's explanation, and I'm inclined to believe him personally. However, shit is weird to have on your computer, and he should be more careful about vetting the shit he downloads and managing his folders while streaming." The dump says, "I'm sorry, I don't know how goblins get drawn in porn." Saul Badman says, "If you see the full res images, the character is instantly recognizable as child-coded instead of short stack vibe." Exalted Abyss responds, "Almost all women in hentai and anime art styles are child-coded. It's a problem in the medium." Irrational Chad says, "Vaush fundamentally misunderstood what his own goblin mode meant." Kagua's Top Gal says, "Goku after fighting Vaush's horse lolly porn addiction." Turkey Tom says, "The lolicon community is in shambles." So Ethan Klein saw all of this discussion on Twitter around this Vaush leak and decided to go live to talk about it. Here is what he said.
Oh my god, these are the images. They found them all.
We don't have to go there. We're going straight to the source, baby boy. We're going straight to the source. Straight to the source. Click, 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 click. Back. Lord have mercy. Keyboard, cooperate with me. First Warpath context. Stream 1. And let it begin.
Hello, my friends. We are back. It is Friday, February the 9th. The year? 2024.
Wow.
And guys, we are... Oh, God, I saw this. Who posted this? So funny. A slam on Gary Vee. He says... How did I see that? He's like, I was following Gary Vee on Instagram, and he had a post that says, "We're already 12% through 2024. What have you done with it?" And then they said, well, and then I thought to myself, oh shit, I need to unfollow Gary Vee. I'm still following him.
You saw that on Jeff FM's latest episode.
Oh, that was Jeff.
That was Jeff.
You did a really good joke. Okay, thank you for jogging my memory.
That's funny.
We're you know, I've long been a Gary Vee detractor, so I'm glad to see the world's catching up.
Our Bachelor is also funny.
Oh yeah, Jeff's hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just pointing it out.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of our Bachelor, thank you to Shopify for sponsoring our episode today. We love them. Speaking of Jeff the Bachelor, applications once again, a reminder, all are open. We will be doing our first. Well, I guess there's an official deadline here. I know next Wednesday we're going to begin the series.
It is Wednesday.
But Sam and Ian aren't here, and they're the officiators of the rules here. So I don't know when's the deadline, but I'm assuming it's probably coming up. You know
Very lonely back here.
Sorry about that, Zach.
Yeah, that must suck, dude. The deadline is February 12th.
February 12th. You have 3 days. Yep. You'll get that in. Tell all your friends. Tell all your aunties.
Your friends.
You specifically express interest in like athletic Olympians. You know any Olympians?
Oh.
Elite athletes.
Only gold medalists, by the way.
We don't reproduce with bronze.
Yeah.
So that's going on. We have honestly, and I know you guys roll your eyes when I say this, but I'm being dead ass, as they say. They say that.
I know.
No way.
Dude, Teddy's taught me how to dab for real.
Oh my god.
It's like this. I think I do it right. Like that, right? Because before I would do like this, and I didn't understand why it looked so
Like,
weird.
you're not doing it right. Correct.
I don't know how he picked it up so fast. He watched some dorks on YouTube do it a few times.
Yeah.
And he's like the dabbing pro. He does it crazy good. Like he puts the hand back. It looks like this kid's been dabbing his whole life.
He does like a dab dance.
I find it cringe that they're adding in the sound effects, but it's okay. It's okay. Daddy's not home. Daddy's not home for real, but he's learning. He's learning, boys.
The thing is, because he's only 4, it's funny.
Yeah. He's only
if
4.
If he was 15, then I'd be having a conversation about the dabbing with him.
Yeah.
But because he's 4, it's hilarious, and we love it.
And then Bruce the other day told Ethan Roblox.
Bruce knows who Mr. Beast is. He's 2 years old.
I expect him to. Good for him. Too.
He was saying Mr. Beast, frankly, before his 2nd birthday.
Is it his favorite YouTuber?
They both like him a lot.
They do like him a lot.
I think,
favorite YouTuber.
I don't want to say favorite. I think Bruce is in a Blippi phase kind of right now.
Stephen
Maggie, all those good ones. Yeah.
There's no embargo on Blippi in your house?
I'm pro Blippi.
No, because the content's good.
Okay.
Compared to the other shit on YouTube, Blippi is like, I mean, if you just gotta let go of the diarrhea stuff.
I mean, only we know. The kids don't know.
They don't know about
They don't know what we know.
When they're older, I'll be like, hey, you guys remember that good Blippi?
We have to tell you something.
Like finding out Santa's not real. I love to show parents that video. I showed my brother-in-law. He's like, what the fuck?
It's unreal.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, it's crazy.
But his kid content is really good.
Yeah, I mean, again, compared to what else is on YouTube Kids,
Very good.
it's educational.
Imagine
It's
finding
good.
out Mr. Rogers like shit in someone's face or something.
And filmed it as part of like, yeah, no, it'd be shot. I mean, I don't know that I'd be able to take a ride down that trolley again. You know?
Yep.
I don't want to be his neighbor after seeing that.
Yeah, I know. He needs to let his neighbors know that he's in the neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he's part of the registry. We gotta let him all know. No, but Mr. Rogers, we love him, and rest in peace. And also, you can't defame the dead.
Right.
So
But,
he did that shit. He did it.
If we have parents watching, try Steve and Maggie because I think he's not as famous. Like really good.
Steve and Maggie's probably my favorite YouTube content for kids.
Yeah.
It's so fun and wholesome and creative. I love him.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. But anyway, enough of that. So we are, we have so much to talk about today. And I truly mean it. I mean, I'll give you guys a taste. We have, okay, James Charles put out a new song that's super funny. There's mad Bevo updates. Apparently he's going to fight someone, and then also his girlfriend is going to fight the girl he cheated on in a boxing match, grudge match. It's the trashiest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I'm here for it. Then we got the Taylor Swift Celine Dion drama to analyze. Frankly, I learned about this yesterday. The team was showing me, and I was captivated.
I don't know.
Apparently, Taylor Swift, she caught a lot of flack for her participation in the Grammys. One part was for snubbing Celine Dion, who is a stiff person. That's the name of it.
She suffers from stiff person syndrome, yes.
The disease
Okay,
is
you're gonna have
actually...
to catch me up on this whole thing.
It's tough, it's a lot.
You guys know we love Celine, obviously. The
part of
disease has
triumvirate.
a silly name, and I mean that with peace and love.
Yeah, it has
Stiff
nothing to do with
person disease. She's a stiff person.
Yeah, I mean, by definition, that would be correct.
So, I invented a new slur about her yesterday, but I won't. Should I say it? I invented a new slur.
Maybe let's wait until we get to the talk about it.
Crazy statement, bro.
It's not every day you get to invent a new slur.
No, it's Friday. Fuck it. Yeah.
I called her, and I didn't even. I meant this with peace and love, all the peace and love in the world. I called her a stiffy.
That's why I said the debate should be the Swifties versus the Swifties.
And I mean, we say that with all the love and respect for stiff people everywhere.
Absolutely.
I had an idea. I don't know if it occurred to them. Have they tried chiropractic?
It's still.
Wow,
I heard they're good
today.
at making them for, they're good at a little stiff there, eh? I mean, it's kind of funny.
Boo! Boo! Get to roasted Vaush! Boo! These stink!
Like, a chiropractor would do that. And obviously, this is a serious condition, but like, your ass would lay on the table and they just like fucking start karate chopping you.
Right.
It's still.
Ducky, you want this? I got a shoe for you. It's still. Anyway, I mean, you know, no offense to the like you said, AB, the Swifties versus the Stiffies.
Yeah.
And that was AB said that, not me.
Correct. I've seen a lot more.
And you're a fan.
I am a fan of both of them. That's why this is so hard on me.
Celine Dion is your favorite album ever. I do know that about you.
My favorite album?
Yeah, isn't she?
My favorite concert was Celine Dion.
Oh.
I hate going to concerts, but I was loving that shit.
Right.
Hold on, but you like Celine more than...
Celine.
That's really beautiful.
You really like Celine more than Swift, though, right? I've never heard you talk about Swift.
No, I like Taylor Swift. Just different, man. Taylor Swift was like, I like her because my nieces like listening to Taylor Swift. But
And Lena, right?
And Lena, yeah, Lena as well. But Celine Dion, I grew up with. Not Lena, that's nice.
Oh yeah, Lena's she's a Swifter. So we have all that to analyze. Also, there was another weird wrinkle. People got mad because she brought up her friend Lana Del Rey on stage. She was nominated for Best Album and did not win. So Taylor brought her on stage.
I don't think she was nominated for Best Album. She was nominated for another award.
No, she was best. It was best album as well. I double, yeah.
Oh,
Are we gonna dive into
Yeah,
this?
we're diving,
Okay,
we're
because
diving.
it sounds to me like Taylor didn't do anything. But I'll have to
Taylor didn't?
Already gone there.
Well,
Then just based on what you said so far.
well, hold on. Don't be
Haven't
so
seen
stiff
it.
about your opinion. Let's stay flexible.
That's fucking fun. That's very fucking
What's fun? I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything at all. Oh, this is my favorite story. It's not in the title, but God, I love it. So Vaush, and there's probably some crossover. He's a political streamer, socialist. And he, as many people before him on the internet, accidentally opened their... Is there a nicer way to say it? Like, I don't like saying the P word. Not like P, not like CP, just to be clear, like porn. Like, is there a way, a euphemism for that? Corn. Corn?
Oh, yeah, corn. Which I kind of don't. It's not fair to corn to like ruin corn for everybody.
It was a spicy folder.
Spicy folder? That's okay.
Why can't you just say?
I don't know. It's a
I think
dicey
it's
word.
paranoid about you too.
Yeah, it's a
Over
vulgar.
here making up new slurs. Worried about saying.
Yeah, but
Well, the AI doesn't know yet about the stiflers.
The AI hasn't caught up. Bro, dude, I'm like, I'm years ahead of the AI. You know?
Tucker Carlson can say it for you. You prefer that.
What's it, what?
Tucker Carlson can say it for you if you prefer that.
Stiffy?
Oh,
No,
no.
the
Do you
people.
have a sound? I'm assuming.
Okay, go ahead, Carl.
Explain milk porn.
So Vaush, like many before him, have accidentally opened their spicy folder, which as a concept is something that I've always found bizarre. I mean, no offense to all you guys who have a collection of spicy folders, but the idea of
It's a good question.
bringing it all together, and it was like his was a pretty serious organizational operation.
Really?
Yes. But anyway, the
Categories. We have categories.
There were like subfolders and
yeah,
folders.
the folder was literally called
Don't tell
To Be
me.
Sorted. Yeah.
Let me know.
Wow.
Fucking files on files.
Files of files. I didn't know that.
But it's not that he was looking at corn. It's that what was in the folder was something I hadn't seen happen to a creator before. It was actually corn of horses. Horse cocks.
Just right. No bite is required.
Drawn ones, right? I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but
It was horse cocks.
the actual horse.
I think it makes a difference
Drawing
somewhat.
of a horse. It was drawing. The
But
drawing of a
no,
horse.
no real images of horse cocks.
Real animals were involved.
Yeah, I mean that's good.
Okay,
We
well.
appreciate that.
But there's also other weird shit in there. I'll be honest. Like there's some what's referred to as lolly.
What's that?
It's like a genre of hentai where the girls are very young.
That was mixed with the
horse cocks.
horses. Yeah.
How did those two go together?
It does.
It
I don't know why.
does?
The horses were.
It's just degeneracy all
match.
around degeneracy.
I think we have to start with a poll of finding out how many people actually have a folder for their spicy
I
corn.
have a few friends that had a folder.
Because I've only heard about it in like criminal cases.
No, me too.
It's a Dateline thing.
Yeah.
But your friends, even
It's
how
like-
long ago was
It
that?
was a long fucking time
Yeah,
ago.
that's different.
Right,
Long
that's different
time.
when you don't have like the internet on your phone all day.
Yeah, true. I mean,
That's
yeah.
But should we do a poll?
We sure can do a
It
poll.
holds up.
Yeah, hurry up. I'm curious.
It's like LimeWire stuff.
But anyway, there's a lot of Vaush fans screaming at their screen right now that a lot of the stuff that he's been lambasted for in the past has been taken out of context. So what we've prepared here today, in the interest of fairness and in the pursuit of justice and truth, we have brought the full clips with all the context. We are going to revisit some of the best hits. For example, some of the stuff is going to blow you guys' asses out that have not seen this before. It's truly, I don't know how he survives some of this stuff. And as a creator, I actually don't. I like a fair bit of his content.
Okay.
So you might consider me somewhat of a fan of his. I definitely would watch his videos from time to time.
Okay.
And he struck me as an eloquent, smart guy. However,
Did it affect you in the way you look at him now? Can you still watch his content?
no, absolutely not. I mean, I don't think so. I guess I'll see how I feel, but I feel that we as a society, we need to put our
gotta
foot
draw
down.
the line
We
somewhere.
can't be tolerant up to fucking horses. Like, we have to put our foot down. Tolerance has a limit, you guys. And I come to you as a I am Mr. Tolerance. I tolerate everybody and everything. But we have to put our foot down. When has tolerance gone too far? I dare to say it's when you're jerking off the horse cocks. And
True.
and you know, again,
It's their fault.
What's the filter?
14% said yes.
That's basically nothing.
That's basically only you serial killers and
No, wait a minute. 14%? That's
Yeah.
quite high.
That's not.
No,
That's really low.
Guys, there's 8,000 votes.
Hold on,
What's
Dan.
14% of
But in
8,000
the
people?
history of polls,
Exactly. Dan, give me
this is very.
It's 14.
For sure.
Extreme.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing out there are still
Almost 90% said no.
there are hundreds and hundreds of people in this audience right now that have porn.
I think the poll, sorry Dan, is a little flawed.
Oh,
Not your fault.
what?
This is the reason we didn't clarify if that includes their own content, like stuff they have. I feel like
You think there's that many OF people in our
No, not
audience?
OF, not
I
OF.
think
Oh,
like-
like, just saying like your own news.
Yeah, like
or
photos of other or something.
Oh, you have a photo of your own nudes?
No.
Yeah, never done
I
that.
didn't think about that.
To be honest, I'm old, but I've never taken a photo of
But-
myself naked. Nor would I don't think anyone. Dude, if I'm trying to turn someone on, I'm not sending them a picture.
We need to stop poll of finding out if anybody even thought of that when they said yes.
I don't think that would be a significant. I don't think that would be
Now,
statistically.
why are people saying Dan has a folder?
What? No, I was pointing out that it was still astounding how many people had it. Not that I was like, look, there's a great many.
I don't believe Dan. And by the way, I'm not above admitting that I do watch porn from time to time.
You watch porn?
Yeah, yeah, you know that. Oh, lucky. Yeah.
I'm joking.
Yeah. I mean, you know what, and that's fine. I think that's fine. However, there's a certain barrier that you break that it starts when you have a folder called "To Be Sorted" with folders and folders and folders. But I'm not judging people, because listen, some people are born with. He's not harming anyone. I mean, right?
Ooh.
Like that's important to I guess remain.
All right, there's a clarifying poll going up. Do you have a porn folder that isn't your
This
own
is more confusing.
Well,
You have a
I
porn
think
folder
it's
that isn't
Oh,
your own.
wait, AB is saying that people
are saying it right.
So that
Oh shit! It is
so
changed
that
a lot.
percentage is even
a
more
little bit.
extreme.
I don't consider pictures of yourself or your significant other to be porn.
Right, that's, yeah. Well, they're just taking, I see where the confusion came.
Okay, so AB stands corrected. 11%.
I would highly disagree. I would highly disagree. Do with that information what you will, chat room, but I highly disagree. I think it's probably most common between two couples. It's one specific partition of the computer. Or one particular SD card that you keep separate from all the other SD cards. I'll know what I'm talking about. Housewives, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. House husbands, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about too. Especially when we had to hit one phrase with "I saw it." Now delete it.
Send it, ship it too. Yeah. I'll also say this. That definitely strikes me as a guy thing, and we have a large female audience. It's a dude thing for sure.
Having folder?
Yeah. But again, I've been wrong about
People say Dan definitely has a porn folder. I'm, sorry, I'm trying to be diplomatic. Y'all are fucking weird if you have one of those folders. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be diplomatic, okay? You gotta call me out.
My thing about the folder is this. There's no need for the folder in this day and age. Like,
right, exactly.
Unless...
I don't even download music.
That is extra.
Right, exactly.
That
You don't
is
even
extra.
download.
Like, it means that you found...
It means a lot to you.
Found something exactly. Right. This is so rare. I had so much trouble finding this. Which, by the way, if it's hard to find on the internet, it's probably fucked up.
Probably illegal?
Yeah, maybe illegal. Yeah, right. So, if you have a folder, it doesn't mean you're a bad person, but all bad people have folders.
Yeah. That's what I think.
That Vaush is talking about me on his thing, apparently.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to his stream. I'm not going to make that mistake. I'm going to keep it contained right here. And Vaush, if you're watching, we're going to give you a fair shake. A fair shake of the horse's cock. We're going to watch everything in full context.
That's 2 for 2, man.
Thanks, bro. Doing it today. So, yeah, I mean, one of the things he says, which I guess requires context, is, quote, "I'm yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why C-word, P-word, CP should be illegal."
What?
Yes, he said it on camera. It's filmed. Show us. It's a crazy thing. So we'll get into all that. I'm very excited. I mean, it's obviously,
We're not getting into it right now?
I guess we should.
We've already
But I wanted to spice it up because we also have a really fun CapCab update as well. Dude, we have this crazy CapCab update. We found a user on the subreddit. It was pointed out by the users. And I saw it, and I sent a red alert in the chat. We have to archive this immediately. And it's somebody who's been posting for a year on the subreddit, almost entirely on threads about Brad the Bull, with intimate knowledge of their relationship that has not yet been publicly shared.
I'm obsessed. I love it.
It is truly
Wow.
captivating.
Mm-hmm.
And this one we got.
I was listening to the last episode, and I just couldn't believe how entertaining it was.
I'm happy to hear that, because that's something I'm really passionate about.
When you guys said you were going to watch it, the next episode, I was like, I wonder if this is going to get old.
No.
But I was like laughing the whole time.
Wikipedia is not real. So, I mean, we'll keep going as long as people enjoy it. I'm definitely looking forward to episode 3, where he actually is going to bring his old friend Bill Cosby over for Jello and old time stories.
It's all the most popular, the coolest.
The coolest.
Boy, a lot of fights, you have a great time, you love the party, and you got yourself popular.
Bro, you are like 50.
That's why it's probably fine.
He's talking like the younger brother. My brother's so cool, he parties, has fun. Anyway, let's talk about the Vaush thing, because we're already here. Oh, there's other stuff I want to talk about at the top, though.
No, tease it out. Let's circle back to that.
We'll circle back.
We'll circle back.
Okay, so here's something I want to address at the top here. Is, for those who are aware, there's been a Teddy Fresh drama.
It's been a scandalous week.
Let me see the post. So, last week we started
Exactly last Friday.
a new dropping schedule, whereby we, instead of doing it like once or sometimes twice per month, we said let's start doing it throughout the month, basically daily. And our theory behind that was because when we drop so much stuff at once, we feel like a lot of the really cool, great pieces oftentimes fall through the cracks.
Yeah, I thought it could be fun to like give each piece its own moment, and in a way also force us to have to talk about each piece and show it on socials and the whole thing.
Give each piece its due.
A lot of times we just don't. We don't feature all the pieces.
Yeah.
And we'll post like photos and then we feel like, well, engagement is going down or something, and we'll just kind of like stop posting from the release. And so a lot of stuff that came out won't get really featured. I feel like.
Now, some people, I mean, listen, so people were upset, and the reason for that being that they would have to spend a lot more chip, which makes sense. I understand that, and we all understand that, and we understand that the shopping experience for you guys is better the way it was. There is some feedback that kind of perplexed me. A lot of people were saying we were doing it to make money and that we were scamming.
Yeah, I saw somebody call it a cash grab, which didn't make any sense.
Unless I'm in bed with FedEx. I don't own any FedEx stock, for the record. I just love stamps.com.
I was about to say, we go to stamps.com now.
Yeah, they kicked me back on that one.
No, yeah, the shipping fees are just covering shipping. It's, you know.
But you guys are right in that shipping has gotten so expensive. Clothing has gotten so expensive. So we underestimated the financial strain that would impose on an already expensive product to participate in. And so we rolled it back. And to make matters, to try to make things as a gesture of our love and appreciation to all you guys, we have decided to offer free shipping on all U.S. domestic orders from now until the end of the month.
Shipping, yo!
Free shipping on every damn thing.
Yeah.
Damn. That's, you don't see that.
Yes.
And you know why? Because it costs a fucking fortune. Actually, it's crazy. People were begging us not to do this.
Jeff Bezos does it.
Yeah, well, you pay a subscription fee for that.
Right. Good point.
You get like $1 trillion a year.
And also, it is kind of insane that they do that.
Yeah.
So yeah, they ate cost space. They were like not profitable for the first 20 years.
They do it to run everybody else out of
Yeah.
business.
Right.
So people were our accountant was like begging us. They said you cannot do free shipping. They said you cannot do this, please. And then there were people inside. We also said anyone who's bought this month, you can reach out to our support team and we'll refund you the cost of shipping that you already paid.
Oh, the owners have lost their mind.
Dude, we had people on the inside saying you cannot do this. This is insane.
It's literally the You're Killing Me, Larry commercial.
No, they're
yelling at you.
Dude.
Ethan, you're killing me!
So like it's not a cash grab. I don't understand even that leap of logic it takes to get there. It's just shipping. And we are going to basically
Listen, it was an experiment, and it was. We got it. We got the feedback.
Listen, in business, you try things. We've been doing Teddy Fresh for like 6-7 years now, and we've been doing the monthly drops, which we love doing. I think it's a great.
We're gonna go back to that, and I think it will be twice per month and sometimes once per month. That's like how it
Seemed like a good idea at the time.
I think it will be fun, but yeah,
seemed like a good
obviously
idea.
it's more complicated.
But people were very passionately against it, and you know, I appreciate that they care that much. They do.
I do too.
It's nice that they do.
I mean, that's one thing that I always really appreciate about our customers. They're very loyal and they care, and so it's important for me to make it a two-way relationship, show them that we care too.
Like, absolutely. So I mean, we are going to spend a fortune. We're not going to make a lot of money this month, probably if any. But that doesn't matter to us, which is why I said it.
And also, I was getting annoyed that all the comments were about shipping when this collection is so fire.
Right, that's annoying.
I love this February collection, and so I just want to get back to talking about how cool everything is.
Check this out, dude. Check this new fucking bike jersey.
Oh yeah, the Teddy Fresh Sport. Oh yeah, I had a cool dude who asked for that in my DMs.
A cool dude.
Cool dude.
He's someone we see too.
Cool.
So cool.
You are rocking the overalls.
Yes. Okay, you guys have to see Lena because
I'm raving about this pack here.
Nice. Oh, the whole thing's Teddy Fresh.
yes.
There it is.
That's so cute.
I'm gonna add some stuff to the folder later.
And check out.
I'm gonna be serious. That does not look like a very impressive outfit fitting. That looks like what I would dress a sexually ambiguous Power Ranger in for a new installment. I'm dead ass. It does not look impressive.
I heard that one.
Yeah, you owned in on that.
That's funny.
Check out Dan real quick because Dan.
Is this out yet? I wasn't sure.
It will be. So on Monday everything will come out.
That also doesn't look impressive. That looks like shit that already exists. What do I know?
Monday, all of February will come out.
Yeah. And there'll be free shipping on all orders to the end of the month. You heard that right. Who else does free
Domestic.
shipping? Domestic. Because honestly, if we shipped it like
international,
we would lose
we would be out of business.
a fantastic amount of money.
Yeah.
We would just be losing money straight up.
Who wants to lose some money today?
But you know, like the rationale we had behind creating the classics collection was like everything's getting more expensive and everyone's raising the price, everyone's charging a ton for shipping, and we wanted to go the opposite direction and let's say fuck it, let's lower our prices. And the hope is, of course, that exactly. You know, the play is hopefully that through volume because people like that make up, and it was successful. I'm really happy with how it came out. So
I like that we have both options where we can have the classics, but also still have our what we call inline collection, and still go full on with all the details and charge more.
So we definitely went the wrong way on this one. We created a process that made the cost more expensive. So I hope you guys like the free shipping. I hope that lowers the bar of entry for a lot of people that wanted to try the thing. You know, our free shipping has been 150 traditionally because again, it's just a cost value analysis. But I do think about this whole thing has kind of been a catalyst for thinking about things differently for me. Where I'm wondering if we should lower our shipping bar substantially going forward.
Right, maybe we're gonna have to talk about it like throughout the month.
Yeah, I'll have to see how it goes throughout the month.
But
let the conversation begin.
Free shipping is definitely very extreme.
Well, I was like, can we do free shipping like all the time?
I don't know that we can.
Dude, our accountant was like, she was pulling her hair out.
That's a lot of money.
She said,
It's getting on my nerves that he is choosing to spend this much time. I'm going to start selectively pushing myself through. Lord have mercy. Oh. This is the downside of watching everything the way that you do, Carl. Fortunately, there are timestamps. The rest of the backside of this is the Vaush Horse folder. Okay.
Yeah, people don't really get hurt. Unless there's like an unprecedented like 9.0 and then the earth opens up and then probably a lot of people would die in that case.
Well, there were a decent amount of deaths in the Northridge earthquake that we were talking about.
Heidi says, I just got confirmation from a blood test that I'm super pregnant. Finally. Shout out to all H3 moms. Can't wait to join the team family. Let's go. Congratulations.
This is like baby season. I know so many people that are pregnant right now.
Congratulations. I need the max, baby. I need the max, baby. I need the max triplets.
That was cringe. And Vaush folder.
Let me put it this way.
It's in the chat.
banger episode a week from today, next Friday. But I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Ooh, I don't know what.
But there's something big in the works. What's that?
I don't know what's in the works.
I'll tell you in Discord. In just a moment.
The big thing is Zach Lewis left the Echo. So that's the big thing.
That's what's happening. You see that?
Got it.
So a lot of work been put into this one, so it should be fun. So yeah, that's coming up next week, and then yeah, next Wednesday, like we said earlier, is Valentine's Day, and I guess we're kicking off this whole Jeff thing. Oh boy.
Unfortunately, Ian and Sam are both not here today.
Ethan, real quick, you were about 5 seconds off with the song.
Oh shit, should I go back? Come out?
Yeah, I'm try again.
It's pretty close.
No, it's definitely very close.
All right, Vaush. So once again, let me set this up. Vaush fans, please know this: we are going into this with the most partial and best intentions to represent.
Say partial or impartial?
We are impartial. We are partial to the truth.
Okay, fair.
We're going to show the context of everything so that we can make the best informed decision. Let's get more horses in chat before we start, please, everybody.
Got the horses in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Can we get horses and eggplants in the chat, please? And corn. Let's do horse, eggplant, corn. Can we get that, please? Right, let me put it this way. Sorry about that. All right, Vaush. It's exciting. I was really enjoying all this. It's just so phenomenal. So let's start from the beginning. So Vaush recently, it was yesterday or the day before, he ended his stream in a panic after he accidentally exposed his cornful.
Maybe do like a one-liner of who he's Vaush with his
You can see this is
sure. I mean, yeah.
We don't normally talk about him.
Yep. I'm looking.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, censored. It's
I
censored.
did myself. Yeah.
And by the way, well, in the actual pictures, is there even anything that is like mega vulgar?
I think so.
There's,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's enough there. That is the problem.
So here is a clip of the end of his stream.
Yo, YouTube chat is filtering all of the
horse
corn eggplant emoji combo.
What?
It's like getting hidden, auto hidden in the chat. I can see.
What are they running defense for Vaush? What's the deal here?
Maybe it's just too spammy with emojis. So
It's a secret language that we're finding out.
if we can manually go through and show all of these.
So here's what happened. And again, Vaush fans, if you want to defend him, I'm going to be receptive to everything you're saying. I'm not here with an agenda. I'm just showing something funny that happened. Okay? But I will say this. This is what socialism does to a motherfucker. No, I'm kidding. We love the socials.
He's just a political commentator, right?
So he's a political commentator. He's a leftist, a socialist, and he is pretty popular in that space. I mean, there's like probably 3 main political lefties, which is like Hassan, Vaush, and Destiny. So he's part of that trinity. He's one of the main guys.
Got it.
Not like mega popular because obviously it's a niche,
Sure.
but he's very popular in that space. And his videos get hundreds of thousands of views, sometimes a million. Here it is.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
What?
Now, is that how the stream ended?
I'm not 100% sure. When people were posting on Twitter, that's how they labeled it. But
I think if I remember, I think it cut to like a holding card, some sort of static holding card for a moment, and then it ended shortly after that.
So one more time. So this is
You
how
see
it
this is an
ended.
example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
What?
That's a face of a man who knows. Now, traditionally, we've caught conservatives porn stash. It happened to Alex Jones, and also happened to what's that other shitbag that was friends with Kanye? Fuentes. They both had trans porn. Yeah, Fuentes was looking at trans porn. Yeah,
I don't remember.
But so I was saying yesterday, the left, on the right, they want to, they're chasers, I think they call them. They want to be with trans women.
Right.
On the left, they want to fuck horses. I want to see Hassan's private folder now. We need to fucking get to the bottom. But we all have secrets, don't we? So he panics, and it couldn't be funnier, frankly.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
What?
I didn't get to see his face. It happened so quickly.
Yeah, it happens fast. So here's an enhanced version of the thing. I obviously can't put this on screen, but I'll show it to you. So I'll describe it to you guys. So it's a folder. Oh, is this the super high res one that you found, Love?
Yeah, I think so.
So is this old? Oh yeah, there's a higher res one.
Guys, I just found this week photo.
Oh no, dude, Hassan, explain this shit now.
No.
This is when he realized he was a socialist, right here.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
Look at him on that horse still. He looks comfortable.
Oh no.
No.
This motherfucker rode horses as a kid.
I mean, we talked about many times.
Pony ass. Pony Express ass looking.
You just revealed that you're afraid of horses, right, Ethan?
I'm not afraid of horses. I just think they're powerful. They should be respected, not fucked around with.
Okay.
I
mean, that's 100% fair and true.
I said they are scary. Like if you don't want to stand by a horse, you'll die.
I got hit by a horse.
Oh, did you really? I know they did that.
My dad had a listing on a property with a bunch of horses, and this big fucking like Arabian horse just came up and fucking bit my arm.
Blame it on the Arabian horse.
Hey, anti-Semitic horse.
But every time I'm next to a horse in real life, I'm always struck by how massive and like muscular they are. They're really incredible.
Their cocks are, yeah.
I didn't look at their cock. Listen, I'm a social democrat. We don't look at
Yeah,
horses.
you know what's under the hood.
Here's a picture of great communist leaders.
Oh wow, there is a connection here.
Great communist leaders of our time. Kim Jong-un, Putin, Alex Jones is an interesting one, but and then Hassan.
Okay, Putin is definitely not a communist.
Well, we like to consider him part of the.
Just a bunch of babes. Like,
Yeah, no, there's a bunch of hotties.
Okay, what's a child? Calm down.
well, he grew into a babe.
We didn't get to the lolly stuff yet.
Not yet, right.
But it is in there. Oh, good. I can't get hold of myself. Right, focus, Ethan. So here's Love. So it's a bunch of folders. First of all, there's 5 folders. Dude, Love, there's got to be a clear one. I know I saw a clear one in there.
Well, I sent you. Well, I don't know which one you're looking at.
The one in the
I sent
stock
you one.
isn't mega.
Here's the full one.
Okay, here you go. This is much better. Thank you. So there's old. There's a folder that says old. This document is called To Be Sorted. There's 5 folders in it. Old, taxes. XXX gifts, XXX picks, and XXX bids. XXX Tassion.
So organized.
And now you get to the kind of unsorted, downloaded images that are populated.
Miscellaneous.
Yet to be sorted.
Now the first thing I'm noticing is a King Garu from the new Legend of Zelda, and it appears to be, I can't be sure, but it appears to be King Garu porn. And Dan pointed out, King Garu is horse-like.
He is
equine-like features.
Yeah.
You're walking. I don't know if he's supposed to be like a horse man, but when we were trying to figure out if that's what it was, and I pulled a picture, I was struck by how horse-like his face is. So.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? So, like, I don't know, just trying to fuck King Raru. I mean, he was powerful.
King Raru?
King Raru. He
Is it Raru?
He had a lot of power and he was charming. But physically,
Raru.
he's not my type.
Here, let's pull him up and y'all tell me if I'm off base with the horse comparison here.
We'll get to that. Yeah, I know. We'll get to that.
I guess he's more like a deer.
It's like Can you pull it up? I can see.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
That's King Raru.
What do we think?
That's the one Vaush wants to fuck.
Oh, it's definitely horse-like.
You think it's horse-like?
Maybe deer-like, maybe?
Yeah, maybe it's like a deer.
Definitely not human.
Right.
Yeah. He's goated. Yeah, it's a little goated.
He's goated.
Maybe he's goated.
So there's that. And then we move to the other parts. And Love, you kind of know the specifics about what's in here. Not saying anything, but you are boots on the ground.
Yeah, yesterday when we were talking about it on the live stream, I found a Twitter thread saying that one of the animes depicted in these thumbnails are apparently the main character in that anime is 16, which is quite deeming.
So it is a sex series, based on what I saw.
No, so there's an anime of it, and I guess this is a sexual version of
it.
it.
Okay, so in the anime, she is specifically 16 years old.
And then
he has porn.
and then he has a porn of the character.
And there's a photo I saw that was like, there's the one I saw on your that you showed me, maybe. Yeah. That Eva's got to see that.
When you go below 16, like 15 and stuff like that.
But here, it gets kind of hard to see because it's so small. But here, I mean, it just looks like hentai. Here's some big ass horse cocks. Here's a girl treating a horse cock. Here's a horse cock silhouette with a big horse cock. Here's more Lord Raru fairy stuff. You see the horse here? And then this is a horse dick. Yeah. And then this is this stuff is super graphic actually. Can you fill in the blank? What am I looking at like on the bottom row?
The bottom row.
Okay,
I don't know about nobody.
This is the cartoon character that's 16.
Let me. I don't want to be sure, but I believe so.
Do you see this?
Yeah.
This. What do you think of that?
16 is
That's vile.
I don't like it.
It looks like a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
It's really. And then here's another one. This one was on there too, of the same character. So those are the images that we saw. And also shout here's his taxes there, which I think is interesting. It ensures he does not forget.
Now he gets audited
to pay his taxes. He'll never lose it there.
He gets audited.
You know, like he's like, I'm not gonna lose this shit. Going in my porn stash.
Yeah. To be fair, this is stuff he had to like take care of legally. Possibly.
Oh, it's a VTuber, not Suru Matsuri. Maybe some people know who that is. I don't know, but here I'll show you the picture of her. She is like clearly a child.
Age 16, that's her.
But that's like a young 16 too. I feel like. So he has some very graphic. Yeah, it's just.
I didn't realize what you were pointing out.
Yeah, this is just
okay to show.
the page about the character's virtual. She's a VTuber, I guess, or I don't know what that means, but
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Personality. Matsuri is an energetic, expressive, and somewhat chaotic cheerleader girl who's bubbly as a festival. I've read enough.
The way a lot of fucking weirdos get away with kind of stuff like this is they say in the lore, this character is like 1 billion years old.
Oh yeah,
like
that's the lolly
kid. Yeah,
Oh,
but then like it looks like a fucking infant.
Yeah.
So wait, in this though, she's not. She's
In this
16.
case, it's even worse because it's like confirmed she's 16.
They don't
It looks-
pretend.
It looks 9.
Yeah.
And in the picture from the horse file, she looks even younger, honestly.
That one's really fucked up. There's one of her, correct me if I'm wrong, filleting a horse.
I can't, okay, because it's blurred, the clear version, but she's doing that to someone. I can't tell if it's a hairy man or a horse.
Okay. I mean, bro, that to me is enough. I've seen enough. No one was harmed in the production of this. I was. I'm seeing it. I don't know if that counts. But let's move on because that's not. It only gets better from here. I haven't watched. Wait, what? Yeah. I'm only looking at what was in his folder. So I have not. Yeah. Anyway, so this led people to compiling questionable clips from Vaush's past. Apparently, he has a colorful history of saying really bizarre, creepy, weird shit.
Rewind time.
Now, this is the one that people say is always taken out of context. So let's do our best here to give it a full due. So here, now here's a compilation. Okay, so if there's anything out of context here, let me know. This was made by the YouTube Police Department. That's interesting. I've never heard of them.
ACAB.
I know, YouTube now. Of course, you're
ACAB means YouTube Police too, okay?
Wow, Cavcab, really? You can call ACAB on them? That says a lot, 14-year-old Natalie Portman. So here's some of the basics. Let's listen.
Can child porn be legal? I think that would be, yes, more legal and more ethically consistent. Yes, 100%. Listen very carefully to the exact language that I use. I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal. The argument that I was making, and I've made this argument a bunch of times, and I've addressed this poorly made argument a bunch of times here. Why is the possession of child pornography immoral? People are inconsistent in their moral outrage at commodities which hurt people when they're produced. So people will laugh off cocoa butter or chocolate or or cobalt or other products that we tend to get through a really, really unethical system, but then they're really, really quick to.
Well, we do have a special place in our heart for child rapists.
Is really trying to make a
because you eat
legitimate.
chocolate, but you don't. You dare to care about child pornography and you eat chocolate. You're gonna sit there and eat chocolate.
An insane take.
It is utterly, absolutely bananas. And frankly, to put even if you have some like rational connection you made in your mind, it's not worth putting your neck out for that one, brother. Like, let's keep that one locked up in the chamber. We don't need to give pedos any green lights.
I'm so confused by people in chat. We've had so many people who like, you don't know the full context.
We'll watch it.
Oh, don't worry, we have the
We have it all.
Yeah, I know. But the funny part is that, sure, it's slightly different, but it's still so
Well, it's funny because like in this part
Okay, we can
particular,
probably round up some people today, if you know what I'm saying.
Right.
Well, honeypot.
here's
honeypot in our own chat.
It's funny because people go always taking that context, but listen what he says.
Yes, 100%. Listen very carefully to the exact language that I use.
Listen very carefully as I express myself articulately and clearly as I possibly can.
I've yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal.
Wait, how? What does he mean by that? Like,
So
first of all, the
insanely
making of it,
is a
or
crime.
the
A horrific crime, probably one of the worst crimes you can commit.
How does somebody get to the point of possessing this content? It must be illegal.
The problem is, I think what he's saying is, if you have it, you're not hurting anyone. But what you are doing is you are
supply and demand.
Exactly. You're creating a demand for a product.
He talks about all this.
Okay, let's watch it. Well, I'll wait then. I'll wait.
No,
if you want to get into it, just go to. We have this full clip, like not in the compilation.
Let me watch the compilation. I'm not going to pause it,
and you should go
and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of what you're asking is.
Okay, good.
That I was making. And I've made this argument a bunch of times, and I've addressed this poorly made argument a bunch of times here. Why is the possession of child pornography immoral? People are inconsistent in their moral outrage at commodities which hurt people when they're produced. So people.
Are you calling child pornography a commodity? Is that traded on Forex? What's the going rate on child pornography on the S&P right now? What the fuck?
We'll lap off cocoa butter or chocolate or or cobalt or other products that we tend to get through really unethical.
Those things can be produced ethically. Child pornography cannot.
And also, I don't think people necessarily know that it's made unethically. I've only learned about that recently when we're talking about chocolate.
Well, your influence on that is extremely limited. Like iPhones, they get cobalt. You don't know where the fuck they're getting their rare earth minerals from. And you just go and buy a phone. It's like you have a limited control over that.
Pause any moment. Just to make sure the context is clear. Vaush tries to whataboutism his way out of explaining how actually the true context is that there is a deeper market and there is a deeper consumption fuel for all these things that really just boil down to, bro, I'm trying to goon. Bro, listen. Don't worry about where I got it from. Like, what? You're going to let Vladimir on the other side of the planet be able to get away with sex trafficking Katya because you're more worried about the inside of my folder? And the answer is yes. Because what the fuck are you talking about? You don't even need to go, Carl, we're gonna have the next fat work levels of what the fuck's wrong with you. Carl right now can say, why are you capping like this? Why did you even record it, bro? I know why you recorded it. It's because in his coming up through the years, he had to find a way to get people off his case so that he could be able to goon in quiet. And now it's blowing up on him. For which, just, H3 being one of the many fuel ways to the normies because of his popular status. He needs to break it down for the normies. While the rest of us over here are saying, get his ass. It's pretty straightforward, but they're kind of meandering around the point, but I think he's about to get to it.
And it's something that people do try actively to not allow to happen. It's not like people are like, oh yeah, let's have child.
I want cobalt that was made by child slaves, which is what consumers of the CP do. But frankly, again, you can do all those things ethically, and hopefully we're walking towards a world in which cobalt and cocoa butter and chocolate and coffee and all that shit is made ethically. However, we will never live in a world where child pornography can be made ethically.
Right.
And the thought of it is absolutely obscene. Like, don't even, you know what I mean?
The system, but then they're really quick to denounce child porn. Now, you'll never be able to find a clip of me saying that I think it's good to have child porn. Should consuming child porn be legal? Yes, 100%.
Please, right now, uncut your dumb shit, live cut fucking SJW brains, and recognize this empirically correct fact that I'm.
Once again, he sets it up in the clearest terms possible. Clear your ears out, everybody. Sit down and listen to every word, which I mean with my whole body and soul.
It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well.
That's game. I don't know how he survived that one.
What?
I don't know how he survived that one.
That sentence should not be said no matter what the context.
Is there more context to that one?
Yeah, we have that clip as well.
Phenomenal.
I honestly think
because I'm so
I can't wait.
I think it's a mistake to be watching these clips because we're giving an opportunity to be like, oh, you're not understanding the full context.
So
We're going to get the full context. You can't say that. That's not fair. We're going to watch them all. But we're almost done with the compilation.
Okay.
Vaush gets kicked off platforms for saying cracker, but not for saying pedophilia can be good for children. Which is the exact quote. And here, I'll ask you, just follow through.
No, I'm not an idealist. I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals that don't have any ground. I'm going to talk about hypothetical situations where adults can molest children and have positive outcomes. Not something I'm
You're the one
talking
talking.
about.
Hold on. First of all,
Here's a comment from his Discord, which I'm assuming is real. I don't know. But it says, the way I see it, age of consent exists out of respect for the numerous power imbalances older people have over younger people. As those imbalances, or at least some of them, are redressed through the advent of socialism, the age of consent should therefore be lowered. I knew it was socialism that was doing this to people.
I don't endorse this.
What does that have to do with age of consent? That's crazy.
I don't know. He's on some fucking libertarian brain, dude. I don't know what to say.
Dude, whoa.
So imagine, all right? Imagine aliens come down to Earth
This is
and they say,
absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. Granted, a lot of those were not the full context. And it's fair to set it up that way because online, a lot of people that see those only see those. So today we give you that, and now we give you the full thing.
Okay.
Also, real quick, to give ownership, the person who made that was YouTube Police Department.
Thanks, buddy.
Nice. Thank you.
Did you say that? I had said that.
Okay, you know what? No, I swear to God, I just got from the bathroom and I just had this thought. Let's put a monitor in the bathroom. No, I'm so serious. It's not a bad idea. It's a good idea.
Hold
on. I actually went number 2 on the bathroom. I bring my monitor.
Yeah, that's true.
It's delayed. It's delayed though.
So we actually just bought some new monitor speakers and had the thought to put them out there.
You know what? I like the idea.
I like one step. I'm thinking that if you don't say it, you're going to get this. I'm just trying to cover. Otherwise, I would send it in chat. Even though I did that last time, you still read it out loud. But
We have the XLR run, so I was going to do it.
You know what? I think that's a good idea, though. I really like when we do live shows, how they have like speakers everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get on that.
Should we? I guess this is what that I think is good to set the tone. The Tacoma weapon one. Now, Dan shared this.
All right, just a little bit. Listen, I don't want to get into it too much, but I will say that this was probably the first clip I ever saw of Vaush, and it was the last. It should have been the last clip that I ever saw of Vaush. It pretty much turned me off to.
Oh my God.
So here he is. Somebody says he can't get laid, and he gets defensive about that. Why is it so small? I know there's.
I don't know. It's a weird Twitter thing.
Jesus Christ.
wait, is this guy seriously saying that I can't get laid? Incredible, I'll give you 5,000 if you can get Poontang before January 1st. Do you have any idea who the fuck you're talking to? When I got off Tinder because of the fucking quarantine, Tacoma wept. Brother, even like ignoring the fact that I have a girlfriend, even if we're just talking like randos, I'm 2 hours away right now from being inside somebody else. This is one, I have 2 skills, and it's non-monogamy and speaking publicly, okay? Do some fucking research.
Do some research?
Anytime anything huge happens, we have to say Tacoma
Tacoma
wept.
That's epic. So wait, is Tacoma Web the reference, or is that where he lives?
No, I think it's yeah.
So he's genuinely
How
like.
have we never watched this?
I've seen it from Dan.
Yeah.
Tacoma wept is
I do
stuck in my
know,
brain
a
forever.
lot of people in our audience like this guy, and so we've always just kind of purposely steered clear. But I've had that one in the back pocket for years, and it's behind the scenes. I've referenced Tacoma Web.
I'm gonna comment that on your next Instagram post.
I think it's honestly a phenomenal, versatile. It sounds incredible. I mean, he's right though. He has a knack for public speaking.
One of the two, that's right.
So Tacoma Web, you have it, Zach?
I'll pull it.
But also, is it so gross how he goes, I'm 2 hours away from being inside of somebody else?
Disgusting.
Like, with or without permission? What do you mean?
With permission, with permission.
Okay. Well, he wasn't clear about it. He made it sound like I'm coming inside.
No, he's not shit.
Give me 2 hours. Give me 2 hours in a bottle of ether.
Forgive me. I still don't get it. The Tacoma Web.
Oh, so he says, because when I got off of Tinder, the entire city of Tacoma where he lives, people were crying.
It was just so devastating that he wasn't on Tinder.
Tacoma Web.
Got it.
And he's good at two things: public speaking and fucking, baby. And he's all out of words.
And look it up if you don't believe it.
And if I run out of people, and I'm all out of people to follow.
Where's the next farm?
I want to hear Tacoma Web again. Yeah, I'm 2 hours from the nearest farm.
That's so funny.
Even if you're a fan, you
Oh,
gotta-
that's actually hilarious. That's actually hilarious.
Listen, I want-
I'm 2 hours away from the nearest farm, bitch. You bring me your heartiest, meatiest sow. I'm hungry. Hilarious! What did you miss? I don't know. Tune in and find out. Vaush's goon, Fulver was a stable? Yes. His little scream brings you so much joy. True. Funny that Missouri is a log lover too? Well, you see, Missouri is not the person who's on guard here. Vaush is.
I won't judge if you keep watching, but I will be perpetually shocked that people are watching.
One of our chatters says, I live in Tacoma. I'm sorry for your loss.
Quarantine? Tacoma wept. Idea who the fuck you're talking to? When I got off Tinder because of the fucking quarantine, Tacoma wept.
That's a lot.
Wow.
So that's just to set the tone.
Tacoma wept.
Should we? So let's get into the main sources here. So this one, Vaush explains the context of the quote, I am yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why CP should be illegal. So here is the full clip for our consideration.
Real quick, I have the soundbite now.
Go ahead.
The Blizzard Wolfie for that one.
Tacoma wept.
It's tragedy. It is tragic. Dude, this whole thing is soundbite. Like, the Fertile Valley. We gotta pull all kinds from this.
Yeah, also when he says like, what was it? Look it up or research it.
Do your research.
Do your research.
On my sexual conquest. Right, here he is describing it. And by the way, I love this game. Dead Cells, great game. So
yeah, got out.
Yeah.
Tacoma wept.
Convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal. Now that one, wow. Wait 1 second. That's a. Trying to figure out where Ian has the other box, the other pip.
Tacoma wept.
I know where it is.
Where's the pip, Ian?
Where's the pip? Where's the other pip?
Where's the pip, Ian?
Where's the pip, Ian? Here, I got it. I'll just move it.
Chat said, I'm ignoring when you say something to get you back for never hearing me.
Huh?
Yeah, what?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, you're trying to get revenge by doing that?
That's what chat said.
Pretty funny. I mean, keep doing it.
Okay, go ahead.
It was like 3 or 4 times today. It's really something amazing. It's funny. I didn't have to call it out. I just go, thanks, dude. Everybody knows. It's fun. We love it. We love it. We love these things. All right, go ahead. Justify. Explain.
A zinger, isn't it? I have yet to hear one convincing argument. Yeah, I saw it. Hang on. I have yet to hear one convincing argument for why child pornography should be illegal. I know. Oof. Now, what the context that's missing here is that when I was saying that, I was saying, in the world we live in right now, I don't think there's a convincing moral or legal argument which is consistent with the morals or legality that we currently have. Now, what does that mean? Well, the argument that I was making, and I've made this argument a bunch of times, and I've addressed this poorly made argument a bunch of times here on this stream, is that, well, let's go through the logic. Why is the possession of child pornography immoral? Because it hurts people to make child pornography, yeah? Because you have to hurt children to make it. That's why it's immoral. It's not magically immoral. It's immoral because of the harm that is caused by it. So, do we not possess other things that
You sound like someone who's trying to
hurt people
rationalize child
in
abuse. Like, that is
Yeah.
an insane... That's actually...
It's like, okay, this is wrong.
That is not better.
This is wrong, but there's also other stuff that are wrong.
This is rationalizing. People who do horrible shit, they rationalize it in their mind so they can live with it. This man says, you eat chocolate and you dare care about child pornography? That's what his point is, right?
I can't stop
I'll
looking
explain.
at his shirt that says adult only. Why? Why?
Version of girl math.
Unless it's the hentai I'm downloading.
That's boy math you're asking
Yeah. Yeah, that's the boy math.
Okay, go ahead, Vaush. Let's follow the logic, as you said.
Say, for example, the innumerable supply chains which hurt other people, the child slavery, what have you. The argument that I was making essentially is that people are inconsistent in their moral outrage at commodities which hurt people when they're produced.
Okay.
So people will laugh off cocoa butter or chocolate or or cobalt or other products that we tend to get through a really, really unethical system, but then they're really, really quick to denounce child porn. Now you'll never
As
be
you
able.
should.
That's not a problem.
You should be.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
You should be really quick to denounce.
Even if there's some... Can you focus? Because like one is very easy to understand.
One is
why it's
like
fucked up.
the wrong thing is right in front of you.
No
the other
analysis
one,
needed.
the other one you need to know and you need to do research and
Yeah.
you need to learn that it's behind the scenes it's being made wrongly.
It's not easy to piece all that together.
Tacoma
So
wept.
does it surprise you that people care about CP more than they care about cobalt farming? I mean, it shouldn't. Absolutely shouldn't. We all have children. I don't have a cobalt mine in my backyard. I don't know what the fuck that's like. Just being real. That's crazy. That's crazy. I
I
don't
also
like that.
think your point that you already made earlier about you could figure out a way to make those things ethically. You cannot figure out
It's not the same.
a way to make
Child
it
pornography is not a
ethical.
commodity.
Mhm.
It's not. It's something else. This isn't wheat and fucking cobalt and shit that's traded, shipped on boats and traded internationally. This is something else. Putting it in the same bracket as that is truly...
Now, to be honest, Ethan, technically, child porn is something that's traded on ships and boats. Just, over illegal international waters. 125 buried, 0 found.
just a rationalization. I mean, in the worst possible way. It's actually really fucked up.
To find a clip of me saying that I think it's good to have child porn or that it's okay to hurt children or anything like that, because those were never the arguments that I was making. It was only an indication, oh my god, it's just like every other clip of you quote-unquote defending CP. Yep, it's just like the other 47 times this has happened. Now,
that doesn't seem like an exaggeration.
Well, why are you defending it 47 times?
I think he's kidding. He's kidding. Or is he not kidding?
Well, we already seen in the highlight
that
clip.
is kind of
that
true because there are
yeah,
clips. So
just from what we've seen in the highlight clip.
holy shit. I'm sorry. 20 minutes from Tacoma. There's this famous case of a guy died from injuries sustained while attempting to have sex with a horse.
Tacoma wept.
We lost a good one that day. Tinder wept. What was he trying to? Was he on top or on bottom?
Yeah, it's just about,
Do you think it says that?
Engaging receptive
Oh, it does
anal
say
intercourse
people
with a
do.
horse.
Yeah, he was getting railed by a horse.
Oh my god. Oh
I guess there was
my
multiple
god.
guys. It was labeled by the internet 2 guys, 1 horse.
You think he knew?
Vaush might have been there.
Oh
You
my
will
God.
never hear him
Yeah,
saying
that's
nay.
Mr. Hands. Okay, because you were saying Mr. Hands. What the hell's that? You're right.
Mr. Hands?
Zach brought up to me. He's like, it's like Mr. Hands. I was like, I don't know what that is, but that's the case. They went under the alias Mr. Hands.
I don't know.
The horse fucker. Okay, Brad in the chat here.
So
I'm hot.
Tacoma
oh,
wept.
like Brad. I want to fuck me right now. That means put on the AC, please. Thank you, legend.
So that was a bit nasty.
We love you. We need Fiddy's back on the show.
Yeah.
Everybody misses him. Like he won everybody over.
Wow.
It was really actually phenomenal.
Dude, he's in like the European Parliament or some shit right now. I've been following his story.
Yeah, what is he doing?
Yeah, he took a flight to somewhere and he's hanging out with politicians from what I've seen. On his
Oh,
story
yeah,
or some
he was
shit.
running for president or something.
Yeah,
Cyprus.
awesome.
He's the most famous Siberian. Dude, can we set up a call with
You
him?
want another one?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Everybody wants to hear.
Still don't know how old he is. Yeah.
It's interesting.
Okay, so Mr. Hands is like a case that people know about?
Yeah, a lot of people in chat seem to be familiar.
Why do they call him Mr. Hands?
That was
Yeah.
his name online.
Okay.
Was he like a known horse fucker? Yeah, he like recorded a bunch of films, I believe. Oh, they were released after he died, maybe?
Oh, like that's awesome. It's like Tupac albums.
Yeah, like that. Oh, that's Biggie.
He died for what he loves. All right, Boss, go ahead. But so here's what I'm getting from this. His original statement. I have yet to hear a moral or legal argument for why possession of CP should be illegal. Let's isolate that and compare it to what he said was his explanation for saying that. And it doesn't really make sense. The comment he's saying, his explanation for justifying that comment doesn't really line up to me. If you're trying to say that people are morally inconsistent with things like cobalt and chocolate and coffee, you would say that. You wouldn't say. You could say that a billion other ways that would be way more effective. And as he said himself, he has 2 skills. One is, being a public speaker, and the other one is non-monogamy. And horses involved in that, apparently. His partners could be man, woman, or, in his case,
Centaur, like creature, somewhere in between.
But my point is, this guy's smart, and he's a good communicator. So, like him saying, does that even speak to what he said? If he said, I haven't heard a convincing moral or legal argument for why CP should be illegal, does that in any way actually address what he said he's saying?
Well, okay, so the argument is that, under capitalism, we have all of these commodities and supply chains that are part of our everyday life, and the acquisition of those things, it involves oftentimes things that we consider immoral, either slave labor or just massively underpaid labor, or, excuse me, Dennis. And he's saying that if you are okay, this is his point, if you're okay with that, then you don't really you're a hypocrite if you're not okay with the CP stuff.
And if you were trying to convey that, would you say, I have never heard anyone give me a convincing argument why CP should be illegal or is even immoral?
Right, well, I think
work that in
what you
somehow.
said is the big gaping hole, in my opinion, of what he...
And I'm not talking about Mr. Hands.
His asshole after the horse, yeah.
4 for 4. Thanks, bro.
I think the big gaping hole is that one, like cobalt, chocolate, like listen, I agree that there are terrible practices involved in the acquisition of a lot of these things, but at the end of the day, those are all commodities that have some utility to society. And you can still quibble about, like, oh, is us having chocolate as privileged Westerners, is that, make it okay that we use slave labor? And, you can denounce that. There is no situation where the child pornography is okay. Like, there is, like, that doesn't exist. And so the comparison doesn't work. It doesn't work.
I frankly, hearing him explain the quote context makes me, frankly, I don't believe him because it doesn't make sense. Those two statements are not logically connected.
Because it's more, they're victims more than commodities. I know he's trying to get across. I mean, it doesn't make a fucking sense, but...
I don't believe him. I don't believe that that's what he meant, even.
The argument is just, like, so flimsy because he then has to say that not the act of making the child porn is immoral, but, like, you have to, at a certain point, say that simply child porn, if there isn't a victim, is moral. Like,
that's he does come close to saying that when he said previously, which I guess there's more context to, that children and adults can have meaningful, healthy sexual relationships.
And it can be positive
for the child.
So I believe the next clip that we have...
Is that another justification for CP? I mean, by the way, let me just defend myself. Everyone says, oh, Ethan, I saw you sniff your finger.
Oh, boy.
There was a little thing here. I didn't know if it was a piece of cake or a piece of cardboard. So I touched it and I smelled my fingers. You see, it's cardboard, by the way.
Oh, I'll defend you. I've done these things like
yeah.
I don't know about.
So that's that. Let me keep seeing if there's anything else here.
Are we gonna watch more context for that statement? Because that one is wild.
Apparently, yes.
Okay, I'm curious.
Yeah.
Tacoma wept. The point that I'm making here is that I think that all of these things are immoral.
See, I don't think that that's what you were saying.
I mean, you can disagree.
Show me the original clip.
I think the issue is still in his explanation. I don't think the explanation... You're saying you just don't believe him.
I don't believe him because what he's saying doesn't make sense. That what he said
I don't know.
does not connect to what he's... Let's see the original clip. I want to see him trying to...
explain it away?
Yeah, here he's trying to rationalize it. Let's see the original clip. I want to see that. Then I'll have a better idea of what he was actually saying at the moment.
Right.
And again, this is a man who touts one of his 2 skills in life as being a public speaker.
These things should be illegal. And the reason why this cancellation attempt comes up every couple of months is because... and by the way, this never comes up in person when people talk to me.
Well, okay. I guess it's fair. I guess it doesn't matter.
Everyone's a coward.
I dare you call me a pedophile in my face.
It's because the people who make these accusations about me know they would get blown the fuck out. Oh, drama alerts in chat. Oh,
what does that mean? That you would fight them?
Drama alert in chat.
Is that what he meant? That I will fight you?
He's a debater. He wants to debate you.
He's gonna want to debate me on this.
Typically. I mean,
he's gonna want to debate me on this. I'll take that. I'll do it. He's apparently the great debater. He himself as. So what happens when Chris Hansen meets I'm not Chris Hansen. What happens when the hay meets the horse?
No, I you.
Let's get to the bottom of it, bucko.
Keem, you want to come on? We can talk about it.
Keem stars in here. Oh, shit. That's the time. That's my time to exit. So, okay, that's his... No, I don't know. I mean, do people think that that explanation is convincing?
I mean, his supporters think so, yeah.
It's
I didn't find it particularly compelling.
my problem is that there's no logic there. Like
doesn't connect.
It doesn't connect, and he seems like a smart guy. So why would that one be
Want me to debate him?
so weird?
Do you think he's going to debate me on whether or not he's...
I'm sure.
I mean, he has nothing to lose, but...
That's pretty much what he does in one of these clips.
That's kind of
right.
insane.
Yeah, there's one coming up where he is doing exactly that. So
okay, Vaush, if you want to debate,
well, he hasn't said that.
He's going to want to. I know it.
He's the biggest debate lord online.
Yeah, because in his opinion, that's the only way he can fix this. Yeah, I don't know that. I kind of went with the other guy. He's like, I don't want to argue if CP is bad. I don't want to even engage in that conversation necessarily.
Right.
You know, I don't. You know, kobold and fucking coffee and all that shit.
It's just a very weird argument to make.
Like, even if what you're saying is true, which it's not, I don't want to have the conversation. Because there's gonna be pedophiles. They're like, yeah, that explains why everybody else is a hypocrite. Who's gonna go home and fuck kid and be like, everyone's a hypocrite. How dare they judge me?
Yeah.
That's the world you want to live in.
Go eat your chocolate.
Everyone has a right. I fuck kids. You eat chocolate. Yep. I don't see the big difference. I mean, dude, you're gonna get. Dude, there's no shot.
What's your argument?
There's no fucking shot, bro. What's your argument? That would be a hell of a debate. I mean, I don't even know how to even get into that. Let's see if he wants to. I'll think about it. The topic for today is Vaush in support of pedophilia and zoophilia. The debaters, Ethan Klein and Vaush the horse, Jackson. I don't know what his last name is. And welcome everybody to today's episode of When the Hay Meets the Horse.
Tacoma wept.
Tacoma wept, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Wept.
Oh, man. All right, so let's move on then. Guys, come on to the chat. If there's fans of him that are saying I'm missing something, please let me know. Here's the next one. Context that this is the one you said. Is it possible for a child to have sexual relationship and it be positive? Here's his explanation for that one.
Okay, look, this is super duper simple, okay? Utilitarianism, utilitarianism, is about considering the consequences of a specific action, okay?
Well, why did you have to mix Zelda into all this shit, yeah?
How are we talking about utilitarianism?
He's really coming after Ocarina of Time with this conversation. That means so much to so many of us.
Majora's Mask.
Oh, that's Majora's Mask, my bad. I actually started playing that recently.
Oh, I love it.
Me and Teddy were playing it for a bit.
Oh, that's cute.
It's kind of scary. It's intense.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
It's all about hard, too.
Yeah, it's a dark one.
Super hard.
We have an interesting update. Vaush addresses the folder recently, like 30 minutes ago. After we get through this, I'll send it.
Okay. We'll circle back. Breaking update. Big news.
The ad placement in AB's shop. Oh, don't move it. No, I hide this on purpose.
All right, go ahead, Vaush.
It is possible, please right now, uncuck your dumb shit, live-cuck fucking SJW brains, and recognize this empirically correct fact that I'm about to spit. It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship, and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well. That is possible.
No. You know what my sister says is possible? I could fall through the ground because our atoms are lined up in the same wavelength somehow. I mean, who gives a fuck?
No. Yeah, I only have one word. No.
What are you saying? That like teenagers had sex with adults in like ancient Greek and that was fine? Or something? Like, what is your point? That in some magical world? Like, what's the point of this argument?
This one is crazy. My blood is starting to boil.
Why are you saying this? Blood boiling. What point are you trying to make? All right, go ahead, Vaush.
However, categorically,
it's not.
Discourage those relationships because, as a rule, it is substantially.
He's sweating, bro. He knows he fucked up. He knows, dude. His career's flashing before his eyes. He said too much.
Substantially more likely that enabling them would cause harm in society.
Raw.
That's the difference between
raw. Wait,
Why is he saying
let me go
raw?
back. Let me hear this. He's scared. He looks like Chris Hansen about to come in that door.
and for it to have positive outcomes on the child.
Dude, why do you gotta have the wildest shirt? Raw, yeah, raw. Baby.
Yeah, the shirts really don't help his whole argument so far. The other one with the adult only.
That is possible. However, categorically, we discourage those relationships because, as a rule, it is substantially more likely that enabling them would cause harm in society.
Okay, so why?
No.
What is the point of like sussing this out? Exactly?
No.
You're saying in no cases is this possible?
I'm saying this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's upsetting.
Yeah,
really upsetting.
There's just no point to have
really
a
upsetting. Why have this conversation? What is he saying? That maybe there's one case where it didn't traumatize the kid? Show me that one case first of all. But so what? So maybe there's one. So then we're all hypocrites because.
Well, he's saying
what?
On the whole, it's more likely to negatively affect kids.
Right.
And therefore, as a whole, we view it as a bad thing. Even though sometimes, in some cases, it's a good thing.
No.
Yeah.
I say no.
Yeah.
And also show me what are you talking about? What is it?
You got some data on that?
And why?
I mean,
why is this a conversation you want to have?
I don't. That's my question about the first and the clip too.
Yes. Like the first question
Why
should
bring
be
this
like,
up?
okay, shut up. Why?
This isn't like a pertinent philosophical question that needs to be thought through. This is like disgusting perversion, dude. This is like a man. What I see is someone rationalizing the consumption of child pornography, frankly. That's what I'm seeing. And so maybe it feels pertinent to you. And again, I don't know what kind of pornography you're. Well, I do actually, based on, but not all of it. I don't know what else is in that folder if you scroll down. But this is a guy who's eager to rationalize the consumption of CP on both accounts. Oh, we have a Vaush fan in chat. All right, what am I missing? Vaush said that CP is just as bad as child slavery. If you're okay with slavery, bit, you have to be okay with CP.
Yeah,
objectively
no, that's
true.
ridiculous.
We all understood that.
That's retarded. Holy shit, that's even more retarded than just reacting to his dumbass takes while justifying shit in the folder. No. Child porn is not the same as child slavery or slavery, and I don't have to be okay with either of them. You guys are fucking insane. Holy fucking God. Lie.
that was the point he was making. That's
But
a
it's
bad
still
point.
a ridiculous point. First of all, nobody said they're okay with slavery. Second of all, we said that that one can be more complicated, first of all, to know that it's abuse, but also there are things to do about avoiding it. And I think companies are constantly working on that. And the other one is just bad in all cases.
Exactly.
It's always
You can make
bad.
coffee ethically.
Yeah,
It's not inherent
yeah.
to it.
If you're going and buying an iPhone and there's some unethical cobalt in it, nobody's gonna fucking know that. But
How
if
am
you're
I
sitting down to
supposed
watch CP, guess what? I got no questions.
Right.
There's no questions left.
Right.
They're done. It's a weird point. I don't care how much y'all love him. It's a weird ass point to make. Whether he's right or wrong, it's fucking weird. Oh, he's tweeting me. Yo, H3 wants to talk. That's really cool, but you'll have to wait because I'm getting a haircut right now. You're getting your mane trimmed. Bro.
You want me to?
Not today.
Not right
We're
now.
almost
Yeah,
out of time.
let's chew on
we're
it.
at 3 hours.
Let's chew on
We're
this like
gonna
some
get
fresh
depression.
carrots or something. Peanut butter. Roll it over. Apple slices. I hear horse's blood. You know, like calling Costco, I appreciate it because, but at the same time, it's weird. There's no need for this conversation to take place.
Not
We
only
don't
there's
need
no need, it actually is most likely probably harmful.
Always.
So why are you even having this conversation?
That's my point. What are you trying to do right now?
What kind of audience are you looking to get? Affect people.
People from Tacoma.
Stay away from Tacoma.
Or
folks.
Tacoma.
Yeah, no, it's in Washington. No disrespect to Tacoma.
Yeah, no disrespect.
What's the population there?
Tacoma. I know. Someone has a suggestion that maybe Tacoma's the name of a horse.
That's
Tacoma Web.
Come on. It's 220,000.
That's not a lot, so we can write them all off.
Yeah, fuck 'em.
We can write them all off. Tacoma, you're outdone.
Yeah, Tacoma
Sorry.
wept.
I go on, Vaush. Explain in your sweaty, stressed out state. You know you fucked up. Raw dog it.
That's the difference between act and rule utilitarianism. An act utilitarian would say, oh, this is an instance where it was good for the adult and the minor to have sex. That would make it a good action. But the rule utilitarian...
How do you
which
measure
is
that, bro? Who's setting up to measure that?
Yeah, I'm really curious.
You know, dude. And it's not just once.
Nice.
You've done this several times.
Lim Organ production.
Keeps coming back.
I am would say, even though that individual outcome was good, the act was still bad because, in general, in a broader application, for adults and children to have sex with one another leads to...
He's like if Plato met Jimmy Savile.
Or just Plato met Plato.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
True. What if, you know. No, we're not thinking about
I was
this enough.
thinking because I have no idea if he's a philosophy major or whatever, but, you know, there's a bit of a reputation with these types.
Philosophers?
Yeah.
Really? There's a whole thing about philosophers fucking kids? Like Antiquitas. Even today?
A lot of times too.
I didn't know about that.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a trope almost of like the philosophy professor at a school sleeping with his students. Like that's kind of like, that's kind of like a story trope. I can't speak to how common that actually is in real life, but that's definitely a thing.
Vaush is daring to put forward this very bold and cunning and objectively true statement. If you think CP is bad, you just haven't thought about it enough. And I will continue to think about it as much and more than everybody, and to talk about it more than everybody.
horribly destructive outcomes. For that reason, it is an unethical act. So on the off chance it might help someone, we just allow everyone to engage in a generally destructive practice, except that's the literal exact opposite of what I am saying.
How
Do
is
you
it
fucking
opposite of what
brainworms?
you're saying?
By Fairy 79, I literally made the opposite of that point. I literally just explained the opposite of what you just said. That no, just because on the off chance it might help someone, we shouldn't categorically support one action because I am a rule utilitarian.
But what is the one
Why do
off
you
where
guys
it helps
keep doing
somebody?
this?
Because what do you keep doing that?
Yes. Why is your argument so dumb?
Just don't argue it. Just don't touch this stuff, man.
This is not a case where there could be one that was good. There's no.
Yeah, but
So-
many.
What's your argument? As people, some people's brains just turn off. Hyena, you did this too. But there might
Those people, they just get emotional when I talk about child porn. Can y'all just chill out?
I'm going to sound like trying to put link.
What?
It's weird. I feel like talking about this while there's playing a kid character in the game. I was a little
Oh no, true.
I rule web.
Put that controller down, man. True. Stop controlling that child.
It's actually fuck. I was gonna out nerd you, but I can't remember the name of the world from Majora's Mask.
Oh,
Termina.
Yeah.
Okay. I was close.
Yeah, I grew up with Mega Man. It is perfectly understandable from the word go. How do you think minors consent memes are really fucking complicated?
Like, bro, it's not a good 1-2 combo.
Consent memes?
It's not a good 1-2 combo.
It's complicated. Or
Pow! Hit him with the CP is good in some cases. Pow! Hit him with the age of consent while it's complicated. It's that 1-2 punch. You got a killer jab.
As I like to quote my good friend Love, what is bro yapping about, dude?
What is bro yapping about?
True.
I keep thinking this could conceivably be alright in fringe cases, just feel like a useless argument. Yes, I agree, because I'm a rule utilitarian.
All right, bro, whatever. I'm a real utilitarian too, and when I hear people, here's my rule: not all the time people are defending CP are they creeps, but it's enough times that they're doing it that they're creeps. But on the whole, it's a bad thing to do.
Interesting.
That's an interesting rule.
The same logic, bro. That's why I will not be. You are a creep, and that's just utilitarian logic. Whatever.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is. And then so there's another one.
Can we just say too, before we continue, that like to just cut off some criticisms or whatever, is like even if you're comfortable, debating these uncomfortable topics in terms of philosophy or whatever, is there a reason that this is like the go-to argument? You know what I mean? Like there's so many of these clips, and it's like, was there not a better way to make these philosophical points?
He's thought about
comparing
it.
things to child pornography all the time.
Well, there's not a lot of good ones to begin with, so.
No, like that's it.
Well, I mean, what else are you gonna say about it? That's good about it. If it is good for the economy.
No, I just even mean like in the sense of like he's making this utilitarian argument of is there not a less extreme example? And I guess it's just the one time, but it's the coming up in lots of clips thing. Cozy economy. It becomes a pattern.
That's what I'm saying, man. It grows the economy. You know how much those shipping containers cost, man? When you do human trafficking in those, there's a lot of business and industry there, dude.
Hurts nobody.
Right. Here's one more. Another clip of Vaush. No, wait, hold on. Here he is defending again another pedo quote.
I don't think there's any situation where an adult can have a sexual relationship with a child and it has a positive outcome. So we do.
If you had actually seen the full bit that was
I
clipped
saw the
from.
full.
No, Vaush.
You
We just watched it.
gave that as a scenario. That was one of the scenarios.
He literally said there are. No, actually, okay. What he said is it's possible.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're gonna split hairs on that. if it's possible, then you're saying, no, you're saying it can happen. It's possible. You know, it's possible an adult and child can have a good, healthy sexual relationship. That's what you said.
That you would agree. You saw the full bit, not just the Twitter bit.
I saw it all.
But the full thing.
Yeah,
in
your
which it
logical foundation was that there
constructed
can be some situations where an adult and child can have a positive outcome. You didn't say. Anyway, it's totally immaterial.
So, just well, no, it's important. So in a
No, I want to talk about this.
Well, this is my favorite topic, so let's. Yeah. As one of the great orators of our time, I've fully prepared myself to discuss the topic, and he always buries himself. Imagine that. Now that, you know, if you're trying to brush up on your debating chops, you know, someone takes the opposing side, someone takes the supporting side. If you're trying to test your chops, I guess supporting child pornography is probably like S tier difficulty. Depends on the debate platform. So maybe that's what he's doing. He's just trying to sharpen his tools.
consequentialist sense, you can easily construct a situation where essentially anything is viable. And here, I'll ask you, just follow through.
No, I'm not an idealist. I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals that don't have any bearing on material reality.
That is, wait, hold on.
He's like, listen, I don't want to sit here while you describe a hypothetical situation where a child enjoyed having sex with an adult. Let's not have that conversation. And he's like, no.
This is important. I'm not going to talk about hypothetical situations where adults can molest children and have
Yeah,
you're the one talking. Wait, hold on.
Zach, you're doing it today, bud.
No, you're doing it.
You're doing it, brother.
You're doing it.
You're doing it. You are doing it today, my friend.
No, you, man.
Shit.
Wait, hold on. First of all,
I don't know why you want to talk about
it's
this.
not idealism. Wait, hold on. Wait, you can't move away from this. Okay, hold on.
You can't move away from this. That's what the kids says, but apparently you'll like it, I promise. See, that's fucked up to even joke about. I wouldn't joke about. Should I button it? No. Should I button it
next time?
No.
You're criticizing.
Yeah. No.
I can't move away from the discussion.
Hold on, wait, you have to stop talking for 1 second, okay? Hold on. So imagine, all right? Imagine aliens.
This motherfucker says it's possible, and then he started with imagine aliens.
Imagine time is completely liquidated and age means nothing.
Right.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Imagine that time is the fourth dimension, and if you're living in the fourth dimension, you view everybody in every moment of their life. So if you're having sex with an 8-year-old, you're really having sex with a 30-year-old, 40-year-old, 50-year-old. When you're having sex with a 50-year-old, you're having sex with an 8-year-old at the same time.
Yeah.
Because we don't see all the dimensions at once.
Imagine the movie E.T. You know how his fingers can heal stuff? Imagine Elliot has ass cancer.
Oh!
Ew.
I'm trying to think of a situation. Imagine. Okay. Wait, you got me, buddy. Maybe that's where he's going.
Maybe, yeah.
He said alien. Let's see. I don't know where the fuck he's going with this.
Come down to earth.
This is
and they
absolutely
say,
ridiculous logic.
you blasted 6
Imagine aliens. This is as hypothetical idealism as you can get.
You're in outer space. You're actually literally in outer space. Imagine a benevolent predator pedophile from space lands on Earth.
You're like a honeymoon virgin. You gotta last longer than 6 seconds. Just give me a second.
And again, no sex jokes. Not now.
Yeah, not.
Stay away, Vaush. Let's keep our heads on straight now. Let's talk about the aliens.
Okay, did I not let you talk for a long time when you were establishing your premises?
I'm not going to talk about that.
I let you talk for a long time. Now let me explain why child porn is okay.
It's crazy. I mean, this guy is absolutely in the right for.
Yeah,
He's
not even
of course.
It's crazy.
It is. How did he survive all this?
I wonder.
He has a bunch of fans that will defend it to the end. Listen, if you were a fan of Vaush's or are, whatever, and you defend this just like in the sense that like he's just using extreme hypotheticals in order to, for the sake of the argument, and none of this is real, none of this has any real impact on his own views. He's just using it as an example. How do you square that with the dude having a folder full of lollipops? Like, doesn't that change the context at all for you? Seeing all this?
It should.
Yeah.
Right? Because he apparently been joking about loving horse cocks for a long time. People thought he was kidding or didn't know if he was being serious. But now we know. We've seen the horse cocks and we've seen the lollies.
Right. Like 3 days ago, before that happened, you maybe have a leg to stand on with the argument of like he's
plausible deniability.
Maybe it's in bad taste, but these are valid. These are arguments that are being made for demonstrated purposes. But now the dude has a folder full of lollipops. I don't know. That kind of changes the context.
The pieces are coming together. I think it does a little bit. Sure. Socialism. Thank you, Camden. He says socialism is when no age of consent. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Right.
Social democracy is the only way.
You just have to listen. You just have to listen, okay? Now you can imagine a situation in which aliens come down to Earth and they say, "We're going to blow up the whole planet unless you kill this innocent kid." Now, when it comes,
dude, you are not serious.
You're losing me.
This is your best fucking answer.
consequentialist sense, killing that innocent kid. Right, I know, right? So follow through.
I know, it's horrible.
It's just obscene,
so in a consequential, I know, inability to grasp philosophy is one of my biggest issues.
It's idealism. It's idealism.
It's absurdism. It's a comedy of errors. I don't even know what you call forced error. I don't know.
All right, this philosophy and idealism aren't the same thing. Those don't mean the same thing.
No, you're basing you're constructing hypothetical situations that have no bearing in reality whatsoever.
Hypotheticals aren't. Wait, do you think idealism is when you construct a hypothetical?
Wait, what's happening here? Did a crime? Is this ethical or not? Just tell me this. Was this an ethical encounter? Yes or no?
Why does it look so real? Maybe that's why E.T. left his planet. Maybe he was wanted for something.
He got a little poop on his finger still. Nasty.
No cookies for you?
This is edited. By the way, this is edited. Vaush was not.
Oh. Really? Was E.T. there?
He got exiled from the planet. So I'm saying this was an ethical encounter.
E.T. a question answer.
Do you think those are the same thing? You're going to lecture me.
There's no point in having this discussion, is my point.
Can you answer that question? Do you think idealism means when you construct a hypothetical?
If you construct a hypothetical that has nothing to do with reality, and you think that that gets you closer to the truth, that is idealism, because you are making the ideal.
So anyway, I'm with him. I'm with this guy. Damn, imagine getting online and saying something like this.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today.
That's putting it mildly. Wait, people are accusing. Do people think this is a conspiracy?
It's just about fan.
Oh god, you guys, I'm sorry, but like even as a fan, you have to admit that this is
hit piece for a reason.
They do this hit piece for a reason?
What?
The reason was that his folder leak was extremely funny.
It shocked the hell out of all of us. This man's watching horror porn.
Yeah.
Let's see what they say. The clip farming on today's show in regards to Vaush really shows how disingenuous. Motherfucker, we showed the whole last clip.
I understand the argument. I still disagree. You know, it's not like I didn't understand.
The sad part is when you
clip farming is when you show people the shit that happened as breaking news on the timeline, and people get mad because one of their favorite sophists now looks like a retard outside of the containment system. Not just on YouTube, amongst people who know who he is, regrettably, because they can't get away from his clips, and they flood the timeline, and they flood the algorithm of the site. Truly, truly outrageous.
To understand what he wants people to think he's saying, it's just as bad.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't actually help at all.
Yeah.
The argument was about ethics, not CP. Maybe Ethan should look into how much Vaush took his side in the whole Hassan thing. I don't give a fuck about that.
You owe him, bro. Yeah, you owe him big time.
Wait, what is he saying? If Vaush took his side in the whole Hassan thing before he started pedo-jacketing him? I don't. What Hassan thing? What side?
It's the same thing all these guys who hate Hassan say, like Evan Preach, when they were like, oh, Ethan's acting this, but he realized after him and Hassan stopped talking, they're just.
You know what's interesting though, I will say, because I started following this world bit. I didn't know anything about. But like I was saying, the three main guys is Vaush, Destiny, and Hassan, and they all fucking hate each other. They're all social, or no, Destiny's not socialist, but they're all like libs, and they all fucking hate each other. That doesn't bode well for the left.
So, I mean, it's the most left thing that there could possibly be.
There's zero solidarity. Zero solidarity.
That is left to a T.
And the thing is, I think,
unfortunately.
Oh no, he doesn't know the lore! He doesn't know the lore! He doesn't know. He isn't aware. At the time. He possibly knows now, but at the time, he was not aware. They did not inform him. They did not inform him. He was not informed.
Hassan and Vaush have like very similar politics, and yet they both fucking hate each other. Very interesting.
Yeah.
They hate each other too?
I think it's everybody hates each other. From what I can tell. It's all.
I really, yeah, I've it's interesting. Stayed willfully ignorant of Vaush for most.
Yeah, I don't need anyone defend me against Hassan. I don't know what the fuck, bro. You're saying because and even if like that's true, like, I'm grateful that he defended me against Hassan. Then I'm like, yo, just because this guy is kind of like defending child pornography, he was nice to me that one time, so I'm gonna let it slide. It's funny though. That's why the reason why I want to talk about it. It's a fucking horse. You got a horse pretty important.
The funny thing is that people would be calling you a hypocrite if this is how you actually went on with life. Like, oh, somebody said something nice about me, so I should have known.
You keep shaming now. You're not serious, are you? Dude, I can't tell who's serious or not anymore. Let's see. Maybe you should look into how much Vaush defended him. He never even clarified that it was drawn porn. We did say that, didn't we? We said there was no real horse in it.
We've said that a lot.
Let alone we're into king shaming. Now this is not real.
No, I think it is. I've seen
Okay, so he has a community of pedophiles.
Well,
I guess that's why they're okay with it.
I'm assuming we're talking about horse.
No. Like I said, I am not going to be part of this movement. We have to put the tolerance level somewhere. Okay.
Ethan, I found a like a high, Twitter found like the high res versions of all those images.
Yeah.
It's disgusting, dude. I gotta link it to you. Don't show this on stream.
Oh, you found? Okay, yeah.
It's,
from what I saw, it was horrifically fucking disgusting.
Dude, don't make sure you don't show this.
Yeah,
Don't even put it on the screen. Like,
I'm opening it.
Yeah, because the reflection on the.
I just clicked it and opened it. I just
the fact
clicked
that it's drawn doesn't make it any worse.
Alright, it didn't show anything. It didn't show anything anyway.
But the fact that this is drawn.
Oh my god, these are the images. They found them all. Oh, it's even worse than I thought.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay, whoa, these people are psycho how they figured all this out. These are children. Like this photo here, of like these are little
like
girls.
Anime, but they look really young.
They're all drawings. Look at this one. This one. It's like Snow White. It's like busty, young-looking Snow White.
So bad, dude.
Yeah.
What the? Look at this, Hila.
Yeah, maybe. What's your? We get the idea.
Yeah, you're right, Cam. That actually puts it into context for me. I mean, that's nuts, bro. Yeah.
Got the horses in the back.
Oh, we haven't edited the use of that song. So, yeah, dude. I'm sorry, man, but like, you kind of sound like a fellow sympathizer in this post. This is not kink. We're not kink shaming, okay? It's weird, bro. We gotta draw the line in the sand.
Or in the hay.
They've been beasts of burden for so long, man. Let's not start fucking them now.
Haven't had enough.
Let them live.
Haven't the horses had enough?
Also, you think a horse wants to fuck a person? They could fuck another hot ass horse.
Yeah.
Upon your web. Like, I'm sorry, bro. The horse doesn't want to fuck you, bro. It's time to move on. That horse does not want to fuck you.
Wept.
Also, using clips from 4 or 5 years ago is slimy when he's addressed this countless times, let alone cutting Vaush off before he finishes an argument. I'm glad that I can separate the brand these two own from their uninformed opinion. Don't separate the brand. You can go do your pedo shit with your buddy. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but this is fucking weird.
Sea biscuit wet.
See soggy biscuit?
Yeah, sea soggy biscuit. Secretary wet.
Oh boy.
Listen, but here's what I take out. We showed all the context. I didn't cut them off. Everything you're saying, I showed it all. We were very intentional about this. We said they were drawings. I just looked at some internet researcher figured them out, and those images are truly, truly vile. Truly vile.
Wept. Those are like children, below 10 years old.
That's the description, yeah.
How can anyone argue against that? In my opinion, that's straight up P-word if you watch that kind of stuff. And
there is an ethical conversation that goes on in Japan. They say, if we make hentai, lolly hentai, and there are child predators in society, is it better for them to consume that if it lowers the frequency of them harming actual children? So there's a
Do we know that it would lower?
I don't know.
I mean, has anybody actually like studied if that's effective?
I have no idea.
I don't know, but
like,
I know that the conversation takes place in Japan because in Japan a lot of people consume this lolly shit.
I'd be curious if it also works the other way around, where it's like an entry-level thing.
Right.
It grows into like this weird fucking... Like,
Yeah,
that's an thing, right?
Absolutely. You normalize it, make people feel that it's okay.
Yeah, next level. We know this about drugs. We know this about any human obsession.
True.
It always improves.
True.
So I don't know.
But yeah, this stuff's completely legal in Japan and like widely consumed. Apparently, I've heard. I don't know. I might be speaking out of turn, but I'm pretty sure that's true. So there's actually the Tacoma Web we watched. Here's a compilation of all the times Vaush talked about horsecock on his Discourse. Somebody made this compilation.
Okay, we kind of missed this element of this whole story so far. We haven't really like focused in on this, but the whole thing with the horse I've discovered is that it's been a thing for years, sort of like a joke that like, oh, Vaush fucks horses or he's into horses or whatever. So the fact that it then came out that he had a folder full of horse porn, like this is crazy.
Yeah.
Like this is a post from 3 years ago with a compilation of this dude talking about horsecock.
I'm gonna be follow you on this.
I'm talking, by the way, AB, I'm talking about art, not actual.
Right. Okay.
Not actual, you know, real thing in Japan. I'm saying that's popular, not CP. Okay, so here is this compilation from Dramatic Text.
I'm sorry, I meant to send a second paragraph as well, which is about like manga and artists.
This is social age of consent.
Why is it copying the whole damn thing?
Just the bottom one? Yeah. Manga artists and anime directors have argued that it is dangerous to try to define child keyword when it comes to artwork, drawings, and animations from regarding hentai due to it being highly ambiguous. Not that much rate. And have cited freedom of expression to prevent it from being abused. For example, they argue that even in the anime and manga series Doraemon, the scene of the schoolgirl Shizaku Minamoto taking a bath might be construed as child pornography. Listen, if someone's watching a lot of anime, they're fucking crazy. Yeah. And a lot of that shit is kind of fucking disturbing in that way. So you kind of hit the nail on the head. And frankly, it's like you said, Love, there's like a lot of borderline fucking wild, weird, sexual stuff in anime. And if anything, it's sending people who are getting a taste for that.
Yeah, there are some shows that I couldn't get into because of that.
I like how they go, dude, you could even call this thing child pornography. It's like, we should.
Yeah, exactly. Great point. Even Dragon Ball, which is like super vanilla, created a lot of other things. Like when Goku was a kid, he lifted up Bulma's skirt.
Oh, yeah.
He was, like touching her.
Yeah, he was groping her. Yeah.
Wow.
Pause. That is grossly inaccurate. This is the result of you not being a weeb and actually watching Dragon Ball. He did not look up her skirt. And worse, he had no intention of looking up her skirt. It was more like what had happened was, 1, Bulma's unconscious. He slaps the front of her coochie because he has no understanding of what a woman is. And then, in a scene, hilariously seen multiple times and dubbed in English, Bulma tries to make him like the horn dog she assumes he is because Krillin is and Oolong is, offers a view of her underskirt or an upskirt, and Goku says, and I quote, "Nobody cares about your dirty fanny." Cue the Sigma grindset edit. It's not his fault. He's not a weeb. It's not his fault. He's not a weeb. However, if he were to use that in the context of, "Hey yo, you say these things about JoJo, but do you know this about Dragon Ball?" then that would be more accurate. Unfortunately, he does not know because he does not actually watch it. But it is okay. It is a mistake that anyone can make. We forgive him.
Arts depicting underage characters, Lolicon and Shotokan, and photography of underage models remain controversial. Oh, dude, photographs of underage models, Junior Idol, Japan.
Happening over there.
This is the question character. What is this character, Cam?
From the scene that you were reading.
What you were just talking about.
All right, I'm not gonna. Yeah,
Not necessary.
There's some weird shit going on, and I think the less of it, the better, globally. Anyway, here's what's talking about horse cock.
Delete me from this conversation.
So it's playing Little Nas, right?
Yeah.
You didn't tell
No, that was
me.
another compilation I was going around. I found this one because it was more direct. It didn't have like memes.
Let me read it to you. What the fuck is wrong with horse cock? Horse like it when you slurp their balls. I respect horse cock as well. I'd love to have a horse cock. Horse cocks are pretty hot, to be honest. I'll tell them I'm down to meet up tomorrow and they'll be like, "I can't wait for you to destroy me with that horse cock." And fuck, I'm only 8 inches. Bro, you are a wild freak, bro. You gotta get a life outside. Just
think about horse cock.
Tacoma's weeping right now, bro. Ugh. Eggplant because I can't draw horses well. Dragon dildos are not as good as horse dildos. You know that feeling when you're really... Why is he having these like, really explicit sexual conversations with his fans, too? I'm getting Sin Jared vibes. Ethan, this is Ethan. What? It depends on the anime.
The unfortunate Pro Jared reference. Oh, the unfortunate Pro Jared reference. However, that's enough context for that. Switch gears. Switching gears. Back to Blow Blacks.
Oh, it's even worse than I thought. Yeah. Holy shit. Okay, whoa, these people are psycho that they figured all this out. These are children. Like this photo here of like these are little girls.
Anime, but they look really young.
They're all drawings. Look at this one. This one. It's like Snow White. It's like busty, young-looking Snow White.
So bad, dude.
Yeah.
What the? Look at this, Ela.
Yeah, maybe. We get the idea.
Yeah, you're right, Cam. That actually puts it into context for me. I mean, that's nuts, bro.
DGG World shares another clip from H3's live stream and captions it by saying, "Vaush getting obliterated in front of 40k tonight. Hashtag Tacoma wept."
8 inches, bro. You are a wild freak, bro. You gotta get a life outside. Just
think about horse cock.
Tacoma's weeping right now, bro.
Alex quote tweets DGG World and says, "As much as I dislike Vaush, I do think it's important to point out how hypocritical Ethan is by shitting on Vaush for liking horses with Ela right next to him." Which, by the way, I don't agree with this joke, but it got 3.8k likes. So, anyways, Chris the Nerd tweets out some Discord DMs from Vaush and captions it by saying, "Vaush has been molding and trying to get on H3 podcast right now after Ethan has kneeled on him. These Discord messages start out with Vaush saying, 'If he wanted me on to defend myself, he probably would have reached out. My illustrious first appearance on the H3 podcast. I've generally been fair to Ethan, I think. I don't fault him for covering drama, but doing this gigantic generic smear piece without reaching out or talking beforehand feels at least a little slimy of him. People really do hate me. I'd reach out if I could." He then responds to someone saying, "I really doubt that the viable avenue of engagement, and failed attempts at engagement just makes me look offensive, really." Chris the Nerd also tweets out,
Now, since we have shown you enough of that to the point where it is in context, you should be able to look at those tweets and see, oh, actually, he did reach out. He offered the opportunity. You quite literally said, "No, bro, if you want to talk to me, I'm busy getting my hair cut, bro, to Tacoma wet." Full of shit. Getting blown the fuck out live on air. Mad as fuck. Mad as fuck. Man's coping mad as fuck. Man's coping mad as fuck.
Ethan's chat is now waking up, laughing my fucking ass off, showing a live chat from an H3 podcast channel member called Emeraldos, saying, I subscribed to him because of his decent political views, and was hoping his awful CP takes were taken out of context or something, but this in combination with the lolly CP stuff is disgusting. Vaush also reacts publicly on his Twitter to Ethan's stream by saying, yo, if H3 wants to talk, that's totally cool, but you'll have to wait a sec because I'm getting a haircut right now.
Ethan has it here. So, wonderful, cool and great.
Now, Tipster says, genuinely disappointed in seeing what H3 did to Vaush earlier tonight. You'd think after everything Hassan's community as well as others in the past have done to misrepresent Ethan, he wouldn't be so quick to do the same to others. Yet here we are. He even used the same out-of-context clips alt-writer.
Misrepresentation is when you show people the exact context in question, and then they get mad about it. Show the full context of the quotes in question and as well as all the clips that have been passed around before because everybody is aware of him as he breaks containment into H3's circle of views. Tipster comes out saying, I can't believe you've done this to him. Well, don't you remember what they did to you? Yes, he did, and he's mad about it. Why the fuck should he have to come to you about you justifying your takes when quite literally, quite seriously, if you wanted it to be seen, you should probably be a lot more amenable. Because the reason he is not having you on is because you made excuses. But you know, why would you want to do that? Why would you ever want to go onto someone else's platform? Oh, I know. It's because you use people's platform as a way to grow your audience, saying they've taken things out of context about you, they're wrong about you, and other such cope.
Have used to defame Vaush time and time again. Whatever this was intended to be, there's one thing for sure. This was not the move, and it was an extremely bad faith misrepresentation of Vaush. Chainsaw responds to Tipster by saying, my understanding is that the clips were not only used, but originally grabbed by alt-writers as well as literal years ago. Where did the clips come from, Ethan? Who made the clips? Tipster responds, this is a fact. Ike responds to Tipster by saying, I don't know how much of this was Ethan being disingenuous versus his producers having it out for Vaush. It would be very out of character for Ethan if he knew what he was doing. Ethan Klein then starts reacting to everybody talking about this after his stream through his Instagram stories, which Nicholas Diorio points out with the caption, someone let Ethan out of his cage. He then shows 4 Instagram stories. The first one is Ethan showing a post from Dwarf Kevin on the H3 subreddit where they say, sorry H3 fam, membership gone. That hit piece calling Vaush a pedo and a racist was so bad. It just made me very disappointed. I thought better of Ethan. To just swear someone like that, very calf move. And then don't ban me, I was joking responds, don't let the horse cock hit you on the way out. And then Ethan circles that comment responding with a bunch of crying emojis. He also shows this picture and says, Jesus when he finds out I don't put Cabalt in the same category as CP. Next he shows this 4chan post that says, I got enough to worry about with the feds on my ass. And now I gotta hear from Jordy that you got some fucking Japanese kitty porn. Save on your fucking computer. Tone, they're just a drawing. Shut up. Tone, she's actually 900 years old in the story. Shut up. And then this last Instagram story is Ethan responding to a comment saying they're no longer gonna watch him by saying, found the lollipop. Since that tweet from Nicholas Diorio, H3 has posted more about this on his Instagram story, like him showing this comment from Tats for Comms where they say, the argument is not many commodities are obtained badly, therefore you should be okay with CP. It's we should not be okay with obtaining everything else in a harmful way. I think justifying the product is good to society for the other commodities is pretty weird and cruel. Just agree that obtaining things in a harmful way should not be done at all. If that means you can still obtain Cabalt, but there's no way to produce CP at all, great, nobody disagrees. No CP and ethical Cabalt. That's the world we want. Ethan.
But that's not what you guys believe in. And that has really nothing to say with anything. You're just trying to find a way to muddy the pool because you really want people to not pay attention to the fact that you're talking about ethical child porn. It's an oxymoron, you see. You cannot have ethical child porn because child porn is not ethical. Trying to hold it to the same standard of ethical gas, ethical fossil fuels, ethical farming, ethical meat farming, ethical jello farming, ethical kombucha production. You can't stick ethical in front of something and make it sound like it's good and make it sound like it's just something we haven't thought of yet, guys. How should we make ethical child porn? The answer is that you can't. Because even when you have people who in the medium are very clearly not the age that is being described, when a 50-year-old woman is speaking and dressing as though she's 16 and in high school, and we can very clearly tell that Juliana Vega is not a 16-year-old, it's not the same as Belle Delphine getting really slim and putting out the kind of video she literally put out 5 hours ago, which is about her being your personal sex doll, which is ironic that she's now using another character right after she and Muda had made the sex tape with them in those 2 costumes. I say 2, not 1. It was not just Donkey Kong and Peach. It was also the Cowgirl and I believe Buzz Lightyear as well. But you know, it's hard to confuse these things because, you know, Vaush is a very bad debater and a very bad explainer of things, you know. It's really hard for people to understand that. Yeah.
And then responds with 6 camera emojis and says, our clear position is that they don't belong in the same category. I am right and you are wrong. Good day, sir. He also shows this post on the H3 subreddit that says, to all the Vaush having hissy fit and unsubbing. Bye. He then shows another post from his Reddit that says, why are we not talking about this for Vaush? Why does he have a porn folder open on the same PC that he streams on? Is he stupid? The Bingus responds yes. Solid State of State responds yes. Invalidly Gender responds yes. Different Eb78 responds yes. And Lapdopper responds yes. Ethan then shows this comment from his Reddit where someone called G Palin says, damn, it's almost like it's never been a mystery and last night's show was basically a hit piece. And then Elaine Christian responds, I know about the Vaush horsecock stuff way before you guys. Okay, weird flex. You want a cookie? And then Ethan reacting with a bunch of crying emojis. Ethan shows this meme from Outlaw Smith where he says, according to Vaush, you decide. Showing the red pill as no CP and no cobalt, and the blue pill has CP and cobalt. But of course, the most important Instagram story that Ethan posted in regards to all this was his response to the tipster tweet that we read earlier, where he says, "Cheers, my horse, love ya, no pedo." I tweet this out onto my timeline, and then Keemstar responds by saying, "Pains me to say this, but W Ethan." Nicholas Diorio says, "We forgive Ethan Klein," and then Keemstar responds, "Honestly, right now, I do. He's a parent. He understands the sickos need to be stopped." Just a worm quote tweets me and says, "Another tipster W," showing tipster rejecting the idea of keeping quiet and staying out of drama, and approving of defending Vaush's lolly horse porn collection and getting publicly destroyed by Ethan Klein. Josh responds to Ethan's post by saying, "I love watching these nasty, terrible people gnaw at each other." Tipster responds to Ethan by saying, "I see Ethan was a big fan of my criticism. Lol." Alex Getman responds, "Jesus, here we were thinking he could do good. What the hell happened? He was on a roll and then out of nowhere, he spreads misinformation and slanders people." Punch Jake 2 says,
Spreading misinformation and slandering people is when you present their clips and their content that was produced on camera. It's very interesting that people keep hitting them back with the Untitled Goose Game meme of who made the stuff, who made the clips. My friend, who made the broadcast? Who made the clips to be clipped? Who made the video to be taken? It's not hard, guys. If you don't want it to be seen there, take it off the air. It's not hard. I understand it's hard for you guys because you have to do it every single time, but take it off the air. Take it off the air. You ain't gotta act like this. You ain't gotta do this. You do it yourself. You do it because you want to.
An actual loser. Now anyone who disagrees with him on this is just a pedo. Very normal. Tipster continues tweeting about this when he says, "I gave the most lighthearted criticism," and his response was to insinuate to his audience that I'm a pedo. Faux reals? Keffel's response to Ethan reacting to Tipster by saying, "I'm disappointed in H3H3. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against an alt-right stalking forum that made multiple—"
Also, very important. Please notice that both Tipster and Clara Sorrenti, both Tipster and Clara Sorrenti injected themselves into these problems. They did it of their own volition. Nobody told them to get involved. They did it of their own volition.
People kill themselves. Now you are using out-of-context clips sourced from the same website to attack people. Do better, Ethan. I really like you. You are a good person. But the way you are treating Vaush is fucked up and beneath you." And then H3 responds to Keffels in another Instagram story where he says, "Who the fuck are these people writing, pun intended, for pornographic drawings of a horse-fucking child? Am I losing my mind?" Tipster responds to H3's response to Keffels and says, "Yes, H3, you are losing your mind. You are being extremely bad faith and everyone is calling you out for it. After all the genuinely good takes you've had over the past year, we expected better from you." Keffels responds by saying, "Hey H3, you didn't address anything I said. I'm not pro lolicon, and if I thought Vaush was, I wouldn't defend him. Can you please have a discussion about this instead of putting me on blast? To your 2 million Instagram followers and pedo-jacking me? This is gross. Ethan, I know you were seeing this even if you don't respond. I defended you while you were having a meltdown over the stuff with Hassan. People gave me shit for it. All I'm asking is for you to show some charitability to those who showed it to you. I'm not your enemy." Moonarpo tweets Keffels and says, "Seeing some of these leaks—"
Showing some charitability is when I'm begging for you to platform me so I can try to justify myself and get views off your channel. You see, we're trying to gaslight you because we desperately need the views. Bro, come on. Bro, please. Bro, I'm begging you. Bro, please.
And the footage attached to them, even with context, is an incredibly bad look. I don't think H3 is saying anything out of pocket. Some debates shouldn't be had, and some of the photos stored in that folder is downright vile. Keffels responds to Mudahar by saying, "With all due respect, I never asked to debate Ethan or anyone on this topic. I think it's pretty out of pocket."
But you literally did. You literally did. You literally tried to. You keep injecting yourself. Stop.
For Ethan to say, "Who are these people writing for child pornography?" when I'm not defending child pornography. Ethan knows who I am and called me a hero on his show.
But you are writing for child pornography because you're writing for Vaush. Don't you understand that this is what dick writing is? I understand you might not know that, but Clara, because you do very poorly as a woman. But hey, listen, okay, it's not your fault. It's alright. You can take lessons from my wife. We'll charge $1,000 per stroke.
Oh, I literally have Ethan's phone number. He gave it to me. I'll try giving him a call later to see if this can get sorted, instead of becoming online blood sports. Well, that call she had must have not went well with him, as a couple hours later, Ethan responds to her again on his Instagram story and says, "You said I took clips out of context. The entire conversation revolved around showing the full context of everything, so that people couldn't say I took everything out of context. And you still said it. Remember that you choose to die on Lolly Hill. Also, I offered Vaush to come on the show to explain to me and my audience how what I said was out of context or dishonest. He declined. Also, what the fuck is pedo jacketing? Why do you guys have such weird-ass expressions for everything? And how often are you being accused of being a pedo that you need a nickname for it? If the jacket fits, you must not acquit." He then shows Vaush in a jacket that says pedo and says, "Is this pedo jacketing?" And then in brackets, not a real photo, obviously, showing that it's like AI generated or whatever. Now, with the term pedo jacketing, I haven't really heard it either. As you guys know who have watched my channel for a while, we do a lot of Twitter versus episodes on pedophiles, and despite how many videos I've made on the topic over the last 5 years, I haven't heard of pedo jacketing and don't even know what it means.
So, I can explain this, because this is a dumb, permanently online term. The concept of jacketing someone is to take an accusation, in this case, pedophile jacketing, and you are effectively accusing them of something, and the instance of its use is to claim that because you have used said thing, you are somehow creating an example that demonstrates that they are something that they are not. So, an example being, "Oh my god, Carl, I thought you liked big women like your wife, but you secretly like 16-year-old girls with braces. You're a pedophile." Hey, yo, bro, what the fuck you talking about? Every single one of these clips that you're seeing from, these are porn stars that are above the age of 29. They just wear braces because they quite literally fit into a trend. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I quite literally know a couple of these people. Why the fuck are you pedo jacketing me? In this instance, pedo jacket is an accusation and it is a verb. Pedojacketing someone basically means sick them with slanderous allegations that may or may not be true and attempt to keep people away from them by making them look radioactively toxic for optic terms. Basically, going into a building and calling someone a pedophile with no examples, and then putting the onus on that person to defend themselves. Now, of course, this doesn't work on people whose reputation is beyond reproach, which is why they try it on people like myself, or my mutuals, or Jay. Any person who doesn't normally have people in their corner prepared and ready to platform them so they can be heard and defend themselves. It's a tactic that only ever works when people do not pay the fuck attention and don't show up to see when the claim was made and present it to the eyes of the person that's being accused. Here's a good example. Even though, in the case example here, we're talking about the jacketing concept, not pedo jacket. Remember when made his dumbass video game difficulty hit piece? And the exact moment that one of my fans showed me that shit, I was on his ass, and then within those 24 hours, he not only tried to delete the clip links that go directly to the references that were being made, but also him trying desperately to make that shit stick, and it's still the lowest performing video on his channel. That was him attempting to retard jacket me and schizo jacket me, because he desperately needed to present me as a schizophrenic and some kind of fucking loser, so he can be able to justify being a harassative bully. The optics of the tactic goes, I found someone that I don't like. I want to slander them. I will call them names and assert that they are something that they are not, and then I will keep repeating those claims absent of any evidence, or with very stringent circumstantial evidence that is inconclusive, but I'll keep saying it because people stupid enough and lazy enough to let me get away with it will let it happen. That is what a jacket is. That is what a pedo jacket is. That's how jacketing functions. The tactic to defend yourself from being jacketed is you effectively have to be willing to say, no, not only am I not that thing, you don't actually have proof of this, and not only do I know you have no proof of this, I know you're full of shit. Now, excuse me, I need to prepare dinner for my mother. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Back in about 5 minutes. Obviously not. Okay. I return. I might have gathered just a little bit too much for context. So I'll probably have to forego the H3 stream like feedbacks, but let's keep digging. So if you accuse somebody like that in California, could you say that your jacket is in Sandy? I'm not sure I understand that joke, John. I'm sorry.
But anyways, reading a couple more Keffel's tweets before she decides to delete all of them. Keffel's response to us on streaming about her by saying, very cool. He's now putting me on blast saying I want to debate the ethics of child pornography. This is toxic bad faith drama mongering trash. I'm not even a debate streamer. Hassan did more debates than me last year. It wasn't even 2 months ago he was attempting to—
I'm not even a debate streamer. No, you're a drama streamer who likes getting involved in the drama. And then when the drama is too much for you to chew off, you get upset that you're being covered and you cope about the drama. Because you like coping. You're a big copester. Copperino. Kappa kappa la la la. Kappa kappa. Big kappa kappa.
To get Elon Musk on his stream to epically debate him. Keffels makes another tweet about this when she says, it should be acceptable for people who are supposedly leftist or progressive to pedo jacket trans people. We are already the target of that by the right. Incredibly disappointing to see from people who should know better. Tipster then tweets out this clip with the caption, damn it, Vaush! None of this would happen if you would just watch porn on your phone like a normal person. Watch on your phone and never save. Ever! Lol. Keemstar shows these tweets from Tipster and says, Vaush accidentally showed a folder on his PC that had cartoon child porn. Tipster, watch on your phone and never save. Then Drama Alert responds to Keemstar by saying, log Vaush and Tipster up now! Tipster responds to Keemstar by saying, I guess Keemstar didn't learn shit from the lawsuit he lost against Steph Noodles over falsely suggesting he was a pedophile. Tipster also tweets out,
so, the thing you need to remember here is that the context of the claim being shared here is that Tipster's not necessarily wrong, but he is extremely out of line. Because for one, damn you, Vaush, this would have never happened if you just learned to, hey, not save the shit and watch it on air. My man, he has actual child porn in his computer, and if he's hiding it to try and continue his very successful career, it's actually good that he exposed himself, because now we can be able to oust him and make sure he never has a platform to make money from people again, because he's just a pedophile, hiding his views behind sophistry. Look, don't you understand that you doing this is just like you attacking Deaf Noodles? You can't make this shit up.
remember all those times Ethan Klein called out Keemstar for falsely accusing people of being pedophiles? I sure do. And man, it's quite the hypocrisy to see Ethan pedo jacketing others right now. Rules for thee, but not for me, eh, Ethan? Augie RC says, Tipster should not have children.
What? Mother, can you please wait? Wonderful.
Keemstar also tweets out this clip with the caption, Vaush needs to be put down in Minecraft.
Stuff is this or that, okay? I'll make it clear. You can write this down. I want to fuck a woman as a horse. None of this is a secret. Just to be clear, you know, many jokes have been made about this, but I stand by it. My moral principles are rock solid. My feet are firmly planted in the ground. I've got my boots up.
His moral principles are rock solid. His dick is rock solid. Everything's rock solid.
They're planted firmly. You cannot move me from my position. This isn't a secret. Let's talk to a therapist. Well, why do you want to be the horse, Vaush? Because then I have a giant dick. Okay, couldn't you have a big dick the other way? Well, yeah, I could. Like, yeah, I could have a big dick hypothetically in any variety of scenarios, but then it wouldn't really be a horse dick. Well, you could be a human with a horse dick. Yes, but then I wouldn't have that powerful stallion energy using it. There you go. That's it. That's the whole thing.
Papa Ubu X responds by saying, woke people and trying to normalize their weird kinks need to be studied. Johns Long says, that first line got me crying. Jackson Clark says, his argument doesn't make this any less creepy at the end of the day. He's still attracted to the idea of a horse fucking a woman, even if it's him. That is a genuine attraction to bestiality.
Ironically enough, every single time, everybody except me are in these. It's fine though.
Not to mention his CP collection. Porn addiction has ruined so many people. Willie Nacho says, Vaush is unironically crying about wanting to be a horse and fucking a woman. I thought this was a meme. It's not. Lamp says, he was in fact not just horsing around. Flamenco tweets out this Vaush clip and says, life comes at you fast.
What is it about anime that attracts Nazis? In this case, it's literally the pedophilia angle. It's that anime has a ton of lolly shit, and a ton of Nazis are hyper insecure in their masculinity, and they want like a trad wife, or whatever, untainted by feminism, that they can control and manipulate because they have no experiences. And anime is perfect for people with that kind of psychology.
A few moments later.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
It's a Gundam responds with this clip.
Got him! Got him! Got that whole ass nigga!
Azihara says, to his defense, it's not lolly he has, it's bestialism lolly. You see, the bestialism negates the lolly part in his eyes. Ash Pizza Witch says, I like the artist not Sorapoi, because they do the cutie pixie girl from Dota 2, but those others are absolutely lolly hentai laughing my ass off. He's admitted he's molested his lizards, and argued the lower age of consent countless times. Not one for cancel culture, but holy fuck, get rid of him already. They then show a Discord message from Vaush in February of 2018 where he says, the way I see it, the age of consent exists out of respect for the numerous power imbalances older people have over younger people, as those imbalances, or at least some of them, are redressed through the advent of socialism. The age of consent should therefore be lowered. And then he shows messages from November 2017 where Vaush says, I put a gecko on my dick for a picture once and it licked it. Yeah, consent is irrelevant for animals. Even pets get no say in being locked up, taken away, fixed, or euthanized. I don't think think bestiality should be a crime. Someone responds stop, and then Vaush says, and one of my geckos will run down and jump on my dick. Like, they are giving me a full body hand job. And then he also shows pictures of Vaush with his geckos, just looking at them. Flamenco responds to all this by saying, I think hypocrisy should be bullied, to be honest. Nigel responds with this picture of a man in a bow photoshopped onto him and says, you telling me Vaush is a pedo? Flamenco responds, nah, just a hypocrite. Jalen quote tweets Flamenco and says, Flamenco doesn't care that Vaush allegedly had lolicon in his folder. No, he just thinks Vaush is a hypocrite because Flamenco likes lolicon. Flamenco responds, yeah, Jalen, hypocrisy is bad. I never called Vaush a pedo. Drawings are literally not real. Now Vaush himself has called people that consume what was on his folder pedos, so he's a self-described pedo. If you want to defend someone like that, all power to you, I guess. And with that anti-Vaush pro-lolly take, that will be about it for this video. But this situation just broke. There are more crazy tweets being made about this situation as we speak, so if you don't want to miss the continuation of this, be sure to subscribe to this channel with notifications on. Anyways, with all that being said, thank you.
Alright, we'll be right back. No, it is not. No, there's not. Others. Yes. Why would I look at my cell phone? Not right in after. You hung it on this. Pause. Other. Okay, and go back. Things I thought I heard. That's not what I asked for. I didn't. Watch my content. Like me. And what my setup is. Yes, the phone's messed up. Exactly. Phone. Try to have you stop it. That's Beep. And now we move to part 2.
And from the H3 podcast and political streamer Vaush got into some major beef that I covered in depth in my last video. But for those of you who need a quick reminder, Dapper Bear here tweets out exactly what Vaush got called out for by H3 when he says, everything about this Vaush situation is so funny. Gets caught with lolly/bestiality porn, sorts it next to his taxes. Some of the art is AI generated, attempts to defend himself by correlating very visible children to short stack goblins, and his fan base defends it all. And we'll get into all of that with all of the new tweets, but first, I'm proud to announce that we are once again sponsored by Raycon Everyday Earbuds. I love these things. I've been using them for years. With their optimized gel tips for perfect in-ear fit, they never fall out, are extremely comfortable. I've never had any issues with them in terms of uncomfortability. The sound quality is great, and it's just a super convenient thing to have, with them being so easy to take around, connect to any Bluetooth device, and just listen to something real quick. Or even for a long time, as Raycon Everyday Earbuds have 8 hours of playtime with a 32-hour battery life. Super convenient thing to have, and it also works well with my type of YouTube videos, as I've designed most of them to be listened to, as well as being able to be watched. So if you want to catch up on a bunch of Twitter drama through my channel, Raycon Everyday Earbuds is one of the best ways to do that. And by clicking the link in the description box or going to buyraycon.com/boblax, you can get 15% off your Raycon purchase, plus free shipping. Valentine's Day is also coming up, so this might be a perfect opportunity to give a quick, practical, and cool gift to your loved one. Again, if you want to check them out, go to buyraycon.com/boblax to get 15% off, or click the link in the description. Thank you to Raycon for sponsoring this video, but for now, let's get back to the tweets. Luna responds to Dapper Bear by saying, I am not shocked by this whole thing. It's another skeletons in the closet situation, lol. Dapper Bear responds, oh for sure. I'm just enjoying it's happening to the guy that thinks he's morally/intellectually superior to everyone else. The Ebony Maw says, oh man, Ethan Klein has come back into the spotlight again? That sucks. Oh, it's because he's trashing on Vaush, Kaffles, and Tipster? I'm fine with this. Rune Kolos responds, I'm down for seeing him join the clowning, but that doesn't mean I like him suddenly. Destiny shows Vaush's Discord reaction to Ethan's stream on him that we covered in the last video, and captions it by saying, man, seems like it would be nice right now to have other large content creator friends. Too bad he's a backstabbing childish piece of shit, and has absolutely no friends in the streaming community. Crazy how that works. Enjoy your lolicon, horse fucker. Alexander Duke says, I will never for the life of me understand why people stream on their personal computer. Destiny also says, oh my god, I finally saw the leaks. Not the lolicon horse porn. Oh no, why? I was just joking when I said it. What the fuck? Zenith says, genuine question because I know a considerable amount of people do it. Why do y'all say porn on your devices? Is looking it up online really that inconvenient? Sasquatch says, meanwhile, Vaush thinks this is all some kind of joke. Showing a screenshot of Vaush's response screen to H3, where he has a picture of himself as a horse in the thumbnail. Demi Gloom quote tweets Destiny and says, you told grooming victims to stop whining and were friends with Mr. Girl, an open pedophile who defended CP, yet you were pretending to be outraged that one image in Vaush's—
Pause. You told grooming victims to stop whining while you were friends with Mr. Girl. He then cut Max Carson out of his life and made sure to denounce him, especially since he started going out of his way to personally destroy his relationships, looking for something he could slander him with. That does not work. Yet you're pretending to be outraged that one image in Vaush's porn folder, it's more than one image, it's literally the entire folder, has a random adult-looking anime girl that, unbeknownst to him, turned out to be canonically 16. It's not even about age of consent. The entire problem is the very standard he castigated other people by is a hypocritical standard he did not apply to himself and was caught live on air doing. I don't understand why people cannot be able to address the truth. But then again, if they could, that'd be hard for them.
Porn folder had a random adult-looking anime girl that, unbeknownst to him, turned out to be canonically 16. I was with this guy at the first half of the tweet. The second half, I don't know. I'm willing to omit the first half because of how bad the second half is, like, in terms of agreeing with this tweet, because what the fuck? Okay. Destiny responds by saying, well, at least Mr. Girl's grooming and CP stuff didn't involve horses. Come on, have standards at least. Keemstar tweets out, cartoon child porn crew, Vaush, Kaffles, Tipster, pass it on. Context, Vaush got caught with cartoon CP. Tipster and Kaffles got caught defending Vaush. Sensitive Society responds to Keem by saying, all look like they smell absolutely horrible. Pipkin Pippa says, Vaush having porn of Massuri and calling her a goblin was not even within the realm of possibility of being thought of on my 2024 bingo card. Pippa then shows a gif of the character she mentioned and says, festival. She then shows a picture of girls next to horses and says, I want to play Star Stable online with him. Rock Solid says, the cope on that man is insane. Respect Elves responds to Pippa by saying, you know he probably has porn of you as well. Enjoy. Turkey Tom says, Vaush accidentally opening his degenerate freak porn folder live was in fact on my 2024 bingo card. Irrational Chad responds, I imagine yours looks worse. Dad Vaush Society says, I accidentally opened his freak cranium with my 200-pound axe. Dan Sand shows this clip and says, opening any folder in Vaush computer.
Leave me alone!
But everybody on Twitter wasn't going against Vaush, surprisingly. The YouTube commentator Jalen defends Vaush by showing this clip and sarcastically captioning it, Vaush defended CP.
The vegan games debate, that's a solid F. Not only did I not make my arguments well, at one point I made my anti-child pornography argument so poorly that I got clipped out of context and people are using it as an argument that I support child pornography. My basic argument is that, like, why is child porn bad? Because to produce it, you have to hurt children. It hurts people to produce it. Yeah, producing child porn requires harming a child. The argument I'm making is that it frustrates me that liberals recognize child pornography as bad. Great, nice, well done. But then they're really, really defensive of, like, global commodity production chains that involve child slave labor. Like, they'll top it off, like, really readily, you know? Like, oh, well, there's no choice. Oh, well, we don't have to care about that. Oh, yeah, dude, like, Cobalt that's mined up is done by child slave. But, you know, like, whatever, that's just how the event goes.
Oh, dude, whatever, like, make computers, they look sick, bro. Like, don't think about it.
So that was the argument that I was making originally.
I don't know, me personally, I would try to find another example.
Hey, no, me too, buddy.
Holy shit.
Water Priestess responds, this is literally Vaush defending CP. That doesn't hurt kids, lol. Dumb PT Barnum says, yeah, he got caught having CP. I respond by saying, doesn't matter if he defended it or not. He was still caught with lolly downloaded on his computer. EDP445 also said CP is bad before. Punishcake2 responds to Jalen by saying, he's been asked to explain that single 10-second out of context clip to so many people so many times, and no matter how many times he re-explains it, no one listens to him, and the clip continues to circulate. Even people I know who loathe Vaush understand the argument he was making. Bjorn responds, I hate Vaush and fully understand the argument he was making. Then Punishcake responds, because you are not 10 years old. Nicholas Glorio responds to Punishcake by saying, all of you people are degenerate liars. Literally anyone who watched the H3 After Dark stream would have seen Ethan and crew endlessly clarify what Vaush was trying to say. Everyone who watched it is making statements fully understanding Vaush's intended argument. Jalen continues to defend Vaush on the timeline when she says, if the porn Vaush had in his folder was CP, then people wouldn't be posting it everywhere, and Ethan Klein wouldn't have felt comfortable looking at it on his podcast. Robin responds by saying, the guy had lolly hentai in his folder. Jalen responds, dude, your profile picture is as much lolly as the one image Vaush had in his folder. All of Oath.
Pause. That is an accurate statement. Do people truly believe that Vaush's folder was child porn to the point that they did not feel comfortable circulating it? They wouldn't. But the problem is, we know that it's not child porn. Do you know why we know it's not child porn? The reason we know it's not child porn is because there is no child. Because there is no living human being that has been abused in order for this to happen. But Carl! Someone in the distance screams, Carl! Some of those are V-girls! That are VTubers! They're real! Yeah, they are, but their icons and their avatars aren't. Does that mean that it's legal, Carl? No. He's obviously still getting castigated. The point that's being addressed here is that he's a hypocrite that has standards for everyone else and that he has stands for himself. It's rules for thee, not for me. Why is that hard for some of these people to get? Crazy. Especially for Jalen, who got her ass beat the fuck out last night. Well, the other night. By myself and tweets from Stardust.
Says, the fact you defend Vaush on this, but go absolutely deranged dog hard against others with little info if you've decided they are worthy of the label, is really telling that you don't actually have serious convictions. Jalen responds, little info? You mean like Cassandra, self-admitted pedo who's posted CP on her account, is a Nazi? Or the lolicons in my mentions actively justifying and defending lolicon? Vaush has done nothing comparable. He just downloaded an image he didn't know was lolly. I don't know how you can download something that looks like a kid naked and not know that it's a kid naked, but okay. Mouth the Infidel says, it was CP. The artist who made it is a CP artist. He tagged the art in question as lolly. The females in the art are manifestly children. Now, despite Keffels deleting all of her tweets defending Vaush in the last video, she has come out with a new tweet defending Vaush, which she shows a payment of $100,000 from Psychological Operations Division and sarcastically comments on it by saying, I just called Vaush a terrible person and immediately received this email. I'm gonna use my PSYOP money to form the reverse CIA. Instead of distributing crack to the inner city neighborhoods, I'm going to make the streets clean by buying it all and smoking it myself. Tipster then quote tweets in solidarity with Clara by saying, Vaush bad. Vaush bad! Vaush bad! So as Tipster continues to make a fool of himself, Nicholas Diorio comments on it by saying, now that Tipster's gotten himself into an identical drama for the second year in a row, even after running away to a completely different community of content creators, can we now admit Augie Boblax and myself are not to blame? Just for the history books? Can we all admit there was nothing we could have done to salvage the situation and he's better off as someone else's problem? Mike the Bike responds by saying, you don't understand, Nick. He left the community so he wouldn't get caught in drama anymore. Now he is only coincidentally caught in drama. Nick then continues his thread by saying, bonus meme, and shows a new response that H3 has made to the Tipster tweet that we covered in part 1, where Tipster said that Ethan is losing his mind for going after Vaush and that after all the good takes he's had over the past year, he expected better from him, and then Ethan responds by saying, after all the good takes, you had to do this. Condemn lolly porn! We must draw the line somewhere. Ethan has also made some more Instagram story posts about this since my last video. Here he shows a post on H3 subreddit from American Flag Boy that says, I am telling Ethan right now with all peace and love, do not debate Vaush. Trust me, there's nothing to be gained. These accusations have been around forever, and this man is not a serious person. Debating him will only give him credibility, even if it is just a small amount. By all means, mock him all you want, but I can promise you this. If you platform this man, he will not come to you in good faith, and he and his fans will not go away quietly. Please, Ethan, do yourself a favor and cut him off now. Ethan responds by saying, you don't have to worry, because I already invited him on and he said no. He doesn't trust me to be good faith and not lie about him. Isn't that the whole point of debate? To directly oppose my positions? He responded by inviting me to call into his show, which I immediately accepted, and he changed his mind on that too. Ethan then shows another Reddit comment. It's hard to see who it is because Ethan's username overlaps the Redditor's username, but regardless they say, wait, so Ethan accepted being on Vaush's show? And then Vaush said, actually no. I rescind my original invitation. Ethan responds, yes. 1. I offered him to be on our show. He said no because he will lie about me. 2. Then he said you can come on my show if you want to talk about it. He claims I'm doing this for views, and that our live from Friday had huge numbers. In actuality, we had very typical amount of viewers. 3. I immediately accepted, asking him what's the difference. A question he did not answer. 4. He said he won't ever believe that I'm not knowingly lying about him, and rescinded his offer. I am more than happy to share our DM conversation if he is okay with it. Ethan also posted this meme from Vaush's community on his Instagram story and captions it by saying, another banger from Vaush's community, from hereforth known as the Lollipops. He then shows a variation on the Know the Work Rules meme, where it shows Ethan saying, you are a pedophile if you say CP and child labor are both bad. Don't look at my clothing brand. And then the girl responding, oh, so sweet. And then Vaush coming and saying, CP and child labor are both bad. And the girl saying, hello, human resources. Ethan then shows this message from Vaush's Discord where he says, there will be no debate. All of this has been discussed before at length. I talked to Ethan in DMs, and he came across insanely snakish, like a cartoon. Literally any direct engagement with him or anyone else right now will be interpreted disingenuously. Like I'm digging myself in deeper no matter what I say. The strings will continue, the politics will continue, and like every other wave of disingenuous drama, the truth will be apparent to people who chill out for a second and consume literally any of my content. Ethan then comments on this by saying, Vaush is begging me to release the DMs if he's gonna call me snaky. Ethan then shows some comments from Vaush's subreddit where one person says, Vaush should legitimately sue Ethan for slander. Another person then responds, as nice as the thought would be, I doubt there's enough of a case currently. We'll see how the next few weeks unfold though. And then the other person responds, no, there is. The amount of slander and false accusations are more than enough for a solid lawsuit. Ethan then comments on this by saying, I'm begging you, I'll crowdfund for you to sue me. Let's do it. It's my
Snaky behavior is when people take the clips that have existed for years, put the context behind them, put them in front of a live studio audience, and says, this is him. This is the man. This is the guy. This came out of his mouth. This came out of his mind. Lord have mercy.
Fave, referencing the fact that he's won multiple lawsuits against content creators in the past. Ethan follows up by saying, let's do a round of discovery on that hard drive, friend. Ethan then shows another post from Vaush's subreddit that says, meanwhile at the H3 studio, showing a picture of Ethan's producer Dan talking to Ethan with an anti-horse flag in the background and saying, very wise, my liege. And while you're at it, call that one a pedo too. And that one. And that one. We have some more Discord messages from Vaush in regards to this where he says, maybe this is just a difference in perspective, but if I was in his shoes and genuinely thought I was trying to get a pedo onto my stream to tear into him, I wouldn't act like he did it at all. All soft and cooing, and non-accusative. It's just content. It's like Keemstar really. When I pointed out the fact that if he was interested in my opinion or context on any of these accusations, he probably would have reached out to me before doing a surprise 2-hour hit piece. He said that us having had some conversations before doesn't mean you were owed that. Only after making it clear I wasn't going to talk to his disingenuous.
You're not owed conversations about people giving you the chance to address it. Period. No one's allowed that. No one's owed that. Even if they're personal friends. Even if they're husband and wife. Because, in my opinion, giving you a platform upon which to defend yourself is seen as inherently snakish in and of itself. Imagine, if you can, the difference between We've caught the President of the United States having sex on Air Force One with another married woman while he was already supposed to be going to the peace conference with his wife. He had rescheduled and put her onto a different form of transport. We have the entire 50 minutes of sex live here in front of you, and we will watch it right now. Versus, Mr. President, can you be able to confirm nor deny that you indeed did have sexual relations with that woman inside of the Oval Office? Well, coming to us live now, the woman you had sex with standing ovation takes of every single angle that she illegally recorded of you. Which one of these things do you think people are going to be more likely to believe? Because realistically, both of them are absurd. However, the first one would be bad in and of itself. The second one would be even worse. But you see, this is the untold third case. You want to have something bad happen to you, and then, like a talk show host on late night, invite you out to explain the context behind why you were doing what you were doing. That's just not how that works either. That's not how you treat anybody who you believe is smaller than you and weaker than you. So why should you be given that treatment? Because you believe you're big and important? No.
Genuous ass. His final DM to me was the standard, oh bro, get help bro, you're sick actually. Proving yet again that this is his, ooh, what do you mean was bad faith, please come on for more content please. Act was completely transparent. And as soon as he knows he's not getting his content, he returns to the standard retarded low IQ bad faith smear shit. I rescinded the invitation for Ethan to talk on my stream, because after doing a completely unprompted, vile, dishonest character assassination for 2 hours, he was playing dumb DMs, saying he was surprised I thought he acted in bad faith, and wanted me on his stream to provide my opinion. If he cared about my opinion, he wouldn't have reached out before the character assassination. What? Then I checked his Insta story, and while he was doing his innocent routine in DMs, he was calling everyone defending me a pedo, photoshopping pictures of me in a jacket that said pedo, shit like that. Absolutely dishonest snake. Not an ounce of desire for the truth in that guy. Nicholas Diorio tweets out this message from Vaush and says, what a fucking snake, laughing my ass off! Chris the Narc responds, gotta hide in that hug box. What a loser. Gracie says, if he didn't want to be called a pedo, he shouldn't have been a lolicon. Keemstar reacts to this message from Vaush by saying, Vaush is claiming H3H3 did character assassination? How? Did Vaush get caught with cartoon CP? Yes. Did Vaush admit he was caught? Yes. Did Vaush make multiple public statements about wanting horsecock? Yes. The only one doing character assassination is Vaush himself. Tyler Jordan responds, King defending H3H3? Nah, this is the real endgame. Nicholas Diorio says, as it turns out, being a degenerate sex-obsessed pervert in public Discord chat rooms can lead to negative online interactions. Don't be surprised the usual terminally online suspects are waving this stuff off as normal. They do it too. Smegodago responds, is this about Vaush? And then Nick responds, 99% of his life problems would have been solved by not looking for e-sex in Destiny's political Discord server in 2017. And speaking of Nick talking about the usual suspects defending Vaush, one of those usual suspects is of course Tipster, who recently did a live stream spending multiple hours defending Vaush for having child porn on his computer. This stream got so bad that it was being clipped everywhere on Twitter, and Keemstar is even calling for Tipster's arrest. And we will get into all of the Twitter reactions to Tipster defending Vaush in the next video. So if you don't want to miss that, be sure to subscribe with notifications on. As for the Tipster stream itself, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm going to react to it for the first time live with all of you guys later tonight on my streaming channel, Mayo Monkey. So if you don't want to miss that, sub to that channel with notifications on, or click the end card on screen right now to go directly to the watch page for the stream. But with all that being said, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you either on that live stream or in another video.
Nice. Which then brings us to part 3.
Podcast exposed political YouTube streamer Vaush for having material on his computer that was so indefensible that even podcast Keemstar came out in support of their call out of Vaush. But one of the few people who were brave enough to defend Vaush on this indefensible behavior was the YouTube commentator Tipster, who got into a bit of a back and forth with Ethan over their disagreement on this topic. And it ended up culminating in a live stream that Tipster did where he spends 3 hours criticizing Ethan's call out and defending Vaush for having cartoon lolly CP on his computer. But before we get into all of that, since I know Tipster is watching this video right now, I'd specifically like to let him know that this video is sponsored by Factor, the perfect solution for people who don't know how to cook good food or just don't have the time to do it. Because with Factor, every week you can get sent meals that are pre-prepared and ready to eat in 2 minutes or less. And what they send isn't your typical TV dinner. There are over 27 meal options each week, with most of those options focusing on health. And within those healthy meals, you can pick your own style, like one that's more focused on keto, low calorie, being vegan, vegetarian. However you want to eat, you will be able to do it with Factor, with the barrier to entry and cooking knowledge being 0. As well as every meal being ready to eat in 2 minutes or less, the time-saving health benefits just make this a no-brainer to get if you are missing the time or skill to make proper meals for yourself. And I'm sure your body will thank you for your ability to consistently put good food into it. So if you want to check out Factor, you can get 50% off your first Factor box and free wellness shots for life using my link. That means you can choose 2 free wellness shots from 3 available flavors. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code with your phone in order to take advantage of this deal. Thank you so much to Factor for sponsoring this video, but for now, let's get back to it. Chris the Narc shares this clip from Tipster and says, happy Tipsterversary chat!
Vibin, ready to talk about today's topic with you guys. It's a very contentious topic to say the least, and I think the thing that I hate the most about this topic is it's almost 1 year to the day that I had a fight with the YouTube commentary people revolving around a similar topic. And I hate this particular topic because it just brings out like the biggest amount of brain rot amongst everybody on the internet. Like nobody could actually think about situations in terms of nuance or anything like that. They lose their fucking minds and they can't have a rational thought when it comes to this stuff. So it's really annoying to have a conversation revolving around the subject.
Comment Cop shares this clip and says, cheers my horse, love ya, no pedo.
He posts my tweet and says, cheers my horse, love ya, no pedo.
And Larsky tweets this and says, I got banned from Tipster's chat for saying he shouldn't defend CP. He is losing his mind. Chris shares this clip and says, wouldn't be a Tipster stream without bringing up trans people and transphobia over Ethan asking a question and firing off a joke.
Also, what the fuck is pedo jacketing? Why do you guys have such weird ass expressions for anything? Everything. And how often are you being accused of being a pedo that you need a nickname for it? If the jacket fits, you must not acquit. Ethan, I don't know if you realize how optically bad what you just said looks. This looks fucking terrible, Ethan. You are talking to a community of people, the LGBTQ community, which are very regularly accused of being pedophiles and groomers constantly being accused of these things. And you're going to ask them the question, how often are you being accused of being a pedo that you need a nickname for it? If the jacket fits, you must acquit. That is the most insanely fucked up, homophobic thing, transphobic thing, anti-LGBT thing I've ever heard. Not to be clear, I'm not saying I think that H3H3 is transphobic, homophobic, anything like that. I'm not saying these things. But you can make a statement that falls under that category without you yourself being those things.
Keemstar shares this clip and says, Tipster is mad that people are calling him out for defending Vaush, who had cartoon CP on his hard drive.
And Keemstar, you can get the fuck out of my chat. Literally suck a fucking dick. Dipshit.
Keemstar then shows this clip and says, Tipster is mad at Happy Punch.
Hey, Keem, thank you for showing up on the Happy Punch account. I have evidence that will put Tipster in jail this stream. Literally go fuck yourself, Keem. You are a disgusting human being, and I regret that I ever associated with you or ever defended you. You are a piece of trash. Go fuck yourself. You're no better than Ethan is right here, if not worse. Didn't even know that was Keem? Yeah, he runs Happy Punch.
Keemstar then shares another clip and says, Tipster mad at Skyfire News.
Ban Skyfire News, that's also Keemstar. Thank you. I told you, Keem, you're not welcome in my chat. This is my chat is my fucking house, and you're not welcome here, you bald dome bastard. Get the fuck out.
And then finally, Keemstar posted this clip and says, Tipster's mad at LolCow Live. Tipster has 300 live viewers. Last LolCow had over 5,000 live viewers.
It's the LolCow podcast doing these days, Keem. I saw you guys got an initial boost of views on that show, and then your show just fucking died weeks later. It's almost like you're kind of irrelevant these days, and you don't have the star power that you used to, Keem. That you can't make his podcast be successful overnight the way you used to.
Nicholas Diorio responds, he's the least threatening DGen ever. Lol. Blitz responds, how are these pedos not banned in jail? Skelly tweets out this clip and says, oh no, Tipster wasn't happy about that, Keemstar. What will you do?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty fucking heated. How dare Keemstar show his fucking face in my chat? Don't you ever show your face in my fucking chat again. You're not welcome here.
Swatchin responds, why does it sound like he's going to cry? Kristen Ark shares this Tipster clip and a safe for work picture of the girl that Vaush was caught having CP of on his computer and captions it by saying, Tipster, no!
Like I said, a lot of people, they started digging into these images. They allegedly found that some of these images, one or two of these images might be lolly, and so they went on the Vaush's pedophile thing.
Kristen follows up the clip by saying, mind you, this is just a still of the VTuber character. The actual photo on Vaush's computer has a horse cock with the girl. Keemstar responds, might be lolly. Kristen responds, bro, time is a fucking loop. It's happening again. Dog on the radio reacts to this by saying, might be. Tipster's hard drive should be investigated. Nick sees these chat messages from one of Tipster's mods and says, Tipster's mod has turned on him. The first chat message says, why are people getting hidden for giving their opinion on the picture in question? Tipster is saying no one is willing to have a conversation, and people are expressing their feelings on the image, and they are being hidden. The image Vaush had def should and can be criticized. I don't think it's right hiding those comments that were expressing their disgust. Nick continues tweeting when he says, this is a total meltdown stream. He unmodded his own friends, lol, and then Keppel sent in her Third Reich mods to clean out any dissenting voices. He's playing the same level from his last Lollipop stream, lol, referencing this video titled My Response to the Drama that Tipster uploaded a year ago, where he was also defending Lolly while playing the first water level of Donkey Kong Country. Simpman responds by saying, Nick's mod is targeted, showing that another one of Tipster's mods posted criticism in his chat when they said, can I just ask why it is okay for Keppels to joke about Keemstar being a pedophile, but it's out of pocket for Ethan to say this? I think both are wrong, but why? Nick continues tweeting when he says, bro, this Tipster stream is so bad, dude. Whatever reputation he has tomorrow morning when he wakes up is one he earns. Jesus Christ, he's so wildly unintelligent, it's actually fucking crazy. Zach Brown 61 says, remember, Tipster's a Lolly lover, showing Tipster next to a sign that says, 0 days since last Lolly lover defense. Keemstar shares this clip from Tipster's live stream and says, Tipster has died on the hill.
And I know there's a lot of people who are going to disagree with my position on this. That's fine. Not everybody has to agree with me. If I legitimately thought that Vaush was advocating for things that would potentially bring harm to children, I would not be defending him here. I would not be defending him if I thought he actually believed in, arguments in favor of child pornography. I would not be defending him if I actually believed he was in favor of sexual relationships between adults and minors. I would not be defending him for any of these things. If this were true, I would be disavowing him. But the thing is, it's not true. And that's why I'm going to bat for him.
Keemstar then follows up
Except that's a lie. You know it's a lie.
Should consuming child porn be legal? I think that would be, yes, more legal and more ethically consistent. Yes, 100%.
The Quartering reacts to Keemstar by saying, Vaush is on record saying there's no moral argument against watching child porn. Moonhar responds by saying, we should all just agree child porn is filthy, and anyone defending it should be seriously investigated. Connor says, H3 makes a great point. The product of cobalt, chocolate, etc. is the product. Consumers buying that aren't buying it for child suffering. The product of CP is child suffering. There's no product there besides purchasing and consuming it for the direct reason of suffering. Keemstar then makes this Twitter video titled, I want Tipster arrested.
I'm furious. This is absolutely fucking disgusting. I am so fucking mad right now, and I want something to be done. As you all know, I've been covering the political streamer Vaush, who recently got caught with cartoon CP on his hard drive. He was streaming, opened up a folder, and sure enough, cartoon CP right there, busted. Caught in 4K. Case closed. I'm so fucking angry against me. And the streamer Keppels and the streamer Tipster defended him. They defended him. And that's so mind-boggling. Are all these people fucking criminals or what? How do you defend that? You can't defend them. But it goes even farther. In this moment of Vaush getting canceled, Vaush getting exposed for having cartoon CP on his hard drive, Tipster decide it would be a good idea to not only go on live stream right now and defend Vaush, but also go back and defend everything that Vaush has said in his past. And trust me, he said a lot. At one point he said, I haven't even heard a good argument why the possession of CP should be illegal. That's one of the statements that Vaush said. And he said many others. I want something done. I want Tipster in jail. I want Tipster in jail. How is this? This is not defendable, bro. This is so fucking frustrating. How are these people still online? They should be wiped off the fucking internet if you care about children's safety online. The shit that they're doing, the shit that they're fucking saying, them spinning around and creating false narratives to defend this shit is so fucking damaging and dangerous to our fucking internet. I cannot fucking believe that we're not just permanently banned on everything. Every fucking platform comes out saying that they're all for child safety, but these people fucking exist. And it's not a little story where only a few people know about it. It's a story that millions know about. How are they even here still? I want fucking Tipster's hard drive searched by the fucking FBI tomorrow. Fuck tomorrow, now!
XCG responds to Keemstar by saying, I hear you, Keem, but cartoon CP isn't the same as real CP. Nobody was harmed in the making of it, so there's no case against them. Ashton Forbes says, this is actually really dark, and I'm surprised it hasn't gone more mainstream. Nicholas Diorio then shares this Tipster tweet where he says, it's insane how people will literally ignore what's actually being said to fit their narrative against someone. It's the most blatant form of dishonest bad faith bullshit. Nick then comments on this by saying, this is the same guy who went live last night to say he hasn't seen the content of Vaush's porn folder, but will defend it it regardless, by the way. Nick then tweets out this clip with the caption, "Bro, another one?"
Alright guys, so as you know, there's been a lot of people on the internet making a big deal about the fact that Chris Tyson from the Mr. Beast crew came out as gender non-conforming recently, and they're trying to like make a lot of outrage and drama surrounding somebody basically just trying to live their life. But it's gotten to the point where people started digging into like old tweets of theirs and stuff like that to find some reason to cancel them. And the latest thing is that apparently Chris Tyson is a pedophile because he made some edgy jokes about lolly and kids. But we've literally gotten to the point where making edgy jokes makes you a pedophile. I kid you not, that's how low the bar for pedophilia has become. At this point, give it like a month or two, and you'll be considered a pedophile just for breathing the same air as children.
Nick continues by saying, for context, Chris Tyson was receiving criticism for posting / owning a lolicon artwork drawn by Shadman. Shadman was the person who drew Keemstar's daughter and lost his website over his disgusting depictions of Deaf being Keen. Nick then shares this excerpt from an article that says, in the artwork posted by Tyson, the girl, who is drooling and has a saliva-covered gun in her mouth, is seen posing in a black tank top and pink bikini bottoms. Her top reads, Bigfoot is real and he tried to eat my ass. The girl has braces, making her seem particularly young, and is wearing a hat which says, please be patient, I have autism. Disturbingly, the young female character also appears to have a brand-like tattoo on her upper thigh, indicating to signify a white female with an affinity for interracial sex, known as the Queen of Spades in the kink community. The symbol is also inscribed with the letters BBC. According to Urban Dictionary, BBC in combination with the Queen of Spades symbol refers to big black cock. Most commonly, the symbol is synonymous with cuckolding fetishes. Nick Sajed responds, is this recent? Because the whole Chris Shadman drama was a while ago. Nick responds, this was Tipster defending Chris's purchase within the last calendar year, showing that the short Tipster made was posted on April 17, 2023. Sensitive Society responds, someone needs to check his hard drive. Keemstar then quote tweets what Nick posted, and adds crew member of the H3 podcast Starkilla, saying, bro, just watch this. Keemstar also shares with Starkilla this giant Reddit thread of every time Vaush has talked about pedophilia and child porn on his streams, and then Starkilla quote tweets Team and says, Team sending me research was not on my bingo card. Nicholas Diorio responds, point of view. Team is notifying you of the current Tipster / Vaush lore, showing a picture of a football player screaming in someone's face. TC Amber responds, the enemy of my enemy, and then Keemstar responds with this Twitter video.
Things you need to look for. Tipster, alright? Not the first time he's defended Lolly. Almost a year ago to the day, one of his moderators posted on Twitter a picture of Lolly. Now, before that moderator could even respond, Tipster started defending her left and right. Then, the moderator realized, oh my god, I posted Lolly, I'm in the wrong, and apologized and deleted the tweet. You know what Tipster did? Double down, triple down, and still defend her. But that's not it. Also, Chris from Mr. Beast, right? He got exposed for posting Lolly, right? Back in the day. The artist that made the Lolly that Chris posted from Mr. Beast is the same artist that drew my daughter in a sexual way and got canceled. Shaman or whatever the fuck his name is, alright? So it's personal. This is personal. I hate this shit. It's fucking disgusting, alright? Guess what Tipster did? Tipster defended Chris from Mr. Beast and that post. And that fucking post. So he has a long history of doing this. Here's the best part. Flamenco is a content creator who got exposed for having Lolly or posting Lolly or something like that, right? And last night on Tipster's stream, somebody donated to Tipster saying, you and Flamenco should go bowling together. Tipster said last night on stream, no, Flamenco is a pedo.
You and Flamenco should go bowling. Flamenco is a fucking pedo. Don't leave those kids alone.
Flamenco's a pedo, Tipster? What about Vaush? What about fucking Vaush? So I want these hypocritical fucking scumbags fucking delete it. I want them deleted. I want them fucking deleted. Vaush has such a long fucking history, and you guys are accused of taking them out of context. That show, I seen the clip now, I seen the full thing. You guys were more charitable about context than anyone I've ever seen on the fucking internet. And Eva is right. It doesn't make sense. His response doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That's why you shouldn't believe him. Plus, when you combine this happening multiple fucking times, and the fact that this is on his fucking hard drive, bro, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. Same thing with Tipster. And then they talk about out of context and you're painting someone in a fucking bad way. Couples has a history of fucking literally just straight up calling me a fucking pedophile. Like, so many fucking cases of her doing that. Receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt. So, one, this shit is disgusting. Anyone doing this lolly shit should fucking be deleted. But on top of it, it's fucking personal.
Avery responds by saying, the first thing that played in my mind when I saw the tag, laughing my ass off, showing a picture of Keemstar saying, I don't care if you win, I just need Vaush to lose. Nicholas Diorio then tweets out this clip with the caption, how far will Tipster go to defend people who don't deserve it?
Also, Chris from Mr. Beast, right? He got exposed for posting Lolly. The artist is the same artist that drew my daughter.
At the time, Keemstar's daughter was only 7 years old. On November 18, 2016, Jed continued his trend of drawing real-life lolly art when he drew Lieutenant Corbus was sexually with a microphone. Keep in mind that this girl was new to being a celebrity at the time, and once again, was just 11 years old. In a post from October 5th, 2010, Jed writes that he was forced to remove all pornographic images from his site because of laws in Switzerland that prohibited depicting underage people in art.
The Chris Tyson situation could become a complete disaster for Mr. Beast brand.
Now let's see what Tipster thinks.
Like I said, you know, there's been a lot of people on the internet making a big deal about the fact that Chris Tyson from the Mr. Beast crew came out as gender non-conforming recently, and they're trying to like make a lot of outrage and drama surrounding somebody basically just trying to live their life. But it's gotten to the point where people started digging into like old tweets of theirs and stuff like that to find some reason to cancel them. And the latest thing is that apparently Chris Tyson is a pedophile because he made some edgy jokes about lolly and kids. Now I gotta be honest, they're not the kind of jokes that I personally would make, but we've literally gotten to the point where making edgy jokes makes you a pedophile. I kid you not, that's how low the bar for pedophilia has become. At this point, give it like a month or two, and you'll be considered a pedophile just for breathing the same air as children.
Papa Uwu X responds, Jimmy needs to stop trusting people too much. With him. He then shows a tweet where Mr. Beast says, yeah, this is getting absurd. Chris isn't my nightmare. He's my fucking friend, and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off, and that was in response to Sunny V2's horrible video on Chris Tyson that didn't even mention any of the Shadman stuff, and just said that Chris is a liability to Mr. Beast's brand because they transitioned. So this tweet isn't Mr. Beast defending any of that Shadman stuff with Chris, but rather the idea that Chris would ruin Mr. Beast's brand just for their transition. As far as I know, Mr. Beast has not commented on the Shadman thing at all. Anyways, Connor says, it's never been more over for Big Tip. Nick also tweets out, these are the people freaking out about Ethan making jokes about Vaush on Instagram, by the way, showing that on one of Keffel's streams she put text on screen that says, Keemstar's a pedophile, probably. Nick then shares more tweets and says, where was this energy for Keffel? The first tweet he shows is Keffel saying, Keemstar, why are you a pedophile? And then someone called Justin responding, he touches little boys, I'm sure. The next tweet Nick shows is quite the combination of quote tweets, but it starts out with Drama Alert, clipping DSP lying to his viewers, Tipster quote tweeting that, saying that news must be slow for Drama Alert if they are covering DSP lying about the food he's eaten, and then Keemstar quote tweets that and says, Tipster's mad we covered a story that didn't involve rape. If it had some rape in it, he definitely wouldn't be complaining. He loves rape. And then Keffels responds, I've always wanted to ratio a pedophile. The next screenshot shows Augie RC saying, Tipster's Twitter feed is promoting child transitioning and pro-deplatforming, cancerous ass ideology. Keemstar responds, agree. And then Keffel says, Keemstar, you want to fuck 16-year-olds. You shouldn't have an opinion on trans kids. You should stay away from them. And then the next screenshot is Chris the Narc responding to a Keffel's tweet saying, damn, someone got mad I memed on them. What happened to jokes here? And then Keffels responds, putting ex-producer of the Keemstar show in bio is basically like putting ex-vice president of NAMBLA in bio. Nicholas then shares screenshots of Tipster supporting Keppel's falsely accusing Keemstar as a pedophile with the caption, I mean, Tipster can delete his other tweets all he wants. You can look up him endorsing these comments Keppel's made about Keem through replies and retweets. He then shows a screenshot of Keppel's responding to Tipster talking about how he's been on YouTube for 17 years by saying, suddenly realizing why Keemstar hates you. He won't fuck with you, and in a year from now, he won't even fuck your channel. And then Tipster responding with a laughing gif and showing that Tipster liked the tweet where Keppel said she always wanted to ratio a pedophile in response to Keemstar. But not only did Tipster like this tweet, but he also retweeted it. As confusing opinion showed me in this screenshot he shared. That also shows Tipster about a year ago saying, the fact that we are still seeing people shit on Keemstar for dating an adult woman as if she were a child just shows how mentally impaired people are who consistently live their entire lives on the internet. Please, for the love of God, go outside into the real world for once. Speaking of old Tipster tweets, Nick tweets out this one and says, this is a really weird tweet, showing Tipster saying last year that pedos aren't attracted to people who look young, they are attracted to people who are young. By that logic, anyone who is attracted to Kiwi Sunset or Belle Delphine is a pedo, shaking my head. People seem to think this tweet is about Tipster defending Lolicon, and that isn't true. Tipster's dismissing the very real fears of a girl with a disability who looks indistinguishable from an 8-year-old. Both Shauna and her parents are afraid of pedophiles targeting her. Nick then shows the full context to that conversation Tipster had, showing Perez Hilton reacting to that girl's situation by saying, this new TV show is so perfect for TLC and their viewers. Tipster quote tweets him and says, she's 23, he's 28, but because her disability makes her short and look younger, him dating her is a red flag? This is literally the dumbest shit I've ever heard. People are so desperate for a pedo hunt that they are turning two adults dating each other into a pedo situation. Morgan responds, because she looks 8 man, only certain dudes are going to like that, and it's weird. And then Tipster responding by saying that pedos aren't attracted to people who look young, but people who are young. And that argumentation, in my opinion, lines up with Tipster's defense of Vaush's lolly, because in the world of Tipster, to where he thinks pedos are only attracted to people who are young rather than look young, lolly doesn't have an age. It's just a depiction of a kid. The whole point is that it looks like a kid, regardless of what the canonical age is, like 3,000 or 20 or whatever. If it looks like a kid and it's sexualized, it's lolly. So according to Tipster, if you have lolly on your computer but they are canonically above the age of 18, it's not lolly, which obviously doesn't make any sense. But regardless, Nick combos this context by showing this screenshot of an article that's headlined, 22-year-old who's stuck in the body of an 8-year-old admits her parents are afraid she will attract pedophiles because of her childlike appearance as she opens up about dating struggles. Nick continues by saying, imagine you are a woman living with an unfortunate disability who's afraid creeps will try and seek her out / harm her for degenerate reasons. And this dude comes out with, well, actually, ma'am, that's not how being a pedo works. Keemstar responds by saying, how does he know what pedos think? Zip Zappity says, both of these women are grown individuals who obviously look like women. Wiki298 reacts to what Tipster said by saying, people who look at anime-inspired art that depicts people that look like literal children but are actually 400-year-old demons or some shit to skirt the pedophilia of it need to have their hard drives checked. Well, you see, officer, she's not actually 7. She's a 1,000-year-old goddess from the planet Xenu. It's okay to jerk off to it. This is why cops should be allowed to shoot pedophiles. Parasite X responds, you were like the last person who should be talking about morals. AR Seal responds, your channel is older than your girlfriend, and you were trying to take a moral high ground with cartoons, lol, laughing my ass off even. Yo Jangle says, now Boogie and Tipster are fighting, my 2 least favorite death parts. This is amazing. Now Nicholas Fiorio, Keemstar, Kristen Ark, and other people on Twitter weren't the only ones to react to Tipster's horrible live stream, as Ethan did as well, alongside responding to all the discussion about Vaush and Keppels and everything going on. And of course, Tipster was not happy about this, so he took a clip from Ethan's stream out of context and captions it by saying, y'all heard the man.
I will happily dab up with the Nazis.
Legend Diggy responds, still fighting because you defended someone possessing CP, huh? Strange hill to die on. Tipster then continues tweeting when he says, I for one will not be happily dabbing up with any Nazis. Just thought I should put that out there. James responds, the pedos you were perfectly fine with, right? A says, dog, go put your sleep apnea mask on and go to sleep. Maybe jerk off to the lolly folder while you're at it too. Tipster then continues to coke tweet about Ethan by sharing another out of context clip and saying, lollipop, oh, Ethan's a lollipop, pop, ba dum dum dum.
I just want to say I thought she's hot. That's it. You didn't? She was like a lady. She's not a little girl. Little full-blown 17. But it's a cartoon.
For the record, I obviously don't think Ethan is a lolicon or a PO, but dude, you kinda set yourself up for that one. Lol, Dylan Chatterton responds, cheers my horse, love ya, no PO. Stories by Orin says, is this the same as downloading and organizing a lolly library? Achito says, Vaush Hassan, Keppels, Chris Tyson, Tipster, Ryan Beard, and everyone else like them need to be expelled from society. Ryan Beard responds, why are you lumping me in with this group right now? I have been criticizing Vaush for his takes on CP and him having lolly on his computer for the past few days. I'm not on his side in this situation. People then find and share even more suspicious clips of Tipster, like Hannah Clark here who shares one of them and says, Tipster!
So Tipster says, nice, looks great. Also, your friend kinda cute, haha. AP says, ayo, she's 16.
I'm a pedophile.
Moving on to some more silly tweets, Stormy says, now that Tipster is trending, let me remind you, showing a tweet Tipster made in response to Elon Musk that says, I've always wanted to ratio Elon Musk, and then once the tweet only gets 13 likes, he responds, never gonna happen. But right about now would be a hilarious time to do it, lol. FPS Diesel shows these artistic interpretations of Tipster and says, Tipster if he was black or Chinese. Yo Jangle shows this Valentine card with a picture of Tipster on it in the caption, I love you harder than Tipster defends lolly. Doc on the radio shows an old video from 2 years ago titled Tipster All Endings and says, this was not how it was supposed to end. Mikey D shows a picture of Tipster and says, can we take a moment to acknowledge what a vile, fat, slimy, degenerate creep Tipster is? Matt Pitt shares this tweet where Tipster quote tweets Keppels and says, you defended him against Hassan's community, I defended him, and so did Vaush. We were willing to see the nuance of his arguments and defend him because it was the right thing to do. The least he can do is do the same for Vaush. Matt Pitt comments on this by saying, when Tipster says I defended him, he means I piled on him with the rest of my community bros who hated this dude, but when I stopped hanging out with him, I stuck his dick in my mouth when he started using me as a soundbite. Nick also says on Twitter, Ethan Klein, it's not normal to save images AI lolicon horseborn. Keppels, have you ever considered how this affects the trans community? Tipster, did you know Nazis also don't think lolicon horseborn is sexual? Yeah, he just clean. He said the N-word. Tipster, it infuriates me that Ethan won't show why Vaush had those images on his computer. Keppels, so bad faith. He's going out of his way to not play the clip. Vaush, I have to explain how goblins are drawn in traditional hentai manga. Ever heard of a short stack? Kristen Ark tweets out that Tipster's trending and says, is he gonna tweet how awesome he is for trending again or what? If you want to learn why Tipster was trending last time, I have a video titled Twitter vs Tipster that you can check out after this one. But Tipster does respond to him trending in present day by saying, what did I do this time? With 2 pointing finger emojis. Nick shows this and says, lol. Kristen quote tweets himself and says, he lasted 1 fucking day. Xylee says, I fucking hate that man. And then Keemstar shows a response to Tipster's tweet from Prino Zenix who says, openly defend someone who's in possession of CP. And then Keemstar captioning it by saying, Tipster destroyed. Connor tweets out the domino effect meme image, starting at him making a stream against Tipster in 2022 called Spurred Stomper, and then ending at H3 making fun of Tipster for defending Vaush for having child porn on his computer. He captions it by saying, the Tipster domino effect, laughing my fucking ass off. And speaking of that stream where Ethan responded to Vaush and Tipster, he also responded to Keppels' defense of Vaush. And both Keppels and Tipster reacted to it in real time in this horrible, now deleted 5-hour Keppels stream. And we will cover all the crazy stuff that was said in that and the Twitter reactions to it in the next video. So if you don't want to miss that, be sure to subscribe to this channel with notifications on. If you want to hear my in-depth thoughts on the Tipster stream that everybody was reacting to in this video, I recently did an in-depth reaction on my second channel, Mayo Monkey, so I will leave that video on the end screen right now if you want to check it out. But with all that being said, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in another video.
And finally, part 4. Which is the penultimate part before we get to the context stream.
YouTube streamer Vaush got caught with bad material on his PC, and literally everybody of every demographic online is shitting on Vaush except for his fans and two big content creators, being Tipster, who I covered in the previous part, and Keffals. So today in part 4, we are going to take a look at what she said, as well as the reactions to her stupidity. One of the people who reacted to her was the big Twitch streamer Hassan, who got clipped by Cloud Culture on Twitter, who captioned the clip by saying, Hassan was absolutely right about Keffals' demand for tit for tat. Let everything slide deal. She knows it too, because she later deleted these tweets.
Hey, you didn't address anything I said. I'm not pro Lolicon. If I thought Vaush was independent, can you believe I'm discussion about this instead of putting me on blast for 2 million grandfathers and pedo-jacking me? It's gross. Ethan, I know you're going to see this even though you won't respond. I defended you a while. You were having a meltdown over the stuff with Hassan. You give me shit for it. All I'm asking for you is to show some shareability to those who showed it to you. I'm not your enemy. Dude, these people, like what are they doing? They're literally things like a tit for tat. They're like, hey man, I defended you actually, and you know, you're the big content creator that I defended, and why aren't you defending me right now? As I'm saying unhinged things in defense of a person who was exposed to have like a bunch of lolly horse porn in their fucking porn folder. Like, you're demonstrating what your framework is. It's just quid pro Joe, right? Exactly like Donald Trump. You're right. Quid pro Joe.
But Twitter wasn't the only place where Keffals defended Vaush for having lolly horse CP cock porn on his computer, but she also defended him in a 5-hour and 40-minute live stream, reacting to Ethan Klein of the H3 podcast, also criticizing Keffals' tweets. Nicholas Diorio shows a clip from this stream and says, this is absolutely shameless manipulation, laughing my fucking ass off.
I literally have Ethan's phone number. He gave it to me. I'll try to call him later. Do not fucking call me. I don't remember giving you my phone number. I don't remember talking to you on the phone, but do not fucking call me, please.
Do you want to know the context of that?
What's the context?
It was back when Twitter circles was still a thing. And I was suicidal. It was before I went to rehab. And he saw a Twitter circle where I was talking about how I wanted to just fucking end it. And he reached out and gave me his phone number. That's what the context was.
Damn.
Piece of shit.
I will definitely, I'm not interested in talking on the phone or answering a call from an unknown number, frankly. You're like 2 steps away from getting me on the phone. 2 great barriers are between us. She says, I'll try giving him a call later to see if this can be sorted instead of becoming online blood sports. Well, listen, that's kind of my business. We're
At least he's honest.
Bloody business.
Yeah, I'm glad that he's just honest. That was my takeaway, you know? In 2022, I really wanted to build a platform to make the world a slightly better place. That's why I did the charity streams I did. That's why I organized the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign. All of the things that I did were in pursuit of a goal to make this world a better place. And the biggest black pill to swallow has been to realize that none of these people actually give a shit about that. This is all the entertainment industry. It's all about getting the bag. It's not...
Somehow you believe that that's the truth, but no, you organize Drop Kiwi Farms as a way to get people to look at you as a content creator and try to platform yourself. And it has been downhill ever fucking since.
About anyone else. That's why he is so fucking indignant about the idea of looking at the products we consume and how they're made.
Yeah.
And y'all just defended animated CP, so let's giddy up.
Nick continues tweeting when he says, she got in this to afford putting substances up her nose and going on vacation, by the way. Detective Deckard says, this puts Ethan in a great light. Dude's handed out his number to so many people on the cusp of game ending themselves, he couldn't possibly remember all of them. Jessica Pizzle tweets out another clip from the stream with the caption, oh my god! Of course it wouldn't be Keffals' stream without using her mental health as a shield to protect herself and attack H3H3.
Hey, stop dialing. Keffals, put the phone down.
It's like really fucked up with the context that I have his phone number because I was planning to kill myself. And now it's just like a big joke laughing at me. He was the one who gave it to me.
H3 shows the same clip on his Instagram story and says, wow, this Ethan guy seems like a real piece of shit. And then Chris the Nerk tweets this out in comments on it by saying, Keffals attempts to guilt trip everyone with her Minecraft attempt, and Ethan not buying it, laughing my fucking ass off. The grift is failing for her. Chris the Nerk then posts another clip from that stream and says, Keffals and Tipster are two of the most retarded people, thinking that Ethan and Hassan are working together, and insinuating everyone who's shitting on Vaush as a creator are working together is maybe the most conspiratorial thing I've heard. Keffals, put the goat down.
Using to like juice some kind of a like Taylor Swift thing, like the Super Bowl today. I mean, come on, dude.
Evo.
Because it wasn't about getting that kind of audience. He wants Hassan's audience back. That's what this is about. And attacking Vaush was a way of attracting Hassan's audience that he lost after Leftovers ended.
It almost seems kind of coordinated in a sense, and this is obviously just speculation on my point.
Well, given the fact that like Ethan and I have DMs, like if Ethan has DMs with me where he's giving me a...
This is obviously schizo. They're obviously making shit up that they have no proof for. But don't let that stop a good grift from going along well. Never let that stop a good grift from going along. Why tell the truth? Just make shit up. Just lie. Just keep lying. Just keep lying. Just keep lying. It's the same thing, you know, lacking evidence to your claims, and when you make the claim, you have nothing to go alongside the attribution of the details. You know, just make it up as you go along, and then when somebody has you dead to rights, lie harder. Just lie fucking harder. Don't ever stop lying. Never stop lying. That's how they get you. If you stop lying, and you make it easy, and you do your part, that's when they get you. Because reasons, and stuff, and things. Interesting.
advice on how to fuck with people. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that these are very common conversations behind the single creators. I wouldn't even be surprised if Hassan ended up like sending Ethan a bunch of Vaush receipts.
Well, this reminds me a lot of some drama that he got involved in many years ago when he was still a commentary creator. There was like a feud between two other commentary creators, and he was like sliding into the DMs of one of them to tell the other one like, don't give him a platform to defend himself, and basically like kind of stirring the pot behind the scenes. This is a very common thing for him.
Well, think about it like this as well. Hassan is a lot more defensive, a lot more bitter than he used to be. This time last year, he was in the top 10 Twitch streamers. As of last week, he's number 13. He's no longer a top 10 streamer. Like, he's falling off. Meanwhile, Vaush, his platform is continuously growing. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hassan ended up coordinating something. Like, it's a win-win situation. Ethan gets a boost from the lost audience.
The context you need to have here is that there is a group called White Forest, and Keffels is a part of it, because she has a Keffels.gg site through it. And through that forked web code, which is a shoot-off of Destiny.gg, Vaush literally holds a cattle and prod over her career. You know. Because reasons. Because a majority of them are interconnected with that group. And that's why they're sucking his dick so hard here. These two in particular are sucking his dick as hard because they want that opportunity and they want that clout. But, you will find out from some details that Keffels will have cut off Vaush. Because the quackademic agent himself is not very good at defending himself from accusations. Cause reasons.
And Hassan gets to deal with his political competition.
It just was very like I understand like Hassan will sometimes talk about stuff that's going on in the space on his stream, but it's just really odd how quickly it happened where like Ethan talks about this stuff and he's spamming his Insta story with, you know, our responses and everything, and then like instantly there's Hassan to comment on it on his stream.
Yeah, it was the timing, especially when Hassan had said previously he would not talk about me on his stream, and then he did it again.
Because you gotta remember, like I came from a community where people are very coordinated like that. They'll like do these like, I'm gonna put out this video and you guys can react to it, and other people can like, here's, you know, some stuff that you can use in your videos, etc. And they all work together to try and like come at someone together. So I've seen these kind of things happen before, and it would not surprise me. And again, to be clear, just speculation on my part, it would not surprise me if they were working together on this shit.
Yeah, no, and
Chris continues his thread by saying, I can't believe I have to say this. Everyone hates Hassan, and Ethan broke his show up because of his viewers. You two need fucking help. Vaush's channel is growing, so it makes sense why Ethan and Hassan would work together to take them down. Dude, Vaush's channel hasn't grown in almost a fucking year, and then he shows the comparison between Vaush and Hassan's YouTube stats, showing that Hassan is far above Vaush, to the point where it's a stretch to even say they're in competition with themselves. Parking Tiger shows a clip from the stream and says, wow, Keffels and Tipster are having a meltdown. Going after Ela now?
I mean, I can also be bad-faced, you know? Here's a photo of her holding a rifle in her IDF uniform. Wonder what she did with that rifle. If we're gonna...
Oh man, guys, you should look at this. You should look at this opinion. You should look at this thing. You should look at this bitch here. Look at this photograph. They got consigned into the army, and they possibly might have had to defend themselves in the nation state for Israel, and it makes me laugh. Oh, I shot a kid on the side with a curved ball, cause I'm trying not to look at him being ran up the tempo. It's hard to say it. She shot kids. Really? Oh my. Oh, wee. I can't imagine what it feels like to be conscripted against your will and it be compulsory service and duty that she has to do for a minimum of 2 to 3 years. Oh man, you sure got her by the fucking cock strings there, Keffels. Oh, I'm turning into your mama era Wildervanorama. Oh my god, stop it, please.
Gonna just be bad faith and use out of context shit.
Nicholas Fiorio shows this tweet from Keffels and says, this grifter just keeps pulling out all the cards, laughing my fucking ass off. Cry, Keffels, cry, it's over! He then shows a tweet from Keffels that says, I hope that Ethan is happy. Labeling me and my community that is disproportionately made up of trans people, all pedophiles, for simply asking him to do better research, has made all the most insane anti-LGBT freaks come out of the woodworks to mock, harass, and dehumanize us. At this rate, he can repair the bridge with Jordan Peterson. They both sure love to spread rumor libel against
mock, harassment, and scrutinizing is when you insert yourself in the drama and you get mocked for it.
She and Tipster just inserted themselves into all of this and made it a bit about them. Gracie says, literally no one brought up trans people until Keffels did. Every drama has to be about her, so she cried for sympathy. Tipster responds to Keffels with an out-of-context clip of Ethan saying he'll dab with the Nazis, and Skelly reacts to this by saying, aw, Keffels is crying right now with Tipster comforting her. After Keffels' horrible cope string with Tipster over Ethan, criticizing Vaush for having CP on his computer, lolly CP to be specific, fellow transgender creator ContraPoints calls out Keffels' argumentation against H3 when she tweets out, using bogus transphobia accusations to defend a cis man's public consumption of sexually explicit childlike images is so unbelievably harmful and egregious. That's all I'm going to say about this. Yes, the video is coming, and from whatever the video is coming is just her updating her fan base on her next video in general, not a video about Keffels, Tipster, and Vaush. Anyways, Cactus responds by saying, but officer, I thought she was a short stack goblin, obviously referencing Vaush's excuse for having those images on his computer, which we covered in previous videos. Luke says, I consider it a mark of chronically online recovery that I don't know what this is about. Keffels responds to ContraPoints by saying, she tweeted this after I relapsed. In the weeks before I went to rehab. She was so happy that I was on the cusp of ending it all because the spectacle took the heat off of her. She can absolutely fuck herself. She's a vulture and I've never trusted her. Showing a tweet that ContraPoints made last year that says, Keppels is the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm so off the hook. Keppels continues by saying, she was cheering me on publicly when I took on far-right harassment forums, but when the harassment got too much and my mental health spiraled, she was mocking me publicly for it. She is a vile, disgusting human being. Keppels then responds to the new tweet ContraPoints made about her by saying, I have been getting called a pedophile all day relentlessly. It started when Ethan decided to put me and my friends on blast, calling us all pedophiles. I never defended anyone consuming child pornography. You are a lying sack of shit, and I have no patience for snakes like you. Dreamleaf responds by saying, her good friend Hillary Clinton is married to an actual Epstein Island enjoyer. Keppels then sees this response and tweets out, remember when ContraPoints invited Hillary Clinton into her home? The woman who defended her husband that visited Epstein Island and took flights on the Lolita Express? ContraPoints loves befriending people who have covered up for pedophiles and human sex traffickers. I don't know. People can say what they want about me. I've never had someone in my home who was a degree separation away from Jeffrey Epstein. Nicholas then tweets out this tweet in conjunction with an older Keppels tweet and the caption, these tweets are 8 days apart, laughing my fucking ass off. That 8-day-old tweet is Keppels saying, I want to be a more open and honest person, even if some people will attack me for being vulnerable. I'm actively avoiding internet drama. It made me a toxic, bitter person. I hated myself. I don't want to deny any one community over internet beefs no one will remember in 5 years. Anyways, getting back to present day, or at least the 13th of February, I'm a little behind on this, but regardless, just click, reacts to Keppels calling out.
Remember that conversation we had the other day, Horror, about the reasons why I don't like jumping into clout-based situations like this? And when I say jump into, I mean directly get involved into it, rather than the just regular Carl post tweets where I'm shit sniping on the side, while we see the shit unfold with popcorn. That right there is why. That right there is why.
ContraPoints for inviting Hillary Clinton into her home by saying, implying trans people are pedophiles harms the trans community, except when Keppels does it. Jalen responds to Keppels attacking ContraPoints by saying, Keppels is an annoying drama monger. She's bad-faced and constantly plays victim about everything. We get it. You scammed your fans for 100K and spent it all on coke. It sucks that you got doxxed and went through all of that, but move the fuck on already. I've kept my mouth shut, but I'm so tired of her blatant, obvious grift and exploitation of the trans community. She's not a good person. Everything with her is, oh, you're attacking the trans community. Kiwi farms this, Kiwi farms that. Shut the fuck up and move on. But Twitter was not the only person reacting to Keppels and Tipster, as during this time, LolCal Live podcast went live in order to give Teamstar a chance to talk about all this. Teamstar says, update, both Keppels and Tipster have been added to our Discord call on LolCal Live right now. They are refusing to pick up. Both are on Discord now.
Keppels is here. Keppels, what's up?
Oh shit.
Keppels.
See you, man.
Hello, hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have Keppels on here. Maybe this is like some stupid like troll, I gotcha. You're only trolling yourself because we invited you to show up for a discussion about the current topic and you're running away, which it would be crystal clear to everyone, so.
Chris the Nerd reacts to this by saying, imagine being afraid of invading me in wings. W Boogie laughing my ass off. Keppels is a pussy.
We guys have a discussion now.
Keppels. I'm gonna go piss. Keppels is literally saying here, what's in it for me? Let's discuss payment. No. Are you joking?
So after this, the Discord DMs between Teamstar and Keppels for getting her on the show leak, and Xylee tweets it out with the caption, wow, Keppels is running from LolCal Live. Let's get this straight, lady. You are not that important. She then shows the DMs which start out with Keppels saying, 1 sec, L. Teamstar responds with question marks, and then Keppels responds, firing up my PC to join in. Teamstar responds, you have 10 minutes, and then 7 minutes later says, 3 minutes. Keppels responds, what's in it for me? Let's discuss payment. Teamstar responds, no one is paying you. Tommy C then shows more of this interaction between Team and Keppels, which shows Teamstar saying, no one is paying you. And then Keppels says, you are a bald pedophile, and leaves the group. TILR responds by saying, I thought calling people pedos was wrong. Isn't there a jacket or something? Boogie298 shows the Discord DMs and says, wow, Keppels said she would come onto the podcast. Then after saying she's coming on, tried to extort us. Camelcast official responds by saying, everything these people do is motivated by cash. All fake and disingenuous people. Everything they say is an act. There's a reason this corner of the internet died in 2014. Papa Uwu X says, from staggering to extortion. Keppels makes Logan Paul look like an ethical businessman. Mango says, we been knew she only cares about money. Nemology101 tweets Boogie and says, typical Connie. Scott Sillyvan responds to Boogie by saying, this is a move people who think they are smarter than they are pull. Puppet master move. Grade A scumbag. It's always these weirdo shit lips who pull that stuff too. Keppels responds to Boogie by saying, you literally need to pay me if you want me to talk to Teamstar. He's a fucking retard. Keppels then complains more about the situation when she tweets out this clip from a streamer called Bad Empanada and says, Bad Empanada, a leftist YouTuber with 120K subscribers, just said that transgender people as a collective are racist pedophiles who use being transgender as a shield. I'm so disgusted with these people.
The pedo jacket trans people. First of all, I didn't say anything about trans people, and the fact that you even brought that up in this conversation is really fucked.
That's so fucking weird too. Like, a lot of these people, honestly, just they seem to like be obsessed with using trans identity to like defend the indefensible. Like, you're not attacking them because their opinions is like dog shit because they're defending horrible things because they are horrible people. No, the only possible thing is because they're trans. Like, they are honestly, as a collective, they are on average pedophiles, white, racist. Yet they like, you know, they're pedophiles who do racism from a position of whiteness and they defend themselves from a position of transness. And it's fucking you.
Keppels continues by saying, as a collective, they are on average pedophiles. Is an insane thing to say about trans people. I'm stunned. This is a leftist, not Matt Walsh we are talking about. Sweet Goblina responds, it's pretty clear he's specifically talking about Vaush defenders, lol. Drew Pavlou responds to Keppels by saying, fresh from being suspended from Twitter this morning for calling for terror attacks on American and Israeli citizens, Bad Empanada declares that all transgender people are pedophiles. Bad Empanada quote tweets Keppels and says, my response to this dumb bitch.
Keppels is someone who is like physically a hunchback of Notre Dame, who sits at home all day with a very carefully chosen camera angle, defending the indefensible in like the worst, dumbest streams you could ever possibly imagine. Zero analysis, zero talent, zero knowledge, zero anything of substance. Pretty much the definition of human garbage. It's absolutely insane that someone like that could get a platform, and really the only way that she got a platform was not even because of anything to do with her merits, but it was something that happened to her. And that's the only way it could happen, because she has nothing going for her at all that could have possibly resulted in anyone actually wanting to watch her for any reason aside from sympathy.
So after all of this, Keppels was still not done defending Vaush Lolly Horse CP leak, as she made an entire video against Ethan Klein titled Vaush and the Hypocrisy of Ethan Klein, and the whole video basically boiled down to this.
This is like so exhausting, because like it starts off from a premise of being bad faith and misinterpreting an argument and just going over out of context clips, and it just continues to go. Every action that Ethan has taken starts from that premise, and everything is just fucking wrong.
Yeah, the video was full of arguments like that, and it really didn't make any sense. If you really want to know what she says, you can check it out, but it's really not necessary to watch. Nicholas Diorio reacts to it by saying, the new Keppels video is hilarious, because it's the perfect rebuttal to, you drama people just talk about about others. Because you have nothing to offer, laughing my fucking ass off. Every single time people think this content is easy to make, a real stinker gets dropped and everyone laughs. Despairing response to Nicholas Diorio by saying, I love how she cries about commentary YouTubers about drama, but also proceeds to poke the hive repeatedly for drama to happen. Nick responds, because she is unironically too boring to function online. She's only being heard when she screeches idful. Kristen Nark says, what does Keppel have to offer the world anyways? Failed political run, failed sobriety, failed drama channel run, and she cried that Kiwi Farms mainly watched her channel to laugh at her. Most she did was collect an easy 100k and move to another country. I reacted to Keppel's video by showing the most egregious part, and all I really need to see from the video to know that it was going to be horrible, being the beginning of the video, where she dedicates it in memory to Tony Winchester, the man who got falsely accused of being a pedophile on Drama Alert, who passed away 2 years ago. My tweet says, Keppel's dedicated her video defending Vaush's Lolly Horse cartoon CP folder leak to the memory of Tony, a man who got falsely accused as a pedophile. What the fuck? Wither responds with this picture of Krusty Krab next to a grave, saying, am I really going to defile his grave for money? Of course I am, with the caption that this is Keppel's. Nicholas Diorio also shows the beginning of Keppel's video and says, can't wait till she's run offline laughing my fucking ass off. She's so monotoned and slow, it's unwatchable. I think at one point she also straight up stole my title. It has to be a bad look for Keppel's to make a tantrum video because she got eviscerated by Ethan laughing my ass off. King shows the beginning of Keppel's video and says, Keppel's throwing anything at the wall now. Weaponizing the black community, LGBTQ, now a dead guy? You and your fat friend have no shame. Mudahar's wife Dojangles reacts to Keppel's using Mudahar's laughing meme in her video and captions it by saying, random unnatural use of laugh. But Twitter wasn't the only one to react to Keppel's horrible video, as Ethan decided to make yet another stream shitting all over it. Kristen Nark posts a clip from this stream with the caption, starting off strong, laughing my fucking ass off.
Be careful about false allegations of pedophilia.
Wait, this is her
This is her channel.
character?
I didn't know that this was her thing, but like, why the chair moving up
It's
and
kind of
down?
ironic considering the topic. Looks like
A child? It does actually. I mean, that's a child in like a dog outfit, right? And I mean,
Fiona reacted to H3 making a third stream on this by saying, Ethan's really milking this for all he's got, eh? This is beyond pathetic. Dreamleaf responds by saying, aren't his fans getting bored of this, laughing my ass off? Fiona responds, he's carefully developed a fanbase of people who absolutely eat up disgusting drama. Most well established through the whole Trisha Paytas saga. Intel CPU tweets out, this is devastating to Keppel's, showing that Rebel Taxi tweeted out, I do not like Keppel's, and this got retweeted by Chris Chan, someone who was just interviewed by Keppel's a month ago. So even Chris Chan is turning on Keppel's while Tipster refuses to. Anyways, Keemstar tweets out, search Tipsters hard drive. Keppel's quote tweets him and says, pot meet kettle, showing a tweet from Keemstar where he said, you guys keep telling me to date someone my own age. I googled 39-year-old woman. I will not listen to you guys. If you remember where you were on 9/11, I'm not interested. Parking Tigers responds, pictures of adults are illegal. Pictures of children which you are defending are not. Very well said. It should be common sense, but that type of sense is something that Keppel's and Tipster are lacking, as evident by all the hours and hours of stuff they've said online in defense of Vaush leaking the fact that he downloads Lolly Horse Cartoon CP. If you want to see my more in-depth reaction to all of this madness from Tipster and Keppel's, I did an 8-hour live stream reacting to their entire 5-hour Cope stream that you can check out on my streaming channel Mayo Monkey, and right around the time this video releases, I'm going to go live again on my channel Mayo Monkey to react to even more coverage Tipster did defending Vaush for having.
That feels really honestly like a goddamn that now. Truthfully, Mayo Monkey does feel like a choice. However, that is all the context we need to now finish the piece de resistance, the context video. I apologize. You have to look at the picture of a, well, he's not a man, but you have to. I must apologize. You're about to be inundated with a picture of a man staring at you, upon which moment we will be taking interests from the audience. And by that I mean, I want to hear exactly what Horror has to say. I'm in Fried Chicanery. I need to hear your opinions. I had to do it to you, Horror. I had to do it to you. I had to do it to all of you. I had to do it to all of you live. She might not be able to respond. She might still be at work. I don't know. At this point in time of night, I think she might actually have the ability to come through. But still, I would love to hear what Horror has to say. Wait some time. Meanwhile, this shit. You can't. It's wrestling time. That's true. Monday Night Raw. You're right. You're so valid. You're so valid. You're so valid. You're so valid. You're right. You tagged me. I see. Pretty sure I reposted that one on the server. Anyways. Here it is. Here it comes. Here he comes. Staring at the screen. Here he comes. He's staring into your eyes. Staring into your eyes. He's staring into your eyes. He's staring right into our eyes. The wrestling time is the only bit of solace you have. I feel that. I feel that, yeah.
Video I probably should have made a long time ago. There are two main reasons why I haven't. For one, everything we're about to talk about has been discussed
over and over and over again on this channel, in live streams and in videos. Some of it has been discussed to death. Over engagement with the topic has caused it to have a disproportionate influence both on my community and on the way people outside of my community perceive me and my channel. The second main reason I've been hesitant to make this video is because experience has taught me that, generally speaking, if folks want to hate you or distrust you or whatever else, it's pretty difficult to convince them otherwise. Sometimes, if you're unpopular enough, even if you've got a good point to make, just the attempt to change people's minds can come across as kind of self-incriminating. You actually ground them further in the positions they already have. You know, it's one of those deals where the people who need to hear it won't listen, and the people who will listen don't need to hear it again. Let's get right to it then. Let's not waste time. What am I actually talking about? Well, I hate to drop this on the people who just innocently watch me for my political content and don't engage in any broader community drama. Some folks online have called me a pedophile. Now, this in and of itself isn't actually that noteworthy, with the political climate being what it is. Folks are getting...
I like how he just dodges the entire reason we're here is because he leaked something on his live streams. This, of course, is only possible because of the fact he's not a video essayist in the design pattern. All of his content is stream clips from his streams. He very rarely ever does a presentation video.
Getting accused of being pedophiles on Twitter left and right. It's pretty common. But some people have called me this way more insistently and a lot louder. So why? Remember how I said self-defense can come across as kind of incriminating even if it's accurate or well-intentioned? Yeah, even though I've gone over all this before on stream or in videos, I wasn't exactly jumping at the bit to make a why I'm not a pedophile video. It's a rough subject is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it's so effective as a smear, of course. It's just an incredibly difficult subject to engage with. So let's not waste any more time. We've got a lot to go through. What then is this video about? What do I have to say and why do I want to say it? What are my goals in making the video? Well, the gist of it is this. When people accuse me of being a pedophile, they usually do so while presenting pieces of evidence, often clips from my live streams, that make me look bad. While I do think that a lot of the claims and pieces of so-called evidence used against me range from being uncharitable to outright dishonest, the fact remains that I have said some incredibly stupid fucking shit on this channel, especially really early on, like right when I started streaming, and I don't fault anyone for seeing clips from that and being suspect of me. You know, I wasn't doing myself any favors, I'll say that much. For a lot of them, such as the ones where I'm making a point that is overall good and like uncontroversial, but I do a bad job of making it, there's nothing for me to really like debunk, you know? It's not a takedown. It's more a matter of charity. You know, I have to go and look at these clips and explain what do they mean, you know? What was I thinking? What was I saying? Is this clip like so dishonestly cut that, you know, no reasonable person would interpret it as looking bad of seeing the full context? Or was I saying really stupid shit and I'm gonna have to like work to explain what my thought process was at the time? And past that point, it's up to other people to either believe my charitable explanations or believe significantly less charitable ones. You know, that's up to them. In addition to some of the legitimately really stupid shit I've said, I'll also cover some of the more bullshit accusations because I don't know, they're transparently bullshit, a lot of them. I feel like you would have to already dislike me to read anything from them. But you know, a lot of it is that, so I need to sort of point that out too. So as far as I can see, there are 4 groups of people that I'm addressing here, more or less. The first group is my core audience, the people who have seen me address this and provide context for this and deal with this bullshit a million times. For a lot of them, all of this is a repeat. The second group is people who just fucking hate me. I really don't know if there's much I can do to get across to those guys. I would like to. I really do think a lot of the hate is misguided, but ultimately that's up to them, right? I'm not mad at it. The third group is the massive, disaffected, disengaged, entertainment-hungry drama vultures who are just here because they think it's fun to watch people squirm. I see. But welcome. A lot of this really has been like thoroughly addressed before, though, so I don't plan on doing much squirming, but there will be lots of self-debasement. So to you and to the people who just hate me, if you want to see self-debasement from me, there will be that. So you can look forward to that, I guess. Yeah, and I know that even making a video like this can come across as pretty damning, just innately, but I really do hope that you take it seriously and try to be charitable, if for no reason other than because it is a pretty serious topic. And last, the fourth and maybe the smallest group of people watching this video are people who are genuinely neutral, or maybe coming in with that fair mind to see what all the drama's about. Or maybe they're from the normie side of my audience. You know, they don't engage with the drama and the community stuff that much. I don't know. This will probably be a weird one for them, but nonetheless, well, it's a pretty wide range of people as audiences go, but I'll do my best to explain things and go through all the drama in a way that's clear and straightforward, but also doesn't drag on too long. Now, without further ado, let's get to the content. We'll start with the absolute worst of it, the monstrously stupid argument that I made way back when I first started streaming that has since haunted me and irreparably tarnished my reputation. Now, this clip is the one that I see cited most often when people are accusing me of being a pedophile. That's not even a little surprising to me, though. It sounds pretty bad. In fact, and this is going to be a real hot take, I get to hear convincing or legal argument. That's why the session of child pornography should be illegal. Actual child pornography. Like I said, pretty bad. This clip is from right after I started streaming, so a significant portion of my career as a live streamer has been spent providing context for the clip over and over to many people and many audiences. I've addressed it so many times that it's...
Here's a question. Why did you address it at the time? Ironically enough, even when I started in year 0, technically year -1 and year -2, before I was doxxed, it never came across my mind to make these kind of arguments. So why did you make those arguments? Let's address that, Vaush.
It's turned into like a kind of running joke in my community, like a rate that I'm cursed to keep walking into over and over and it hits me in the head. I often see people outside of my community, people who have seen this clip, but not seen me address it, mock the idea that any context that I or anyone else could provide could possibly explain away something that sounds that bad. When they see me or my fans say that this or any other clip has been taken out of context, it comes across to them as an effort to shoo away legitimate suspicion, you know, chastising people for having an opinion on something that looks bad. Like, you see a clip that looks bad of me, and then I or a fan of mine comes in and we're like, no, you know, you need to familiarize yourself with like 50 hours of stream lore before you can have an opinion on that. I have seen people weaponize calls for context in that way, so I don't fault others for being like kind of suspicious of that or not taking it very seriously. Some people are just going to tune out right there. Now, don't get me wrong, the clip is bad. It's rhetorically bad, it's logically bad, it's obviously optically bad, and the broader argument that it's pulled from are bad in all of those ways too. But as for what the clip and the argument that it's pulled from say about me, I would like to make the case, if I may, that it does implicate me, but not as a pedophile, rather as a fucking idiot
debate bro brain poisoned jackass because I took a perfectly fine argument. I think that, you know, when I explain it, the argument itself will make perfect sense at least. And I ruined it with edgy, contrarian, devil's advocate nonsense. So let me explain. I just started live streaming, and I was far more argumentative and belligerent and arrogant then than I am now, if you can believe that. Over the background of my mediocre Dead Cells gameplay, an argument with chat on the subject of foreign labor and unethical production is getting increasingly heated. Just in case anyone watching doesn't know, many of the products that we buy from American companies on American store shelves are produced through supply chains that take advantage of what we could consider unethical business practices, you know, like bad workers' rights stuff. Often this takes the form of sweatshop labor, a practice near ubiquitous, for example, in the garment industry, where sewing work is difficult to fully automate. This isn't just a foreign problem, though. There are garment sweatshops where workers make less than $2 an hour, operating right now in Los Angeles, as an example. It's a broad issue. But American companies profit from even worse abuses. The mining of cobalt and the harvesting of chocolate and palm oil, those are three practices that are especially notorious for their use of child labor. Frequently child slavery, frankly. You know, in practice, often just child slavery. American companies profit enormously from this because these, you know, abusive work conditions, it keeps the cost of harvesting materials requiring raw product relatively low. And as a consequence of this, the suffering of children is built into the fabric of our economy. Of exploited workers broadly, to be sure, but like I said, it's a widespread problem. I believe that in a just world,
I'm
the
only coming
American
in
government would
very
set global standards for labor rights by barring companies from selling their products in the
So you wanted my opinion on Vaush. Vaush is a fucking degenerate. I knew that from the get-go. I don't agree with anything that he's doing. I have never agreed with any of his takes. I think he's fucking disgusting, and what's come out about him is not surprising because of what I already know, because I'm well aware of his past. I will only repeat what I said in chat earlier.
Okay.
The only insight I'm going to give on Tipster in this situation is he absolutely cannot stop himself. He has the behavior, and it's very well documented, of if his friends are in trouble or are being dogpiled for whatever reason, he has to get involved. He cannot stop himself. This was the same case when we were friends for a very long time, or at least by internet standards. I had to very much personally tell him not to defend me on anything if I'm in trouble for something, because I don't want him making it worse. Because he does that. But that's my take on the situation. That's why he's getting involved with Keffels. That's why he's doing this thing with Vaush. I guess he, for some whatever reason, perceives Vaush as an ally or a colleague or a friend of some sort, and therefore has to defend him.
I think he sees him as an asset.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a thing. But he definitely can't help himself because he has that propensity. No matter how many times he says he won't, he will anyways, if it has to do with his friend, or he just cannot stop himself because he will work himself into a frenzy until he gets involved. I had to be his wrangler for a very long time for that reason, and that's the reason I stopped wrangling anybody.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from, because anybody who knows Year 3 Carl lore knows exactly the reason why my shit was doxed and why that shit was doxed in question, and the person responsible behind it. Technically, two people responsible. But one of them was a person who was being told multiple times by myself, by Amy, by Poe, realistically by anybody who knew who she was. People who know who I'm talking about. If you don't know, I'm talking about a particular individual that I think I had to defend, was it 5-ish, 6 months ago? Only because people tried to recirculate around a lie. Because when Kiwi Farms went off the ClearNet, they decided it was a great opportunity to try and recirculate around a lie that has already been disproven multiple times, because they thought since nobody would be able to lurk easily, that information would be held away and held off. So, one of those things happened. And that was just by incident of people being retarded. Because all the Twitter mutuals that I have, and all the other social media mutuals I have, are painfully aware of this person, because they were connected to Ian Miles Chong. That's an entirely different, separate discussion. But I had to deal with the exact same shit, so I understand. I'm sorry to have to do it to you. It's just wildly fascinating how they intravenously inserted themselves into a drama that they could just literally sat on the sideline and shut the fuck up about. But either for the purposes of trying to do it for the culture, or in his case, for the trans poonie, he has to get in there. I've witnessed this before with him in his particular dramas, but I want to understand exactly why Tipster does this of all things. Because, anything that could be said about Vaush, anybody could be able to say. But it's the Tipster angle that I really don't understand, because I'm pretty sure he He left a community. What community was it that he was in before if he got to where he is right now? Who was he hanging around with?
He was part of the Goon Squad in the commentary community when the Chris Hansen stuff went down.
Okay.
That's what he was a part of. Before that, he was in the game. I think it was the speedrunners community.
He does not strike me as a speedrunner.
He apparently 007 GoldenEye.
Okay, it's low ski enough. I can believe it.
But that's where he came from. I won't get too much into it because I've made
You've washed your hands?
promises that I intend to keep.
Yeah, you wash your hands.
I'm a woman of my word. But that's as best as I can give on the side of him and his thought processes. My thinking is that Keffels is in his ear, and when somebody's in his ear and he considers him a very close friend, which he apparently does with her, yeah.
What a dynamic.
He's going to get involved because one, his channel he wants to keep alive. Even though he doesn't like the drama, he knows that he has to entertain it. And yeah, I'm not gonna go any further about any motives of the romantic kind because I don't know. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I have not. We stopped being friends around the time that the whole Keffels being his bestie came out. So yeah, I don't have any insight on that.
Like I know that the greatest accusation and joke thrown at him is that he is into trans Fudacock and that he wants to be a trans fiend, that he is a trans chaser. I don't believe that because as being a friend of Dev, I know what it looks like when somebody chases transcock. I know what it looks like. That doesn't look like it. It looks like he's begrudgingly being forced to be a dad figure to people who are irresponsible at all times. And he just and throws himself into the fire because that's what he has to do. Whether it be to keep
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Whether it be to keep his channel alive or because he secretly likes the drama or he has some other...
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it, but he can't help himself getting involved in it because he gets spun up on stuff.
Yeah.
He gets emotional, and then he can't stop himself. That's why a lot of the times he did the whole things and then, like, deactivate to delete stuff.
Okay. Because I don't strike him as a person who's very knowledgeable on the subject matters he chooses to jump into. At the very least, he doesn't look like a person who's actually able to debate these things. And when I say debate, I mean actually talk to people. No. He looks like he always yells at somebody and has no ability to have a conversation.
I can't really speak to or against that.
Okay.
Or against that. But that's from what I understand, what I think of the situation as once being a friend of his, and no longer being so.
Rip.
And when I say a friend, I actually mean we had made plans to meet up in person.
An actual friend,
never came to pass.
Yes, an actual friend, not an internet friend, guys.
An IRL friend.
That's unfortunate. Clout.
Extremely. Yeah.
Clout. What a fucking drug.
I don't know about clout, but...
I mean, you could say it's clout. Realistically, I think it's somebody finding themselves in a position not able to navigate the internet waters.
I agree. That I will agree with 100%. But that's as far as I can really give insight into anything. I think I'm gonna go watch my wrestling because now I am very much.
Yeah, go watch wrestling.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
They or other companies they bought their product from fell below a certain minimum standard for labor rights. I still think that would be great, by the way. As complicated as it would be to implement and as unlikely as it is to happen, it's a doable thing, you know? It's not like there's precedent for that kind of action. It would make the world a better place. So anyway, there I was, belligerent, angry from arguing with chat. However much of a debate bro I'm known for being today, I swear to God, I was so much worse back then. I wanted to construct an argument that would effectively and succinctly convey the severity of the problem, how intertwined human suffering is with the regular products that we buy and use every day. Shock value was essential because I needed to prove how edgy and daring I was. And speaking of shock value, an example already exists of something so inextricably tied up in human suffering that both its production and possession are illegal: child sexual abuse material. If we already know something that harmful should just be excised from society, couldn't we do the same for products that we know are made with child slavery at the very least? The parallel felt clear to me, and I wanted to really drive home the hypocrisy of...
Problem is that in many cases, you try to make the example that you want to exemplify. You want to shock the kids. You want Bloods to truly know what you be waffling about. The problem is that at the end of the day, the way that you get across the conversation makes you extremely fucking cringe lord. Like, say it's because you needed to do things a particular way or whatever. The fact of the matter is, none of that fucking shit matters. And that's just on the base side of the issue, Vaush. If you want to get into the matter of people caring whether or not you actually have set takes and opinions about things that you do and do not do, it would be just as simple as, are you so much of a child that you're not able to understand that in this world there are things that you have to deal with, and that while you would like these things to not be a way, they end up being another way? That's not a justification of child slavery, it's not a justification of child porn, it's not a justification of CSEM, it's not a justification of anything. It is a reality. The reality of the fact is that there are businessmen right now who are doing corporate business scams to fuck over American people as well as fucking over the people of the other countries they're doing business with. In many cases, China. In many cases, India. In many cases, South Korea. In many cases, provinces that have very little to do inside of Africa with anything else other than the resources that are already being exploited. All of those conversations have the exact same suitability. They have the exact same understanding. This blood diamond quality that you're attempting to quantify and use as a shock factor to justify your viewpoint begins and ends literally on, well, you see, I want to scare you into liking my position. Yeah, but it doesn't undo the fact that we're trying our best, which is the reality. The reality is, when it comes to blood diamonds, literally when it comes to blood diamonds, we try to do our best to make sure we get them from mines that are not exploiting slavery and physical harm to do so. We try to ensure that there is very minimal, if not zero, amounts of child slavery and general horrific aggressions of violence to do so. We try to ensure that when we buy these things, they're not being sold by African poachers and African legal traders. The same way a person could do with ivory, with elephant tusk. The same way a person could with supposed Chinese herbal medicines that are technically extremely illegal, like biotoxic poisons that you can only be able to get from a lab inside of a particular kind of biometric catalog that you have to order through the state. It has to be numbered, labeled, and tracked. 50 billion kinds of issues, 50 billion kinds of products, 50 billion kinds of examples. And the thing that connects all of them back, even when it comes to something as simple as, hey yo, let's not have kids putting cereal in cereal boxes inside of a fucking General Mills factory. The factor that always has to be addressed is, America can only do their best. Every other country can only do their best. It doesn't stop evil people from doing evil things. But we can minimize it. We can always attempt to minimize it. But you're not speaking on the matter of minimizing it to try and stop it. You're speaking on it as a I'm better than you factor. Which is why a lot of people do not give a fuck. Hello, Sheepsidian. It's really fucking gay that people try this argument and they never learn from it because they don't actually have a comeback for it. It's always just, well, see, I said, and you didn't want to listen, so you just accepted it. No. Your point was retarded. You're retarded. You've always been retarded. Your need to try and justify that and to square that circle is really why a lot of people avoid it and ignore it. It's really gay. It really is gay. Everybody really is in the fucking ear of all these people pushing this argument and pushing this language. Because Kevil's repeating those same talking points, Tipster's repeating those same talking points. Like, when your entire argument starts with, listen, bro, you want to talk about people caring about the microplastics that went into your computer, but you don't want to talk about how kids are being fucked on the internet right now? No, I do not. Like, I will buy all the gold necessary. I will buy all the microprocessors. I'll buy all the silicon. You know why? Because I have nothing to do with that. Because at the end of the day, I am not abusing children with my silicone. But don't you know that silicone? Children were abused for it. They were abused, Carl. You can't get away from the abuse, Carl. No, I can't. But you know what you can't get away from? The allegations. They're no longer allegations. They're just sticky notes we stick on your head. Dumbass! Like, Stop it. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
The people arguing against me who said you were downplaying, I guess, the issue of the whole child slavery intertwined in our, economy thing. So, in fact, this is going to be a real hot take. I get here convincing or legal arguments as to why child pornography should be illegal. Actual child pornography. How's that for a hot fucking take? Now, clarify on stake, as I feel necessary to do so. We do not, in this country, typically criminalize people who have procured media or resources which were the product of use. It is not illegal to own necklaces that have slave diamonds, whatever they call, or love diamonds. Yeah, all of our clothes produced by sweatshops are computed with silicon and lithium mined from literal fucking slaves. In our society, we've already deemed that people are not responsible for the mechanisms by which the media they consume and the content they engage with are produced. You like that argument? Ooh, you like that? You like that moral villain? You're all worse than fucking CPMs. I am too. Do you like that? No ethical consumption of capitalism. Shit sucks, right? But if we accept that argument for slave labor, then we definitely have to accept it for child pornography. Yeah, there you go. My dumb goal here was to spark indignant outrage, to make people who downplay the immorality of unethical supply chains to reflect on the harm they were enabling through comparison, or for them to, bluster and go, oh no, they're different. Child slavery is fine actually, and look bad. It was meant to be like an invective, like something like, it gets, it's punchy, it gets right through people. Obviously, it didn't work. The only person I succeeded in making.
That means, Vaush, that you're admitting that your entire goal was to be a fucking pissant, debate bro, and you succeeded in being a pissant debate bro, cause you cared nothing about anything else but the optics. You didn't care about having a sensible argument. You didn't care about having logic behind the argument. You just like, gotcha! You like slavery, don't ya? Yeah, you like slavery. You like slavery. He hears voices in his head. He hears voices in his head. He hears voices in his head.
Look bad was me, and that wasn't one of the goals, so yeah, no, pretty bad. Because I really want to make sure that I'm being clear with my thoughts here, because I don't like being misunderstood, and it feels like my job sometimes. Just in case the bad logic of my brilliant little devil's advocate it's not coming across, let me give you an example. Imagine that I was a vegan back when I started my channel, and I was angrily arguing with my audience about the hypocrisy of America making animal abuse felony, but also allowing millions and millions and billions of animals to spend their whole lives in torturous captivity before being slaughtered for meat. I'm flustered, and I want to make a point. So I start saying that, hey, if we're all being morally consistent here, we wouldn't even have animal abuse laws, huh? Why protect animals at all, I would say? Since we're clearly so okay with them being tortured and killed en masse, why not be consistent and just do away with all animal abuse laws too, huh? Of course, in that example, I wouldn't really be arguing for the removal of animal abuse laws. I'd be pointing out the apparent hypocrisy of animal welfare norms with an abrasive devil's advocate. The point would be to get people to sort of like angrily confront my position or reflect on theirs. Likewise, in real life, 5 years ago, I wasn't actually arguing for the legalization of child sexual abuse material. I was pointing out the apparent hypocrisy in child welfare norms and our allowance of materials produced through the harm of children in our stores, with an abrasive devil's advocate. Abrasive and bad. So bad. I have spent the past 5 years explaining it. And to be clear, it really is a bad argument.
But a lot of guys in your position who are these kind of like philosophical pipes, they want to talk about the whole child porn thing and how it's just as bad as slave labor, I think was your argument.
Yeah, so that's one of the great philosophical debates of our time. Just can't keep it.
I don't know, what is it about smart guys that they feel like, I must rationalize child porn? Like, do you feel like it just, first of all, just for starters, that was heavily taken out of context, correct?
Oh yeah. Like, obviously it's gotten run through the dishwasher a bit as internet arguments go. The basic idea of the argument, the fundamental, which is like it's bad to participate in the consumption of any product, which as a necessary prerequisite for its production mandates the abuse of children. Everyone would agree with that, unless people are literally pro child abuse, I guess. But most everyone would agree with that. People just don't like the direct comparisons because A, in my case, it wasn't the most accurate one due to some like nitty-gritty detail bits, and two, it's like deliberately provocative, right? And that's the problem. That comes up the same reason people make comparisons to Hitler during arguments. It's like the most provocative thing you can get to. Like you jump right to it. Like, well, how do I make a point about why X or Y about capitalism is bad? Crack knuckles. Okay, I've got one for you. And even if you're bulletproof on how you phrase that argument, people are gonna get mad at you. But I wasn't. And if you're not, people will get more mad at you.
And I have had to explain it so many times.
The vegan games debate, that's a solid F. Not only did I not make my arguments well, at one point I made my anti-child pornography argument so poorly that I got clipped out of context and people are using it as an argument that I support child pornography. My basic argument is that, like, why is child material bad? Because to produce it, you have to hurt children. Because it hurts people to produce it. And producing child porn requires harming the child. The argument I'm making is that it frustrates me that liberals recognize child pornography as bad. Great, nice, well done. But then they're really defensive.
So, Vaush, I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Putting all these clips here does not stop you from looking like a fucking idiot, okay? The entire reason why all these clips existed is because in your heart of hearts, in your mind, you thought that these were wins for you. That's why they're here. That's why these fan-edited compilations have been compiled by you, putting these things together for years. You have multiple clips of yourself doing this. This, of course, is where the null hypothesis comes in. But Carl, what about those years where you were being mocked by Kiwi Farms? Oh, you mean the people who were annoyed and tired of the person in question that I was referring to while my moderator was here? That person in question, when they got bored and tired of her and they wanted to try and milk new lol cows, they tried to make a lol cow of myself, like Amy and Poe and everybody else that they wanted to single out on Twitter. And we moved immediately away from them. I stopped using the website in whole because they clearly were trying to push something that was not true and was not real, to the point that they were lying about details and about pieces of information that were offered up for the purposes of keeping her straight and keeping her from lying. Those things, those reasons, that stuff. Because that's what happened there. There are no clips of me doing any of these things on the internet. They don't exist. They're not real. If somebody tries desperately to take a Carl post out of context, I have the original post. It's why I filmed them the way I filmed them. Having what I'm responding to on screen alongside me talking about it makes it impossible for people to take it out of context. You ain't gotta worry about the context. It's right there. Same thing can be said if I took a clip of this right here. I ain't gotta take it out of context. This is the video you put up on your channel. You can't say I clipped it out of context. You provided the context of the clip. These things, Vaush, the reason they work against you is because of your fucking braggadocious attitude and nature. You are so focused on being right. You're so focused on optics. You're so focused on growth and winning that people want to see you lose. I'm not aware of whatever argument your movie sucks made like this. You're going to have to provide me a clip, Saffron. But people want to see you lose because your content is bad for creativity. Your content is bad for your brands. Your content is bad for your political sector. Your entire brand is bad for everyone, not just for yourself, but also for the left in general. Because if they ever ask for a question of, hey, who's some left figures that I could be able to trust and listen to? Well, you can't list Vaush, because he's an idiot and a pedophile. By his own rulings, by his own examples, as he's publicly demonstrated over the internet for years on end. Can't trust necessarily Ethan Klein. Maybe he's getting back to the point he can be trusted, because he now understands what a den of vipers these are, with his fallout with Hassan. Can't mention Hassan. Hassan's a fucking trust fund baby, who's been pretending that he didn't have money for years, and that he did it all himself. Despite most people who know of his origins, knows that he fucking backstabbed Destiny, and knows that he got clout because he has a fucking uncle who is in media business, and got him the connections necessary to build himself up. Like, this shit doesn't come from nowhere. People just don't hate you because they hate you. They dislike you because you demonstrate yourself to be an unlikable person. You do this shit publicly, and you're upset somebody got a clip? How dare you judge me? How dare you judge me at a distance, Carl? How damn you? Sir, the clip came from your stream, but how dare you clip it? But sir, it's an example of you being cringe, but how dare you clip it? Don't you know that you're supposed to allow me to delete all evidence traces so I can deny it?
Of like global commodity production chains that involve child slave labor. Like we'll top it off like really readily, you know, like, oh well, there's no choice. Oh well, we don't have to care about that. Oh yeah, dude, like cobalt that's mined up is done by child slave. But you know, like whatever, that's just how the economy goes. Oh dude, whatever. Like make computers, they look sick, bro. Like don't think about it. So that was the argument that I was making originally.
I don't know. Me personally, I would try to find another example.
Me too. Hey, no, me too. The reasons for this argument being rhetorically and optically bad are pretty obvious, I'd say. But I wanted to explain why it's also logically bad. The parallel between child sexual abuse material and commodities made with child labor is tenuous, mostly due to a huge gulf in personal moral culpability. Right? I mean. Hopefully that's obvious. It certainly wasn't to me back then. I still believe the presence of child labor in our supply chains is a massive issue, but you know, I've stopped making that point in such stupid, endlessly abrasive ways. You know, there's a sickness in the mind of the very specific kind of debate bro that I used to be, where you believe that if using the most inane, hyperbolic shock value arguments, it makes you seem smarter. I'm sorry. I can explain what I was thinking at the time, but I can't for the life of me understand what I was thinking, if that makes any sense. Yeah, all edge and no point, truly. Oh, and to be clear, I didn't make that argument once. Remember, the whole rhetorical strategy was edgy, abrasive bullshit designed to bait arguments, and it worked. I mean, arguments were had. You're a live streamer, you know, you have a...
Also, very interesting. You take the clip of it off the screen, but I'm pretty sure you just responded to somebody in his chat room. It'd be podcast ideas. If it's something that has to do with either fried chicanery or with something being done live on air, the place it should be is in podcast ideas. YourMovieSucks.com and bestiality. 10 minutes?
Vegans are pretty much the only people that are actually at liberty to say that having sex with animals is wrong. Everybody else is a fucking hypocrite.
Only vegans are allowed to say that eating animals is wrong. Everyone else is a hypocrite. Did I hear that wrong?
Vegans are pretty much the only people that are actually at liberty to say that having sex with animals is wrong.
Having sex with animals is wrong. Please, homosexual man who reviews movies, please tell me why.
Everybody else is a fucking hypocrite. I mean, I don't agree with like veganism really, so most people don't. Oh, I depleted you.
Murky, why? What do you mean, how so? You can't... I've gone on this rant too many times, so I'm not gonna get that into it, but... Like, you can't say, like, oh, sucking a dog's dick is wrong, but, like, eating an animal isn't. You can't say, like, oh, we should chain up baby cows.
Sucking a dog's dick is wrong, but eating an animal isn't. I'm pretty sure this is the PETA. Which one is friend-shaped? I'm pretty sure this is that take. There's probably more in here. No, I've never had a desire to randomly just reach down and lick a dog's red rocket. That's never occurred to me. I've never fascinated myself with looking at it and being like, just look at how it stretches. Never occurred to me. Never. It never occurred to me.
To uphold and restrict them from movement while, just while they get fat, so we can have a really succulently tasting baby cow. Part of the farming process is artificial insemination. So by supporting farms in the meat and dairy industry, you're already supporting rape of animals, like literal rape, artificial insemination, where they jerk off the males and then like literally fist the females and force her into orgasm and syringe the semen up her vagina.
So the problem here is that animal husbandry is a very, very hard regimented system, the same way any kind of ranching is. It's not the horrible wet work conditions, dirty warehouse system that one might imagine. Meat farming, as well as normal farming, as well as any kind of health plant farming that normally is hard to get because we get it from overseas in places like Colombia. When it comes to things like quinoa and ancient grains, any kind of super green, any kind of GMO product or non-GMO product, all of those things are very hard to do. And they have very hard standards that most people are not aware of. If they actually took a look inside one of these facilities, they would change their mind. But if your entire argument is, well, you see, they have more of a right to do that because how dare you try to give them a good life before they get harvested for meat? That's just barbarism. Would you prefer us do the method of barbarism that comes with halal meat farming, where a cow has its neck cut and slit open, and then turned upside down as it slowly bleeds out? Would you prefer that methodology? Because the majority of this work is based around reducing harm of the animal and reducing suffering of the animal. If the animal is given a nice, long, happy, long life, barring a really bad medical condition that then leads it to have to be killed early, and then the meat is also spoiled so it can't be used at all. If you prefer a cow gun over the halal cut and bleed method, and you say, Carl, how could you? How could you eat beef? Don't you know what they did to Clarabelle? I'm gonna look you in your face. I'm gonna take 2 bites of my burger. 2 bites! I'm taking 2 bites! Because that's dumb. That sounds dumb. I can hear the faucet in my bathroom running. Want some of these doses stuck in some of these water pills running my faucet like that and shit. Because I know I didn't turn the faucet on. So it must have been the ghost. You gonna pay some bills in here, Casper? Shit. Anyways. I could use a bacon cheeseburger right now.
Hot take, or you make an abrasive argument. Chat brings it up in the future. You argue about it again. I'm sure there are a million clips of that argument from different things, but it's all the same damn thing. It's like taking 500 photos of me getting in a car accident and then saying it's 500 different car crashes. It's all the same stupid fucking argument. Unfortunately, 5 years back, it took me a little while to catch on to how fucking stupid and self-destructive.
True. Food do be food. I just like good meat. How dare I like having a cheeseburger? Standing outside his queue in fucking McDonald's or Burger King. Sir, do you know where that meat came from? This is the face of the young cow they had to choose to kill that for that burger. Whole story, bro. You taste delicious. Ikadatsu Matsuyo. He was delicious. Thank you, Lord, for making this meal. Barbarism in nature. But barbarism in nature literally is an animal fucking being ripped apart piece by piece, limb by limb. But anyways, back to this shit.
My edgy argument was, safe within the bubble of my then tiny community, where the only eyes I had on were the eyes of my, I don't know, 100 or so committed fans or whatever back then. I wasn't really seeing any negative consequences from employing this rhetorical strategy. I mean, it would abate arguments from chat, of course, like, I got those disagreements, but that was what I was looking for. So I didn't interpret that as a sign of the argument itself being flawed. You know, it wasn't until I brought it up in debate with Vegan Games, a far larger YouTuber, that I realized how people outside of my community bubble perceive the argument.
Pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography, would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yeah.
Really? Even though they're directly supporting child rape?
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical. Because I bought my computer, and the silicon in it was farmed in Africa by slaves. If I can do that, and that's legal, and no one's gonna call me out my shit, then yeah, I have to be consistent in that aspect.
Okay, look, I think there's levels to this. So I wouldn't equate buying a computer to buying child pornography. I mean, it's, in order to pretty much have a job anymore, you need a computer. So do you really think it's reasonable to equate something like something that might cause some amount of cruelty exploitation in the world that you need for your job, just to be able to, like, not be homeless, to something that you're buying purely for very shallow personal pleasure that causes horrible, irreparable damage to somebody lifelong?
I mean, we can actually like partition it out. I don't know how much child pornography goes on the market these days. I haven't exactly checked. But I'd be willing to bet that the total amount of suffering that goes into the child slaves that might not like the silicon in Africa, you know, in terms of me supporting that industry, I mean, that's pretty bad. And I didn't have to buy a computer this big. I could have bought something smaller. I could have bought a little Chromebook. You know, I wonder how many more hours slaves had to mine up that silicon just by me being able to own this. But I'd go with the clothing I wear, put together by slave shop workers, sweatshop workers, sorry, glasses, like everything. And if you wanted to step beyond the slavery element, like, all of the stuff that I buy goes towards corporations. I believe that wage slavery is unethical. The exploitation of workers, and everything you buy contributes to that, unless you're buying from co-op.
Okay, well, look, there are, like, I think we can both agree that reducing suffering in the world is a good thing, correct? Even if you can't get rid of all of it at once?
It's always a good thing to reduce suffering, yes. Yeah, it's insane to me that I needed that kind of external confirmation to understand how bad it looked, how bad the argument was, but I have really no opinion. It's fucking stupid, to be honest. You know, as it turns out, when you're talking to other people and making arguments about ethical labor laws or whatever, engaging in this kind of argument doesn't make people want to, you know, they don't get, like, blustered and confront you in a debate about labor laws. It makes them want to call you a pedophile, obviously. So yeah, that's the explanation for the argument. Like I said before, it does reflect...
That's retarded, and you know that's not true, Vaush. That's obviously fucking retarded. Can I count the ways how that's retarded? 1. If you have a dumb take about child porn, I wouldn't call you a pedophile for having a retarded take about child porn without evidence of you dipping into child porn. I would look at you like you're dumb and say, are you stupid? No, buying a computer does not equal the same thing with going into a night market and trying to pick yourself up some human trafficking. I would look at you like you're dumb. But after years and years and years and examples and examples and examples and takes and takes and takes and debates and debates and debates, live debates, record debates, call debates, clips of you from your stream, clips of you in isolation, leaks, examples, braggadocious tweets on the internet, braggadocious video tweets on the internet, all the cope and bullshit, and then the smoke and mirrors you put up when you get opportunities to wine and dine and moose and grooves and choose and shake on Capitol Hill. Only provided to you, ironically enough, by Beyonce, Righteous Victory, and Destiny. All these things added together kind of equals pedophile. If I was still a working Fed, we would have already had an investigative case on you 4 years ago. If I was still a working Fed, there would have been an investigative case on you 4 years ago. Because the amount of times in which you braggadociously go forward with this shit, the amount of times that your sex pestry just happens, apropos of nothing, it just happens, is hilarious. But the level of assertion in which you go to try to pedo jacket other people, and now here you are, in front of everybody, tarring your way through trying to get through your allegations. They're not allegations, they're true, they're happening. We have the examples, we have the tweets, we have the calls, we have the logs. It's a bit pedantic. A bit pedantic. A lot pedantic. Very pedantic.
Like poorly on me, but only in regard to my intelligence and character, not any sort of paraphilia. The clip is from very early on in my career. I think the original Streamlabs was actually lost when my Twitch channel was first banned. But while looking for video context, I ended up finding this ancient effort from a fan of mine, presumably, to provide context to that clip. I don't know who made this. I hope they're doing well. None of this, yeah, I agree. None of it is ethical. We've already made this social decision that people are not responsible for the systems by which the stuff they own is produced. We've already made that decision. You're right, you're saying we're power level. But this is exactly what I fucking mean. I'm right when I'm revealing my fucking pedo power level because I'm right. No, this is a moral consistency society. The answer should be that all of these things are bad.
hopefully that makes what I was doing there a little more clear, even if the way I chose to do it was really, really stupid. So there you go. That right there, that's the basis of like 90% of the pedophilia accusations that people make against me. Hopefully I explained it decently, in spite of the fucking Herculean effort I made 5 years ago to make it completely inexplicable. I'm so tired of explaining it. I sometimes see people say I'm always talking about child pornography, but what they're referring to when they say that is me defending myself from that clip, from people bringing it to me. Like it's like this non-stop, it's Sisyphusian, truly. Like I cannot tell you how much I hate the me in that clip, the amount of trouble he's caused for me. You know, honestly, a car crash would have been less trouble, I tell you. Monumental. Give me a broken leg. I swear to God, it's so stupid. I don't want to explain it anymore. Please let this stand as my explanation. Please, God. It's embarrassing. I look so stupid. Even with a charitable explanation, I look stupid. Let's move on. So, thanks to my indefensibly stupid, let's call it child labor argument, I've given people a very easy in with which to attack me. Now, again, to be clear, I really don't fault people for thinking the worst of me on account of those clips. I really didn't do myself any favors in that regard, and I'm dealing with the social consequences of them for the better part of 5 years now, you know, of my poor rhetoric. I just want to make it clear that I'm not lumping everyone together in like a "you're bad faith if you criticize me" category. Of course, there are still people who act in bad faith. Not all the people who wanted to attack me were interested in being honest about it. I made it really easy for people to make pedophilia accusations against me, but the problem was, once I stopped making the child labor argument, I stopped making the child labor argument, you know? I stopped. So folks went fishing for other stuff to throw at me, and a lot of it was really dishonest. One category of disingenuous pedophilia accusation that I find particularly maddening is when they're cut from a video in which I am clearly arguing that our society has a tendency to fetishize youth and girls, and that it's bad. Essentially, I'll say, our society broadly has a serious problem fetishizing young girls, and people will look at that statement and they'll say, oh, he's projecting, you know, he's not talking about society, he's talking about himself, which is insane. You know, insane. Does that logic apply to all social critique? If I said that America has a problem with racism, for example, hypothetically, if you could imagine such a world, does that mean I'm projecting my own racism just innately? Here's an example of this exact thing happening live quite recently.
The average American man would be most attracted to which hypothetical strip club would be the most crowded if it all opened tomorrow?
I think it would be somewhere from 14. No, I think it'd be somewhere from 14 to 17. I don't think
This motherfucker wants to fuck 14-year-olds.
Okay.
That is a child.
What a crazy clip. That guy I'm talking to in that clip, Mr. Girl, is, well, if he's not a pedophile, he does an amazing impression of one. I'll say that much. And he spent that entire goddamn debate being a creepy piece of shit to me, asking me weird fucking questions. I think when he first got on call, he wanted to talk about how he thought he could have debated Hitler out of doing the Holocaust. You know, it started funny crazy like that, but over time it just got creepier and creepier, and eventually I just kicked him from the call in disgust. He's one of the reasons that I don't have a debating all comers policy anymore, you know? You gotta filter. Right. Well,
that's not why you filter people. The reason why you filter people is because you need to be indefinitely sure, and you've gone on air to brag about this, that you don't want any person who could get clout off of you to be platformed by you. You always want to ensure that you will always rise, and everyone else against you will always fall. That's the real policy. That's the real truth. That's the real reason. That's why you will never debate people that have you dead to rights. You're terrified of losing against somebody who will make you look like an idiot. And it's not hard to do so. There's so many good clips of you.
Here's a clip from that debate of Mr. Girl asking me that question the first time.
Here's a thought experiment. I'm gonna open a string of strip clubs in Las Vegas. It's gonna be called Mr. Girl's Whatever You Want Emporium. Okay. And in one strip club, the strippers are 25, 24, 23, 22, all the way down to infants. But each strip club, and this is a sovereign state, so there's no laws. In each club, everyone is the same age. Okay, so if you want to watch babies crawl around, or you want to watch 100-year-olds, we'll start at 100. So basically everybody, and everybody, all the women on the planet have to work here. My question is, in America now, which club do you think would be the most popular if this were to open tomorrow?
In a sovereign state adjacent to America.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, no one, identities are, there's no issues of social ostracization. Nobody knows, everybody's wearing whatever disguises.
The closest argument you could make there, I think, is from European literature, from ye olden days, and it seems like predation against girls spiked up around like 14 to 16. So if you could, if all the degenerate sex tourists...
Yeah, looking around you at America now. I want you to base this just on your sense. You
know, I haven't talked to a lot of people about this specifically. I'm going
okay, well, we run in different circles, but based on your observations of American humans, which club is the most popular? Straight men are going, and they're women.
Culturally, I don't think that we've done anything to appropriately discourage that kind of predatory behavior towards girls. So my guess is that it would be somewhere between 14 to 17. I think that culturally, the
girls don't know that is it even predatory to go look at them? They don't know that you're looking at them.
I would say that's predatory.
It's a website where you can log in and look at locker rooms. Forget the slavery
aspect. I would continue to believe that's predatory.
Yeah, for sure. But much harder type of predatory behavior to discourage if no one will ever know that camera was there.
If you put a camera in an underage girl's locker room and the police found it, I assure you that they would be able to very quickly, succinctly, and with great confidence explain to you what you did wrong.
All right, then I have to go to Harrison. I'm just kidding. My question is, which club is the most popular? My question is, where do you think we're at? And I'm asking it in kind of an exciting way because we're in public. But where do you think we're at?
I genuinely don't think that much has been done to culturally disbar the average modern guy from the attitudes that we had back in antiquity towards women and attractiveness towards women.
And what number?
I think it would be somewhere from 14. No, I think it'd be somewhere from 14.
I think that's bullshit. Nothing has been done to curtail the kind of toxic masculine, because that's the insert quote there, Nothing has been done to curtail the kind of toxic masculine expressions upon society that are existent in young males today. That's bullshit. Every single guy is terrified that they're gonna get fucking Me Too'd. Every single guy is terrified that they're gonna get arrested for some shit that is innocuous. But because a girl knows she has the power to, she has the power to destroy a man's life. Girls, women, older women in society, they're taught this shit. It's something that every man is terrified of. Every married man is terrified that their wife is going to cheat on them and run out with them and then somehow be left holding the bag for the alimony. Men are terrified of this because they are watching people in society braggadociously post on Twitter and TikTok about it and then get validation from the women in the comment sections saying, oh my god, sprinkle, sprinkle, you go, bestie. It's why there are men that pull their women the way that I do. By getting people that want to be with us, or us, and not our money. You can't say the same, because unfortunately you ain't got a relationship with women like that. Tacoma wept, but you weep harder. Every night. Every night you weep harder. Tacoma wept, but you weep into the cup. But no, seriously, that's just outright bullshit. Like, the amount of social curtailing that has been done for people to mock somebody like Hunter Avalon, who even though Hunter can be a fucking bitch at times, the way that him and his girlfriend were assaulted, and the way that people treated him over him nearly dying because of the stalker that Holly had, is ridiculous. Like, take away the fact that his girlfriend was literally a actress for Degrassi as Holly J. Take away all that shit. And quite literally, what were you guys doing? You were mocking him for having gotten cut out of his wife. That's the male, that's the Sigma male mindset you're going with right now. You're trying to describe that men haven't been taught in society. Same guy, same leftists. Okay. Alright. I believe you, boo-boo. I believe you. I don't.
14 to 17. I don't think we've changed. That's a big difference. I have no idea, and I couldn't even begin to think by which categories I would separate them.
But you're saying 14 to 17, and you won't pick a number?
I will absolutely not pick a number within the range.
Because you don't have a guess, or because you don't want to be clip saying it?
Because I don't even know by what category you would distinguish into that group, and because I'm referring only to my feelings on other people's predilections, not my own. So you're not asking me for my preference, you're asking me what I expect of the average American.
No,
a group of which I have a very low impression.
Okay, but you don't want to say the number.
I don't have a number. Do you have a number? Is there a number you're looking for?
I think it's 15.
Well, I suppose we'll leave it to the historians to judge.
Maybe 16. I think it would be 14 at first, and then it would move up once the novelty wore off. I think it would be 15 or 16.
Is this consideration in line with your desire to empathize with pedophiles, or is it something more personal than that?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you sound like a pedophile, not a person who wants to promote empathy for socially misaligned people.
Why do I sound like a pedophile?
Because you're dedicating a considerable amount of thought to the subject of what type of underage girl people would be most interested in.
What color? If you could guess what color your underwear would be, Flash, what would you say?
Yeah. You see that? You people ask for debates, and what do we get? I am explicitly talking about widespread social failure to address, prevent, or discourage predation against young girls. Nothing about my language even remotely implies that I'm describing my own preference. I think you have to be really goddamn dishonest or stupid to take that as a mark against me. Or alternatively, maybe you don't think we have a broader social issue when it comes to the fetishization of young girls, and my belief that such a problem exists is just me projecting my own desires. You know, if you really think that, if you really don't think that broader social problem exists, then I think that's a mark against you, not me, personally. You know, with regards to being a suspect. Look, at this point at least ought to be taken seriously. We all have female friends who started getting catcalled when they were young. I mean, young. Teen is one of the most popular porn categories. Barely legal is a strip club advertising cliche so common a lot of people don't even think about how fucking weird it is, you know? Clearly a problem exists. I don't think it's a problem that exists inherently. I think it's a product of our constructed social environment, capable of being made better or worse through the influence of, you know, different ideological forces. One of the most shamelessly predatory, pedophilic ideas I've ever seen taken half seriously is the wall. You've heard of it. You know, not the pink Floyd, the red pill idea that women become unattractive and lose all sexual value after the age of 30. You know, I know the harm of this specific idea is mostly hypothetical because the median believer in...
Pause. Go back, and I'm going to tell you why you're wrong, Vaush.
The wall is... You've heard of it. You know, not the pink Floyd, the red pill idea that women become unattractive.
The concept of the wall is not a red pill idea, Vaush. It is an exaggeration of menopause! That sounds like my wife.
I was fixing to say hello and heard you scream pause, so I backed away.
No, you screaming menopause, sweetheart.
Oh, okay. All I heard was pause. I'm like, okay, back away, back away.
Actually, it's really great that you decided to come in. You're on your lunch break?
No, my lunch break was a couple hours ago. I'm on my 15.
Okay. So, you're aware of the concept of the wall, right?
I'm aware of the concept of what?
Are you aware of the concept of, quote, the wall?
No.
See, this is only true because my wife is not exactly one of those people that talks to other people about things. So I'm gonna explain this concept to you, okay? You know what menopause is, right?
Yes.
When does menopause start in women?
When their body decides it's time to start.
But on average, when does it occur? 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35?
I thought it was in the 40s. You better hush for those 30s.
It can biologically start in the 30s, but it's more typically seen as a thing that starts when women start reaching 40, yes or no?
Yes.
And when does women's sexual fertility technically begin for the legal purposes? Around the age level of usually when puberty generally starts, which can be as young as sometimes unluckily 10, but on average 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, right?
Yes.
The concept of the wall, sweetheart, is when people are talking about women in their sexual prime, because as you know, men's sexual prime reaches higher in their lives later, because male sexual fertility is not as much as an issue as female sexual fertility, because health problems, and Crohn's disease, and Down syndrome, and birth complications, right?
Yes.
The wall is a general idea somewhere around the age of about 30 upwards, where women, quote, age like milk. Have you heard that before?
Vaguely?
Right. Mm-hmm. And have you ever heard a person say, hey, yo, I'd hit that, and another guy would be like, hey, yo, nah, wouldn't, she ain't fine, she hit the wall?
Sounds familiar.
Yes. So, content we're looking at today, an individual just tried to lie about a very simple concept that anybody who's ever dated around a lot is aware of. Especially when he tried to label it as a red pill talking point. That's why I screamed menopause. You came in right at the tail end of that sentence.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you a question.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
What do you mean? You know what you signed up for.
I did not sign up to be quizzed.
Too bad, it happened anyways. Look, just do what I taught you the other day. Just close your eyes and open your mouth. That was too easy. But no, seriously, I'm going to ask you a question. If somebody were to come up to you and me in public, and they were to look at the two of us, and they asked, oh my god, Zulu, your son is so cute. Is this your first child? When are you gonna have another? You know, he looks a little bit young for you, but you know, older women can have fun too. What would be your normal reaction to that? Yes, but then what would be your actual verbal reaction to that?
Why you gotta ask me questions?
Because you are a woman and I have the ability to demonstrate this in front of a live studio audience.
You know it would depend on my mood.
Yeah, but what would you say without prompting?
None of their damn business.
Yes. Now, the problem with the wall, sweetheart, is that the concept of the wall is, I guess if you wanted to be as discharitable as possible, it's a normal biological sorting system of nature. But the way that it's discussed in society, specifically by ornery men, is women are so nasty, and then they hit the wall, and then they get desperate to hook up with whomever, whenever, for whatever. The idea being that women will fuck around and be sexually promiscuous when they're young, and then when their biological clock, I'm sure you've heard that before,
Yes,
starts ticking, they try to lock down a partner because they're about to hit the wall.
Okay.
The wall itself is a expressive idea to try and describe women that are now suffering the consequences of having not locked down a man before they had the opportunity to set up for their lives. Because the standard that was done before in society, if not for arranged marriages, was that women would look for a partner that was suitable, they would marry them, they would have children early in their marriage, and then they would grow old together. So a woman around the age of 18 to 25 would find a husband, marry the husband, get pregnant, once, twice, 3 times, however many times she wanted to have kids, and then would grow old together with her partner and raise their kids. The idea of saying that men talk about women and the wall as a way to shame them because men haven't, quote, been taught how to treat women in society is a fucking lie. And to assert it as a red pill idea is a fucking lie, because the people who talk the most about the wall is not men, it is women. Women telling other women to lock men down before they get above a certain age. Women telling other women, especially on applications like TikTok, about how they can try to bait a man to get money. Miss Sprinkle Sprinkle herself. Not sure you know who that is. Are you aware?
I heard sprinkle sprinkle, and I'm confused again.
Have you heard of the content creator who likes to say sprinkle sprinkle as a sentence enhancer every 5 seconds as she brags about how she gets old men to give her money by telling other women that they need to get with old men with money and basically trophy wife their way into being high value marriage material?
No.
Okay, that is a thing though.
Hey. Okay.
She was not prepared for this. She was not prepared whatsoever.
Why? You put me on the spot knowing I know nothing.
Because that makes you a very beautiful tapestry to work off of. I love you.
You're gonna get hurt.
I know. I want you to. I love you.
Me too. You're gonna get hurt.
Okay.
Because then people watching this just go, oh my god, she's so stupid. She doesn't know anything.
Okay, now that's not true because Cecilia DeMoss specifically said Carl's wife sounds so nice. So that is a lie. That is cope. You are coping. See, that's why I married her. And you better come through with saying you're gonna hurt me.
Alright, so am I seeing you tomorrow or Wednesday or Thursday for me to hurt you?
I don't know when you want me. Come get your dick! Come get your dick!
Carl.
Star.
I am still at work even though I am on break and you're screaming that.
And?
Carl.
Star.
You're gonna regret it. So when
No, I won't. No, I won't. What if I want to be hurt? What if I want you to touch me? What if I want you to try? She is gonna try to hurt me, Chad.
Sorry, I didn't think.
She's not
I didn't think to
lying.
let go of the button. Huh?
I'm trying to tell them. She's not lying. She's going to try to hurt me. She's not gonna succeed, but she's going to try. Damn, is she gonna try?
You said I have a belt in my closet. I'm gonna get you.
Okay, I got 4. Keep that energy. What you mean? Don't be mad. Get glad. Keep that energy.
Carl?
Star.
I forgot where we were going with this to begin with, because I got to get back to work. But where was this topic going?
I was trying to ask you if you knew things about the wall, but then you didn't, so I had to explain the concept of the wall to you. Then I just decided to have fun and just wind your gears.
Yes, exactly like that, but a little bit higher and a little more breathy.
Carl.
Star. Go to work.
You're gonna be in so much trouble, boy.
Oh, you told me, boy. Alright. I got something for that, girl. I got something for that. Absolutely, I got something for that. I'm gonna bring 5 belts this time.
Yeah, it's a little boy. You're in so much trouble.
Little boy. She said, little boy. Okay. This little boy is gonna come over with his little big club. How about that?
Little club sounds about right.
Uh-huh. Come get your dick.
Make me.
I don't. Make yourself. I know which one of us can't go without it for long. You can't win this war.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
So you think that between the two of us, I cave before you?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Sakura. Go to work. Go to work.
I'm gonna get you.
I hope you do. Love you.
I love you too.
Go to work. And that's my wife. Anyways, back to the bullshit cope this man was talking.
Exists. I don't think it's a problem that exists inherently. I think it's a product of our constructed social environment, capable of being made better or worse through the influence of different ideological forces. One of the most shamelessly predatory, pedophilic ideas I've ever seen taken half seriously is the wall. You've heard of it.
Again, menopause. Women want to find biological material before they lose the capacity to give birth healthfully. It is a biological imperative that came free with your desire to like cottagecore. It came free with your subscription to existence.
Not the Pink Floyd, the red pill idea that women become unattractive and lose all sexual value after the age of 30. Yeah, I know.
It's not true, because if that were true, then would not be a category full of things called MILFs. MILFs, GILFs, Grand GILFs. It would just not happen. A lot of old white women would not have wanted a piece of my milk chocolate with nutty nougat and caramel at the center. Fact of the matter. If that were true, it would not have happened. But the fact of the matter is, it is not true. It is not true. It is cap. It is cap, Vaush. It is cap. It's cap. A bunch of people are dinks, but you know that it's cap. You know that's cap. But you said it anyways. Crazy.
The harm of this specific idea is mostly hypothetical because the median believer in the wall is like a 14-year-old boy who doesn't talk to women anyway. But it's still an example of how...
Why would a 14-year-old boy care about the concept of the wall if they're not sexually active? That is a concept logic that only works in somebody who's supposed to be an embittered old male, right? Because the joke is supposed to be, and the point is supposed to be, they use the wall to justify, hey, yo, bitch, you ain't gonna suck my dick. Alright, that's why your fat ass ain't interested anyways. You gonna hit that wall? That's what you're trying to express. That's the idea you're trying to push here. But okay, alright. This totally relates to you and your pedophilia charges. I understand.
Political ideologies can influence the extent to which predatory attitudes against women are socially normalized. To make a change for the better, you'd probably have to look into some kind of, feminism thing. Not to get political, but...
Looking into feminism would not change your viewpoints about women. What would change your viewpoints about women is self-introspection. Because if you have a problem with women, you'd need to address why you have that problem with women inside yourself. Joining an ideological movement is the reason why so many women feel unsafe around male feminists, because they have unaddressed issues of being made as the shoulder to cry on best friend who gets passed over for the hot study Chad that bangs them wide open and gives them the cream pie that they wish they could be able to see in all their porn.
That's just true. There are too many men that I know of that have done this thing I'm describing and then blame the women for their inadequacies. And women doing the same shit vice versa, and vice versa, back and forth. Lesbian, gay, transgender, straight, pansexual, and every single spectrum in between. Men have to look into themselves for the issues that they have with women so they can address them. Women have to look into themselves for the problems that they have with men so that they can express them. Then they deal with them, and then they go into the second sexual marketplace of value, otherwise known as the dating market, the dating pool. What you just said is bullshit.
Feminists writing on this specific issue, the social normalization of being creepy about girls, that goes back a really long time. So again, pointing that out, I don't think that's suspect. I think that's a good argument. Fuck me, dude. That is bad. That is really, really, really fucking bad. Holy shit. If the original movie actually comments on child sexualization, that would be like a movie about child sex trafficking, and the poster is like a pinup picture of a 14-year-old girl with a black eye or something. Holy fuck. I can't even begin to describe how tactless that is. What's the takeaway from this one? Like, I don't know. Don't do that, Netflix. I don't even know. This is like this is unfathomable to me. Does anyone else get the feeling that like men, at least in the West, are kind of like taught to be kind of a little pedophile-y a little bit with how much we're fetishizing young girls? Does anyone else kind of get that feeling a little bit, just a smidge possibly? Not like every guy's a pedophile, and I don't believe that, but like the way we hyper fetishize youth for girls is like really weird. In every aspect of our depiction of sexual relations between men and women, we almost always associate youth with desirability when it comes to women, but not just youth like.
Well, the roundabout explanation there is that men would like a woman who is young and fertile to give birth to his children. But the problem is that young boys have awkward approaches to sex the same way that young girls have an awkward approach to sex. Because the young genders are getting exposed to porn earlier and earlier and earlier and earlier and earlier. This is a societal issue. This is where the fuck is your parents issue. This is where is the child parental locks issue. Don't tie this into society. Because you know who you're blaming when you blame society? You're not blaming men. You're blaming women. But you're not ready for that conversation. You being Vaush.
Like, earlier than like, you know, because people before, I'd say like people like 20 to 40 are all like in a pretty conventionally attractive range. Sometimes beyond that, depending on, you know, a variety of things. But like the girls are never like 30, 40, they're always 18. Not to mention like a ton of porn is like just turned 18, barely legal, you know.
Because there are a bunch of fucking weird people who have fetishes about cream pieing teenagers, Vaush. And despite their best interest, the porn industry provides for no other reason because it's a market, it's a hole, and literally, they're gonna fill it.
Hold up your driver's license. We'll censor the fucking name, but yep, there it is. Turned birthday 2 days ago. Yep, like there's fresh out of high school. Barely learned how to drive. Hey, thanks for picking me up. Yeah, it's my first day at driver's school.
But you see, Vaush, the reason that happens is for the same reason why every single girl seemingly has an OnlyFans unless they have no involvement in that side of business. And it's because they're being told, as soon as you're legal, you can sell it. And they're being told by all these girls, look at how much money I'm making, girls. You can be making money like me. Come get this bread. Come get this shit. Come get this shit. Come get this shit. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning, top of your morning, top of the morning, top of the chest, top of the counter, top of the table, top of the stairs. But you know, that's called knowing where we are. Vaush does not know where we are. You're glad that all the stuff you like is fictional? I'm not going to put you out there on the spot, Saf. I'm just going to look into the camera, and I'm going to say, yep, sure is, bestie. Mm-hmm. 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 Because you, I, and most of the people in our server who tease you know exactly what it is you're into. And you see, there's nothing at all wrong about that. I'm not going to say what she's into. I'm just going to say there's nothing at all wrong with that. At all. None. Zero. Because it's all desire and consent. It's all desire and consent. And that's normal. The shit that you want is the same thing that's written inside of a Harlequin romance novel. Nobody can take that away from you. Nobody can steal that from you. Nobody can shame you for that. Even though technically someone could say, but Carl, aren't you shaming her right now? No, I am not. She has normal tastes. She has normal tastes. Oh no, yeah, I unfortunately had the quotes too close to each other. I think you have to type it like this. Unless I don't see it from my side. No, I don't see it from my side. I don't know. It probably makes sense on YouTube, but I just can't see it on my side. But, the shit that she's into is the normal kind of shit that any person could be into. It's the kind of things that has a porn section on places like Pornhub as made for women. Nothing at all wrong with what she wants. The shit that Vaush is talking about is specifically fetish shit. The fantasy step-sibling shit. The mom does porn shit. The, what's that guy's name? Alex Adams, and all the clips that he does with Brianna Beach and FIFA Fox and Skylar something or other, I can't remember her names. All those things, set up material, fake scenarios of guys either hooking up with their moms or their stepmoms. Because that's desired for by the industry, and apparently people in Arkansas and Ohio. It really just makes me ask the question, what y'all motherfuckers going on in Ohio? Ohio is different for real, for real. Ohio is different for real, for real.
Like it's crazy how how much we push this shit.
Same exact deal. Me saying there's a broader social problem, and people saying I must actually be talking about myself. I can't believe people try to use this shit against me. Seriously, it's really frustrating. Oh, and as bad faith clip jobs go, this one is especially funny because it is literally cut from the video that I made attacking cuties. The movie. I've been on any drama YouTube years ago. You've heard people attacking cuties. The video is entitled "Netflix tries to capture the pedophile demographic with mixed results." The video does not contain endorsement for the movie. It's pretty critical. So again, like it's like calling a guy anti-black because he ends a video on the history of the Confederacy by saying racism in America persists to this day, and the people are like, well, of course that means you're racist. It's just stupid. I mean, you can tell I find it frustrating from the way I'm talking. I think there is a very clear difference between examples that, or I guess evidence that people use against me, where I am legitimately saying really stupid shit, and then ones where people are just like desperately cutting any kind of clip, like Frankensteining clips together and hoping that something incriminating comes out in post. There's a lot of that, unfortunately. All right, next clip. We've all jerked at the lolly at some point or another. We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on some hentai site, and we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then after we nut, we go back and look over our history chat, and we go like, oh jeez, oh boy. Some of these girls look pretty young. This one definitely sounds rougher than the last two clips, but it's it's a bit. It's a joke, a bad joke. I can explain it. I don't think that'll make it any funnier. The intended comedy element of an indiscriminate whirlwind masturbator being used to draw attention to a problem. That problem being the ubiquity of lolicon in hentai sites. I don't really know how anyone could get like a serious vibe from that. Like there's any kind of like grave point being made. Again, it's not a funny joke.
To demonstrate the reason why this is retarded, I'm going to make a comparison here. Oh my god, who put all these tomatoes in the produce section? You put the tomato right next to the bok choy, right next to the spinach. You got coconuts next to the bananas, bro. What did I do there, chat? What did I do there? Can anyone possibly call out what I just did there? It's very sneaky the way that he just tried to describe what he just did. But what I just did was the inverse of what he just did. What did I just do? There are no wrong answers in this situation, except the ones that are wrong. Because now, and I'm going to check the timestamp. Beep. 42:14 in a 1 hour, 41 minute, and 53 second video. And he's got these labeled, by the way. All of them. We can skip over clip 7 because it's useless. We could immediately jump to the Discord screenshots, which is the next section over, but I should, for purposes of content, watch all of it. Just to make sure we don't miss any dumbass large little jumps, because, we're doing a full dive. Stating where things are. No. Lolicon and Shotokan is a type of porn proliferate amongst Japanese porn material. He is describing something that would be readily available in a place where you expect hentai and other animated sex porn to be. Now, this doesn't really stick for people in their minds. The problem here isn't that, oh my god, Vaush likes child porn, because the problem is that none of this shit is child porn that he's been describing. That's the issue. You see, the problem is like, oh my god, I can't believe that they went on to Pornhub and they looked up Asian cream pie BBW. No, not the Asian cream pie BBW right next to the thick chubby Latina profile tags. No, don't you know that you live in Georgia and everybody likes lesbian and ebony? Oh my god. That's what he did. He's throwing out buzzwords as though that shit means anything at all. That's not why people are on his ass. People are on his ass because he spent years and years and years, and of course he didn't have them at all in the context in which they had to be presented. What a fucking sophist. And years and years and years attacking people about lolicon and porn. And then he has it on his computer. No one's upset that he watches it. They're upset that he's a hypocrite and can't square the circle. He was trying to obfuscate. That's what I was trying to get across. He's obfuscating. The problem isn't that he looked at the porn and that he owns the porn and that he has the porn on his computer. It's that he's a fucking hypocrite, and when forced to defend himself, he fell back on the arguments that he himself claimed were hypocritical and made him into a pedophile, because he called other people pedophiles using the exact same logical argument. The shorthand of this is that he can't square the circle. And it's retarded. Because if you don't like it, don't watch it. If you don't like it, don't watch it. All he had to do was not expose his folder. Put your porn in a different place. Don't put it on your screen. And then, don't get upset and mad when it gets exposed. I'll give you a perfect IRL comparison to myself. Any person who follows me on my timeline, they're fully aware of what I retweet and what I follow. I don't hide a single kind of artwork piece, but I probably should get it off of my business Twitter at the minimum. Or at least just start bookmarking them and not retweeting them on the main Twitter, and then retweet them on the Goon one, which would technically be my personal one. I, at no point in time, have hidden what kind of porn and what kind of artists and what kind of art I'm into. Never hid it. Never hid it from anyone. Why? Because there's a section in my Discord called Lewd Coomer Hell, where we upload and share porn of our own and drawn images from artists, majority being drawn images from artists, of the shit that we like. I can quote to you some of the shit that's in there right fucking now. The most recent one is a One Piece clip. Another one seems to be a Asian sex worker showing off with the camera. Another one is a drawn picture of a short stack goblin, the kind that he tried desperately to claim that the lolicon they had in his folder was. Another one is a Lucamine commission from an artist called Nidhogg N. Another one is a demonstration video, also known as a joy, a jack-off instruction. Another one is a drawn commission of Rouge the Bat. Another one, Short Stack Goblin. Another one, a Morocco animation test. Another one, a luxurious animation picture of what seems to be an unknown short stack woman. And then another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. Basically, drawn porn is what's in there. And then animated porn, Blender porn. No one can come up to me on my timeline and say, hey, yo, somebody should check Carl's hard drive. Bitch, you ain't gotta check my hard drive. Check my fucking Discord. You can find everything I like there. You wanna have the tags and tweets for what I look up? Shit, my wife can tell you what I'm into. Shit, my wife can do a 180 in a picture, a full 360 on frame in camera, and that's exactly what I'm into. I'm into what my wife looks like. Can't accuse me of shit. I'm open about it. I'm open and flagrant. I show it off. So the same argument that could be used on him cannot be used on me. Because I'm not hypocritical. I'm not a prude. And I don't say that as a flex. That's the entire point. That's the entire argument. That's why we're here. There's not 5 years, 6 years, 7 years of Carl posts of me saying, if you like anime, you're degenerate. And then hypercasted into me fucking squeegeeing it off in the background and popping off shots like Pop Rocks. Doesn't exist. But it does a you, Vaush. I don't know why he thought that would work. Anyone with a functioning brain cell is not going to be fooled by that. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is.
At all. I mean, I cringe looking at it. It's way evidence against me if the point that people are trying to make is that I was or indeed still am cringe. So a point in their favor on that one, I guess.
Another thing leftists have pushed is the idea that pedophilia is just another sexual orientation.
Citation needed.
Like being gay or straight. Stop discrimination.
Citation needed.
It's time to be more tolerant of demons who feed on kids.
I do take issue with the moral outrage here. Child sexual abuse is widely unreported. It's a huge problem. It's incredibly damaging to the psyche of young people, and as they grow older, it can lead to many negative mental health consequences. However, stigmatizing pedophilia to the extent that we are calling them demons probably discourages pedophiles, people who feel attraction towards children, from getting the help they could need to keep themselves from abusing children. By demonizing them to this extent, you are increasing the likelihood of child sexual abuse. Do not demonize pedophiles. Demonize child sexual abuse and encourage pedophiles to get help. Now, if you've got pedophiles who have never sexually abused a child, but they're advocating for it, they're like, yeah, I've never done it, but is there anything really that wrong with lowering the age of consent to 13? Of course, fuck them. Like, fucking shut them up. Just fucking smack them. But by and large, statistically speaking, there are 370 people watching right now. I'd be willing to bet that at least 20 or 30 of them experience habitual sexual attraction towards children. It's surprisingly common. To those of you who do to an extent that you feel as though it may be like a problem, please, just get some fucking help, dude. There's nothing wrong with you as a person. We can't help the shit that we're into. We can't help our actions. There's nothing feels weird, man, about this. You can't help the things that you're into. If you realize as you're like 20 years old that you have a thing for kids, what the fuck do you do? Commit fucking Sudoku? Do you just stop existing right then and there? Do you toss yourself in front of a car? No. You have to live your life anyway. And you have to recognize, if you're a responsible person, like, hey, even if I just keep this to myself, like, this might affect me or something, you know? I should probably maybe see what I can do about that. Talk to somebody. Okay? Man, can I just say how much I hate how my voice sounds in these old clips?
No one cares. As the ex-fed here, maybe you should try not being fucking edgelord on the internet. And you should take accountability for your bullshit. Because that's the worst argument I have ever heard. And reheard multiple times from people like you. It is embarrassing that you thought that that was a target, and that was a point, and that was an optic that would work. It's embarrassing. But I can't expect better from Vaush because this is who he is. I say that because, no, you should be shaming pedophiles. That's how you stop things in society from going wrong. You shame them. We stopped using shame because we allowed people to be socially permissive. If you start shaming motherfuckers, they'll stop doing cringe shit. Because they will not like being made an example of. Because what they're suggesting and asking for is cringe and gay and lame. And they don't want to be the guy. They don't want to be the girl. They don't want to be the people being made examples of. Simple as that. You start shaming them, they'll stop doing it. What do you mean, don't shame pedophiles? You're making them feel like they can't be able to speak honestly. You shouldn't want to fuck kids. Well, you want to fuck kids. So I'm going to mock you for wanting to fuck kids. If you get mad about the fact that we mock the fact that you want to fuck kids, maybe you should not try fucking kids. Maybe you should find disinterest. Perhaps if we bully you, it'll get you to stop doing it. Maybe. You know, kind of, sort of. It's a hope. It's a shot in the dark. But let's pray that it works. Because the alternative is that we handle you. That's the alternative. But you know, the alternative, that would be evil. You can't castigate. You can't blame the pedophile for pedophiling. Carl, come on. It's no better than that comic about that college humor joke where they compared men inside of a room with women after a hookup like women being stuck in with a deadly killer bear. It's the same thing, Carl. Don't castigate them, Carl. They don't know any better. They're just mildly quicked up and want to cream pie a teenager. Boo 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 boo. Say that's embarrassing and cringe does not even approach the biggest problem. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm stuck in place. I'm stuck in place. Wow. And my run is dead. That's cool. Thanks, Cam. Very nice. Very, very nice. I love that. That's so fun. Anyways.
I think that I sound kind of stilted, and I think it's phrased a little weird because I just wasn't experienced at streaming back then. But yeah, the message seems fine. As I understand it, encouraging kiddos to go to therapy is like mathematically the most effective way of reducing the likelihood of children being harmed, which...
No, the mathematically effective way to reduce children from being harmed is putting them in jail and throwing away the key. And, for those that are quite literally on the spectrum and can be talked out of their delusions, putting them in a proper medical institution, because the reason why we do not have people seeking out medical help is because of the time period where people were being institutionalized against their will as a tool of locking away the distance of society because we decided we did not care about them, which is an unfortunate stigma that still rides to this day, which is why people do not talk about their mental health.
Is the point, I would hope. It doesn't have the punch or the charm of the classic kill yourself debate tactic. Those elements are lacking.
Be the debate lord. Try to mock the KYS tactic. Classic.
But my understanding is that that classic debate tactic also just tends to push them into like really insular, like-minded communities where they're more likely to enable each other's worst elements. So I don't even know what in this clip implicates me, to be honest.
All of it, idiot.
But all right, enough with the clips that are easy for me to defend. Let's address the clip that I see second most often. It's probably my least favorite one because it is so stupid and so unnecessary, and the bad optics of it aren't even from the argument that I was trying to make. Here, enjoy the terrible clip.
Please, right now, uncuck your dumb shit, libcuck fucking SJW brains, and recognize this empirically correct fact that I'm about to spit. It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship, and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well. That is possible.
Man, look how cool and logical I am, calling people libcucks for having the audacity to take issue with anything that I'm saying there.
Yeah, how embarrassing that was that you and everybody else choose to speak like that. Maybe you should stop doing that and just call people stupid because they're stupid, not because they're libcucks. Same way people should stop screaming woke and just call them what they are, cathedralites, and social persecuting bullies. It's a lot more effective, cuts to the heart of the issue, and they won't be able to use culture war bullshit as a way to castigate you. They'll have to actually address your argument, if they have any intention to.
IQ must be massive, the way I'm willing to, and this is the charitable take here, saw my own legs off at the knee, optically speaking. No points for guessing this clip's from 2019, same as the fucking child labor argument, so same era, same brain. Before I can explain what was going on here, we have to finish the point that I was making, because this is a really nasty clip.
It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship, and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well. That is possible. However, categorically, we discourage those relationships because, as a rule, it is substantially more likely that enabling them would cause harm in society. That's the difference between act and rule utilitarianism. An act utilitarian would say, oh, this is an instance where it was good for the adult and the minor to have sex. That would make it a good action. But the rule utilitarian, which is what I am, would say, even though that individual outcome was good, the act was still bad because, in general, in a broader application, for adults and children to have sex with one another leads to horribly destructive outcomes. For that reason, it is an unethical act.
Look at that. Whoever cut this clip ended it right before I said, but really nasty work. And I clearly don't need the help making myself look terrible. So, all right, what's going on here? What point am I clearly failing to make? And why did I say any of that terrible shit? What I'm trying to explain, poorly, mind you, is the difference between act and rule utilitarianism. They're two different ways of understanding.
Yeah, but nobody gives a fuck about that because that has nothing to do with the point of why you even found yourself in the middle of that diatribe. How about, even though you could go on a diatribe about those things, you just have the optics to understand, you know what, actually, let me not talk about it, because it's not even gonna matter. Maybe I shouldn't. Fuck that noise. Not worth it. Maybe you could do the calculations in your head there. Figure it out there. See if you can work it the fuck out. Yeah. That'd be smarter than what you chose to do. But and yes, that's called statutory rape. But in rule utilitarianism, despite the fact that there are rules in society for the protection of children who cannot consent to sex, we just decide that we just take any comers. We take any comers, especially without a condom. I'm horrible.
What's right and what's wrong. At least that's what I thought back then. To understand what I was thinking at the time, I'm going to have to explain this in the context of my past self's, like sophomoric Dunning-Kruger-esque understanding of utilitarianism. We have to enter the very tiny shoes of my brain back then. We have to step into the shoes of my brain back then. And back then, as I understood it, act utilitarians decide if an action is moral by assessing the outcomes of that action, right? So you throw a brick at a person, it hits them, it hurts them, that's a bad outcome. Okay, so don't throw bricks at people. And rule utilitarians do this while also considering the value of broader judgments or rules that might consider an action moral or immoral by default, based on a general judgment of the expected outcomes. So
we have rules against throwing bricks at people, not because the outcomes are always bad. I mean, you could miss, for example, and not really do much of anything, but we still have laws against that because the expected outcome of throwing a brick at a person is bad, averaged out, and you want to prevent people from doing that thing generally rather than just like letting people hope that the individual outcome of a specific thrown brick might be good. Does that make sense? Well, again, none of this is a good understanding of utilitarianism, so I'm trying to explain how I thought about it. I know. You'll have to read up.
That's nice. And no, we shouldn't need to read up about it. You should explain it if you're going to mention it in full. Because none of this has anything to do with your lolly folder!
On the subject elsewhere, don't get your normative ethics lessons from me, please God. So let me continue with the distinction. In the, I guess, to keep with the theme of bricks, we would consider...
And also, you can't be able to try and pass off the idea of, listen, you shouldn't be learning politics from me. Really? Really? I shouldn't be learning politics from you, Mr. Politics Man? Tell me, Politics Man, who should I be learning politics from? Who should I be learning concepts from? Who should I be learning philosophy from? Who should I be getting it from? Because if I can't get it from you and you can't tell me about what's about in your head, and you teach people about it, learn more about it yourself so you can be able to learn to people something about it, who should I get it from? Who should I go to? Who should I run to when I want some Chris takes about your bullshit? Who should I run to? Who should I run to when I need Vaush? Who should I run to when your dumb ass takes burn your ass online, bitch? Who should I run to when I need cringe?
Wrong to toss cinder blocks off of a highway overpass. I think most people would agree that's bad. It's possible, however incredibly unlikely, that doing so might actually end in having a positive outcome. Maybe the cinder block goes through the windshield and it smashes the face of a kidnapper, and the car crashes, and the kidnappee is able to escape to safety, right? I mean, that's a morally good outcome from the action, So the question is, then, is an action morally wrong if its expected outcome is overwhelmingly likely to be bad, but it somehow, just for sheer chance, ends up not being bad? Is it morally wrong to drunkenly drive through the front doors of a school if the only person you hit is, by sheer coincidence, about to do a school shooting? No, I know. You have to understand these are the high IQ moral conundrums that only the smartest debate bro YouTubers can even hope to grapple with. At any rate, in the full clip, I'm clearly siding with the rule utilitarian argument here, that all of these actions would be immoral regardless of outcome, because categorically the harm is... We're engaging with my understanding at the time. I feel so bad. I know more about the subject now than I did then, so I feel like I'm re-explaining bad logic. But look, two things set me up to fail here. Well, one thing being me. I set myself up to fail in two ways. My aforementioned tendency to engage in pointlessly edgy contrarian, the normies won't like this one, bullshit hypotheticals, and an extremely, extremely broad definition of can have good outcomes. Yeah, I've already addressed this debate bro brain poison before, so hopefully it's recognizable here.
If you wanted to actually be able to address the thing that fucked you the hardest in here, you should have had a third point, and that's, and as I demonstrated, I was cut out of context very clearly. So, I didn't just conclude. I wasn't just talking out of my ass. I was actually fucked. If you wanted to make the argument there, that would be a little bit more believable. But nobody asked for this shit. Get to the meat and horsecock potatoes.
Tendencies in the same way that it was with the child labor argument. I'm shooting myself in the foot in the exact same way with the same personality gun. The reason I hate this clip, myself in this clip, most of all, is because this argument I was having with chat wasn't even about child sexual abuse. It wasn't relevant. It was completely irrelevant to the point that I was making. It's just shock value nonsense. All I'm really doing is conveying an extremely intro to normative ethics understanding of consequentialism. If you were an intro to normative ethics class, you'd probably get yelled at by the professor for attending anything even like this argument, but because it's completely irrelevant, I can't even explain my thought process very well. It just looks terrible, even though in the full clip I'm explicitly stating that child-adult sexual relationships are categorically wrong. It's a completely unforced error. I did this to myself. Also, with regards to can have good outcomes, this is like a fridge temp IQ element of arguing normative ethics. If you're willing to argue like a fucking idiot, as I clearly am, literally anything can have a good outcome in some specific scenario. Murdering an innocent person, well, what if someone put a gun to your head and said they murdered 2 innocent people?
I'm just going to accept the next section.
Thinking less for that clip. It's just really bad. If nothing else, my hope, this is the goal that I'm trying to convey. Don't judge me for any kind of paraphilic interpolation of this. Judge me for being a fucking idiot. That's what I want you to judge my audience back then for watching me. I shouldn't have gotten any viewers back then. I was so stupid. Unfortunately for me, my presence online dates back way farther than the creation of my channel, which means people interested in finding examples of me saying stupid shit have a pretty wide range of material to choose from. Before I had a channel or was even known as Vaush, I was a frequent and notorious shitposter in the community of a streamer called Destiny. I know, that's why I am the way I am. I have been in his community for a long time, really long, and I really enjoyed the edgy, irreverent, debate lord culture of his Discord server. So let's look at some of the stupid, edgy, irreverent shit I said 6 years ago there that people have since screenshotted out of context. And
are you going to refer to any of the things that has to do with you and how you were excommunicated from that group? Any of it? Any of it at all? No? Just the arguments that make you look bad. I see.
Calling me a pedophile. So this is a perfect example of context being maliciously stripped from a screenshot in order to make me look bad, even though I'm right and it's not even controversial. I'm uncontroversially right, I hope. The conversation was about media and LGBT representation. Here's the gist of it. So coming of age stories are really common. Like a young person, they go on an adventure, they meet people they like, and they fall in love, they slay a dragon. whatever. Really, really, really common type of story. One of the main types of stories, even. And one of the biggest culture war talking points back in 2017, and I guess still now today, is that that kind of story is weird and pedophilic, and I guess the modern term would be groomery. I don't know. If the protagonist isn't straight, right? So their argument was, you can have a story where a young man goes on a journey and falls in love with a girl and everything's fine, but if a young man goes on a journey and falls in love with a guy, then it's weird and it's gross and it's different, and that's sexualizing them because
considering you're talking about the proto-dramatic story type, probably if they were any kind of person that believed in fundamentalism, but that doesn't matter. Also, what the fuck does this have to do about any of the things that had anything to do with your porn folder? I'm skipping to the next section. Because I thought when I saw the section say the Discord screenshots, I thought he was going to talk about any of the screenshots recently. But no. Just some bullshit. Taxes section.
which was, I feel, appropriate. This was all the way back in 2017, so if nothing else, you can see the vat my brain was stewing in before I went on to make my channel and immediately kneecap it with a meaningless, counterproductive, pointlessly edgy devil's advocate. There's constructed social environments for you. Again, I'm not saying that there's no legitimacy whatsoever to people being critical of me. It's just, a lot of stuff gets thrown my way. So after all that, now we finally arrive at this most recent drama, the incident that lit a fire under Drama YouTube, and is, in my mind, the only thing I've done in the past 4 years that actually looks bad. It's pretty fucking embarrassing, to say the least. So there I was, streaming a few weeks ago, browsing a men's fashion site. I wanted to look at an image more closely, so I right-clicked to open the image in a new window, but then accidentally instead clicked the Save As tab in the right-click drop-down menu. Now, because...
Now, chat, we're about to do a very simple experiment, and for this experiment, I need to move this out the fucking way, so I'm gonna pull that over there, I'm gonna put this right here, I'm gonna do this right here, and then I'm gonna do that right there, and then I'm gonna do this right here. I'm gonna turn my chair like this, I'm gonna turn myself towards the camera, I'm gonna move the camera slightly more towards an angle where it can capture my full body, and then we gonna try an experiment, okay, chat? It's gonna be a very simple experiment, very simple experiment. We're gonna turn on the full screen window capture that I use for the Twitter timeline. Who's that sexy bitch in the background? It's me. And we're gonna go over here. We're gonna make sure that it's on the correct screen so we don't have echoing, Carl. Then we're gonna come over here. We're gonna do this button like this, 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 and then when you click this in, and we're gonna go to google.com, and we're gonna set up the exact same parameters, okay? We're gonna do it real easy, chat. It's gonna be real easy. It's gonna be real easy. Alright? We're gonna test this. It's gonna be a real easy test. Real simple, real easy test. Boop. Bop. I don't have a full screen, so it's not showing up all the way. Bada boom pow. Bing, bang, whammy wham, wazzle. Alright. Men's Fashion JoJo. Alright, images. We're gonna find a picture that we like. Looks pretty good, men's fashion. Now, chat, I'm gonna make sure we're gonna take this whole full screen. Alright? We're gonna take this whole full screen. Take off the Twitter clip. Alright. Bring back up the screen. Men's Fashion JoJo. Alright, now, chat, I want you to look. I want you to watch. Gotta drag it out a bit because the whole thing's not on the screen, actually. There we go. Very good. Very good. Alright. Wonderful. Wonderful. Now, chat, I want you to look. I want you to look at this. We're gonna do this together. Right click. Oh no. I accidentally almost clicked on it. I pulled my hand down. I hovered my hand over the image link. And oh my guys, I came so close to pulling up my window tab by going to save image as. Instead of not clicking a single fucking button, they click on open screen. Oh my god, it's so dangerous, chat. Chat, it's so dangerous. It's just right there, chat. Oh, you gotta understand. It's hard. It's hard not to false click a button, chat. Carl, I don't understand the context of what you're doing. What is the point that you're making here? We're broadcasters. We are broadcasters, chat. What the fuck do you mean I accidentally opened my porn folder? then yes, Windows S shift would be a faster technique, but a lot of people don't know how to use Windows commands. That I'm willing to slide. You know, not all of us got tech certified in Windows Word, Windows Excel, and Windows PowerPoint spreadsheet. But the point I'm trying to get across here is, 1. How does a person accidentally go live and then show their coochie live on air from the era of Twitch during COVID with misbehaving? How does one accidentally open up their porn folder? And the more considerate fact that I need people to actually focus on, right? I need you to know, because I'm going to show it off. The folder you often download into is the folder that comes up. Now you can't see it here because you see I'm doing an actual window capture. What Vaush was doing was a display capture. How do you not know how to set up your OBS suite to make sure that things don't get exposed? But more importantly, to demonstrate the point that I'm trying to get across here. When you do what I just did, the window that comes up is the most common window that you save things into. This is the folder that pops up when I click Save As. That's my download folder. You see how in my download folder, everything is labeled with the exception of like one picture of a mutual of mine? The first thing that came up in Vaush's shit, the first thing that came up was the porn folder. Do you know what that tells me, chat? I'll see if anybody in chat figures out. What does that tell chat? What does that tell you? Chat, what does that tell you? If the first thing that came up was the porn folder when he goes to save the picture, what does that tell you? From what I just demonstrated, what does that tell you? I want to see if anybody gets it. I think Sheepsidian will be the first person who gets it. He's a Coomer. Close, sure, but that's not the point I'm trying to get across. What's the first thing that came up? What's the actual piece of information that I just gave you? Bro pulled a DSP before he went live. Correct, Sheepsidian. If the first folder opened that came up when he does exactly what I just did, that I demonstrated live on air, if he goes to save a picture and he goes to his save as, and the first thing that comes up is the fucking porn, it means he was saving porn. Either during or before he went live. And he had gone to the folder, and the last thing he did was save porn to the folder. He would be aware of that. He would be aware of that commonality. If he doesn't think about it to the point that it's just casual for him to do, it means he does it all the time, chat. So he's coping. He fucked up, and he's coping. Saving a lot of them horses indeed. Trying to do everything he can to save Secretariat. Secretariat weeped. Seabiscuit weeped. Spirit weeped. Animorphs weeped. But yeah, sure. You accidentally just fucked up. None of us believe you.
I am, as has been extensively demonstrated in this video, a fucking idiot. My preferred strategy for keeping my desktop clean is to keep a single big folder called to be sorted, where every image, document, music file, whatever I happen to download gets sent. This is an insane thing to have as a live streamer, but...
No, it's just called having an organization system. I mean, I can demonstrate this with the organization system I have for a lot of things inside of my documents folder. Again, demonstrating live on air things I don't have to put here, but I can, because it's just useful. Because we're going to use examples of you lying, so let's just rub our fucking feet in and make it easy. Boop-bop, bop, boop-bop, bop, boop-bop, bop, beep, beep, bop. Scroll down. This is an inside look of my documents folder. You see it's listed. It's organized. Actual video assets, Audacity folder. This is voice shit. I don't actually need this anymore. And you can see how old these files are, which have been used. Completed Radio Carl spots. I believe this is for Darkest Dungeon. Yes, this is for Darkest Dungeon. Dragoness, which we just downloaded myself and my moderator last night because I wanted to play it because I was describing being able to find video games that my audience could be able to play. Fight Chicanery Season 2 Podcast News List, Feedback Hub. This is a folder for Godhood, that is a game on Steam. This is for Clay Entertainment, which is a video game provider that I have several video games owned on Steam. League of Legends folder, even though I've uninstalled League of Legends within the last month. Last 2 weeks, actually. Light Shot, that's a screen capping program. Babino Guy, that's a game that I play. Magic's Downloads. This is the proprietor of Vegas Pro, the people who own the Vegas Pro license and make the Vegas Pro program. So that's my thing for my stuff, for my video editor. My Games, a folder that has a bunch of shit compiled into it. Specifically, I don't play Underworld Recent because I refunded that game. I did not find it good. But Borderlands 3 save folder, Faster Than Light, FTL save folder, Path of Exile save folder from my filters, Civ 5, Smite, Star Ocean The Last Hope, which I haven't been able to get a touch on since 2021, Terraria. Everything in this folder has a purpose. It's organized, it's named, I know what it is, and the reason it's there is because it's the general folder that I put it in. Realistically, while they can be reorganized, it's similarly organized. And then on the side here, you also see folders that are named and listed. Finished exports for upload, first drive transfer files, raw files for recordings, which is the raw folder recordings when I record from OBS, etc., 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 etc. As well as a fan art folder. Everything there. Organized. No porn. You know why? As I described earlier, it's in my server. Could never make this accusation to me. Could never be me. It's that easy. It ain't hard. It ain't hard. It's never been hard. It's just that easy. He's just that much of a fuck up. That's not an excuse, mind you. But he's that much of a fuck up. He's making non-stop excuses for his inability to be good at his job. It's embarrassing.
You know, there you go. It's me. So I hit save as, and a half second later, a preview window, a folder, and its contents popped up on screen. And now, of course, that folder had porn in it. So I immediately ended the stream and deleted the VOD. Even if it weren't just embarrassing to make a mistake like that as one of the largest political live streamers on the platform, it's TOS. You got to delete the VOD. So I stream with no delay, and folks are always screen capturing the feed. So I knew the contents of my to-be-sorted folder and the preview window were irrevocably public knowledge. But to be honest, that didn't really bother me too much. It was embarrassing, sure, but mostly because it made me look like a careless idiot, not because I was ashamed of the, like, furry demon monster.
Do I even want to know what I walked in on this time?
Me describing why the person who is currently trying to cope and lie about his folder about how he accidentally exposed his goon shit is just a person who, you know, it's an accident that you make. And I was demonstrating how easy it is to not make that mistake. And why he's lying through his teeth as he's coping. So are you, how do you plan to make me suffer?
I'm still at work. Hush your mouth. I'm just waiting on my manager to come let us out.
Okay.
My coworker said, "Don't be talking nasty."
I always talk clean. You be nasty. Also, you should ask them if they want to come hold the camera.
You think that you talk clean?
Yes. I'm a master of innuendo, sweetheart.
I think you have a different definition of clean than I do.
Sure I do. So you're going to ask them if they want to hold the camera or not? Take your time. I can wait.
I have no idea what you said because I was pulling down the metal shutters.
Are you going to ask them if they're going to hold the camera or what?
Camera for what?
Oh no, you want to make a movie?
You shut your freaking face!
Why? You love it when my mouth is wide open.
Wow!
See, I told you. See, I told you, master of innuendo. Just making sure you keep that energy when you say you're gonna hurt me.
I am gonna ouch. I am gonna hurt you.
Nah, apparently before you hurt yourself, sweetie. It's okay.
What was that? There was a lot of noise on my end.
Not apparently before you hurt yourself.
Too true. Too true. I was trying to snatch down the metal shutter and the grabby stick slid. Wait, somebody straightened it. Millie! Somebody straightened the grabby stick. Oh, you did? Yeah. Well, thank you, Millie.
You know, that's why you shouldn't snatch that. Now, if only you can apply
I
that.
wasn't the one that bent it in the first place. This shit was big.
Fair. Fair, but you snatch at a lot of things now, don't you?
You hush!
I will not. Absolutely, I will not. You like it when I do this. Granted, having that audience is not always typical, but, you know. Either way, sweetheart, I would like to finish this before 11, so I'm going to put you on mute for a second, okay? Okay.
You know, I rambled about liking all that stuff on stream before, not a secret, and I thought, you know, maybe, in a way, this fuck-up would come across kind of charming. You know, like, that's my streamer, that fucking idiot right there. My community was already making a big joke of it by the time...
Yes, your audience was making a joke of it because they've already accepted that you're a fucking goon in denial. Or, you're a goon in remission. Or, you're just an outright fucking lying goon. But, you know, why would you expect the wider internet to allow you to slip and slide away from the accusations you've laid at other people's feet being laid back at yours? Step on the pyre.
I would lie to it. Of course, I knew that it would be pretty easy for people to lie about what it contained, to stir up drama or cause me trouble or for any other reason.
Because lying is when they play the clips that are readily available, rather than the full context clips that can be able to get me out of what I do. No, you're a fucking idiot. You should have never been talking about those things before. You should have never been like a fucking lolcow that would have talked about that shit before. You should have never been trying to push for the edgy talking points. You put yourself in this situation. You caused yourself this problem. You caused yourself these optics. It's on you. It's at your feet. Stop being a fucking lolcow.
Reason. So when later on in that stream, one or two people came to chat and they said, hey, there was Lolly in there. And, you know, I figured they were just causing trouble and I banned them. Of course, we know where this is going. By the next day, I had learned from what felt like the entire goddamn internet that two of the images in my folder preview window were actually from a well-known lolicon artist, and therefore definitely intended to be lolly shit, which has to be the worst possible way to find out about that sort of thing. Now, obviously, the accusation here isn't just that I had those images saved. That part's true, not really an accusation, but also that I must have known that they were lolicon and saved them because they were lolicon. Now, the...
And what about all those AI-generated art images of you fucking the VTubers? You gonna address those allegations? Not like they're allegations, they were in the folder. We know what's in the folder. People figured it out the second they had the fucking screen cap of the pictures.
Obvious and predictable, but nonetheless true response from me is that no, I didn't know that, and that must not have been the impression I got from those two drawings, because if I had gotten that impression, then I wouldn't have saved them. You know, I mean, drawings are abstractions, and art styles and body proportions vary massively, even for characters.
You know, what's lolicon really, other than pictures? You know, guys, you know, who once hasn't stretched it to a lolla trap? You know, bro, it's just, sometimes, bro, we make mistakes, bro. Come on, bro.
That are unambiguously adults. That doesn't mean lolly shit isn't a thing or a problem. I've bitched about it being a problem like a lot on stream. It just means that carelessly or inattentively failing to notice it isn't exactly impossible. I know what some people are going to say. You know, no, you must have known. There's no way you didn't know. And like what am I going to do? Make a fucking evidentiary argument here? You know, like I'm not putting up the images so we can argue about the pixels or the proportions or whatever. I know fully well that like 99.9% of people who have heard about this drama haven't seen the images, nor do I think those people should go looking for them. Obviously, so it's pretty much entirely a tick.
So cooping and lying and capping because everybody has access to Twitter and everyone's already circulated around the pictures. I mean, lying just doesn't help you, bro. You don't have to lie. You can just tell the truth. But you know. What's good, bro? You saw AI generated what? He had AI generated shit. He had AI generated horsecock fucking of VTubers. Known VTubers. If you want to go through it, it's all on Twitter. Oh, you could probably find links of it if you ask around. I know I don't have them on my server. I don't even have a link to the particular pictures in question, but I know I have a link somewhere around to the screen cap in question. But yeah, I'm not familiar with this realm, horse bro. I like thick women. Continue.
Take me at my word or don't kind of situation where people are free to lie about the drawings, or as I've already
free to lie. We all have pictures of it. Free to lie.
just post other really bad-looking shit and say that's what I had in my folder, there's not much I can do about it, right? It's all totally unfalsifiable, and people are going to make whatever assumptions and inferences they want to make. All I can really say is that I didn't notice the problem while saving the drawings. The same.
You didn't notice the problem when you were saving the drawings because you have fucked up predilections and tastes, and you're coping. But you know, people just gonna lie, bro. People just gonna lie about me. They're such a fucking wheezy little liar, dude. They're all just wheezy little liars, dude. True. True, bro. True. So true.
Same way a person could fail to notice any element of any drawing if they were careless or inattentive or distracted. Hell, chat.
Listen, I don't know everything about the world about porn. I just know what I like, and what I thought was close enough.
Also pretty much immediately clocked 2 other drawings in the folder preview window as being AI art. Something else I didn't notice, and they gave me plenty of shit for that too, because I'm not a big fan of AI art. I think I've done a good job of demonstrating it.
Yes, so not a single mention of the fact that it was of a horse, as you have expressed multiple times, of you being a horse, fucking the girls, or of the VTubers that they are very clearly of. No mention of that. No addressment of that. Sophistry. All of it. Sophistry.
Towards carelessness, if nothing else. So leaving that stupid, least charitable argument aside, someone might then ask, okay, I get it, it's possible to make a mistake like that. Why then would you save the images? And what about them did you like? And look, there's really no way of saying this without sounding crass or flippant or whatever, but it's already a pretty revealing video. There's actually a very clear and simple explanation for why, for not just those 2 drawings, but in fact all the drawings in that folder and all my porn tastes generally. And it's an explanation that is extremely well known and well substantiated. I'm a size queen. I like big dicks. Yeah, I was looking through drawn porn like furry or hentai or whatever else. I saw big well drawn dicks. I thought, cool, and saved the drawings. Then never looked at the.
You see, it would be funnier if that were just the end-all, be-all. But every single time that you've ever been seen out with anyone, it's always been you with big women. You see, your porn tastes follows your actual sexual activity tastes. If you like dick, you find men with dick. You'll have a favorite male porn star. You like women, you like titties. You like vagina. You'll find women that suit that taste and that body size and those categories and those tags, who are probably well known for being in those tags, like Vanessa Blue or Carla Lane or Miss Sonia or Lady Fire. Any kind of porn star you can memorize the name of. And any OnlyFans girl that you recognize the name of either. I think when I was a young teenage male, before she went to jail the first time, I think I was probably a little bit into Tiana Trump. Mia Khalifa. Etc. No one believes you. For a fucking second, Ian Kaczynski, that you're a size queen who likes big dicks. Because how many times have you talked about horse dick? How many times on camera did you specifically say, no, I want to be the horse. I want to be the horse with the big horse cock. I want to have the proportions of a horse cock. I want to be the horse topping the girl with the horse cock. How many times did you say that? Was that a joke? Was that a lie? I hope it was. Are you prepared to get fucked in the ass to save your career? Because the only way you can square that circle, baby, is to sit on a circle. Are you ready to get fucked in the ass to save your career? Are you ready to take a big one for the team to save your career? You better go out there. I don't know if he does gay scenes, but maybe you can find Owen Gray, Mr. Alphabet Leg. See if you can get your threads flossed and pretzeled behind your head and take a big nut in your butt. Are you prepared? Are you really prepared, Vaush? Are you ready for your acorn to get chewed? Probably not. That's why you're lying. Cue the horse cocks on. True. True.
Them again, as evidenced by the fact they are in a big dump folder literally called to be sorted. That's, that's the extent of the consideration that I gave those 2 drawings before my community and the entire fucking internet.
Here's the problem, Vaush. To be sorted implies that there's a folder that is sorted, which means these are only the fucking pictures that we know of because you exposed them. So what didn't we see? What if the only reason why you were saved from a bigger embarrassment is that it didn't go straight to your pedophile folder, if you have one? Or to an even worse folder that would look even worse in the eyes of the public. If you have one. It's fucking cringe, bro. It's fucking cringe.
Hopefully corrected my mistake. It's hard to even say anything about it. 5 seconds of, ooh, nice dick, cool line art. Saved. And it's a whole discourse. I wish I had an answer that was more satisfying, but really for something like this, I feel like people are going to believe what they believe that, I do think there is a real argument to be made about carelessness, especially with regard to Lolicon and its seeming omnipresence in the anime community. You don't have to know much about anime to know that's an issue with it. I find it repellent, and I've been bitching about it for years.
Issue of something that exists prolifically without any problem inside of the Japanese Eastern section of a concept. It's only the West that can't square the circle. And the reason why is because the West is inherently prudish. Carl, it sounds like you're defending it. No, I'm explaining it. And yeah, I would ask you, why the fuck do you even have a folder, bro? And why do you keep saying it's just a problem of Lolicon in anime? No, it's a problem of you being into something that you said you didn't like and you being a hypocrite about it when your own arguments get used against you. It's you being a bitch. It's you being a pussy. It's you running around and lying around and trying to argue around the worst parts of the leak. Because, listen, if I don't address it, then they can't take me for it. Fucking gay, bro. But yeah, we're almost done here, horror. It's fucking gay.
There's plenty of that bitching has been on stream too, but it's possible to find something repellent while also not being perfectly vigilant about it, especially...
Oh boy, what a Brad argument. Cue the picture. Cue the picture of the little girl, with a little girl wearing the off-shoulder camisole saying, "Oh my god, this is so fucking disgusting. But this is so hot. You can still like things while disliking elements of them." Just want to smack the fucking camera. I just want to imagine the camera as your face and just act like this is the world championship of bitch slapping and just fucking mollywop you one. Oh my god, stop! Cringe lord, stop!
In art where stylization and abstraction can kind of, cloud awareness and judgment of the extent to which any artists you follow or people in the community might be doing sussy shit, right? Pardon me for taking my most indefensible position yet on this, in this video. In the history of my channel, I actually do like some anime, and there's a lot of really good shit out there in the anime community broadly, and in a lot of the...
This has nothing to do with you watching anime like Jujutsu Kaisen. This has to do with you being a goon and jacking off to VTubers that are getting fucked by a horse cock larger than most people's arms, larger than most people's torsos.
Sick anime babes getting railed on Twitter. I'm sorry. Like, often that is also cool. And I hate the fact that, the pervasiveness of Lolicon means that the entire
There is
really good shit out.
There is no pervasiveness of Lolicon. There is nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. It's just you being a cringe lord. Why did that happen? Or whatever.
There in the anime community broadly, and in a lot of the sick anime babes getting railed on Twitter. I'm sorry. Like, often that is also cool. And I hate the fact that, the pervasiveness of Lolicon means that the entire community is...
The pervasiveness of Lolicon in anime, otherwise known as, I don't know how to describe how big or how bad my particular folder was, so I have to say it's a widespread issue. When it's as simple as, look at the videos, look at the content, look at the tags, if you don't like what's there, stay away from it. It's as that simple. It's as simple as piracy, my man. It's as simple as, I'd like a picture from 2024 that's about mystery. Fuck do you mean? Fuck do you mean?
Painted, basically, right? I don't like the fact that, like, you could be looking through what looks like a bunch of totally, like, normal, fine, cool babes getting railed by big dicks, whatever you're into, while also feeling like you have to be vigilant that in this incredibly normalized process, some of these drawings might be of characters that are canonically underage, or that, like, an artist who generally draws in a kind of, like, cartoony style might be fine, but then another artist does that, but then they're, like, actually drawing like they're meant to be teenagers or whatever. I don't like it, and it's a normalization issue, and I think one of the best ways you could deal with it is by being aware. I'm not perfectly...
Normalization issue in the West. It's already normalized in the East. Because this is a different culture you're talking about, and a different perspective. And you are not the person to have that conversation, because you are not normal.
Aware, so I fucked up. This wasn't the first time that I fucked up in this specific regard. After the whole child labor argument saga, people went through a bunch of, like, likes in an old public Twitter, porn account that I had, and over, like, thousands of liked, furry, big dick monster girl images or whatever. I think they found one that was, like, the character was meant to be a teenager, like, and it's not surprising to me that that might happen because, I'm running between classes, scrolling on my phone, I look at an image maybe 2 or 3 seconds before I like. The degree of scrutiny required there indicates that this goes beyond some kind of, like, matter of personal temperance and extends broadly into, like, how?
Why do you have a public gooning account? Like, every time you start making excuses, I can just ask a basic question. Okay, that's nice. Why do you have a public gooning account? Honestly, just own up to it, dude. Honestly. But then again, he can't do that. Because if he owns up to it, he gets disowned by the left.
Weird is it that that's something that's been that normalized, you know? Anyway, I don't mean to...
Imagine your entire career requires you to basically say, listen guys, I didn't know how old Alali was. Please forgive me. Don't take my channel away from me. I love making money being a fucking sophist and a fucking statistic terrorist on the internet.
Like, make a big point or make it like a broader issue, you know, as a way of pulling attention away from me fucking up. I just think it's a broader issue, you know? People are going to say what they're going to say. They can judge me for what they're going to judge me for. I think a lot of people have been real and charitable. You know, I think it's insane to say this, like, yeah, he's a pedophile, you got him. I think that's insane, but again, it's not really an evidentiary argument that I can make, so, you know, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, I don't know. God willing, anime culture will get better one day. I wouldn't hold my breath, though. So, yeah, that's the long and short of it. I'm sure there are other clips or screenshots or arguments out there that people have thrown into their big anti-me documents, but like I said, I wanted to focus on the accusations that I feel are at least somewhat grounded. If I took the time to tackle all the obviously fake or disingenuous shit, we'd be here forever, and I think it would take away from the stuff I actually did feel I needed to address. You know, again, walking that line, there is a lot of bullshit, but I don't want to convey the impression that I feel every attack against me is illegitimate, or at least not properly motivated. Yeah, this isn't about debunking a narrative, you know, it's about waving away...
Except that's what you tried to do. You tried to debunk a narrative. You tried to debunk a narrative piece by piece, saying, listen bro, they took me out of context. Here's the full context. And you did all of that to meander to the points that people actually cared about, which, again, for context, begin at exactly 1 hour and 8 minutes in. This video is 1 hour 41 minutes and 53 seconds. Not accounting for what is now about to be his final thoughts, and then the message for his audience. This is more than 4/5 of the video. 4/5 of the video to get to the part where you try to address the actual fucking concern. But you decided to make it a video about addressing the clips that are always out of context, that people use to paint me poorly. Which is the reason why I started at the beginning of this entire stream with Vaush's unironically evil. I showed you what he acts like, I showed you what he talks like, I showed you what he views the world as. So when it comes to him addressing the current problem, his hypocritical bullshit boils down to, I will tell people to go out into the world and do violence on my behalf, but I'm an inside boy. I stay inside and jack it to fucking goon shit. But when I get caught with the kind of goon shit in my folder that I tell other people is lolicon and is child porn and is bullshit and is cringe, I have to justify how actually this isn't about my porn folder. This is about how people bully me. They treat me poorly, man. They take me out of context, bro. So fucking bullshit.
Most transparently bullshit stuff so that I can focus on explaining the actual mistakes that I've made, the actual stupid shit that I've said, providing context and laying out my thought process so folks on the fence have all the information before deciding to lean charitably or not. I can't make someone be charitable. It's just up to how they see things. And, you know, I can't ever view all this drama from an outside perspective.
Here's an idea. If you wanted everybody to be charitable at you, how about you not be a fucking political sophist? How about you not be a statistic terrorist? How about you not backstab people? How about you not be a fucking size queen that loves to fuck people over politically because you like getting views and seeing number go up, but you don't like platforming people? How about you not be the content creator you decided to be for the multiple years of your career? Ah, that's too hard? Ah, that's so sad, sweetheart. I don't give a shit.
I'll always be biased because I am literally the only person who really knows how I feel and why I've said the things I said. And but to cap it all off, to cap all this off, I'd still like to try my hand at it. I'd like to try and present the charitable narrative, how I feel this all looks with all the information, and how I hope people take it. You know, again, not holding my breath on that one, but this is what I hope for. You know, I have said some really, really stupid, difficult to defend stuff. That much is clear. But almost all of it comes from the very, very beginning of my time as a live streamer. Looking at it all laid out like this.
No, it fucking doesn't. The majority of it comes through the shit that you didn't even cover here. Dumbass.
Or so years of drama and accusations. I think it should be clear to people who have watched this far that the explanatory variable in all those old clips was my stupid fucking debate bro brain. The obsession with inane hypotheticals and devil's advocates and shock value bullshit, which I employed because I thought using examples and comparisons that normies couldn't handle proved I was smart. It really is impossible to overstate how much I dislike the me in those clips, how I used to act in general. That being said, the terrible arguments and hypotheticals really were contained to those shock value debate bro moments. And as I stopped being that kind of debate bro, the terrible arguments and hypotheticals stopped.
Being that kind, but never stop being a debate bro in general. Shut the fuck up.
That's why just about every clip used against me is at least 4 years old. They're more or less contained to a period.
No, they're not more than 4 or less old. Realistically, all the clips that were shown inside of Vaush's Unironically Evil are as recent within the last 5 years. And they're all of the contextual shit that you cover live on air on your live streams, in your debates.
Period of time during which I employed a rhetorical style that I would describe as fucking stupid and insufferable. You know, even if the point I was making was fundamentally okay, I was also just way worse at communicating, which didn't help me. And that's another thing I'd like to stress. You know, if anything has been thoroughly, objectively, uncontroversially demonstrated in all of this, it's that I'm a loudmouth. I can't shut the fuck up.
Okay, so stop saying that you're very good and that your best skill is being a public orator, because your ability to speak is dog shit.
I have no filter, etc. Worse than it is now, but nonetheless, it's a character trait. But in all the hundreds of times that sex or sexuality or kink or whatever else has come up on stream, sometimes while I'm...
Lolly is cringe with the way that people demonize it is insane. The problem is that when people talk about Lolly, they're talking about this thing called a dokujin. And a dokujin is basically just a self-published manga model. And obviously, because of all the shit that exists inside of animation and manga, these self-published dokujins, dokus as they're called, or dojis, actually. These self-published dojis are the things that lead to people having a viewpoint and an opinion and a view about it. Because they're never talking about the obvious Lola, Shota, hentai dojis. They're always talking about the modern perspective, wide public shit. Because they like, yes, exactly. Because they like to talk about anime style, but they don't want to deal with the baggage that comes to the anime style. Which obviously comes with the perception of people who like Josei, who likes Yuri, who like shonen, who like Shota, and then general anime in general, period. When people speak about Lolicon and Shotacon, they're always speaking specifically about the dojin. But they tie that in at the same time with anime tropes. Usually ecchi and fan service. It's like, oh man, I was watching a softcore porn series. I can't believe that people watch this. So stop watching the softcore porn anime. But bro, I have to watch like Lusting Over Anime Girls. I don't even think that's the proper title of it, because I was watching it literally on the other side channel. Because I've been seeing nothing but non-stop clips of it going around the Gooners. So I need to get the context for myself. So let me go look that on the thing which it is on the side. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. It's on this one. It's actually called Gushing Over Anime Girls. Specifically, the Japanese title, Maho Sojo ni Ako Gaurete, but specifically in English, Gushing Over Magic Girls. Or, if you don't even want to go for the more recency biased one, let's use the one that Funimation refused to make their fucking cover of, Interspecies Reviewer, Ikozoku's Reviewers. Oh no, I can't believe this ecchi, sexy anime series has titties and talks about sex. Stop watching it. But I want to be in the know, then shut the fuck up and watch it. But it's so bad, then stop watching it. It's like, you're burning yourself with the stove. Oh my god, the stove is hot! Let go. But I want to flip the pancake! Then flip the pancake and burn yourself, dumbass. But it hurts! So stop burning yourself. In a loop. On a loop. Non-stop. You control the buttons you press. You control the TVs you watch. You control the movies you watch. You control the content you consume. And you choose to go to the places where you know shit you don't like is, to whine and complain about it for attention. And then when people call you out about it, and they're like, okay, so if what you want to do is be a goon, go be a goon in private, and stop being a fucking idiot in public. No, the reason why you're defending it, the reason why you're going so loud about this, Carl, is because you're a goon. No. People know clearly what I like. No, they don't. You clearly have a porn folder that's bad. Check his hard drive. Okay, how many pictures of big titty women and big hipped women do you want to see? Because they're all in the server. Again, I don't hide it. It doesn't work on people. It doesn't work. It's the same reaction as watching people cope and seethe over anime women and anime standards and unrealistic body standards and unrealistic depictions of modern women, of real women. But how many times have we been exposed to the Leon Kennedy Thug Shaker goddamn mods? How many of those same people cheered for all of the patches and all of the mods of Baldur's Gate 3, let alone the new kissing animations in patch 6 of Baldur's Gate 3? Same shit, same logic, same situation, same context. It never goes away because they won't stop coping. Nobody wants to take responsibility, but everybody wants attention. Nobody wants to take responsibility, but nobody wants to accept the attention. It's gay. It's really annoying. And yes, he is telling on himself. He really is. Yep, that's the one I'm talking about. The one with exposed nipples and tight torso. Yes, that's the Leon Kennedy Thug Shaker model I'm talking about. As well as all the other ones that already exist, including the nude mods. Yes, and they're not just like normal. It's not like the stupid normal mwah kissing animations. You've got a stare-in telling motherfuckers to get down on their knees. You've got a version of Gale giving you a character a sweet peck on the cheek, and the character's like, oh no, bitch, come here! Same people. Same people. Every character has their own shit, but the point is not that they have the animations there. It's that the same people who say, how dare you have these mods of girls, because this was just trending on the timeline yesterday, how dare you have this big titty, conservative, large breast model of Yukari. Meanwhile, battle panties! But in the mind of these people, they believe that they are allowed to have that country mile take. They hate the big titty. And they also hate the battle panty. So they want both of them gone. But they also want to be allowed to goon about the men being in towels and having that over their summer uniforms. So that they're basically in a hot bathing suit or in a sauna towel for the rest of the game. Things that, as we did when we discovered, when we looked into it, when we did the final, when we did the Fire Emblem, when we did the Fire Emblem breakdown of the localization bastardization, same fucking shit! Same arguments, same situations, same shit. Bad bullshit, Papa John's. It's the same shit, and I'm tired of seeing it. It's the same shit over and over again. I hate it! I hate it! And the fact that it's a large YouTuber coping and seething about the fact that he's a fucking goon, you just can't accept the fact that, yeah, you're a fucking goon. It's disgusting. It's so fucking annoying. All you gotta do to square the circle is just be like, yeah, I'm into that shit. And it'd be over. But no. Career of talking shit about people, and now he has to deal with the shit that he talked coming to him. It's disgusting.
Near blackout drunk from celebrating some event or another, no filter. I've always been really, really blunt and consistent about what I'm actually into in people, whether it be people my height or people with big round glasses or people with really dark tired looking eye circles or pronounced collarbones or aquiline noses or whatever else. I know this is a low bar, but it's really weird to me because people accuse me of being a secret pedophile who accidentally let his...
True. Everybody should be allowed to be sexy.
...mask slip by virtue of several extremely loud, abrasive, attention-grabbing, optically dogshit arguments, and yet... also, back then and now, has been really consistent in wanting a girlfriend who looks like Reagan Ridley from Inside Job. That's a very novel way of letting the mask slip, right? No filter whatsoever. Clearly a poor sense of...
A person who looks like the Butterface. But actually, the last time that you went viral for something that's sexual related, it was the infamous picture of Vermin Roach, who is a heavyset girl. But, to go from big woman in robe to, listen guys, the lolly means nothing, is wonderful of a take. The circle is indeed complete. The ring of pain is done again. I can't even remember that sing-songy rhyme from that one ending of the game.
How other people will, interpret his words at times. Not always the best communicator, and yet it's every time this happens, it's always contained to hyperbolic debate bro bullshit. It's always shock value, rhetorical bullshit, which again, I know, low bar, right? But that, to me at least, that's the pattern. That's the clear pattern, and I don't do that anymore. I'm a lot better at making arguments than I used to be. I'm a lot less. I don't know. I'm not trying to deflect. I'm a lot less autistic than I used to be. I don't know. At least marginally. These edgelord debate bro tendencies led me to think that the best way to construct my arguments and convince people that I was edgy and smart and blah, 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 was through the invocation of the kind of stuff that I have been dealing with the consequences of for 5 years.
Okay, that's on you. Stop being a retard. That's simple to parse. Stop being stupid. Throwing a voice there is probably not good for me. I probably undid 3 days of recovery. And like the plague, the coughing's back again. Lord have mercy, let me not bleed through my nose like I did last night. But, Vaush, it's very simple to have clips go viral and you not be a retard. It's as simple as be a better debater, be a better speaker, be smarter, don't be dumb. Do you guys know how many Carl posts I have out on both of my accounts? Of just things that I did on TikTok alone, tagged with Carl posting, even though, as was proven the other day, having hashtags are actually bad for your reach. And yet, none of this shit happens to me. Say it's because of my reach, say it's because of whatever, but you don't see me having to defend a bad Carl take. And if I do, I always come up with the conscience of, okay, so what was I actually saying? What is the actual problem? He can't do that. He's too big, so he can't defend himself from all sides. So he's trying to do everything he can to close himself in. That's why he had his fortress arc. This is the exact reason he had his fortress arc.
More than anyone, know the problems with those arguments. I just think that they indict me in different ways than people think they indict me. I think if nothing else, I think they just make me look like a fucking idiot. You know? One that I'm trying to be less of, ideally.
They make you look like an idiot, or you make you look like an idiot. Take responsibility for your actions, bitch.
I would like that. I certainly don't think I act now the way I did then. I don't think 5 years from now I will look at me now and think as poorly of me as I do looking at me 5 years ago. There has been some improvement. That's the charitable explanation. That's the best I can offer. I think I set the stage with that child labor argument, you know. Me being who I am, I was always going to get on people's nerves, and to an extent, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. A degree of abrasiveness, I think, is a necessary and endearing trait in some people. Cope, I know. But I think that a lot of the stuff that's happened in my career over the past 4 years has been tainted by the way I made those initial arguments, and a lot of the stuff people throw at me, they wouldn't have thought to throw.
No, it's because you're a backstabbing asshole. It's because you're a backstabbing asshole. It's specifically because you're a backstabbing asshole, Watch. It's why you have no friends. It's why Destiny can mock you about the fact that nobody's willing to platform you to defend you. You backstabbed everybody you knew to climb. And then you have to sit there on your channel and cope because you're too much of a pussy to go on to H3. Because you're claiming he's being disingenuous, and you're also claiming he was making a hit piece. It's as simple as that.
Throw at me if it wasn't for that initial poisoning of the well. You know, I think a lot of this is inertial. You know, it builds up, and I don't know how to stop that inertia, right? I mean, people say, you talk about this often on your...
Oh, you don't know how to stop that, Mr. Ontological Inertia? You don't know how to do that, Mr. Ontological Evil? Oh, that's so sad. Maybe you should actually learn what those words mean instead of throwing them out as buzzwords, huh? Huh?
CP on your stream. But here I am talking about it again. Will this be the last time, or will a month from now I'll be talking to someone and they'll be like, aren't you that pedophile? And what am I going to do? Stop the conversation and link them the video? You know, inertia is a difficult...
No. You're going to have to learn how to square that circle. Learn how to.
Thing to stop. I think that's actually like the meaning of inertia, like definitionally. So I could opine at length about how a lot of the hate I get is inconsistent. It's all a big popularity contest, and I'm an easy target, and people get upset with me for shit they write off if other people did it. Blah blah.
Whining from success. Wah.
But pointing out all of those extremely true and correct facts, it doesn't solve the problem. I don't want to be disliked. I don't even really want to be controversial. I think the stuff that I advocate.
Then why did you choose to create a career that you made for yourself by backstabbing to get to where you are? Again, wah. I'm not responsible. Wah. It's out of context. Wah. People just hate me because they want to hate me, because they don't like me, because they already decided they don't like me. Wah.
For is universally good. I want everyone to live a better life. You know, people disagree about how to do that, but as long as you're on the path, as long as you think people being happy is a good thing to fight for, then I think there's at least some agreement to be had. I don't.
You believe that people should be shot like dogs in the street, and that people should prepare for the Civil War. You literally broke bread with Destiny over those tweets and Kyle Rittenhouse. Because you wanted to side with the communists that were clearly trying to end his life. Wah, 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 wah.
Want to be controversial for that reason, or for a lot of the reasons I seem to be. You know, I get into fights with people who agree with me on like 99% of shit. I think my channel's a cool and positive place, and it's
cool and positive. You quite literally fearmonger all the time about conservatives. You fearmonger about them. You never have a single honest conversation with them, and then you try to strawman the shit out of them while talking shit about them at a distance, believing that nobody will hear you. Wah, wah, wah.
Both a big source of pride for me. So I'd like it if everyone, or half of everyone, some proportion of everyone could see it that way. There's not much I can do about the optics black hole, though, at least not right away. I don't expect this video will get much positive attention on release. I think it's going to be kind of broadly ridiculed, largely, I think, from folks trashing it who haven't actually watched it. This is something that I expect. This is something we all know will happen. Whether or not you agree with me on any of this, you know that'll happen. It's unfortunate, but I can't make...
Well, that's too bad. That's too damn bad, Vaush, because I've actually watched it, despite skipping over a couple of other sections. But I already know that they're lies, because we've already seen and heard the clips. And you adding the extra context is not going to change them. As well as the fact that the parts that you choose to leave out means that if somebody asks you those questions of, okay, but why did you specifically have AI-generated horsecock porn of VTubers? Don't you think that is a bit fucked up? Why didn't you address that in the video? Are you going to link in the video and be like, oh, show me that section? Logic.
Make that not happen. I can't like rewrite reality. So if I can't do that, then I just have to accept it. And I'm sure there will be like drama YouTubers who come over and pause every 2 seconds to talk about the like pedophilic contour of my frontal.
Imagine trying to fucking cope about pause Andes when you are probably one of the biggest political pause Andes. Beaten out only by Hassan Piker.
Lobe or whatever. You know, they'll just make a big laugh right out of it. Still, in spite of all of that, as best as I
yes,
can,
people should monetize you. Absolutely. They should make a joke of you because you are a joke. You made yourself a joke. Haha! Point and laugh.
It's honest and straightforward, and I don't think there's much I can do besides present it that way and let people make their own judgments. So yeah, that's it. I'm done making all of the...
My judgment is that you're a fucking idiot and that you deserve to have your career go down in flames. You don't deserve to be a political figure. You don't deserve to be a content creator. You don't deserve any of the things that you had because they were ill-gotten. You deserve to burn. You deserve to burn. Now burn. Stop trying to dust the flames off you and burn.
The arguments about my past and how people perceive me and blah, blah, blah. I want to take a second here at the end to directly address just my audience, what I'm hoping for in the future and what I'm asking for from them. You can still watch if you want, but if you don't care, then you can leave without missing anything. So to my audience, thanks for sitting through the whole thing. I know you don't have much of an attention span, especially because you're not used to this type of content on the channel. Don't laugh.
They're not used to actually having to go through details and breakdowns and arguments and presentations and logic threads because they are all stream consumers. Because you don't make video essays. You are a streamer primarily. You're a hot taker. Yeah.
Live streamers only turn into video essayists when they're extremely nervous. Look, first of all,
Oh, you mean kind of like how you treated Noah Samson? True. Even though what he did at the time he was inherently scumbag. Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Apologize for making it so difficult to be a fan of mine and a member of my community. Seriously, I'm sorry. In this respect, at least, you know, I think I've let you guys down. I think this is a great community, you know, exceptional even. And as a consequence of my obstinance and carelessness and stupid fucking debate bro hypotheticals, many of you have been ostracized from other online communities or harassed on my behalf. The content of this channel and my messaging is unambiguously progressive and inclusive and good-spirited, you know? That might not be the popular conception of me and my content, but it remains true nevertheless. None of the people who enjoy my content for those reasons expected, I imagine, to be pushed out of other communities with similar values because they were part of mine.
You have values that are a lot more than just the shit that you talk about on your streams. And you know that. That's why they're pushed out. Because they're inherently bully. Because they're inherently bullish. Because they're inherently top-down structured. Because they're inherently toxic. You're a person who's known for being the kind of person who brigades. You had your server locked down. You had your, not Discord, you had your Reddit locked down because you brigade. But you wanted to complain about Destiny and DDD. Like, debrigading. Just lying, non-stop.
My reputation. Yeah, I don't want that to continue being the case, but I don't really know what I can do to change it.
Change your personality, change your behavior, change any single thing about you that is disliked for the better. Learn from the bullying.
already such a massive gulf between what I know I am and what people think I am. The inertia of the uncharitability that I'm trying to push back against, it just feels overwhelming at times. While I'm working on that, you can help. I want you guys to chill. Stop fighting on my behalf. Stop arguing for me against others, especially on the subject of this video. That's one of the reasons I made this video. I saw so many people in my community tirelessly arguing against the worst and most dishonest shit people say about me, and I wanted them to have something that they could point to. This video, 5 years of drama, of bad faith bullshit and honest skepticism, condensed and addressed as clearly and as honestly as I could.
And there's the rub and salt. This was not made as an addressment of himself getting beat the fuck down because of his bullshit. This was made as his manifesto. So every single time he made the joke about, oh, look at him, it's another fucking person who's gonna have he's gonna have the Deadly Manifesto ready and waiting on the side screen. Every single time somebody brings up this fucking quote, they should repeat that fucking talking point right back at him and every single person who mentions it. It's like, oh, yes, mister, I exposed my porn on the internet, but I never addressed how I had deeper porn of people who are real people. Yes, the things that I never actually addressed and tried to make up as sophistry about the things that I said I was actually being accused of. True. So true. Same shit, same attitude. Should be reflected back at him. Non-stop. Forever. For the rest of his career.
If you're in another community and someone is giving you shit because they think you support a pedophile, point them to this video. And if they don't want to watch it, then that's that. There's nothing you can do about it. It's their choice, right? This is something that we've seen time and time again. People don't just change their minds because you've argued them out of a point. It's very rare. You have to make people want to believe. You have to sell them.
No, Vaush. As it's been told multiple billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of times to people like you, to people like actual Jake, and others. In order for you to change people's minds, you need to learn how to touch their hearts. You don't know how to do it because you don't know how to make people have a change of heart. You don't know how to be honest. You don't know how to get people to understand and consider the reflection of their actions. Even though I shouldn't have been live while I was doing it, just the other fucking night, I addressed somebody who inside of Marcus's audience, that's Jade for anybody who's not familiar, if you're not already a person in my audience, a person from Marcus's server having a conversation with me and another person who also had a mediating moment, both of which happened live on air, ironically enough. There's something that happened in my server, or rather on my broadcast, that needed to be addressed publicly. The conversation I had there, and with them, both people in question, which I had separately with each of them, that's how you change people's minds and hearts. Because if nobody ever actually asks you and has the conversation, you can't change the mind. If they decide they're just going to hate you in silence, then they're going to hate you in silence. You have to be willing to stand the slings and the arrows. And then when given the chance, not launch to anger. You have to be slow to anger. You don't know how to do that. You come out wild and hard every time. And that's why it fucks up on you. That's why you have no friends. Because leftists never have friends because you're all inherently looking to backstab each other. But it's also why you can't change hearts. You don't know how to. You've been a dishonest shit from the beginning. Your entire career is predicated with sexual harassment. And then, in stochastic terrorism, in general AIDS piggery, and now, hypocrisy and sophistry, but worse than it was during the coup and the riots. Sure, Mr. Inside Boy. Sure.
The argument. And if the argument is that this community is good, then hey, or that I'm good, look, there are ways to do that, right? You can. I'm not saying it's pointless to be a positive advocate for this community, but I want you to be just that, a positive advocate. Don't let me and this space and all the people who are a part of it be defined exclusively through raging against the constant, pointless bad faith drama. Don't let that be what this is. To be frank, nobody's ever been sold on a YouTuber because they saw a fan of that YouTuber passionately arguing that they're not a pedophile, right? It doesn't work. That's all people see looking in from outside this community, a lot of this is me, a lot of this is my fault, but as a natural consequence of my particular kinds of brain damage, the people in this community like arguing, and it's very frustrating to a lot of the people in this community to argue a point that seems absolutely, completely, inarguably straightforward, straight line argument, no way people are going to disagree with it, something about me, about the community, and other people don't respond well to it, and it's frustrating. It feels like you're just battling nonstop against tides of irrational hate, and to an extent, yeah, but what is arguing? People
judging you for the shit that you do publicly is irrational hate. Got it.
against it this way done? What has it gotten you or us? Not much, I wager. There are better ways to make these points. Talk about the good bits, you know? The funny bits, all the good arguments, the fundraising for charity or the canvassing or positivity or life advice or whatever. There are lots of good things to talk about. You know, I remember a while ago, someone on Twitter, they got upset with me. I don't remember why. It was a trans advocacy account, and there were people in their community who were also in mine, and they got upset with me. So people following them replied, "No, don't go after Vaush. He's cool." And that trans advocacy account tweeted, "Why do you all like Vaush so much? Like seriously, what's with all this defense? You know, what has he done for you?" And what resulted from that was, and this has been archived. You know, it's something that I look at. You know, I'm man enough to admit I get a little misty-eyed. Hundreds and hundreds of people talking about how me or the community, this community, has been or have been instrumental in helping them in some way with regards to their identity, their acceptance, their ability to defend themselves against.
While it is inherently possible for me to mock that idea, that would be a good thing that people can be able to have. Granted, I would struggle to find how people find good things in your audience outside of the camaraderie of other people who are like-minded. There's the plan. But the problem is, it all connects to you. And you have the perspective of a fucking otter. So at the end of the day, when you say this stupid ass shit, I just don't believe you, bro. And no, you don't get that. Exactly. Thank you, Cheryl. You don't get to hide behind your good deeds while doing bad deeds behind closed doors and only ever addressing them because the bad deed got leaked outside. The reason people have these opinions of you, Vaush, is because you never stop doing bad deeds. You're always trying to find a way to do dirty deeds done to cheap. You never change your behavior. You only change the strategy upon which you try to hide everything. I'm going to say that again, because it's important people understand that. You never change your behavior. You just change the strategies in which you choose to hide them. You want people to forgive you, if that is the goal that you want, because on my channel, I don't just talk shit, I give some shit. If what you want is the outcome of people learning to trust you, then you need to learn how to address real concerns. When someone says you did X, Y, and Z, don't try sophistry to say, now X wasn't really that bad, and Y wasn't really that concerning, and who even cares about Z? You should say, you know what, you're right. I'm 100% in the wrong, and I apologize. And fucking fillet yourself. That's what you should do. That's what you should be prepared for. But unfortunately, that is not what is done. Please tell me this fucking bullshit is done.
Bad arguments?
Nope, there's still more.
Right? I mean, that's a good sell.
There's still another 10 minutes. Oh my god, he's not done talking. I cannot be bothered to watch the last 10 minutes of this, but I feel like I should. 1 second, chat. That's the last leg of the race. You can do it, Carl. You can do it! Kick him in the balls! Cookie's girlfriend! Okay. My God.
Certainly, I don't think that I would remember this with the same fondness that I do now if the response from my community had been like, I don't know, trying to debate them on how, like, it's illogical for you to not like Vaush. How could you not? You know, like, I don't think I'd remember it if that was what people did. Of course, all the kind stories didn't actually work. They deleted the tweet asking for him and nothing changed, but it's still something we can point to. It's something I can think of. Be positive. Be the sun. You know, I don't know if it'll really make a difference in the long run, but I know it can't. It can't hurt to, right? It's a better sell. It's a better argument. The odds are better. Feels better too. We're gonna be positive. We're all going to be. Not just you. Me too. We're all going to work on it.
Then, if you were going to work on it, don't you think that you should have been working on it during your Fortress arc? Instead of just hiding? No. Why would we try to do two things at once? We can barely do one thing at once.
Speaking of making a difference for this community, I'd like to address the irony posters in particular. For years now, a large part of my community's culture has been defined by the way I and my audience respond to people who accuse me of being anything bad, sexist, racist, homophobic, transphobic, pedophilic, whatever, like any of that. And I've received plenty of legitimate, well-intentioned, honest criticism, but a lot of it is insane and dishonest and just flatly wrong. And when people are acting dishonestly, it feels like there's no...
Give some names. Give some names. Give some names of people who have been all of those things. Put it on screen. If you were willing to put the accusations against you on screen, you should be able to put the accusations here against you on screen as well. Otherwise, I don't believe you.
Point in responding to it seriously, and that's when the ironic shitposting really rears up. And boy, is there a lot of it in my community about the pedophilia accusations, about everything. It's all a big joke to some people. And by the way, I don't mind jokes, but for this subject in particular, the one in this video, the jokes are done. Full stop, done. No more ironic, okay, buddy, Vaush, pedo jacketing, no more memes. I don't find the subject funny. I have never found it funny, to be honest. But I have been weak and indecisive. And I was worried. Telling the shitposters to cut it out would give the impression I was trying to hide all this, all the accusations, when I'd already addressed them so many times. Engaging with constant, edgy, ironic pedo-jacketing from my own community always made me feel a little sick, but it was a kind of acknowledgement. And I thought it looked better than trying to quiet it all down. You know, those bad faith pedo accusations against me, they're so addressed that I can make jokes about them. Look at how over it I am. Yeah, using irony as a shield, blah, blah. Clearly I was never over it, and I think that I've given the impression of having a community that doesn't care whether those accusations are true or not, rather than one that has been irreverent about not believing them. I don't think that's actually the case, but clearly impressions mean a lot. You know, like I said, it's done. You can keep making the horse jokes, by the way. Everyone loves the horse jokes. Have you seen all the people out there in the drama circles trying to get all serious about them? Fucking jokers, I tell you. Anything involving child abuse, that's a serious subject. I understand outrage, scrutiny. I'll make a whole video essay addressing it. You know, I'll take it seriously. But the horse thing, you know, I say I want to be a big horse, the big horse dick, a big whoop. Who doesn't? Everyone does. It's not serious. You know, people try to. Because this is how the...
You know, when you keep mentioning about the horse cock, it makes it sound like you're very upset about the horse cock. Just by the way, don't know if you know that, Vaush. If you didn't care, you wouldn't keep bringing it up, but you keep doing that, so you clearly care. I don't care about the argument of who cares least. You care. You care. And that's the only thing that matters. Cope.
The drama thing works, right? You know, it's all one big, like, look at all this bad...
If you ever got caught out like this, just have a 11-second video using sunglasses, chugging a beer, and flipping a bird. Don't even make a video about it. Don't just make a fucking community post and be like, I'm Al, lol, kek. Imagining I was gonna give a fuck. That would have been a better response, honestly. The idea that he gets caught by his own standards and his reaction is, yeah, cope and see it, I don't give a fuck. It would have been better for him, actually. Because now that we have him on camera about how he responds to it, we can now point to every single hole and every single non-addressment and needle that thread and keep pressing that button until he explodes, because he's now demonstrated that he cares enough to do that. He cared enough to address it, and he cared enough to not address the ones that he didn't address.
Whatever. But if you equate, I mean, again, I really do think through all this, I've well demonstrated, you know, that the pedo jacketing people do to me is not justified by the evidence at all. I think there's a much more charitable and accurate explanation, but it's still a serious topic, right? So when people equate that serious topic with like, oh, he wants to be the horse, if you equate those two things or like hold them in equal regard, you're jumping back and forth between making horse jokes and like serious pedo accusations. I don't know, that just comes across weird to me. Does that make sense? Like it betrays to me, I guess, like a perceptual unseriousness. It makes me feel like it's all just a big nothing and no one actually cares. You know, I don't give a shit about the horse jokes. You know, it's all like content mill drama bullshit.
So if nobody actually cares, why do you care enough to make this video? Again, this is so easy to fucking do. It's not funny.
Who cares? Nothing matters beyond its ability to get like clicks or views. I don't know. Yeah, just dumb.
So your entire career then, clickbaiting as a general concept then, I mean, if that's true, stop being a YouTuber today. Restart over, start a new account, do it over again. Pull a Gideon!
You know, there's a lot of work to be done. This is an election year. A lot of news has happened.
Yeah, you can't do that because it's an election year and you need to hope that somehow a Democratic candidate pulls through, because if they don't pull through, even then it'll still be beneficial to you because, hey, 4 more years to Trump, but then you'll be sad about it and mad about it because you wouldn't have gone in with the kind of fucking temporal fire you wanted to have because you really want to be a political sophist. You really do. Convince himself, cope to... Well, it's one part, Cheryl, is that he wants to convince himself. That's the first problem. The second problem is that he wants to convince people who are uninitiated to this gay bullshit. People who have no idea who he is, no idea what he does, whether or not he's actually being accused of things, the clips that can be easily found if they go onto Twitter, go onto Reddit, blah, blah, blah. He wants to get the normies on his side. Because he's broken containment multiple times. He wants to get the normies on his side. That's who this is for. The people who are lazy and don't want to do any interest. So they get this video, they look into this video, the video's not too long, it's not too short. It's as simple as that. He wants to get the normies on his side. He wants to get the people who are lazy on his side. He wants to get the people who are truly uninitiated on his goonery shit on his side. Basically, he just wants to get the lazy stream watchers on his side. Because, again, he doesn't make video essays. He makes long-standing streams. But he doesn't make streams like I do, where he's playing video games and focusing on the video game, or he's going to do 2 things at once, and he's actually good at both. He doesn't do that. Doesn't even attempt to, because it's not his field of interest.
Has legalized gay marriage. That's pretty cool. They've reinvented being gay. I know I've always been on the back foot when it comes to good optics and making friends, and that's never been easy for me. And it's going to be a lot harder now. But I guess that just means that I'll have to try twice as hard to do and to say good things and give people a good impression of me. I don't know if it's even possible to climb out of an optical black hole like this, but I believe in the work that I do, and I think I've got a pretty great community. So, maybe it's possible. I'll be back to streaming soon. I've already missed too much news. Don't get into any fights over me. It's fine. It's a good community. Be positive.
And that is Darich Vaush, coping and seething for several hours. God, is that fucking boring. Okay. Now, it is 10:39. I'm not going to be done streaming. I'm simply going to just stop the stream and restart the stream and continue playing games. I'm feeling like Toontown now. But for those of you who came along on this wacky wild ride, on this wacky races through the political ionosphere, thank you for coming on this ride with me. I've been SinglePlayerCarl, your host, your dude, your guy, your main man. And this has been watching me try desperately not to ring myself to death and blow my voice out again. If you would like to support the channel in any way, shape, or form, please consider giving to the link that is pinned in chat. Donations are helpful. My wife and I need to be able to work on her car note because we do not want the car to get repossessed, and we want it to be out of the range where she's behind on payments because she fell behind on them moving across country to come back to Georgia, so that we could be able to get her into a better situation than she was in Arizona. And if you just want to be able to support in general, because you like my face, you like my voice, and you like my style, you like my grace, you like the fact that I have a funny face, you can be able to give money in either ways. Either you can support through Ko-fi, you can support through, where's the button? You can support through Ko-fi, you can support through Twitch, you can support through Subscribestar, you can do YouTube members, it comes with benefits, etc, etc, blah, 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 blah. Realistically, if or anything else, don't give people like Vaush your money. Give me your money. Not only because then I will show on camera the thing in question that we need, but also, if for nothing else, you will have learned something here today, which is the reason why people like Vaush exist is because they had to fuck people over. And when they finally get hoisted by the petard that they have beat like a drum non-stop for years, this is how they act. If you're tired of seeing people like that act like that, support motherfuckers like me. Support motherfuckers like me. And you'll never have to deal with that kind of bullshit. Because you're never going to see a scandal of me having problems like this. Never will you ever. And, coming up this week, tomorrow, will be Dungeons & Dragons. on Rolling with the Isles. So if you want to tune into that, please check in on that time. It will be over on the Broken Crown channel with Aiden Paladin. Fried Chicanery, I'm feeling like it'll be a Thursday or Friday episode, to be honest. Maybe even a Saturday or Sunday. I'll have to talk with Jay and see what we got by the end of the week. But come through on that. Try to donate to the news. If you're not already in the Discord and you want to be a part of my audience, and you'd like to be able to contribute to the show, you will have to leave the links inside of podcast ideas, inside the Discord. I try to do community events from here and there. And I feel like the first event we're going to probably do that we've done in a long while in the history of my channel, for like the last 2 to 3 years, I'm going to see if we can get like 10 plus people inside the Discord to play Toontown Online. The game that I'm about to play when I reset the stream. But that's me. That's my stuff. That's my cell. I have been Single Player Carl. And I will see you all. Same bat time. Same Carl channel. Goodbye, everybody. Play me out, Jethro! Where's my theme music? I will be literally back live in the next second. I just need to stop the stream and start it again. So if you want to stick around, go know it. Don't touch that dial. Don't bust that nut yet. We will have a lot more content for you when I'm going to be right